Flower Stealing Master Chapter 1211 to Chapter 1276. Who is that Lady Shui? You all seem to care about her. In order to dispel the awkwardness in her heart, Zhao Min changed the topic and asked. Her identity is special. How can I tell an outsider like you? Zhou Jiruo's words made her swallow her words. Zhao Min almost choked to death. With a snort, she sat far away and didn't speak to her again. On the other side, Ajia was holding Xia Qingqing's hand and recounting her roller coaster feelings. Qingqing, do you know that when I saw you all being drowned in the crowd, I was so scared that my heart almost jumped out of my chest. I was planning to commit suicide to accompany you all, but who knew that Big Brother Song would appear like a god descending to the mortal world? When I saw him step into the void step by step, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Who knew that it was actually true? Equals a captive cartoon of delicacies. Qingqing, do you think Big Brother Song had a fortuitous encounter this time? How did his martial arts improve to the next level? Ajio talked to himself excitedly until he finally realized that Xia Qingqing was only paying attention to him. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Qingqing, what's wrong? Nothing. Xia Qingqing seemed to suddenly wake up. She forced a smile and pretended to ask casually, Ajio, do you know the identity of that Miao girl? I think it's the leader of the Five Venoms sect, Indigo Phoenix. Lady Shui is truly capable. Even such a person is willing to be ordered around by her, Ajio answered with a smile. Indigo Phoenix? Xia Qingqing's body swayed. She was also a person of the martial world and naturally knew that the Five Venoms sect was a subordinate sect of the Sun Moon sect. Her guess was once again confirmed. What's wrong? I feel like your face is a bit pale. Ajio finally noticed Xia Qingqing's abnormality. I'm not feeling well. I'll go back and rest first. After saying that, she ignored Ajio's urging and grabbed the Golden Snake Battalion and walked out of the tent. Ajio was startled, then he smiled and shook his head. This Qingqing is still as easily jealous as before. Back in the day, Xia Qingqing was famous for being jealous. She was jealous of herself and Jiao Wan'er. She had even indirectly caused Jiao Wan'er to marry Luo Liru. Although she had changed her personality in the past 2 years, Ajio still remembered her from back then. So, her first reaction was that Ajio was jealous because Song Qingshu had healed Dongfang Muxue. On the other side of the tent, Dongfang Muxue had already started to meditate. Only Song Qingshu and the Indigo Phoenix were left staring at each other. Song Qingshu was a little awkward too. He pushed the Indigo Phoenix away from his body. Cult leader Lan, why don't we have a chat? The Indigo Phoenix's heart was beating fast and she was very nervous. When she heard what he said, she could not help but laugh. Mister, if I didn't know you, I would have thought you were an innocent little boy. But now you. The Indigo Phoenix lowered her head and looked at his crotch. She blushed and smiled. Don't you feel that it's against your conscience to say this? Song Qingshu was depressed. I'm just afraid that you will be put in a difficult position. The Indigo Phoenix glanced at Dongfang Muxue. Seeing that she was focused on meditating, she blushed and said, Don't worry, mister. Since my master asked me to serve you, I am willing to serve you. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. But I still feel that this is too disrespectful to you. The Indigo Phoenix's eyes lit up. Her smile was obviously more natural than before. From today onwards, you are my master too. You don't have to respect me. Song Qingshu was already in a mess because of Dongfang Muxue. When he heard what she said, he could no longer hold back the fire in his stomach. He extended his hand and pulled her into his embrace. He felt her voluptuous body. He resisted the urge and said, I'll give you one last chance. As long as you shake your head, I won't touch you. I'll help you talk to Shui Er. The Indigo Phoenix smiled and regained her usual charm. She hooked her arms around his neck and kissed him. Song Qingshu's head exploded. He could no longer hold back. He hugged her waist and pulled her into his embrace. It was as if he was going to break her waist. His other hand started to get naughty. Just as he was about to reach into her clothes, he suddenly stopped. Don't tell me there's a snake or a scorpion in your arms? Although Song Qingshu was not afraid of poison with his current cultivation, It was still disappointing to touch a poisonous snake when the atmosphere was intense. The indigo phoenix had never kissed a man before. Although it was wonderful when Dongfang Mushui kissed her, the feeling that Song Qingshu gave her was completely different. It was an aggressive and masculine feeling. Unknowingly, her eyes were covered with a layer of mist. The indigo phoenix smiled charmingly when she heard Song Qingshu's question. Why don't you guess? Song Qingshu was stunned. Eventually, the passion in his heart won. I don't care. He reached into her clothes. It was soft and smooth. His heart skipped a beat. The indigo phoenix exclaimed and moved closer to his ear. She said in an alluring voice, "You've drunk the 5 treasure nectar wine. I don't have those poisonous things on me now. Even if I do, you don't have to be afraid." Song Qingshu felt as if there was a lone wolf howling at the moon in his heart. He quickly pulled her belt off and took off her clothes. Just when he was about to get on top of her, he hesitated and asked, "Do you want me to take a shower?" He had just played with Dongfang Mushui. There were still many traces of her on his body. Because of Zhou Jiruo's cleanliness, he had always been mindful of such things. There's no need. Those are master's things. The indigo phoenix pressed her head against his chest. That was all she said, but it was enough for Song Qingshu to understand. Song Qingshu didn't say anything else and kissed her directly. The indigo phoenix was at the most mature age of a woman. Her body was flexible enough to withstand anything. Song Qingshu didn't have to worry about hurting Dongfang Mushui like before. He was only left with the most primitive impulse and reaction. The indigo phoenix used her voluptuous body to contain and neutralize the man's attacks. After some time, Song Qingshu turned around thoughtfully and stared at Xia Qingqing, who walked in. He said in surprise, "Qingqing, why are you here too?" Xia Qingqing's pale face blushed slightly as she took a glance at the situation in the room. She secretly spat, "You're indeed the witch of the Sun-Moon God sect. How shameless." The indigo phoenix blushed. She didn't know how to respond at this moment. Song Qingshu only thought that Xia Qingqing was jealous, so he smiled bitterly. Xia Qingqing didn't look at the two of them anymore. She walked straight to Dongfang Mushui. She bit her lips and stabbed her with the golden snake sword. Dongfang Mushui was at the critical moment of channeling. Moreover, she wasn't prepared at all. It was too late for her to react at such a close distance. Fortunately, Song Qingshu noticed her abnormality and shot a gust of wind at her. With a clang, Xia Qingqing couldn't hold the golden snake sword anymore and dropped it on the ground. "Qingqing, what are you doing?" Song Qingshu was shocked and angry at the same time. By this time, the charming and gentle atmosphere in the room had already disappeared completely. He hastily put on some clothes and ran over. At this moment, Dongfang Mushui also opened her eyes and looked at Xia Qingqing with a hint of murderous intent. Back then, she was the leader of the devil sect, and even the slightest mistake could lead to death, let alone an assassination attempt on her. "I know who you are." Xia Qingqing stared at Dongfang Mushui. She bit her lips so hard that they almost bled. What a good Lady Shui. The invincible Dongfang of the past has become Lady Shui. Haha, although she was laughing, the tears in her eyes showed that she was very emotional. Song Qingshu was stunned. He finally understood why she wanted to kill Dongfang Mushui. He instantly felt a headache coming on. He was so worried about Dongfang Mushui's injuries that he forgot about this. She might have figured out Dongfang Mushui's identity from the clues. That's right. I am invincible Dongfang. What are you going to do? Dongfang Mushui was expressionless. An embroidery needle had already appeared in her hand. It was obvious that she was ready. Song Qingshu hurriedly put his hand on her shoulder. Let's talk this out. There is no hatred that cannot be resolved in this world. What a joke. Although Xia Qingqing's martial arts were good, Dongfang Mushui had already recovered to her peak. Killing her in a second would be a piece of cake. Yes, we cannot live under the same sky. Thinking of Yuan Qingji, who died young, Xia Qingqing gritted her teeth. Then, she suddenly thought of something. She turned around and glared at Song Qingshu. Did you know all along? Why have you been lying to me? Song Qingshu laughed bitterly. He did not know how to explain. In his original plan, he had planned to lie to her for the rest of her life. Who would have thought that the truth could not be concealed? Xiaoqingqing, why are you so angry? You should be thanking me. Dongfang Muxue snorted coldly. Xiaoqingqing was so angry that she laughed. You killed Big Brother Yuan and you still want me to thank you? Song Qingshu broke out in cold sweat. Dongfang Muxue did not play by the rules at all. Of course. Dongfang Muxue straightened her clothes and stood up. If it wasn't for me, how could you and Song Qingshu be together? If I didn't kill Yuan Xingji, why would you come all the way to the Forbidden City to assassinate him? Why would you hide in Song Qingshu's room? Speaking of which, I should be the matchmaker between the two of you. Shouldn't you be thanking me? Nonsense. I've known Big Brother Song for a long time. Xiaoqingqing hurriedly explained. Oh, Dongfang Muxue smiled ambiguously. But if I didn't play the villain, as Madame Yuan, you wouldn't have the chance to be with Song Qingshu. You're twisting words and forcing logic. Xiaoqingqing's body trembled. She did not know how to refute her. Dongfang Muxue continued, if I remember correctly, when we heard that Song Qingshu was killed by Kongxi, we all ran to the palace to avenge him. Later, we learned that Song Qingshu was safe and sound. What did you say? That was because I was worried that Brother Song would be in danger because of my revenge. Now that I'm doing it myself, I don't need his help. I'm not breaking my promise. Xiaoqingqing picked up the golden snake sword and pointed it at Dongfang Muxue. Dongfang Muxue, die. Dongfang Muxue looked at her with a faint smile. You're no match for me without Song Qingshu's help. Xiaoqingqing's breathing quickened. She gritted her teeth and said, I'll just die. Miss Xia, there's something that I don't know if I should say. Indigo Phoenix walked over after tidying up her clothes. Just say it. Xiaoqingqing never had a good impression of the women from Five Poison sect, not to mention that she was Invincible East's subordinate. She had even shamelessly posed like that to seduce Song Qingshu, so it would be strange if she was polite. Indigo Phoenix did not mind. Her voice was still as charming as usual. Although you used to be Mrs. Yuan, you're Prince Song's woman now. Master is also Prince Song's woman. You're sisters, but you want to kill each other for another man. How embarrassing is that for Prince Song? Xiaoqingqing was startled when she heard this. Yes, she was already Song Qingshu's woman, but all these years, she had always been thinking about her ex-husband. Fortunately, he was magnanimous. If it was any other man, he would probably have exploded. Even so, he probably had a grudge in his heart. Brother Song, I didn't mean it that way. Xiaoqingqing tried to explain, but she did not know how to explain. Song Qingshu patted her shoulder and comforted her, even though it's a little unpleasant from an ordinary man's point of view, I admire you more. I admire your sincerity, and I admire your unwavering devotion to love. If you think about it from another perspective, if I die in the future, you'll take revenge for me like this. My dissatisfaction would have disappeared. Xiaoqingqing quickly pressed her hand on his lips. Brother Song, don't say such unlucky things. Dongfang Muxue sneered. The strong have good luck. With Brother Song's current cultivation, no one in the world can hurt him. He's not like that unlucky Yuan Xingji. What did you say? Xiaoqingqing's eyebrows immediately rose as she glared at her. This Jianghu has always been a place where the strong prey on the weak. How many people have died in Yuan Xingji's hands? He could kill others, but others couldn't kill him? If he dies on Mount Tai, he can only blame himself for being inferior. Dongfang Muxue said coldly. Song Qingshu immediately felt a headache coming on. The atmosphere had clearly turned for the better just now, but she had suddenly said all this. Wasn't she purposely provoking Xiaoqingqing and adding fuel to the fire? I'm going to kill you. Xiaoqingqing could no longer hold back. She swatted away Song Qingshu's hand and stabbed toward Dongfang Muxue. Dongfang Muxue dodged in a flash and appeared behind Xiaoqingqing, aiming for the back of her head. Xiaoqingqing's feet moved, and she dodged at a mysterious angle. Dongfang Mushue's attack missed and she couldn't help but exclaim softly, not bad, looks like little brat Song has been working hard on you. After saying that, she glanced at Song Qingshu with a faint smile. She naturally knew that Song Qingshu's delightful Zen technique could not only improve his own skills, but it was also very beneficial to women. Song Qingshu was having a headache. These two women were fighting like chickens and dogs, and he really didn't know how to resolve this enmity. Shut up. Xia Qingqing wished that there was a hole in the ground to hide in, and she waved her golden snake sword even more frantically. Dongfang Muxue leisurely dodged her attacks while looking for an opening. Although the technique of interchangeability is magical, even Feng Qingyang and Yuan Qingji couldn't avoid me when they used it. Do you think a girl like you can? Hearing her words, Xia Qingqing's heart skipped a beat, and her movements slowed down slightly. However, this opening was enough for Dongfang Muxue to take advantage of. In a flash, she was within 3 feet of Xia Qingqing, and her palm struck toward Xia Qingqing's chest. Xia Qingqing couldn't breathe even before the palm reached her. She knew that she couldn't close her eyes anymore, and she turned around to look at Song Qingshu one last time. However, Song Qingshu was no longer in the same spot. Xia Qingqing's heart was filled with regret. Could it be that she wouldn't even be able to see him one last time before she died? She closed her eyes in resignation, but after waiting for a long time, Dongfang Muxue's palm still didn't land on her. She couldn't help but open her eyes in confusion. She saw Song Qingshu standing in front of her, and Dongfang Muxue's palm was pressed against his chest. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Song Qingshu's mouth, and he smiled bitterly. "Dear, you're playing for real." Dongfang Muxue's palm contained a terrifying power. Fortunately, he was strong, or else Xia Qingqing would have died on the spot if it had landed on her. Seeing that Song Qingshu was injured, Xia Qingqing was both shocked and angry. Without thinking, she stabbed her sword toward Dongfang Muxue. Perhaps it was because Dongfang Muxue was shocked that she had injured Song Qingshu, or something else, but she stood there like a fool, not dodging the sword that was inches away from her. Just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce into Dongfang Muxue's chest, Song Qingshu reached out in a hurry and grabbed the golden snake sword, stopping it by a hair's breadth. No matter how strong Song Qingshu's martial arts were, he was still made of flesh and blood, and the golden snake sword was a famous divine weapon in the martial world. Soon, blood flowed down from his palm along the blade. "Big brother Song!" Xia Qingqing exclaimed, hurriedly throwing away the golden snake sword to check his wound. Seeing that his palm was dripping with blood, she sobbed, "I didn't mean to hurt you, I'm sorry." "It's okay, it's just a superficial wound." With a thought, Song Qingshu sealed a few acupoints near the wound with his true qi, and the bleeding stopped quickly. At the same time, he wondered if he had used up all his luck during the day on the battlefield. When they entered the bridal chamber at night, they didn't bleed, but he was the one who bled. "I'll go find some gauze to bandage your wound." Xia Qingqing hurriedly ran to a nearby cabinet and rummaged through it. Only then did Song Qingshu quietly ask Dongfang Muxue, "Are you crazy? If I didn't stop you just now, Xia Qingqing would have been killed by your palm." Who knew that Dongfang Muxue had no sense of guilt? "If I didn't use this trick, how could I resolve this hatred?" It turned out that she had predicted that Song Qingshu would definitely come to her rescue, so she purposely used 70 to 80% of her strength to injure him to divert Xia Qingqing's attention. Song Qingshu thought for a while and roughly understood her intention. "But why didn't you dodge after that?" "To test my worth in your heart." Dongfang Muxue smiled sweetly. "Otherwise, I won't be able to think straight if I only see you risking your life for her." Song Qingshu was speechless. "If I was just a little slower, would you have just watched as the golden snake sword pierced your chest?" Song Qingshu was depressed. He suddenly thought of how great it would be if all the women listened to him. However, he quickly dispelled this ridiculous thought. All the women had their own characteristics and charm because of their different personalities. If they all listened to him, how would they be different from the silicone dolls in his previous life? While he was lost in thought, Xia Qingqing ran over and carefully bandaged his wound. She cried as she did so. "Brother Song, I'm sorry. I didn't expect to hurt you. It's a heavenly novel." Song Qingshu quickly comforted her. At the same time, he was distressed. He could use his authority as a man to suppress the grudge between the two women, but it was better to let it go. If he did not get rid of the hidden danger, he could not guarantee that something irreversible would happen in the future. "You really didn't want to hurt him?" Dongfang Muxue suddenly asked. Song Qingshu's scalp went numb. Were they going to start again? Of course. Xia Qingqing glared at him. I'd rather die than let brother Song get hurt, don't say such inauspicious things. Song Qingshu quickly interrupted her. He was touched. It seemed that all the effort he had put in for Xia Qingqing all these years had not been in vain. She was a person who dared to love and hate, and was not a scheming person. Since she said that, it must be what she was thinking in her heart. It was definitely not just some pretty words. Then may I ask, does a broken heart count as an injury? Dongfang Muxue pressed. Xia Qingqing bit her lower lip. She could vaguely guess what the other party was going to say. However, she did not want to lie. Yes. Dongfang Muxue smiled. Then there are only two outcomes for you to take revenge. If you succeed, I die. If you fail, you die. But no matter which one of us dies, Song Qingshu will be heartbroken. He will never be able to face the person who survived. Is that what you want? Xia Qingqing fell silent. She had just found out about Dongfang Mushua's identity. Now that she had calmed down, she realized that it did not matter even if she had a grudge. Would she still be able to be with Song Qingshu? But you killed Brother Yuan. It's only right and proper for you to take revenge for your husband. Xia Qingqing's tone was not as firm as before. It was obvious that she was having an intense struggle in her heart. That's right and proper. Dongfang Muxue sneered, then I saved your life on the battlefield. How are you going to repay me for that? Xia Qingqing was suddenly at a loss for words. Her heart was in a fierce struggle. Looking at the current situation, it was obvious that she could not take revenge. It was not that there was no chance for her to play some tricks, but how could she face Big Brother Song after that? Moreover, Dongfang Muxue was right. She had saved my life. How can I repay her kindness with enmity? But if he didn't take revenge, how could Big Brother Yuan be at peace in the afterlife? I have already let down Big Brother Yuan by being together with Big Brother Song. If I still get along with my enemy as sisters, wouldn't I be an extremely shameless woman? Many thoughts surged into her mind, and Xia Qingqing's expression changed drastically. She seemed to have fallen into a trance. After a long time, she suddenly sighed. Forget it. After saying that, she swiped the sword across her neck. She couldn't take revenge, but she also couldn't not take revenge. After thinking about it, only death could give her peace of mind. What are you doing? Fortunately, the two men beside her were top martial artists. One of them knocked her golden snake sword out of her hand and the other held her in his arms. Big Brother Song, just let me die. I really can't live anymore. Xia Qingqing buried her head in Song Qingshu's chest and began to sob. Song Qingshu was silent. He did not understand why Xiaofeng chose to commit suicide in demigods and semidevils. Now that he saw Xia Qingqing, he understood. Right now, Xia Qingqing could neither advance nor retreat. Although he could force her to live, every day she lived was one more day of torment for her. Only death could release her from this. Just as Song Qingshu was feeling helpless, Dongfang Muxue suddenly said, Xia Qingqing, have you ever thought of another possibility? What if Yuan Qingji didn't die? What? These words were like a bolt from the blue, and even Song Qingshu looked at her in shock. Although the other party's tone was filled with uncertainty, with Dongfang Mushue's personality, she would never say something like this without any basis. Brother Yuan is not dead? Xia Qingqing was pleasantly surprised at first, but she quickly calmed down and murmured, that's impossible. I was the one who buried him. Big Brother Yuan's head was fatally injured. Unless an immortal descended, how could he be saved? Dongfang Muxue chuckled. I naturally have my reasons for saying that. Yuan Qingji might still be alive in this world. Tell me, what happened? Xia Qingqing's face was filled with excitement. Who knew that Dongfang Muxue would look at her injuries? How are your injuries? Dongfang Muxue asked. No. With Song Qingshu's current strength, he would be fine after a little adjustment. Just as he was about to answer honestly, he noticed Dongfang Muxue secretly winking at him. Although he was a little confused, he instinctively followed her meaning and said, the sword wound on my hand is nothing, but that palm of yours almost killed me. I'm afraid I won't be able to fight with others without a few months of rest. Xiaoqingqing wanted to know about Yuan Xingji, but she glared at Dongfang Muxue when she heard that he was injured so badly. How could you be so vicious? How could you hurt Brother Song so badly? She did not think that there was anything wrong. Although Song Qingshu's martial arts were powerful, Dongfang Bubi had left a huge shadow in her heart. In her heart, Dongfang Bubi was not much different from the demon god. Song Qingshu was only seriously injured after receiving Dongfang Bubi's attack. It was all thanks to his strong cultivation that he could withstand it. Dongfang Muxue sneered. What do you mean I hurt him badly? That palm attack was clearly used to deal with you. You wanted to kill me, but you still want me to show mercy? You're the real culprit. You. Xiao Qingqing was so angry that her entire body was trembling. Unfortunately, she knew that she could not beat her in a fight, nor could she win against her in a scolding. She could only endure it and turn to Song Qingshu. Who's big brother Song? If we find a few experts to help you heal, will it help you recover faster? Just as Song Qingshu was about to reply, Dongfang Muxue spoke first. How could he be healed so easily with the help of a few experts after receiving my full blow? However, but what? Xiao Qingqing hurriedly asked, seeing that the situation had taken a turn for the better. The corners of Dongfang Mushue's lips curled up slightly as she pointed at Song Qingshu. However, this fellow's joy Diana is the best medicine for internal injuries. As long as a woman is willing to sacrifice all her energy to help him heal, he should be able to recover very quickly. Xiao Qingqing frowned and asked suspiciously, I've been with him for so long. Why didn't I know that he could treat injuries like this? She naturally knew about the healing effects of the Joy Zen, but she had never heard of this method. Dongfang Muxue said without changing her expression, who asked your brother Song to be a man who has tender and protective feelings for women? This method is extremely harmful to a woman's body. He is not willing to use it on you, so of course you don't know about it. Then how did you know? Xiao Qingqing was also a smart woman and was not so easily fooled. Have you forgotten who I am? As the leader of the devil sect, I am naturally knowledgeable. Back then, I was the one who guided Song Qingshu to learn the Joy Zen and Tubo. Dongfang Muxue replied instantly. Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. This Dongfang Muxue was indeed an amazing person who ruled over 100,000 people. She really came up with one lie after another. Dongfang Muxue continued, Xiao Qingqing, it's time to prove that you love him. Help him treat his injuries. Xiao Qingqing blushed. She naturally knew what the Joy Zen meant. You are the one who hurt Brother Song. Why don't you go? Firstly, my cultivation base is much higher than yours. If I go, it would be a waste of my extraordinary abilities. Dongfang Muxue replied with conviction. Secondly, it's obvious that you want to kill me for revenge. If I don't have my inner force now, won't I be at your mercy? I'm not that stupid. Xiao Qingqing knew that if she promised not to seek revenge in the future, she would be able to turn the tables on her. However, she could not bring herself to say it. She could only snort and say, if I lose my inner energy, won't I never be able to seek revenge? Dongfang Muxue sneered, with your cultivation, you won't be able to seek revenge even if you don't have it. Xiao Qingqing's expression turned ugly. Although her words were harsh, she knew that they were the truth. Biting her lip, Xiao Qingqing exhaled. Alright, I will treat Brother Song. You guys can leave first. Dongfang Muxue waved at Indigo Phoenix. Although Indigo Phoenix was a little reluctant, she still nodded and left. Why aren't you leaving? Xiao Qingqing said angrily. After all, she still had the identity of Madame Yuan. When she was intimate with Song Qingshu, she would subconsciously avoid everyone else. The only exception was Ajiu. After going through so many things, the two of them were already like sisters. Did I say I wanted to leave? Dongfang Muxue chuckled. If you don't leave, how am I going to treat Brother Song? If not for the fact that she knew that she was no match for Dongfang Muxue, the embarrassed and angry Xiao Qingqing would have pounced on her and fought with her. Do as you please. I won't disturb you. Dongfang Muxue waved her hand and made a gesture of invitation. At the side, Song Qingshu was at a loss. He did not know what Dongfang Muxue was up to. He could only continue to wait for the situation to develop. Seeing that Xiaoqingqing was looking at her silently, Dongfang Muxue finally used her trump card. If you don't want to know Yuan Qingji's whereabouts, then just wait. Xiaoqingqing's eyelashes fluttered. She was clearly affected by Dongfang Muxue's words. How do I know that you're not lying to me? Looks like you won't be satisfied if I don't reveal something to you. Dongfang Muxue stood with her hands behind her back. She seemed to be reminiscing. Just like the 9 swords beyond the swords, the mixed elements technique is not a technique of Mount Hua. Its full name is actually the 9 transformations mixed elements technique. It is a mystical technique passed down from ancient times. It is said that after mastering it, one will be impervious to fire and water and invulnerable to weapons and stones. However, the people of the Mount Hua sect are short-sighted and have always been led astray. They are unable to unleash the true power of this mystical technique. Seeing that she had suddenly shut up, Xiaoqingqing asked, and then? Dongfang Muxue pointed at Song Qingshu with a faint smile. Let's treat your man first. First, I would like to thank all the readers for their monthly votes and donations on the official account. Then, by the way, previously, a reader kept urging me to resurrect Yuan Qingji. That way, it would be more exciting to be with Xiaoqingqing. Let us first despise this gentleman, Oxiando. In the past, I have always rejected him, although I have to admit that this is a little more. You. Xiaoqingqing glared at her angrily. However, Dongfang Muxue remained calm and did not want to say anything else. Heavenly novel 2-inch. If you lie to me, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Xiaoqingqing had no choice but to compromise. However, it did not matter much since she was saving Song Qingshu. Seeing Xiaoqingqing taking off her clothes in front of Dongfang Muxue, Song Qingshu's eyes widened. He quickly sent a telepathic message to her, "You can do that?" Dongfang Muxue also replied telepathically, "I have racked my brains for the sake of harmony in your harem. Don't tell me you can't afford it anymore at this point." She could not help but worry. After all, Song Qingshu had already fought 2 battles. The indigo phoenix was even more alluring. It would be a miracle if a normal man's legs were not jelly, let alone recovering. Are you kidding me? Song Qingshu glared at her as if he was greatly insulted. You were invincible back then. Your man is invincible in the bridal chamber. Find a time next time and don't ask the indigo phoenix for help. Let's see if you won't beg for mercy. Dongfang Mushua's heart skipped a beat. She could not help but spit. Xiaoqingqing had already curled up in his arms. She pressed her face against his chest and asked shyly, "Brother Song, how can I help you?" Song Qingshu was not a stubborn old scholar. He flipped over and pressed her down. You can help me like this. You have the scent of another woman on you. Xiaoqingqing frowned. Song Qingshu was a little embarrassed. Should I go and freshen up? Forget it. Xiaoqingqing sighed. She hooked her arms around his neck and pressed him down again. Dongfang Mushua's lips curled up as she looked at the red waves in front of her. She walked over quietly. Xiaoqingqing was in a daze. Suddenly, she felt an unusually smooth body pressing against her back. She could not help but shiver. What do you want? I'm here to help you. Dongfang Muxue gently bit her earlobe as her voice was filled with temptation. Go away, I don't need your help. At this moment, Xiaoqingqing was extremely embarrassed. She reached out to push her away, but the door was wide open and she was attacked by the other party. Don't touch there. With great difficulty, he finally managed to push her away. Xiaoqingqing's face and ears were red as she began to put on her clothes. As she did so, she gritted her teeth and said angrily, "If you want to have fun, do it yourself. Don't drag me into this." Dongfang Muxue, however, lay on the bed confidently and looked at her with a smile. If you don't come, you'll never know Yuan Qingji's whereabouts in this lifetime. You. Xiaoqingqing was angry and anxious. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? She wanted nothing more than to pounce on her and bite her. Unfortunately, she knew that with the martial arts of the two of them, she would only be sending herself into the tiger's den. While she was still in a daze, Dongfang Muxue pulled her back. Come here. Xiaoqingqing could not resist her strength and fell over. Song Qingshu hurriedly caught her to prevent her from getting hurt. At the same time, he frowned at Dongfang Muxue. Don't go too far. Your heart aches? Dongfang Muxue moved closer to her ear and said in an extremely seductive voice, haven't you always been curious about how with women? Today, I can let you have it easy. Let's find Indigo Phoenix next time. Song Qingshu was worried that Xia Qingqing would be embarrassed and said hesitantly. Idiot, do you think I want to be intimate with her? Isn't it to resolve the hatred between us? Dongfang Muxue said impatiently. I see. While Song Qingshu was still in a daze, Dongfang Muxue had already hugged Xia Qingqing from behind. Looking at the two beauties entangled in the blanket like two beautiful snakes, Song Qingshu could only feel his heart pounding and the blood in his body boiling. How could he care so much anymore? He hugged Xia Qingqing from the front and kissed her deeply. Xia Qingqing had never experienced such a situation before. One was gentle and delicate while the other was masculine and tough. Not long after, they were completely defeated and could only cry and complain. After an unknown amount of time, Xia Qingqing finally straightened her body with great difficulty. Her face was intoxicatingly flushed, and her long messy hair was scattered in front of her chest, covering her beautiful and alluring figure. Now you can tell me, right? At this moment, Dongfang Muxue was lying lazily in Song Qingshu's arms. She leaned close to his ear and grumbled, Fei Yan was right. You're a beast. Just now, you almost broke my waist. Why didn't you think about my injuries? Who told you to bully Qing Qing? I'm going to get justice for her. Song Qingshu's lips curled into a satisfied smile. When I can beat you, I will be the one on top. Dongfang Muxue said angrily. I'm afraid you won't have the chance in this lifetime. Song Qingshu looked at her with a smile. Dongfang Muxue rarely did not refute. Just when she was sulking, she heard what Xia Qingqing said and replied angrily, say what? Why are you so untrustworthy? Xia Qingqing was so emotional that she almost cried. Song Qingshu quickly got up to comfort her and said to Dongfang Muxue at the same time, all right, stop keeping me in suspense. I want to know too. Why did you help her and not me? Dongfang Muxue said unhappily. Who told you to be so skilled? If I help you, Qingqing will be bullied to death by you. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Dongfang Muxue, but in the end, Dongfang Muxue still told him the whole story. It turned out that she had long realized that she could not lie to Xia Qingqing about her identity as Dongfang Bubi for the rest of her life. As the saying goes, prepare for a rainy day. She had been thinking about how to deal with this matter for a long time. One day, she received information from her subordinates that there was a man in the Liao kingdom who looked and was very similar to Yuan Qingji in both appearance and martial arts. At first, she did not take it seriously. After all, she was confident in her skills and believed that no one could survive a fatal blow to the head. However, on her way to the south and passing by the Golden Snake camp, she took a look at Yuan Qingji's tomb on a whim and found that it was empty. That's impossible. I buried Big Brother Yuan with my own hands. Xia Qingqing exclaimed. Dongfang Muxue rolled her eyes at her. Why would I lie to you about something that can be easily verified? Why don't you go back and check it out yourself? Could it be that his enemy stole his body? Song Qingshu frowned. From his point of view, Yuan Qingji's resurrection would not benefit him at all. After all, he had inherited his name, territory, and even his wife. Of course, Song Qingshu's heart was not that dark. If Yuan Qingji was really alive, he would not be afraid of the competition. In a sense, the two of them were no longer on the same level. That's what I thought before. After all, resurrection was too common sense. Dongfang Muxue did not think in that direction. So, until the battle just now, she still had the idea of killing Xia Qingqing with a borrowed knife. But when Xia Qingqing was fighting with her and Song Qingshu was in a dilemma, a thought suddenly popped up in her mind. If only Yuan Qingji was still alive. As soon as this thought popped up, it got out of hand. Many details that she did not care about before started to connect. Many things in the world were like this. If there was an impossibility in the heart, there would be countless reasons to deny it. But once the heart believed that it was possible, no matter how difficult it was, it would be overcome to achieve it. Dongfang Muxue was like this. Once the premise was that Yuan Qingji was still alive, she found that many things could be explained. After half a day, this is just your guess? Xia Qingqing finally could not stand it anymore. She was led by the nose by Dongfang Muxue just to find out Yuan Qingji's whereabouts. This answer clearly did not satisfy her. Of course it's not just that, Dongfang Muxue explained unhurriedly. One of the main reasons why she asked Xia Qingqing to do this, and that was because she needed time to sort out her thoughts. Now that she had more or less deduced the whole thing, she said, actually, the reason why people don't believe that Yuan Qingji is still alive is because they believe that with my power, no one can survive if I hit the acupoint on the top of the head with all my strength. Song Qingxu nodded. Not to mention Yuan Qingji, even with my current power, if I don't circulate my inner force to protect my body, I'm afraid I'll be dead if you hit that spot. That's right, I thought so too at first. Dongfang Muxue continued, but on second thought, if Yuan Qingji was still alive, he must have had something that helped him escape. He was hit on the forehead, so naturally, he couldn't have armor or anything like that. No matter how I thought about it, it could only be because of the inner force he cultivated. How is the mixed Yuan technique so magical? As Yuan Qingji's wife, Xia Qingqing naturally knew a lot about this inner force. At this moment, she was extremely conflicted. On one hand, she hoped that Yuan Qingji was still alive, but on the other hand, common sense denied this possibility. Of course the mixed Yuan technique isn't that magical. What about the 9 transformation mixed Yuan technique? Dongfang Muxue smiled. The 9 transformation mixed Yuan technique? Song Qingxu frowned. Even he had never heard of this technique, let alone Xia Qingqing. Dongfang Muxue was not in a hurry to explain this technique. Instead, she said, the Mount Hua sect is a very magical sect. Although the current generation is a little weak, it has always produced many masters. The main reason is that the Mount Hua sect has a very rich collection of martial arts manuals. Other than the 9 techniques of Mount Hua that everyone knows, the Mount Hua sect actually has many other hidden divine techniques. For example, Feng Qingyang's 9 swords beyond the swords, and our Sunflower Treasured Book of Sunflower were both stolen from the Mount Hua sect. The Sunflower Treasured Book was taken from the Mount Hua sect? Xia Qingqing exclaimed. After all, the Sunflower Treasured Book was famous in the Jianghu. She never expected it to have such a connection. That's right. Song Qingxu nodded. He had read The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, so he naturally knew this secret of the Jianghu. Hearing Dongfang Muxue's explanation, it was not impossible that Yuan Qingji was still alive. Xia Qingqing was pleasantly surprised and asked, what is the 9 revolutions mixed energy skill? Even Song Qingxu pricked up his ears. Although he was known as the Jianghu know-it-all, that was mainly because he had read the original work. In terms of understanding the secrets of the Jianghu, he was definitely not as knowledgeable as Dongfang Muxue. Dongfang Muxue explained, the 9 revolutions mixed energy skill was written by Qin Tuan, an earth immortal. It's called the 9 revolutions because one has to go through 9 life and death cycles. After 9 rebirths, one can ascend and become an immortal. Really? Song Qingxu frowned. With his current cultivation, he could be said to be standing at the top of the Jianghu, but he still could not touch the threshold of the heavenly Tao. He really did not believe that immortals really existed in the world. The idea of becoming an immortal is indeed too vague. It's most likely just a rumor. Dongfang Muxue answered, but according to the records of the seniors of the Sun Moon sect, every time the 9 revolutions mixed energy skill is completed, one's power will multiply. This is true. What exactly does it take to complete the first transition? Song Qingxu couldn't help but be puzzled as he listened to her explanation. It said that the practitioner needs to go through life and death, and then come back from the dead to complete the first revolution. As for how to come back from the dead, there are many different opinions. Many of the seniors' notes have speculated about this. The most likely scenario is that the practitioner is not really dead, but in a feigned state of fetal breathing. That's why the 9 revolutions mixed energy skill is also known as the embryonic breathing technique. Dongfang Muxue's explanation impressed Song Qingxu. She was indeed the former leader of the devil sect. She was really knowledgeable. Embryonic breathing is a Taoist concept. Legend has it that when a top Khanate master is seriously injured, he will enter the embryonic breathing state to heal himself. During this period, his body will be impervious to fire and water. If Yuan Qingji really practiced the 9 revolutions mixed energy skill, it is indeed possible that he could enter the embryonic breathing state by chance. If that's the case, being buried in the ground will actually speed up the recovery, Song Qingshu said as he pondered. If it was any other part of his body that was injured, then it might really be as you guys guessed. But Big Brother Yuan was injured in his head. How could he recover from such an injury? Even though Xia Qingqing wanted to believe it, everything was beyond her understanding. Dongfang Muxue furrowed her brows. Clearly, she was also uncertain about this matter. The human brain is very mysterious. It is made up of many parts, and each part has its own function. Some control movements, some control speech, some control nerves. Some parts are very mysterious, and so far, I don't know what they do. Even if they are removed, it doesn't seem to affect a person's safety. Song Qingshu spoke frankly with assurance. In his previous life, he had a friend who was seriously injured in a car accident. During the surgery, about a spoonful of his brain was dug out from the back of his forehead. After he recovered, he was still alive and kicking. At least before Song Qingshu traveled to this world, his friend didn't show any side effects. Coincidentally, Yuan Qingji's forehead was also injured by Dongfang Mushue's embroidery needle. With the protection of the 9 revolutions immemorial technique, he might really be able to achieve nirvana rebirth. After he finished speaking, he found that the 2 women were staring at him with their mouths agape. I didn't expect you to know medicine as well. Where did you learn those nerves from? Dongfang Muxue exclaimed. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. I used to hang out with the poison hand king of medicine for a while. It was not good to talk about his hometown anymore. After all, Song Qingshu's hometown was at the foot of Mount Wudong. Dongfang Muxue was very knowledgeable and naturally could not deceive him. The poison hand king of medicine. Dongfang Muxue was immersed in her memories. I invited him several times back then, but he refused to join the Sun Moon sect. Now it seems that it was indeed a great pity. He joined the Sun Moon sect, so you won't see me alive now. Song Qingshu snorted, and at the same time, he had a strange expression on his face. Given your personality back then, it's really surprising that he could still live after rejecting you. Humph, don't think of me as the kind of devil who kills without blinking an eye, alright? Dongfang Muxue was also very depressed when she saw Song Qingshu and Xia Qingqing's expressions. The poison hand king of medicine has always been secretive, and he's the best in poison in the world. There's no need for me to provoke such an enemy. Xia Qingqing suddenly said, Big Brother Song, I want to go to Liao. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, but finally smiled and said, all right. Dongfang Muxue sneered. Xia Qingqing, do you want Yuan Qingji to be alive or dead? Of course he's alive. Xia Qingqing answered without hesitation. But have you ever thought that if Yuan Qingji really is alive, will you return to his embrace or be with little Song? Dongfang Muxue looked at her quietly. Song Qingshu said gloomily, can you not call me little? Which part of my body is small? Although he said that, he was still paying attention to Xia Qingqing's reaction. Dongfang Mushue's gaze fell on a certain part of him, and her face blushed for the first time. She snorted. Your body is not small, but you're still young. How old are you exactly? This was a question that Song Qingshu had always been curious about. He knew that Dongfang Muxue was definitely older than him, but he had no idea how much older. What? Are you afraid that I'm an old woman who wants to eat young grass? Dongfang Mushue's lips curled up slightly as she asked with a teasing expression. Song Qingshu said with an exaggerated expression, if all the old women in the world were as good-looking as you, then wouldn't all the old men in the world be overjoyed? Dongfang Muxue spat, tui, glib tongue. Xia Qingqing turned a deaf ear to their banter, and all she could think about was Dongfang Mushue's words. That's right, if Big Brother Yuan is still alive, how am I going to live in the future? She had always prided herself on being loyal to love, and in the end, she only agreed to be with Song Qingshu under the premise that Yuan Qingji was dead. But now that Yuan Qingji had been resurrected, she had become the kind of heartless and lowly person that she hated the most. Seeing her expression change, Song Qingshu was worried that there would be repercussions from her great joy and sorrow. He hurriedly patted her shoulder and comforted her. "Qingqing, I'll support you no matter what decision you make. Don't have any psychological burden." Xia Qingqing took a deep breath, and as if she had made a final decision, she opened her eyes. "I've decided to make a trip to Liao." Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't say anything else in the end. He smiled bitterly. "Alright, I'll get someone to send you there." Xia Qingqing glanced at his reaction and couldn't help but snort. "You're not even going to ask me to stay?" Song Qingshu's eyes lit up, and he instantly realized that there was a turning point in the situation. A smile gradually appeared on his face. "Then do you want me to ask you to stay? But Yuan is your husband." Song Qingshu complained in his mind, but he said, "Then why do you still want to go to Liao? After all, we used to be husband and wife. We have to put an end to it." Xia Qingqing sighed. Song Qingshu nodded. "Okay, I'll go with you." Xia Qingqing shook her head. "There are so many things to do here. How can you leave?" "Don't worry, I won't rekindle my relationship with Brother Yuan." Song Qingshu hugged her. "But I'm worried about Yuan. What if he uses force on you? You can't beat him." Xia Qingqing spat. "Pfft, Brother Yuan is a gentleman. Do you think he's like you?" Song Qingshu buried his head in her arms. "I don't care. I won't allow you to find him alone." Xia Qingqing blushed and pushed him away. "Then who was the one who agreed to let me go?" "I was just saying. If you really leave me, I'll do whatever it takes to keep you by my side," Song Qingshu said confidently with a shameless attitude. "What a scoundrel," Xia Qingqing said, but she was not really angry. Instead, she felt a little happy. Although Liao is not as vast as it used to be, its territory is still not small. "Where are you going to find him?" Dongfang Muxue suddenly said. Xia Qingqing was stunned. She knew that Xia Qingqing was telling the truth. The kingdom of Liao controlled almost 1,000 miles of territory. Even if Yuan Qingji was really in the kingdom of Liao, finding him would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. How about this? Now that the 3 border defenses are in full swing, the imperial court is short of manpower. Why don't Qingqing go back to the capital with me? Besides helping with government affairs, we can also use the imperial court's intelligence system to investigate Yuan Qingji's whereabouts, Dongfang Muxue said. Song Qingshu heard that she wanted to take the opportunity to ease the relationship between him and Xia Qingqing, so he naturally agreed. Okay. Xia Qingqing pondered for a while and knew that this was the best way. But I have to go back to the Golden Snake camp first and check whether Brother Yuan's tomb is really empty. No problem. It's on the way back anyway. I'll accompany you. Dongfang Muxue agreed immediately. Song Qingshu pulled her aside with a strange expression. Is Yuan Qingji's tomb really empty? Dongfang Muxue rolled her eyes in annoyance. So I've wasted my time talking? Song Qingshu laughed awkwardly and said, I'm worried that you're deliberately fooling Qingqing in order to calm her down. Xia Qingqing coughed. It's almost daybreak. I'll head back first. Song Qingshu asked curiously, just sleep here? What's the problem? Seeing his blank face, as if he really didn't know, Xia Qingqing stomped her feet angrily. After all, I'm now Mrs. Yuan in name. If I'm seen going out of your tent tomorrow morning, then tens of thousands of soldiers will know very quickly. Song Qingshu immediately smiled. And here I was wondering what it was. If it was in the past, I wouldn't have forced you. But now that I know Yuan Qingji might still be alive, I really can't let you go. Why? Xia Qingqing was stunned. Dongfang Muxue smiled and said, Isn't it because of the man's possessiveness? He just wants to declare your sovereignty to everyone. Now that his prestige is unprecedentedly high, and the old people of the Golden Snake camp all think that Yuan Qingji is dead, they won't oppose your relationship. When everyone in the Golden Snake camp gets used to your relationship, even if Yuan Qingji comes back, it won't be of any help. But this? Xia Qingqing blushed. This is so embarrassing for me. She had always prided herself on being loyal to love. When she thought of the strange looks others would give her after daybreak, she felt embarrassed. Song Qingshu is sometimes too soft and unwilling to be the bad guy. Since that's the case, let me say it. Dongfang Mushua's expression turned serious. If you don't settle your relationship as soon as possible, when the rest of the Golden Snake camp knows that Yuan Qingji is still alive, what will you two do? At that time, in everyone's eyes, you're Mrs. Yuan. Once your relationship is exposed, you'll definitely be despised by the world. If you don't embarrass yourself now, you'll both regret it when your reputation is ruined. These words caused Xia Qingqing's expression to change several times. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. Although I vaguely sensed some danger, I didn't see it as clearly as you did. You're indeed someone who used to be a leader. Dongfang Mushue snorted softly, but her brows were full of pride. At the same time, she gave Xia Qingqing a look. Song Qingshu was not stupid. He immediately grabbed Xia Qingqing's hand and said, "Qingqing, stay with me, okay?" Xia Qingqing lowered her head. After a long time, she let out a soft hum. Okay. Song Qingshu was overjoyed. He grabbed Dongfang Mushue with one hand and Xia Qingqing with the other and crawled back into bed. There were too many things happening that night. Soon, the three of them fell asleep. When the morning sun shone into the tent, the three of them were still sleeping soundly. After some time, a soldier's voice suddenly came from outside the tent. Reporting to the Golden Snake King, all the generals are waiting outside the tent. Ah? Xia Qingqing exclaimed and immediately sat up straight. She felt something strange in front of her chest. She looked down and couldn't help but get angry. Take your hands off me. Dongfang Mushue didn't even open her eyes. She just pinched her fingers and a satisfied smile appeared on her lips. It feels good. TSK, killing your husband and taking your wife. This feeling is really good. Xia Qingqing almost fainted from anger. She lifted the blanket and was about to fight with her. Song Qingshu hurriedly stopped the two girls. Everyone is outside. Stop it. Dongfang Mushue was beaming with joy. She obviously didn't care about the situation at all. Xia Qingqing, on the other hand, blushed and hurriedly put on her clothes. After a long time, the three of them finally walked out of the tent. When the people waiting outside saw Xia Qingqing following behind Song Qingshu with her head down and a red face, they were all stunned. However, they quickly revealed understanding smiles. After all, a beauty and a hero was a scene that everyone loved to see. Moreover, Song Qingshu had just made a godlike performance yesterday. His reputation was at its peak, so no one would object. As for the elders of the Golden Snake camp, they felt more complicated. On one hand, they thought of Yuan Qingji and sighed in their hearts. On the other hand, Xia Qingqing represented the interests of the elders. The closer she was to Song Qingshu, the higher the status of the elders would rise. Zhao Min, who was in the crowd, poked Zhou Zhirua secretly and said with a fake smile, "Weren't you treating that Miss Shui yesterday? Why is there another woman?" Zhou Zhirua, your man is surrounded by so many vixens. What will you do in the future? Zhou Zhirua was smart and naturally knew that the other party wanted to use her as a tool. She replied indifferently, "As long as the vixen Miss Zhao isn't around, I can handle the others." Zhao Min was almost choked by her words. She had no choice but to humph guiltily, "Bah. That stinky man. Only you guys would fight over him like he's a treasure. This Junju doesn't care." Zhou Zhirua smiled faintly, that better be the case. Among this group of women, Audiobook was probably the only one who sincerely wished Xia Qingqing well. Previously, she had always felt that she had been wronged for following Song Qingshu without an official title, but she knew Xia Qingqing's previous concerns. She didn't know why she had thought it through overnight. Following that, the higher-ups of the Golden Snake camp held an emergency meeting. They had defeated the main force of the Green camp yesterday and obtained a large amount of resources and manpower. This time, Li Keqiu had come out in full force. The Jianghuai area at the rear was extremely empty. It was the best time to take advantage of the victory and pursue the enemy. Song Qingshu assigned different tasks to each of the generals. He had them lead the army to attack various states and counties while he was responsible for attacking Yangzhou. After the meeting, the generals left to prepare, leaving only Song Qingshu and the women in the tent. Dongfang Muxue did not dare to go out for too long because the Qing court was in a tight situation. It was inconvenient for her to accompany Song Qingshu to the south. She set off to the north on the same day. Xia Qingqing was worried about Yuan Qingji's whereabouts, so she went north with her. Naturally, Indigo Phoenix was no exception. Hearing that Xia Qingqing was going with Dongfang Muxue, Audiobook was the most surprised. Qingqing, why are you going north? Song Qingshu explained on her behalf. Audiobook, I will tell you privately later. Audiobook nodded understandingly and did not continue to ask. Before Dongfang Muxue left, she came to Zhao Min and handed her a light brown pill. She said softly, I don't know the formula for the 3 corpses brain pill in your body, so naturally I can't cure it. However, if you haven't found the antidote before Duanyang, take this pill. It can delay the time for half a year. If you still can't find the antidote after half a year, then even the gods can't save you. She then left with Xia Qingqing and Indigo Phoenix. Zhao Min was stunned. She had never met her before, so how could she? Suddenly, Zhao Min lifted her head to look at Song Qingshu. Seeing that he was looking at her, she could not help but feel a surge of warmth in her heart. For the past few months, she had been smiling like a flower and did not look any different from before. However, only she knew how terrified she was in her heart. No matter how smart she was and how many masters she had under her command, she was still a girl after all. She shuddered at the thought of such a vicious worm hiding in her body. For the past few months, she had used almost all the strength she could muster. Time and time again, she thought that she could find the antidote. However, she was disappointed again and again. Gradually, she began to doubt whether she could find the antidote. Occasionally, in the dead of the night, she would think of Song Qingshu, that heartless man, who had been busy with his own affairs and did not come to help her. It was inevitable that she would feel resentful, but all of this would disappear at this time. So, he still remembered the poison in my body. Leading 100,000 cavalrymen and bringing beauties to Yangzhou. Song Qingshu beamed with joy. Good poem, good poem. Seeing his complacent expression, the women in the room all had strange expressions. Audiobook finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Song Qingshu's face was a bit embarrassed. Is there a problem? Audiobook pursed her lips and laughed. Although Song Qingshu is a genius, this poem is a bit ordinary. She was born in the royal family and was taught by the most knowledgeable Confucian and Hanlin since childhood. Naturally, she could distinguish between good and bad. Zhao Min also added with a smile, it's not just ordinary, it's also suspected of being boastful. Song Qingshu was angry. How am I boasting? At the same time, he sighed in his heart. Those transmigrators all relied on Tang and Song poems to show off, but he was the only one who was so sullen. Who asked the dynasty he transmigrated to have a problem? Those famous poems in history had long been published, and the most famous poet of the Qing dynasty, Nailan Xingde, was still here, so he couldn't copy even if he wanted to. With great difficulty, he finally wrote a few lines, but he was laughed at by a few of his confidants. It's good enough that you can gather 5,000 cavalrymen from top to bottom, let alone 100,000 cavalrymen. Zhao Min's eyes smiled like crescent moons. When will you come to our Ruyang palace as a guest? At that time, I'll let you see the power of 100,000 cavalrymen. You guys are clearly pedantic. Whether a poem is good or bad, the most important thing is the atmosphere and mood, okay? Forget it, you people won't understand even if I explain it to you. I'll go see how the preparations are going outside. Song Qingshu fled, but hearing the bell-like laughter of the women in the tent behind him, he couldn't help but snort gloomily. If I knew it would be like this, I would have changed it to riding beauties to Yangzhou, and then I would ride whoever laughed. Soon, Song Qingshu led the army and set off. Along the way, the Golden Snake camp followed Song Qingshu's instructions and insisted on the principle of attacking the city and attacking the heart. Because the main force of the Green camp was wiped out and Li Keqiu was captured, all the prefectures in Jianghuai were in a panic and many surrendered. Even if there was resistance, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot and was quickly crushed. About half a month later, Song Qingshu led the army to attack Yangzhou, which meant that the Golden Snake camp had occupied all of Li Keqiu's territory. Because of the turmoil in Jianghuai, the southern Song dynasty also quickly responded. The army also began to gather in Kaishiji, Nanjing, Zhenjiang, Changzhou, and Suzhou areas. The two sides confronted each other along the river, and the war was imminent. Song Qingshu gathered the senior generals of the Golden Snake camp to discuss how to deal with the upcoming situation. Most of them advocated to pursue the enemy while they were victorious. The unstoppable momentum of the past few days, in addition to Song Qingshu's display of martial prowess, caused their confidence to swell. Yangzhou was only 500 to 600 miles away from Linen. As long as they could attack Linen, the southern Song dynasty would naturally collapse. At that time, the Golden Snake camp could completely take advantage of the situation to establish a country, and they would be the ministers and founding fathers of the country, enjoying the glory for generations to come. However, there were still some old and prudent people who expressed their opposition, thinking that attacking the southern Song dynasty was too risky, but they were soon drowned out by the voices of the people who advocated war. The group of people quarreled incessantly, but Song Qingshu did not express his opinion. Instead, he turned to look at Zhao Min and asked, "Miss Zhao, what do you think?" The room quickly quieted down. During this period of time, they had already known Zhao Min's identity, and were not fooled by her delicate appearance. After all, she had played countless men in the palm of her hand, and even almost wiped out the entire Wulin world of the Central Plains. These deeds were too valiant. Zhao Min in the north, and Huang Rong in the south, had become the two most resourceful women in the world. There was even a busybody who imitated the crouching dragon and phoenix chicks of the Three Kingdoms period and made a similar saying, "Zhao Min in the north, and Huang Rong in the south, if you get one of them, you can stabilize the country. If you get both of them, you can conquer the world." Although it was a joke made by a busybody, it spread far and wide in Jianghu. After all, Guo Jing had married Huang Rong and turned from a silly boy into a hero of his generation. He also stopped the Mongolian cavalry from marching south in Xianxia and protected half of the southern Song dynasty. Needless to say, Zhao Min made a bloody storm in the Wulin world of the Central Plains, and made her father, Duke of Ruyang, stand out from countless Mongolian princes, and become one of the four most powerful Mongolian princes. However, everyone treated the matter of the two beauties as a joke. After all, either one of them was an extraordinary woman of the present age. To be able to obtain one of them would be a blessing to the ancestors of 18 generations. Moreover, Huang Rong was already married to someone else. With Guo Jing's upright character, how could he have any relations with Zhao Min? A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Seeing that Zhao Min wanted to say something, the others naturally quieted down. Zhao Min smiled faintly, and her voice was soft and crisp. "As the Mongolian commandery princess, I naturally hope that the Golden Snake Battalion can pursue the victory and directly attack Linen." Seeing that she agreed with their side, the pro-war faction immediately became excited and began to criticize those who advocated peace. Zhao Zhou raised her eyebrows and stood up to say something, but she was stopped by Song Qingshu next to her. "Listen to her." Song Qingshu looked calm, and it was hard to tell whether he was sad or happy. As if she had found a confidant, Zhao Min smiled sweetly and changed the topic in an instant, "But as a friend of Song Qingshu, I suggest that you make peace with the southern Song dynasty." "Why?" The pro-war faction suddenly burst into an uproar, and asked one after another. Zhao Min did not directly answer, but asked, "May I ask, how is the fighting power of the Golden Snake Battalion compared to the Mongolian cavalry?" The group looked at each other, and finally answered embarrassedly, "I'm afraid not." The Mongolian cavalry had swept the north, the Central Plains, and the western regions in these years. No matter how conceited they would not be so arrogant to that extent. "But we have the Golden Snake King." There was still someone who was not convinced and said weakly. "After all, Song Qingshu is made of flesh and blood." Zhao Min looked at Song Qingshu next to her. "Do you expect him to kill the general in every battle?" Seeing that the group did not speak, Zhao Min said, "The Song dynasty looks weak on the surface, but when it comes to a real fight, it will burst out with amazing power. Our Mongolian army is unstoppable in all directions, but only in the southern Song dynasty did we suffer the most. The Golden Snake Battalion has just won some victories, but you people are muddle-headed and actually want to attack Linen. You are really a fool's talk." The group was speechless after being reprimanded by her. Many people thought that if they had such a powerful mistress in the future, then their days would be difficult. Seeing that it was about time, Song Qingshu said, in addition to what the princess has just said, there are two important reasons. First, the Jianghuai region has just surrendered, and our foundation is not stable. We have not even had time to digest the results of the previous battles, so it is not wise to start another war. Second, the divine prefecture has fallen, and the foreign tribes are wantonly. The southern Song dynasty represents the orthodoxy of the Han people in the world. If we attack the southern Song dynasty, it will be easy for us to be despised by the Han people in the world. We cannot take this risk. But before that, Song Qingshu changed the topic and looked at the crowd with a sharp gaze. There is something that needs to be dealt with first. His gaze seemed to have substance, and the hearts of everyone present trembled one after another. Although Li Keqiu's attack was sudden, in terms of strength, she is almost on par with our Golden Snake camp. Why has Golden Snake camp been retreating since the start of the battle? Song Qingshu's voice gradually became stern as he spoke. The generals looked at each other with shame and lowered their heads in silence. No one dared to provoke him at this time. You don't think about how to retreat from the enemy and spend all your energy on doubting me and doubting me. If you drag me down at a critical moment in the future, then what use do I have for you? Song Qingshu said angrily. We heard that our lord was poisoned in Yangzhou, so we suspected that Xia Qingqing and the others had found someone to impersonate our lord. Someone explained in a low voice. Worried that they would impersonate me? Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows and interrupted directly, they are my women. From now on, if I am not present, they can represent me fully. The group of people below cursed in their hearts. Xia Qingqing was clearly Madame Yuan before, who knows when you two got together. But of course, they did not dare to say this out loud and could only nod in agreement. Song Qingshu looked back at Zhao Men and said, Miss Zhao, how should we deal with people who openly question the commander and refuse to carry out orders in Mongolia? Zhao Men was quick-witted and instantly understood his intention. She could not help but curse in her heart, this bastard wants to use me as the bad guy and buy people's hearts himself. But this kind of help was only a slight effort and she did not mind it. She took the opportunity and said coldly, this kind of person should be used as a sacrifice to establish our prestige. The group of people were so scared that their faces turned pale. They all knelt down and begged for mercy. In truth, they knew very well that their actions would be punished by military law in any well-disciplined army, let alone in Mongolia. However, most of them came from the underworld, and they never paid much attention to these rules. Song Qingshu was expressionless. His silence made those people more and more flustered. Then, he said lightly, seeing that you are loyal to your master, all those who participated in this attempt to force the abdication will be demoted by 3 ranks. If this kind of thing happens again, you will be directly punished by military law. Thank you, our lord. Zhao Men secretly sneered when she saw the group of people who looked as if they had been granted amnesty. Song Qingshu, this little fox, was indeed cunning. First, he threatened these people with beheading. Then, when these people heard that they would only be demoted by 3 ranks, not only would they not feel resentful, but they would also be deeply grateful. If he directly said a demotion of 3 ranks, this group would definitely explode. But although she saw through this, she did not want to point it out. She just looked at Song Qingshu not far away with a smile that was not a smile. Noticing the look in Zhao Men's eyes, Song Qingshu revealed a tacit smile, but in his heart he was thinking, this group of veterans of the Golden Snake camp are all Greenwood bandits. They don't have much ability, but they have a lot of bad habits. Moreover, each leader has his own team and his own calculations. This incident of forcing the emperor to abdicate is a warning. It is time to promote some trusted people to replace them. Of course, the whole thing cannot be rushed. Let the frog be boiled in warm water. After everyone retreated, Song Qingshu asked Ajio, Ajio, I have something I want to ask you. Last time I was chased in Yangzhou, the secret stronghold of the Golden Dragon Gang in Yangzhou was destroyed. 1. What is the whereabouts of gang leader Jiao? After all, Jiao Wan'er was Luo Liru's wife, so Song Qingshu could not be too intimate with her. Ajio did not want to go anywhere else, so he replied, when Li Keqiu's army attacked the base, Wan'er happened to be away, so she was lucky to escape. She wanted to stay in Yangzhou and wait for an opportunity to save you. Who knew her whereabouts would be exposed? She was seriously injured and had to escape Yangzhou. She is now recovering in Jining. That is good. If she had an accident because of me, then I would feel guilty for the rest of my life. Song Qingshu was very happy. That Jiao Wan'er is also your woman? Zhao Min suddenly asked. Song Qingshu's face became hot, and he quickly said, she has a husband. Don't talk nonsense and ruin her reputation. In front of Zhou Zhirua and Audiobook, Song Qingshu was too embarrassed to admit it. More importantly, keeping their relationship secret gave him a sense of excitement, and it did not hurt her reputation. Really? Zhao Min looked like she was smiling, but she was not smiling. She seemed to have guessed something. Feeling guilty, Song Qingshu hurriedly changed the topic. Although we're prepared to negotiate peace with the Southern Song, we can't reveal our trump card directly. Otherwise, the officials of the Southern Song court will take a mile after we give them an inch. Therefore, on my way south, I need you to continue to show an aggressive posture toward the Southern Song, so that they will take the initiative to propose peace negotiations. Looking at the women, Song Qingshu said, Audiobook, when the time comes, the Golden Snake Camp will be under your command. You need to keep pressuring the Southern Song, but you cannot go too far and start a war. You need to be careful. No problem. Audiobook had been in charge of the Golden Snake Camp for a long time. Plus, he was born in the royal family, so he had a good sense of politics. He was the best person to do this. Zhirua, make use of this opportunity. Don't go back to the White Lotus Society. You'll stay here and absorb Li Kishou's territory. Song Qingshu knew that Zhou Zhirua always had a sense of crisis. Instead of letting her return to the White Lotus Society and risk her life, he might as well give her some authority so that she would have more confidence. The world did not know about the relationship between Zhou Zhirua and Zhou Ziwang. When Zhou Zhirua sneaked into the White Lotus Society, she did not use her original name. At the same time, she went through a simple disguise. Therefore, no one would know that she was the sect master of the Ame sect, Zhou Zhirua. With this disguise, the White Lotus Society would not suspect her for the time being. When Zhou Zhirua heard that her husband wanted her to manage Jianghuai, Zhou Zhirua was pleasantly surprised. She glanced at Zhao Min and came up with a plan. Sure, but I don't have any experience in dealing with government affairs. Little sister Zhao happens to be an expert in this aspect. Why don't you let her stay and help me? Zhou Zhirua knew that Zhao Min knew too many of Song Qingshu's secrets. Song Qingshu did not dare to let Zhao Min leave before he took any measures. But if he let the vixen Zhao Min follow him all day, it was hard to guarantee that the two of them wouldn't hook up. The best way was to keep her under his watch. Before Song Qingshu could say anything, Zhao Min jumped up. Absolutely not. Zhou Zhirua blinked innocently. Does Miss Zhao hate me that much? You're not willing to help me at all? Pfft, don't pretend to be so pitiful in front of me. Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Zhao Min snorted coldly. If I fall into your hands, I'll lose a layer of skin even if I don't die. Zhou Zhirua put on a wronged look as if she was so sad that she was about to cry. So in Miss Zhao's heart, I'm so unbearable. Her attitude made Zhao Min feel disgusted. She shivered all over. Don't be disgusting. I've got goosebumps. The two women quarreled fiercely. Song Qingshu was also lost in thought. It was really inconvenient to take Zhao Min with him to the Southern Song. The longer she stayed with him, the more secrets she would know. It was a good idea to let her stay in Yangzhou. Besides, with Zhou Zhirua watching, he was not afraid that she would run away. Although Zhao Min was resourceful, Zhou Zhirua was also good at scheming. At the same time, she had the advantage of martial arts. Otherwise, the two women would not have been evenly matched for so many years. However, the only problem now was that if he handed over Zhao Min to Zhou Zhirua, she would definitely suffer a lot. Although Zhou Zhirua was his wife, he did not want Zhao Min to be wronged too much. Unfortunately, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't think of a good way to satisfy both sides. Looking at the two women who were still bickering, Song Qingshu's heart suddenly lit up. Why was he blindly worrying? With Zhao Min's intelligence, how could she not have a way to protect herself? What's more, Zhou Zhirua still needed her help to deal with government affairs, which was enough for the two women to argue. Well, let's do it. Miss Zhao, you stay and help Zhirua. When I come back from the southern Song, I will accompany you to find the antidote for the 3-corpse brain pill. Song Qingshu promised. Zhao Min frowned slightly. Obviously, she was hesitating whether to accept it or not. Song Qingshu continued, I know what you are worried about. Zhirua, during this time, you are not allowed to bully Miss Zhao. Zhou Zhirua smiled slightly, don't worry, I will treat Miss Zhao well. Her tone was strange. Not to mention Zhao Min, even Song Qingshu realized that her words were deliberately vague. He had to point to Audiobook beside him and said, Miss Zhao, when the time comes, you can find Audiobook if you need any help. Zhao Min's eyes lit up, and then she was relieved, well, I will reluctantly stay and help you clean up the mess here. Because the situation on both sides of the river was very tense, Song Qingshu was worried that a little carelessness would really lead to a fight, so he did not dare to delay. He arranged a little matters in Yangzhou and left that night. Song Qingshu was well aware that he could not take the initiative to propose peace negotiations. Otherwise, the southern Song dynasty would see through the real situation, and it would be extremely disadvantageous to the Golden Snake camp at the negotiating table. However, it was tricky for the southern Song dynasty to take the initiative to propose peace negotiations, so he needed a middleman to mediate. Considering the status, weight, and feasibility, the most suitable candidate was Han Xingzhou. However, Song Qingshu did not directly go to Linen to find Han Xingzhou. After all, he and Han Xingzhou had only met once in Yangzhou, and they were not deep friends. Although they had a good chat at that time, things had changed with the passage of time. He did not know what Han Xingzhou's attitude was now. Song Qingshu was not afraid of any danger. After all, with his current cultivation, even if Han Xingzhou turned hostile, he had no ability to keep him. What he was afraid of was alerting the enemy at such a delicate time. At that time, it would be impossible for him to find another middleman. Then I'll find another middleman to test Han Xingzhou. Song Qingshu quickly came up with an idea. He bypassed Linen and continued south to the Shaoning 6 families. Special thanks to King of Meat Pigeon, Maple Iron, YMO, Call Me Peasant, Sand Tells the Wind, Soul Returns to Dreams, Faded Cloud and Breeze Kong, and other book friends for their support. At the same time, thank all book friends for their monthly tickets and subscriptions. In addition, today's public account book friend A11 left a message saying that he read the pirated version, and then tipped 100 yuan at the end of the article. He also said that the money was not much. Traveling through the night, Song Qingshu finally arrived at Shaoning City on the morning of the 3rd day. He asked a passerby and found out that the 6 families were all famous families in Shaoning City, so he easily found the place. Tianxiang novel 2. He asked the servant to help pass the message while Song Qingshu stood at the door and waited. Originally, he was most worried that Lu Guining would not be here. Fortunately, from the reaction of the servant, Lu Guining had already returned to the mansion. Song Qingshu stood at the door and looked around. He couldn't help but sigh that the 6 families were indeed the most prosperous families in Shaoning City. Whether it was the location or the size of the 6 families, they were all first-class existences. Behind him came the squeaking sound of the door opening. Song Qingshu thought that it was Lu Guining coming out and subconsciously turned around. I didn't expect you to come out so fast. Seeing the person in front of him clearly, Song Qingshu was also startled. He saw a young girl in white standing in front of him. Her skin was slightly yellow, but she had an oval face and looked very beautiful and charming. The morning sun shone on her face through the leaves. Her cheeks were flushed and her thin red lips were slightly curled up. Even Song Qingshu, who was used to seeing beautiful women, secretly sighed in admiration. What a beautiful girl with bright eyes and white teeth. However, he quickly noticed her leg. From the way she walked, she seemed to have a slight limp. He couldn't help but feel pity. The young girl excitedly went out and didn't expect to see a man standing at the door. She was caught off guard and was startled. When she found that the other party was looking at her from head to toe, his extremely aggressive gaze made her feel as if she was naked. She was immediately displeased. When she saw the other party's gaze fall on her limp leg, she couldn't help but become angry. She had a limp leg because she tried to be brave when she went to pick flowers from a tree and broke her leg. Then, she encountered an enemy who came to find her, so the injury didn't heal properly and left a root cause. This matter had always been a taboo in her heart. She hated people showing pity in their eyes because of this matter. She didn't know how many conflicts she had with people in Xianxia City. Where did this scoundrel come from? Are you looking at me? The young girl put her hands on her waist and scolded fiercely. Song Qingshu frowned, thinking that this little girl had such a bad temper. Now, he naturally disdained to lower himself to the same level as the other party. He smiled faintly, turned his face away, and continued to wait for the 6 winners to come out. Are you deaf or mute? Seeing that he didn't answer, the girl became even angrier. Song Qingshu turned around and said, "Little girl, you're still young. You'd better watch your mouth. Otherwise, if you provoke someone you can't afford to provoke, you'll be the one to suffer." The condescending look in the other party's eyes made the young girl even angrier. Who do you think you are? Do I need you to lecture me? Lai Fu, how can we allow some Tom, Dick, and Harry to block the road in front of our number 6 house? Hurry up and blast them away. Soon, a few guards at the entrance were alerted. They ran out and surrounded Song Qingshu. 7th young miss, this person is here to look for the 3rd young master. The one called Lai Fu sized up Song Qingshu and whispered to the young girl. Looking for 3rd brother? The white-clothed young girl frowned and waved her hand. It must be some Jianghu ruffian coming to ask for money from 3rd brother. Blast him away. The guards looked at each other in dismay. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. The person in front of them was dignified and didn't look like those Jianghu ruffians from before. If he really was the 3rd young master's friend and they beat him up, then what would they do? On one side was the 3rd young master, and on the other side was the 7th young Mississippi. They couldn't afford to offend either side. It was really like when gods fought, mortals suffered. Song Qingshu said coldly, "The reason I looked at you like that just now was because I can cure your leg. But now, even if you kneel down and beg me, I won't cure it for you." Hearing him mention her lame leg again, the white-clothed young girl became even angrier. You don't know how many famous doctors have been helpless, but you're still boasting shamelessly at such a young age. Lai Fu, what are you standing there for? Beat him up for me. Yes, 7th young miss. Even if the 3rd young master blamed them, it was a matter for the future. The group of guards were still intimidated by the tyrannical power in front of them. They all rolled up their sleeves and raised their whistling sticks, ready to surround him. Song Qingshu stood there calmly. His eyes were half open and half closed, as if he didn't see the people surrounding him. Stop. At this time, a loud shout came from the manor. Everyone turned around and saw Lu Guining jogging out. Since the main character had come, the group of guards tactfully retreated. The rest of the matter would be up to the young master and young Mississippi young master. Are you all right? Lu Guining didn't even look at the others. He directly ran to Song Qingshu's side and asked anxiously. The white-clothed young girl revealed a strange expression. Although her 3rd brother wasn't favored by the old ancestor in the manor, he had always been proud and arrogant. In the past, he had dominated Lake Tai. She had never seen him show such a humble expression. Song Qingshu smiled calmly. Do you think they can hurt me? Lu Guining looked at the situation. Although he didn't see it for himself, he could roughly guess what was going on. After all, he had been troubled by this 7th young sister for many years. Wu Shuang, quickly come and apologize to Prince Song. Wu Shuang? Song Qingshu's eyes moved. So it was her. Although he had a vague guess, he didn't dare to confirm it. After all, the Lu family that Lu Wushuang belonged to in the Return of the Condor Heroes wasn't related to Lu Guining's family. He didn't expect them to belong to the Shining 6 families in this world. Hearing Lu Guining's words, Lu Wushuang had a look of disbelief. 3rd brother, you don't even ask me what happened. You want me to apologize to him? Lu Guining's face darkened. There's no need to ask. It's definitely your fault. You. Lu Wushuang felt wronged. 3rd brother, why are you helping an outsider to bully me? She had always been close to Lu Guining. When she was in Jianghu and was being chased by Li Macho, it was Lu Guining who brought people to save her. He had also taken good care of her all these years. However, she didn't expect her 3rd brother to seem like a completely different person today. Quickly apologize. Lu Guaniying's voice became more and more severe. Lu Wushuang felt tears welling up in her eyes. She had no choice but to walk in front of Song Qingshu. She bit her lips and said softly, "I'm sorry." Song Qingshu acted as if he didn't feel anything. He purposely moved his ear closer. "Speak louder. I can't hear you." Seeing him move his ear closer, Lu Wushuang almost fainted from anger. She stomped her feet and said with a sobbing tone, "Third brother, you bullied me. I'll go find my cousin to teach you a lesson." After saying that, she ignored Lu Guaniying's shouts and ran away, crying as she disappeared into the distance. "Young master, this is your first time coming here, and you've already encountered something like this. Young master, please excuse me." Lu Guaniying wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "It's fine." As Song Qingshu walked in, he asked casually, "Is the cousin that your younger sister mentioned surnamed Qing?" Lu Guaniying's expression changed. "Yes, her surname is Qing, and her name is Ying. She's the last disciple of the Eastern heretic, Huang Yaoshi. She just happened to come back to visit her family. Wu Shuang went out early this morning to pick her up." Song Qingshu seemed to have thought of something interesting. "Huang Yaoshi's last disciple? Speaking of which, you still have to call her martial aunt." Lu Guaniying's father, Lu Chengfeng, was also Huang Yaoshi's disciple. Therefore, Lu Guaniying was naturally one generation younger than Qingying. Lu Guaniying smiled bitterly. "This can't be helped. She's obviously much younger than me, but she's my elder. Fortunately, she's a good person. She doesn't use her seniority to pressure me. We've agreed in private that unless someone from the sect is present, we don't have to stand on ceremony. Speaking of which, she's not only my martial aunt, she's also my sister-in-law." Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. After a long time, he spat out 4 words, "The noble circle is really messy." Lu Guaniying was confused. He thought that he was asking for a reason and explained, "She's Yao Jia's younger cousin. In private, she has to call me brother-in-law." Song Qingshu finally realized that the 2 women's surname was Qing. It turned out that they had this relationship. The 2 of them quickly arrived at Lu Guaniying's courtyard. A graceful and beautiful young woman was leaning against the door. If it wasn't Qing Yaojia, who else could it be? She seemed to be waiting for someone. It wasn't until Song Qingshu appeared in her line of sight that she revealed a sweet smile. She trotted all the way over. Her pretty face was blushing and her eyes were filled with excitement. She sweetly called out, "Gongzi." Half of Song Qingshu's body went limp. He thought that Qing Yaojia's boundless bashful expression was really captivating. He wanted to embrace her soft waist, but this was, after all, the 6th mansion. It would not be good if the servants of the mansion saw this. Lu Guaniying obviously had the same thought as him. He couldn't help but cough and say, "Let's go inside and talk." Thinking of his wife's affectionate expression as she looked at other men, Lu Guaniying couldn't help but feel a bit sour in his heart. However, he remembered that all of this was his own choice. He hurriedly shook his head and dispelled these negative emotions. "When I found out that Gongzi had an accident in Yangzhou, my heart was broken. Fortunately, Gongzi is a good person." After entering the room, Qing Yaojia could no longer hold back her excitement. She looked like she was about to cry. Song Qingshu's heart warmed. He said, "I haven't thanked Brother Lu for helping me in Yangzhou." Lu Guaniying hurriedly said, "Gongzi is too polite. We are limited by our status and can only do that much. I hope Gongzi won't take offense." Song Qingshu smiled and said, "I don't even have the time to thank you. How can I take offense? Gongzi has done us a great favor. What we did is nothing." Lu Guaniying smiled bitterly. "That's right. Why did Gongzi come to Shanin at this time?" Only then did Song Qingshu explain his purpose of coming. Lu Guaniying's eyes brightened. "So that's how it is. Gongzi can rest assured. Han Daren is wholeheartedly thinking about the northern expedition against the Jin kingdom and restoring the country. If there is anyone in the imperial court who doesn't want to start a war with the Golden Snake camp, it is none other than Han Daren. However, this matter requires the clan leader's intervention. Qing Yaojia, stay here and chat with Gongzi for a while. I'll go and ask the clan leader." Finished speaking, he left in a hurry with an excited face. Only the two of them were left in the room. Xianxia suddenly felt her heart beat faster. Although she didn't look, she knew that Song Qingshu was sizing her up. His gaze was like a real substance. She didn't know why, but when he stared at her like this, her body somewhat melted. Miss Ching was startled and subconsciously tidied up her clothes. She cleared her throat and softly said, "Come in." The door was pushed open with a squeak. It turned out a maid had brought tea. With an outsider present, Miss Ching hurriedly sat up straight and resumed her usual dignified and gentle image of a young mistress. After the maid left, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't touch you just now. Why is Madam tidying up her clothes?" Miss Ching blushed and pouted coquettishly. "Gongzi is still as bad as before. You tease me as soon as we meet." Song Qingshu liked to see her pouting and shy appearance. "I'm a guest in your residence. Why isn't Madam going to serve tea?" Miss Chang's almond-shaped eyes widened. She looked at the teacup in his hand in confusion. "Didn't I serve you tea?" Song Qingshu poured away the teacup next to him. "The tea is good. It's a pity that the tackiness of the maid's hands has ruined its artistic conception. Then you can only be thirsty." Knowing that he was deliberately looking for trouble, Miss Ching tenderly snorted with a smile on her face. "I don't know if I have the good fortune to enjoy a cup of tea personally made by Madam." Song Qingshu looked at her with a smile. Miss Ching blushed and whispered, "Aren't you afraid that the tackiness will ruin the artistic conception?" Song Qingshu laughed. "The maid's hands are indeed tacky, but Madam's hands are full of spiritual energy." Miss Ching giggled and quickly covered her mouth. Gongzi's mouth really knows how to win a girl's favor. "If I can win Madam's favor, I hope you won't be stingy with a cup of green tea," Song Qingshu said unyieldingly. Miss Ching rolled her eyes and finally stood up with a red face. She walked over and said, "If Gongzi isn't afraid of the tackiness of my hands, then please drink it." She went to the door and called the maid to bring the tea set and tea leaves. After washing her hands, she warmed the cup and then quickly washed the tea with boiling water. She nodded 3 times, the whole process was neither too fast nor too slow. Her every movement was extremely elegant. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and her wrist seemed to have fused with the white teacup. It was hard to tell whether the porcelain cup was whiter or her wrist was whiter. Miss Ching was concentrating on making tea when she suddenly felt a burly and masculine body press against her from behind. His hands were wrapped around her lower abdomen. She couldn't help but tremble. The heat from the other party's hand passed through her thin dress and spread to her lower abdomen. That heat quickly spread throughout her entire body and blossomed in her body. She felt as if her bones were about to melt. "Don't, there's someone outside." Qing Yaojiao's voice trembled violently. The 6 families were famous wealthy families in Shanin. There were thousands of maids and servants in their mansions. Every madam and young miss was assigned a large number of servants to serve them. Now, there were still many maids standing outside waiting for orders. Madam's body is still so soft. Song Qingshu moved closer to her slender white neck and gently rubbed it with the tip of his nose. He smelled the orchid-like fragrance on her body and felt his whole body was extremely comfortable. With his breath, Qing Yaojia couldn't hold the tea set anymore. She bit her lips and said with a sobbing voice, "Gongzi, don't make trouble. If someone really saw us, how would Guining and I have the face to see others?" There had always been a lot of trouble in this big courtyard. As long as one person saw something, the whole mansion would know in less than half a day. Thinking of the consequences, she shuddered. "Madam, just make the tea. When you're done, I'll let go." Feeling the beautiful curve of her waist and buttocks, Song Qingshu suddenly didn't want to let go. Qing Yaojia had no choice but to continue making tea. Unfortunately, there was a man behind her causing trouble. How could she display her usual elegant and skilled tea skills? After a while, she finally poured a cup of tea. However, her wrist trembled so much that half of the good tea spilled onto the tray and wasted it. "Gongzi, please have some tea." Qing Yaojia turned around and held the teacup in front of Song Qingshu. Looking at the sweet-tempered young woman in front of him, whose face was so red that it looked like it was about to bleed, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "It's not like we haven't been intimate before. Why are you still so shy?" Qing Yaojia turned her face away and ignored him. She just handed the teacup over again and said, Gongzi, please have some tea. How can I enjoy foreign's good tea alone? Song Qingshu gently sucked and the tea in the cup turned into a stream of water and was sucked into his mouth. Then he reached out and hooked Xianxia's chin and kissed her moist lips heavily. Gulp, gulp. Xianxia was caught off guard and swallowed more than half of the tea. Only then did she react and push away the man on top of her. Xianxia wiped away the water on her lips. She was ashamed and angry. How can you be like this? But what made her feel strange was that she was only afraid of being seen. She didn't feel angry or disgusted. Song Qingshu reached out and pressed his hand on her lips, interrupting her to continue speaking. Shu, young master 6 is back. Xianxia's delicate body trembled and she anxiously said, then quickly let go of me. I'll come to your room tonight. Song Qingshu moved closer to her ear and said these words. His voice was very provocative. Then he let go of her and sat back in the chair. Although his relationship with Xianxia was personally acknowledged by Lu Guining, Xianxia was his wife in name. If they were to be intimate in front of him, it wouldn't look good on him. Hearing his words, Xianxia's heart swayed. She pursed her moist lips and softly snorted, if you have the ability, go talk to Guining. Then she hurriedly turned around and didn't dare to look at him again. At this time, Lu Guining had already rushed into the room. Noticing his ugly expression, Song Qingshu smiled and said, Brother Lu, what's wrong? Lu Guining's face was ashen. He heavily slammed the table and said, this is going too far. Xianxia was frightened and hugged each other. She couldn't help but feel incomparably embarrassed. Guining, Song Qingshu was much calmer because he knew that Lu Guining wasn't angry because of the two of them. Sure enough, the other party's next words confirmed his thoughts. The clan leader wasn't at home, so I decided to ask the old madam first. Who knew that she was busy greeting guests and didn't have any intention of seeing me? She left me waiting outside. I waited for an hour. I think she did it on purpose and came back on her own. Lu Guining's hands were trembling as he spoke. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. Before Song Qingshu came, he had already done his homework. The current clan leader of the Shanin 6 families was Lu Yu's father, Lu Zai. He was once the deputy transport commissioner of Jingxi Road and had already retired. Although the position of the deputy transport commissioner of Jingxi Road was not high, Lu Zai was from a prestigious family. He had a wide circle of friends and was very knowledgeable, so he had a lot of prestige. The old madam that Lu Guining was referring to was Lu Zai's wife, the Tang family. Her family background was equally illustrious. She was the granddaughter of Tang Jia, who was involved in politics during the early years of Xining. Xianxia asked curiously, who was the guest that the old madam is greeting? Lu Guining's face was gloomy. Isn't it your good cousin? Qingying? Xianxia cried out in surprise. Song Qingshu, who was standing to the side, had a faint smile on his face. It seems that the young master's position in these 6 prefectures isn't very high. Lu Guining's expression became even more unsightly. At this time a maid suddenly came to report, third young master, the old madam wants you to bring your friend to see her. Hearing Lu Guining's words, the maidservant was stunned. She glanced at Song Qingshu and couldn't help but curse in her heart, although this Prince Song looks good, what kind of ability does he have at such a young age? He actually wants madam to pay a visit to him? Our old madam was personally conferred the title of Lady of the Imperial title by the Emperor himself. Has third young master's brain gone bad from anger? Of course, she didn't dare to say this out loud, but her nonchalant expression was enough to explain everything. Seeing this, Lu Guining was enraged. He was about to scold the maidservant when Song Qingshu stopped him. Brother Lu, don't be angry. Since she is Brother Lu's elder, it is only right for me to pay a visit. Young lady, please lead the way. The young maid was dazzled by his bright smile and felt a little dizzy. She suddenly had a good impression of him and thought that the third young master was not as sensible as this guest. She smiled sweetly and said, young master, this way please. Lu Guining was embarrassed. I'm sorry, young master. After all, Song Qingshu was an overlord of a region. Even people like Han Xingzhou had to be polite to him, and the 6 family heads might not even have a seat in front of Han Xingzhou. It's fine. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and said thoughtfully, but Brother Lu doesn't seem to be doing too well in the 6 residences. From all the signs after entering the residence, Lu Guining was not doing well in the family. This is all my fault. Xianxia faintly sighed. What happened? Song Qingshu asked curiously. Xianxia sent the maidservant away and then answered, this old madam pays great attention to the passing of incense. She likes anyone who can give birth to a child in the entire mansion. She is very strict with the womenfolk who have never had a child. Even her daughter-in-law, who has been married for many years, was divorced by her son. That old woman is really unreasonable, Lu Guining said indignantly. Auntie and uncle were so close to each other, but she broke them apart. Moreover, Auntie is not only her daughter-in-law, but also her niece. She's also from the Tang family. How heartless. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He asked, is the uncle you mentioned an online game? Yes. Lu Guining nodded and said, uncle is as talented as anyone in history. At the same time, he is skilled in both the pen and the sword. Who knew that he couldn't even decide his own marriage? It's really. Sigh, although Lu Yu was his uncle in terms of seniority, the two of them were about the same age. Their personalities were similar, and their relationship had always been good. After receiving confirmation, Song Qingshu was also filled with emotion. The tragic love story between Yu Yu and Tang Wan had been passed down for thousands of years. He did not expect that he would be able to witness it when he transmigrated to this world. Because my stomach didn't respond, old madam ordered Guining to divorce and marry someone else. Guining refused to obey and even talked back to old madam. Because of this, old madam has always disliked Guining. She said that everything was my fault, Xianxia said as tears flowed down her face. How can you be blamed? Lu Guining hurriedly comforted his wife. At the same time, he smiled bitterly at Song Qingshu and said, Gongzi, now you understand why I asked you for help before. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face as he thought to himself, I can't wait for more of this kind of alluring help. However, he said, your old mistress seems to value Qingying a lot. Since young mistress and Qingying are cousins, why does she treat you two so differently? Gongzi, you don't know, Qing Yaojia explained softly, Qingying's aunt, Qing Miaojing, is the wife of Lu Wendi, the mayor of Xiangyang. Lu Wendi was born in the Lu family of Donglai. Old Madam's Tang family and the Lu family of Donglai have always been on good terms, so she treats Qingying like her own granddaughter. I am just Qingying's cousin. I have no relationship with the Lu family. Lu Guining, who was standing to the side, curled his lips and said, Humph, it sounds nice to say that it is a family friend. In fact, it is because the Lu family is now so powerful that she wants to get close to them. Lu Wendi was now an official in charge of Jinghu. The Lu family was in charge of nearly 1/3 of the national defense forces of the southern Song dynasty. Not to mention old Madame Tang, even Ling Tusi wanted to marry his daughter into the Lu family. Huang Rong also wanted to marry Guofu to the young master of the Lu family. Qing Yaojia hurriedly pulled her husband's sleeve and said, Guining, be careful with what you say. Lu Guining sneered and said, Prince Song is not an outsider. There is nothing to hide. In fact, in addition to the power of the Lu family, old Madam also took a fancy to Qingying's identity as the last disciple of Peach Blossom Island. In recent years, many people in the court have been cultivating to become immortals. They are proud to get Huang Yasher's pills. However, Grand Master is neither good nor evil. He is moody and his whereabouts are erratic. Therefore, many people have turned their attention to his last disciple. Qingying has always been good-tempered. Naturally, she is much easier to talk to than Grand Master. After all, old Madam is old and afraid of death. She just wants to get some elixirs from Peach Blossom Island to prolong her life. Song Qingshu sensed that he had no respect for old Madame Tang in his tone. Obviously, he had suffered a lot from her in the family over the years. He smiled and said, Aren't you also a disciple of Peach Blossom Island? Lu Guining smiled bitterly and said, Because of the twin killers of the Dark Winds, my father and several martial uncles were kicked out of the sect by Grand Master. Unfortunately, they all died tragically in Jianghu. My father was lucky enough to return to the sect. But my father is old and his legs are broken. He has a lot of things to do. How can he return to Peach Blossom Island? He can only get the title of a disciple of Peach Blossom Island. My father is like this. I am just a disciple who has not learned a single move of Peach Blossom Island. How can I be compared to Qingying, who is a true disciple? Hearing the bitterness in his tone, Song Qingshu comforted him and said, Brother Lu, don't worry. It won't be long before I can make you proud. Not to mention the small Lu family, few people in the entire southern Song dynasty will dare to look down on you. Lu Guaniying's eyes lit up. He cupped his hands and said, Young master is a dragon among men. It is my great fortune to know you. Song Qingshu secretly thought that Lu Guaniying's kidney meridian had been damaged by a freak combination of factors and he could no longer be a man. Therefore, he turned his mind to his career. Otherwise, with his relationship with Qing Yaojia, no matter how magnanimous he would not feel lucky. As the three chatted, they arrived at old Madame Tang's courtyard. After being informed by the maid, she did not leave them outside and let them in directly. After entering the door, Song Qingshu habitually glanced at the situation in the room. He saw a gray-haired old lady sitting on a chair in the middle, surrounded by two young girls who were chatting happily. One of the two girls was dressed in white and the other in green. They were both slender and graceful, with slender waists. They were very charming. Old Madame Tang's clothes were meticulously ironed and neatly ironed. She even had makeup on her face. Her red lips and wrinkled face made her look like a monster. Song Qingshu curled his lips and looked away without hesitation. He thought to himself that the old madam of the Jia residence was much kinder at the same age. Old Madame Tang, on the other hand, seemed to be the type of person who was very strong and difficult to get along with. He had seen one of the two young girls around her not long ago. The girl in white was Lu Wushuang. She seemed to not see the people coming in and only whispered in the old lady's ear. She did not even look at him. It was good that she did not look at him, so as to avoid trouble. Song Qingshu did not mind and quickly moved his eyes to the girl in green next to her. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. He saw that the girl's face was crystal clear, her skin was as white as snow, and there was a small dimple on her oval face. She was a little shy. Although she was not as elegant as Xiaolong Nu and Zishan Dragon King, she was still a very beautiful girl. As if sensing that someone was looking at her, the girl in green looked in Song Qingshu's direction and nodded slightly to him. Her eyes were as clear and gentle as clear water. Young master has already seen seventh sister. The other girl is Qingying. Lu Guaniying whispered to Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu nodded secretly. Sure enough, it was as quiet and reserved as the original. Qingying's temperament was really unforgettable. Bang, at this moment, he heard a muffled sound. It turned out to be old Madame Tang slamming her walking stick on the ground. Guaniying, why is your friend so unruly? Does he not know how to kneel and greet his elders? Lu Guaniying was shocked and hurriedly said, Old Madam, Prince Song. Before he could finish, old Madame Tang slammed her walking stick on the ground again and directly cut him off. Doesn't he have a mouth? Does he need you to speak for him? Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily. This old madam was used to being a local tyrant in Shanin City. Did she think that everyone had to be subservient to her? His heart skipped a beat and he looked to the side. He saw Lu Wushuang with her chin raised, a gloating expression on her face. Qingying, who was beside her, had an awkward expression. Her eyes seemed to be able to speak as she looked at him apologetically. At a glance, Song Qingshu could roughly guess what was going on. Obviously, Lu Wushuang was inverting right and wrong in front of old Madame Tang. Then, because of the relationship between Lu Wushuang and Qingying, old Madame Tang wanted to take this opportunity to give Qingying face. Unexpectedly, Qingying had no such thoughts. However, she had always been a gentle person. Since old Madame Tang had spoken, as a junior, she couldn't say anything. She could only apologetically look at the young man not far away, hoping that he would be wronged for the time being and deal with old Madame Tang first. Then, she would mediate. Old Madame Tang saw that Song Qingshu was looking around as if he hadn't heard her words. How could she, who had long been the most arrogant person in the family, stand this kind of contempt? She couldn't help but fly into a rage. Didn't you hear what I said? Kneel down and kowtow to greet me. Maybe if I am happy, I won't care about your previous rudeness. Old madam. Xianxia couldn't help but speak up. Shut up. When did you have the right to speak here? You're just a chicken that can't lay eggs. Old Madam Tang sneered. This time even Qingying frowned. Xianxia's face was even paler. Her body swayed as if she would fall at any time. Lu Guaniying hurriedly supported his wife. His face was full of resentment, but he couldn't do anything due to his status in the family. Song Qingshu was finally angry. He directly moved a chair to the side and sat down. He didn't even look at old Madam Tang across from him. He just coldly said, "You want me to kowtow to greet you? You are not qualified. You should thank the heavens that I didn't make you kneel to greet me." Today, the WeChat account was updated with pictures of Duan Jingchuan's lovers. Speaking of which, Monk likes each of these pictures more than the other. I don't know which one you like the most, however, seeing that the comments were all a group of gentlemen who often asked for this and that, Monk felt a bit pressured. In addition, recently, the WeChat account had gradually improved the character pictures. Sending a name would automatically reply with a picture of the corresponding female character. Here, I have to apologize to many of the previous readers. In the past, there were such automatic replies, but only a few people had pictures. Now, at least 2/3 of the pictures had been completed. The remaining few characters, Monk, would be gradually added. What? Except for Lu Guaniying and Xianxia, everyone in the room was stunned. Old Madam Tang's words carried weight in the Lu mansion. When had she ever been contradicted like this? Old Madam Tang's first reaction was not to be angry, but to think that she had misheard. It was not until she saw other people's reactions that she realized what she had heard. She could not help but fly into a rage out of shame. Suddenly, she noticed Lu Guaniying's expression and felt that he was gloating. She was so angry that she directly threw the teacup on his head. Lu Guaniying, what kind of scoundrel friends do you have? How can you bring such a person into your home? Do you want to be kicked out of your home? Lu Guaniying's expression changed in an instant. It must be known that being expelled from the ancestral shrine was the most serious punishment in this world. From then on, there would be no ancestors to worship and they would not be able to return to their roots after death. However, the humiliation of having hot tea poured on his head made his veins bulge. If it were not for his wife holding him tightly, he might have directly turned hostile. Song Qingshu's expression turned even colder when he saw Lu Guaniying's predicament. At this moment, Qingying hurriedly stood in between the two sides and quickly said, "Old Madam, third brother's friends are all people of the pugilistic world. People of the pugilistic world are used to being free and unrestrained, unlike the Lu family who are so particular about etiquette. Especially some people with great ability, they regard red tape as nothing, so their words were a bit offensive. I hope old madam can forgive them." Xianxia could not help but look at her gratefully. She knew that her cousin had come out to plead for the two of them because of her. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh at Qingying's unique temperament. She could make people feel like they were bathing in a spring breeze at any time. The tense atmosphere in the room, which was originally filled with gunpowder and swords drawn, was mostly resolved with just a few words from her. Old Madam Tang's expression eased a little. She snorted, "What great ability can a person like him have?" Worried that the two would quarrel again, Qingying hurriedly said, "You can't judge a book by its cover. This young master may be able to cure Sister Wu Shuang's leg injury." At the same time, she gave Song Qingshu an apologetic look, indicating that he should suffer a little and let old madam's anger dissipate first. Song Qingshu frowned, not because he was afraid of the old woman, but because Qingying's eyes seemed to be able to speak, making it hard for him to harden his heart and refuse. Who would have thought that old Madam Tang would be the first to open her mouth and ridicule? Even a godlike figure like Huang Yaoshi could do nothing about Wu Shuang's leg injury. Him? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? His tone was full of contempt. Song Qingshu didn't get angry. He just said lightly, "I can cure her, but I won't cure her." Qingying's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked, "May I ask what young lord has in mind?" When she lived in Lu Wushuang's house, Lu Wushuang's parents treated her like their own daughter. Even when Li Macho came to seek revenge, they gave her half of their only life-saving handkerchief. She would remember this kindness for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, both husband and wife had passed away, leaving Lu Wushuang alone in this world. Naturally, she loved her cousin dearly. Lu Wushuang was such a beautiful girl, but her only regret was that her leg was a little lame because of the injury she suffered when she was young. Therefore, Qingying had been trying to cure her leg all these years, but unfortunately, she had never succeeded. Since it was related to her cousin's injury, she no longer cared about old Madame Tang's face. She eagerly looked at Song Qingshu. Although the endless tenderness in Qingying's eyes seemed to be able to melt even the most stone-hearted man, Song Qingshu had been through a lot, so how could he be affected by her? He still replied unmoved, "No treatment." Lu Wushuang originally didn't like him because of the previous matter, so she hurriedly pulled Qingying back. "He is just bluffing. My leg injury has been so many years, how can he cure it? Cousin, you took it seriously. Even if he really wants to tell you now, he can't." This? Qingying was also a little hesitant. After all, her master, Huang Yaoshi, was one of the 5 masters and an expert in the art of Qi Huang, but even he couldn't cure her cousin's leg injury. Although this person was handsome and didn't look like a swindler, he was still a little too young. Lu Guanyin finally found an opportunity to interrupt. "As long as young master says he can cure it, then he can definitely cure it." His tone was full of confidence. Lu Wushuang knew that her third brother would not speak without thinking. She was suddenly surprised and doubtful. Could it be that this person really has such great ability? Qingying frowned and asked uncertainly, "But at that time, master also couldn't do anything." Lu Guanyin replied, "Great master couldn't, but that doesn't mean that Prince Song can't." The people of Peach Blossom Island had always regarded Huang Yaoshi as a celestial being, but Lu Guanyin had seen Song Qingshu's skills and combined it with various Jianghu information. He speculated that Song Qingshu's martial arts were probably above Huang Yaoshi's. Qingying didn't expect to receive such information. She turned her head and quietly looked at the man in front of her, wondering who he was. Why did Lu Guanyin trust him so much? In fact, there's no harm in telling you a little. Even if you know the method, you won't be able to learn it. Song Qingshu suddenly said, "If you want to cure her lame leg, you need to use a special method to break her wound and reconnect it. Then you need to use the solitary yang finger to open up her blocked and withered meridians. Finally, you need to apply the black jade intermittent ointment to the wound and fix it. After half a month, she will naturally be back to normal." Qingying's beautiful eyes lit up. As Huang Yaoshi's last disciple, she was naturally knowledgeable. Huang Yaoshi had thought of this method before, but he didn't know the solitary yang finger. Besides, using the solitary yang finger to open up the blocked meridians required a lot of internal energy. If the practitioner was lucky, they would not be able to fight for 6 months. Huang Yaoshi had always been a proud and arrogant person and didn't want to owe Reverend Eating such a big favor, so he gave up on the idea. Instead, he concentrated on researching and improving the whirlwind sweeping leaf kick to see if it could help Lu Wushuang recover. In the past, Huang Yaoshi broke the legs of his fellow disciples because Mei Chaofeng had betrayed his sect. Feeling guilty, he created a special technique called the whirlwind sweeping leaf kick. If a crippled person meditated and practiced according to this technique every day, they would be able to walk again in 5 or 6 years. But although the whirlwind sweeping leaf kick was magical, it could only help a crippled person walk again. It was still not enough to make them look like a normal person. As for the black jade healing ointment, it was a legendary medicine in the western regions. Qingying had only heard Huang Yaoshi mention it once. Now that she heard Song Qingshu describe it in such a professional way, she believed him. Qingying hastily said, "What would it take for you to help me? As long as I can do it, I won't hesitate to do it." Song Qingshu calmly replied, "You can't do what I want." Qingying smiled, "If you don't tell me, how do you know I can't do it?" She was Huang Yaoshi's last disciple and had been the guest of honor of the Southern Song dynasty for many years, so she had a bit of pride in her heart. "Do you really want me to tell you?" Song Qingshu's expression suddenly became very strange. "Young master, please tell me." Noticing his faint smile, Qingying was secretly alarmed. She thought, is he going to make some unreasonable request? Hearing his words, the Tang family couldn't help but be furious. Qingying also looked unhappy, thinking that this person really didn't know what was good for him. Lu Guanyin and his wife looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh at Song Qingshu's valiance. At the same time, they were secretly delighted. He and his wife had suffered a lot from this old woman over the years. Now that Song Qingshu was arguing with her, he could help them vent their anger. Lu Wushuang had been holding back for a long time. At this time, she could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. She stepped forward and shouted, "Do you know who the old madam is?" Song Qingshu was not moved at all. He just replied lightly, "Oh? I'm all ears." Lu Wushuang held her breath. For a moment, she really couldn't think of a way to flatter the old madam. She could only say hurriedly, "The old madam is a madam of the imperial title bestowed by the current emperor. She is also from the Jiangling Tang family." "Do you know the Jiangling Tang family?" The old madam's grandfather was involved in the political affairs during the Xining era. He was known for his honesty and uprightness. Qingying smiled bitterly in her heart. She thought that her cousin was too simple and straightforward. How could she flatter someone like this? However, she had misunderstood Lu Wushuang. Because the old madam always talked about these deeds, Lu Wushuang subconsciously used them in a hurry. Song Qingshu didn't show regret or fear like Lu Wushuang expected. Instead, he glanced at her and said lightly, "I'll add 30 more kowtows." Lu Wushuang was in disbelief at first, then she shouted angrily, "Who do you think you are?" The old madam finally couldn't hold back anymore. She slammed her walking stick heavily on the ground. "Wushuang, don't talk nonsense with this kind of person. Someone, drag this person away from me and give him 80 floggings. Qingying hurriedly said, "Old madam, I'm afraid even a strong man will die after 80 floggings. I'm afraid his thin body won't be able to withstand it." As Huang Yaosher's last disciple, her martial arts skill was considered very good among her peers. A moment ago she quietly observed this somewhat arrogant young master, but she could not detect any internal energy fluctuation from his body. Who would have thought that at such a young age he had already reached the realm of returning to one's true essence? She thought he did not know any martial art at all. Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise, thinking that she was kind-hearted. Old Madame Tang frowned when she heard Qingying's advice. She was displeased, but when she thought of the other party's identity, she snorted and said, "I'll give Miss Qing some face and change the punishment to 60 strokes." Qingying smiled bitterly, thinking that if he were to be flogged 60 times, he would most likely be crippled. But in the end, she couldn't persuade him any further. She could only think of teaching this arrogant young man a lesson. If worst comes to worst, she could take out some of the Peach Blossom Island's elixirs and save his life. When they heard old Madame Tang shout, a dozen burly guards rushed in and aggressively surrounded Song Qingshu. However, Song Qingshu acted as if he did not see it. Not only did he not avoid it, but he also picked up a cup of tea on the table and drank it leisurely. "Stop." Lu Guining hurriedly rushed out to stop those people. What kind of joke was this? He was well aware of Song Qingshu's martial arts. If he were to make a move, these people would have no way out. Old Madame Tang, however, thought that he was protecting the other party. She was so angry that she smashed the teacup on the floor. "Lu Guining, you traitor! Get lost." Lu Guining suppressed his anger and explained, reporting to old Madame, "This young master he is." Suddenly, he did not know how to explain. At this point, even if he revealed Song Qingshu's identity, with her temper, there was no way she would let it go so easily. Just as he was in a dilemma, a surprised voice suddenly came from the door. "What are you all doing?" Song Qingshu was still leisurely drinking his tea, not even his eyes moved. The rest of the people in the room turned to look and saw an old man and a middle-aged man standing at the door. It was Lu Zai, the clan leader, and Lu Yu, who was then the Privy Council secretary. Old Madame Tang seemed to have seen her savior. She immediately burst into tears. "Master, you have to help me." Lu Zai was shocked. What happened? Lu Yu was also bewildered. He couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. "Prince Song, it's you?" Everyone was taken aback by this turn of events. Even old Madame Tang stopped crying and looked at them in confusion. "Wu Guan, who is this person?" Lu Zai couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw his usually calm son like this. Lu Yu said with a smile, "Father, weren't we talking about his deeds on the way here?" "Talking about his deeds, and his surname is Song." Lu Zai's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be the Golden Snake King Song Qingshu, Prince Song? Only then did Song Qingshu stand up and bow. Greetings, Uncle Lu. Greetings, Brother Lu. He had always admired Lu Yu very much. Moreover, when he was poisoned in Yangzhou City, Lu Yu had saved him, so he was naturally polite to him. The reason why he had confronted old Madame Tang before was because he had read about the sad love between Lu Yu and Tang Wan in his previous life. It was caused by this old woman's outstanding obstructions. It just so happened that she was deliberately making things difficult for him this time, so he naturally wouldn't be polite to her. Secondly, this trip to the south this time was to make an appointment with the Southern Song dynasty. If his attitude was too humble, it would be easy for others to guess his real trump card. If that happened, the Southern Song dynasty would know that he wanted to negotiate peace, and then the following negotiations would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he used the matter of old Madame Tang to send a strong signal to the outside world, just in time to confuse the relevant people's judgment. Previously, I heard from Wu Guan that the Golden Snake King who took the general's head in the midst of thousands of soldiers was an elegant young master. This old man didn't quite believe it, but now that I've seen him, he's indeed a talented man. He's even a few years younger than Wu Guan's description. Lu Zai laughed. Lu Yu also smiled. Prince Song has always been a godlike figure. Those people in the Privy Council said that the battle report from Jianghuai was exaggerated, but I personally seen Prince Song in action. I absolutely believe that he can capture Li Keqiu in the midst of thousands of soldiers by himself. Song Qingshu lightly smiled. The two of you are too polite. Previously, Brother Lu saved us in Yangzhou, so it's not too rude for us to pay a visit this time, right? Not at all, not at all. Young master, please take a seat. Lu Zai said with a smile. It should be known that the Lu family had been declining by his generation. He had always been thinking about how to revive the Lu family's former glory. Originally, he had taken advantage of the relationship between Lu Feiqing and Li Keqiu to get in touch with Han Xingzhou. Just as he was about to rise to the top, who knew that what happened in Yangzhou would ruin his many years of planning. Having lost his value, Han Xingzhou's attitude towards the Lu family had clearly become much colder. Just as Lu Zai was worrying about this, Song Qingshu appeared in front of him. He keenly realized that the Lu family's comeback depended on this young man. Apart from Lu Guinying and Miss Qing, everyone else in the room was dumbfounded by the sudden change in the situation. Qingying's beautiful eyes shone. So he's the Golden Snake King who has been in the limelight in Jianghu for the past 2 years? Even her prideful master had once praised this rising star and felt that it was a pity that they didn't have the fate to meet him. What's this? Lu Zai and his son noticed the strangeness in the room and couldn't help but be shocked. Old Madame Tang's face instantly turned red. Although she was usually hot-tempered in the family, she was not a fool. When she saw the expressions of her husband and son, she instantly realized that this young man's identity was absolutely noble. What's more, she had heard about what happened in Yangzhou from her son. She knew that even a person like Han Xingzhou was very polite to him. But after all, she had been living like a princess for decades. She couldn't immediately smile at him. Just as she was feeling awkward, Song Qingshu said, "Nothing. I was just chatting happily with old Madame Tang." "Don't you think so, old madam?" Song Qingshu knew that enough was enough. After all, he didn't come to find trouble. He still had to cooperate with the Lu family and teach old Madame Tang a lesson. After all, this was a world that paid attention to ethics. Lu Yu would definitely help his mother. It wouldn't be good if both sides couldn't get out of the situation. Old Madame Tang was startled. After all, she was from a prestigious family. She quickly reacted and took the opportunity to say, "Yes, yes, yes. We were just talking about the injury on Wu Shuang's leg. Wu Shuang, quickly go and kowtow to Prince Song and beg him to help." Since the other party had saved her face, she naturally understood the principle of returning a favor. After thinking about it, she could only let Lu Wushuang suffer. "Old madam?" Lu Wushuang's eyes suddenly turned red. She didn't expect the world to change so quickly. Old Madam, who was on her side just a moment ago, suddenly changed her attitude. Old Madame Tang glared at her fiercely. "Prince Song is treating your leg. Shouldn't you kowtow a few times? Quickly go." Lu Wushuang looked stubborn. She bit her lips tightly and a trace of blood seeped out, as if she didn't notice it. She originally wanted to leave, but when she thought of the fact that old madam had treated her well during her years of living in the Lu mansion, she felt that she would be guilty if the matter just now was exposed because of her and old madam was disgraced because of her. Qingying couldn't stand it anymore. She stood up and said crisply, I have heard that Golden Snake King is loyal and courageous. He is a great hero admired by the world. Why should you lower yourself to the level of a little girl? Song Qingshu replied lightly, I won't lower myself to the level of her. But according to etiquette, it's not wrong for her to kowtow to me. Qingying asked curiously, what do you mean? Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Miss Lu is Li Macho's disciple, and Li Macho is my subordinate. Even she has to bow to me when she sees me, not to mention her disciple. Hearing this, everyone in the room was shocked. As members of the Lu clan, they naturally had a deep impression of Li Macho. They hated and feared Li Macho. Li Macho had killed Lu Zhenyuan's family, so they naturally wanted to avenge their clansmen. But Li Macho's martial arts were too strong. She had killed many of their experts, so the Lu mansion had to give up on the idea of revenge. Even a demoness like Li Macho was his subordinate. The Lu mansion's respect for Song Qingshu increased by another level. Lu Wushuang and Li Macho had a blood feud. How could she kneel to the friend of her enemy? Song Qingshu was startled. Then, he smiled and said, I almost forgot about the grudge between you two. Actually, I have another identity other than Li Macho. I don't know how you should address me under that kind of relationship. In short, I'm your martial uncle's man, so I'm considered as your uncle. You should kowtow to me. Not to mention Lu Wushuang, even Qingying's expression changed. Your Lady Long's man? Song Qingshu was initially referring to icy snow. However, Lu Wushuang and Qingying only knew that Li Macho had a junior sister, so they subconsciously thought that it was Xiao Long knew. He thought for a while and didn't correct them. After all, Icy Snow's identity was special. If he explained it to them, they might think that he was making it up. In a sense, yes. Anyway, he and Xiao Long Nu were already intimate with each other. He had touched her almost all over her body. How could he allow her to marry another man? After getting his confirmation, Qingying exclaimed, how is this possible? Lady Long loves Brother Yang so much, there's nothing impossible in this world, Song Qingshu replied faintly. Moreover, Yanghua has a fiancé now. What? Lu Wushuang covered her chest. She felt as if she was hit by a heavy blow. Qingying also felt lost. May I know who Brother Yang's fiancé is? Qingying recovered first and asked with difficulty. Song Qingshu didn't answer. Instead, he said, today, I came to the Lu residence to discuss official business with Uncle Lu and the others. He didn't finish his words, but the meaning was clear. He didn't have time to chat with them. Alright, I'll kowtow to you. When you're free, tell us about Shadan. Lu Wushuang pushed Qingying away and went to kneel in front of Song Qingshu. Then, she kowtowed heavily. Song Qingshu was also depressed. He had thought of so many ways to make her submit, but she seemed to have lost her soul when she heard Yanghua's name. Dong dong dong, perhaps it was because of the anger in her heart, or perhaps it was because she heard that Yanghua had a fiancé that her heart was like dead ashes. Every time Lu Wushuang kowtowed, she would hit her head heavily on the ground, making a loud thudding sound. After a few kowtows, Song Qingshu's eyes narrowed as he noticed the dark red bloodstains on the floor. He couldn't help but say in a deep voice, alright, you don't need to kowtow anymore. Who knew that Lu Wushuang would stubbornly refuse? No, if I say 30, then 30. Cousin. Qingying knew that it was probably because she heard that Yanghua had a fiancé that she was disheartened and had given up on herself. If she were to continue kowtowing like this, her head might be smashed. He hurriedly tried to reach out to pull her, but she shook him off. If I say it's enough, it's enough. She didn't see how Song Qingshu moved, but Lu Wushuang felt as if there was an invisible wall in front of her, holding her up. Even if she used all her strength, she wouldn't be able to continue. Miss Cheng, take her to rest. Lu Wushuang felt as if a pair of invisible hands had lifted her up from the ground and stuffed her into Qingying's arms. Because Lu Wushuang had used too much strength just now, coupled with the fact that there was blood on her forehead, she suddenly felt dizzy and her whole body swayed. Qingying hurriedly hugged her and said, "Thank you, young Master Song." How could she not see that Song Qingshu was being lenient? At the same time, she was extremely shocked by the cultivation that he had displayed. "Madam will also go into the inner residence to rest, we have something to discuss." After waiting for Qingying to help Lu Wushuang out, Lu Zai also said to old Madame Tang. He had lived for so long, how could he not see that the atmosphere in the room was a bit strange? Thinking about his wife's usual domineering style, he had already vaguely guessed what was going on. Worried that if she continued to stay here, something unforeseen would happen, he simply took the opportunity to send her away. "Yes, master." During this period of time, old Madame Tang had always felt as if there was a thorn on her back. She could not wait to escape. Seeing this, she hurriedly left with her maidservants. "I will also take my leave." It was naturally not convenient for Miss Qing to stay here. She bowed to everyone and softly said her farewells. "I wonder why Prince Song has come to the Wei residence this time." After chatting for a while, Lu Zai finally could not hold it in anymore. Song Qingshu smiled faintly, "Nothing else, just to thank brother Wu Guan and Guaning for saving me in Yangzhou last time." As he said this, he took out a scroll and handed it to Lu Yu. "Song Mao knows that brother Wu Guan is a refined scholar and will certainly not be interested in ordinary gold and silver items. Recently, I happened to obtain a copy of Zhang Su's stomach pain invitation, so I present it to brother Wu Guan." Not to mention Lu Yu, even Lu Zai could not help but be moved. Their Lu family was famous for its rich collection of books. The Shuangqing Hall in the residence had collected countless unique, authentic works. Zhang Su's stomach pain invitation just happened to scratch their itch. However, Lu Yu still declined. This stomach pain invitation is really too precious. Please take it back, young master." Song Qingshu smiled slightly. "No matter how precious it is not as precious as brother Wu Guan saving me in Yangzhou last time. Song Mao is not versed in literature. It would be a waste of God's gift in my hands." Previously, after taking over Li Kishou's territory, he naturally accepted the rare treasures in the admiral's residence. Although the stomach pain invitation was precious, he did not feel the pinch when he was generous to others. "In that case, it would be impolite for me to refuse." Lu Yu really liked this gift. After hesitating for a while, he finally accepted it. Song Qingshu nodded and turned to Lu Guaniying, who was beside him, and said with a smile, "As for Guaniying, given our relationship, there is no need to be so polite." Of course. Not only was Lu Guaniying not angry that there was no gift, he was even happier. This was because he knew that this was Song Qingshu deliberately showing his closeness to him and elevating his position in the family. As expected, hearing Song Qingshu's words, Lu Zai and Lu Yu looked at each other with a thoughtful expression. Following this, Song Qingshu did not mention a word about the peace negotiations. He purely chatted with the others. Lu Yu and his son tried to ask in a roundabout way, but did not get any information. After lunch, Song Qingshu smiled and said, "I have long heard that the Shuangqing Hall of your residence has countless books." Back then, the southern Song dynasty's inner residence was lacking many books. The imperial edict sought all the books in the world and first ordered Shaoxing Prefecture to come to the Shuangqing Hall to make copies. "I wonder if I can go take a look." "Of course, no problem," Lu Zai hurriedly replied. "Guaniying, take Prince Song to the Shuangqing Hall." Song Qingshu shook his head and said, "That is not necessary. I will walk around by myself." Lu Zai was worried that he would neglect him, but his tone did not seem to like company. "Then we will not disturb young master." Song Qingshu nodded and leisurely walked out. After he left, Lu Zai motioned for Lu Yu to close the door. He then pulled Lu Guaniying over and asked, "Guaniying, do you know why Song Qingshu has come south this time?" Lu Guaniying's face was blank. "I do not know. He only said that he came to Jiangnan to relax." Lu Zai asked with some uncertainty, "Do you think he came to ask for peace?" Lu Guaniying smiled bitterly, "It doesn't seem like it. If he came to ask for peace, why would he have a conflict with old Madam before? He was definitely not stupid." Just now, when he saw that Song Qingshu did not mention a word about the peace talks in front of the two of them, he had already understood the other party's intention of being so high-profile before. what conflict? Lu Zai and his son asked hurriedly. Lu Guining then roughly told them what had happened just now. No wonder I felt the atmosphere in the room was a little strange just now. Lu Zai was silent and then showed a distressed expression. If he wants to ask for peace, his behavior really doesn't seem like it. Lu Yu said, in my opinion, why don't we inform Han Daren as soon as possible and let him decide on this matter? Lu Zai nodded, yes, we should let Han Daren know about this. How about this, Wu Guan, you take Song Qingshu to tour around the city and take the opportunity to calm him down. Guining, you immediately set off to Linen to see Han Daren and explain the situation here to him. Yes. Lu Guining was pleasantly surprised. Because of Song Qingshu, he was getting closer and closer to the core circle. If this continued, he would become Han Xingzhou's confidant sooner or later. It was not impossible for him to enter the palace. After Lu Guining left excitedly, Lu Zai said to Lu Yu, Wu Guan, go find Song Qingshu and take him around Shaning City. I'll go talk to your mother and warn her not to act recklessly during this time. Okay. Lu Yu nodded and also went out to find Song Qingshu. After Song Qingshu went out, he did not go to the Xuanqing Hall where the books were stored. Instead, he asked a servant about Qingying and Lu Wushuang's residence. Although the two women lived in the inner residence, because Lu Zai had already sent word to receive him as a distinguished guest, his journey was unimpeded. Before he reached, he could faintly hear Lu Wushuang's sobs coming from the room. Cousin, Sha Dan already has a fiancé, sob. I thought he had a deep relationship with Xiao Longnu and they knew each other first, so I let it go. Who knew that now that Xiao Longnu is gone, he still hasn't considered me and is engaged to another woman, sob, only to hear a gentle voice comforting her, cousin, don't be too sad. I know Brother Yang's character very well. We only heard about this matter from young Master Song, and now that I think about it, it is too strange. It may not be as he said. Lu Wushuang's spirit was immediately shaken, and his tone seemed to regain some vitality. That's right, Big Brother Yang loves Lady Long so much, how could he possibly marry someone else? It must be that Song Qingshu deliberately making things up. There was a hint of bitterness under Qingying's smile. She thought that with Song Qingshu's reputation in Jianghu, he would not deceive two little girls. However, she did not dare to say this to her cousin, so she picked up a towel and gently wiped her wound. She complained as she wiped, why did you kowtow so hard? There's such a big bruise on your forehead. Lu Wushuang pouted and snorted, I was just angry, and when I thought of Sha Dan's fiancé, I got hot-headed and, Qingying washed the towel, took out the elixir from Peach Blossom Island and applied it on her forehead. Don't be so impulsive next time. Fortunately, Prince Song was kind and didn't let you finish kowtowing. Otherwise, you would have knocked your brains out. Lu Wushuang immediately sat up straight and said angrily, Tui, if it wasn't for that bastard, I wouldn't have been embarrassed in front of so many people. At this time, a teasing voice suddenly came from the door, talking behind someone's back, I'm afraid it's not the behavior of a lady. The two girls looked at the door in shock. Qingying was in a hurry to help Lu Wushuang in, so he did not have time to close the door. At this time, a handsome young man stood at the door. Who else could it be but Song Qingshu? Lu Wushuang opened her mouth and wanted to scold him, but when she thought of his reputation in the Jianghu, she thought about the difference in strength between the two of them. She could only curl her lips and swallow the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Qingying's reaction was more indifferent. She smiled lightly and said, hiding behind someone's back and eavesdropping on a girl's private conversation, I'm afraid it's not the behavior of a gentleman. Song Qingshu was startled. He saw her sitting on the edge of the bed, her figure slender, her waist slender, her dignified and beautiful oval face even more elegant and refined. He could not help but sigh, I have heard that Miss Qing is gentle and refined, but I did not expect Miss to have such a clever little mouth. Qingying let out a soft sound of surprise, from your tone, you seem to know me? Song Qingshu smiled slightly, we've known each other for a long time. This time it was Qingying's turn to be startled, she did not expect that she would have a relationship with him. Hearing him say this, a layer of red unconsciously appeared on her crystal-clear face. How could she know that the reason why Song Qingshu had known her for a long time was because he had watched the return of the Condor heroes in his previous life, and not because he had feelings for her in this world? Lu Wushuang, who was at the side, curled her lips, glib tongue, is this how you usually trick young girls? Qingying heard her words and could not help but blush. She secretly pinched Lu Wushuang and said coquettishly, "Cousin." Song Qingshu did not care at all. Miss Lu must have been tricked by a glib-tongued man in the past, otherwise why are you so sensitive? His words just happened to hit the nail on Lu Wushuang's head, thinking about how Sha Dan called her wife in the past, and now that he had a fiancé, she could not help but feel sad. Qingying could not help but roll her eyes at Song Qingshu, thinking that it was not easy for me to coax her, and now you're bringing this up again. Could it be that the two of you want me to stand outside? Is this how you treat your guests? Song Qingshu spread out his hands. Lu Wushuang spat. You're looking at my cousin with such a lecherous expression. What kind of guest are you? Wushuang. Qingying was really a little angry, thinking, why are you dragging me down? Song Qingshu had just finished chatting with the 6 families and was in a good mood, so he did not mind bickering with the young girl, so he took the opportunity to say, could it be that Miss Lu is jealous because I did not look at you? Pay. Lu Wushuang could not stand his teasing, and with a red face, she ignored him. Young master, please come in. Qingying had been thinking about the matter of Yang Wu's fiancé and wanted to find out what was going on. If it was any other young miss in the Lu residence, they probably would not invite an unfamiliar young man into their room, but Qingying and Lu Wushuang were people of the Jianghu, so they did not care about such details like that. Song Qingshu walked directly to the bed, and Lu Wushuang felt a hot, masculine aura pressing down on her. She hurriedly shrank back into the bed. What do you want? Even Qingying moved to the side unnaturally, widening the distance between them a little. Standing in front of the bed, Song Qingshu smiled. What do you think I want? Lu Wushuang's face turned red, and she could not help but spit. Pay, perverted. I just want to see your injuries. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. TSK, you're just a little girl, how can your thoughts be so dirty? Lu Wushuang wanted to find a hole to hide in, but she had always been stubborn and did not want to admit the awkwardness in her heart. Humph, I don't need you to pretend to be a good person. Since you want to be a cripple for the rest of your life, then do as you please. Song Qingshu did not waste any more words and turned to walk away. Hey! Qingying instinctively reached out to grab him, but she only reacted when she felt the warmth of his hand. She hurriedly pulled her hand back and said somewhat unnaturally, young master, please wait. As expected, Song Qingshu stopped and smiled at her. Miss Cheng's hand is very cold. Qingying's face turned slightly red. How could this person be so frivolous? She forcefully dispelled her chaotic emotions and said, please help me, young master. Although Lu Wushuang did not say anything, the desire in her eyes betrayed her thoughts. After all, no girl would drag a crippled leg around for no reason. Because of this, she had often felt inferior. The more inferior she felt, the more sensitive she became. Sometimes, when someone accidentally looked at her injured leg, she would fly into a rage. Over time, everyone in Mountain City knew that this young lady from the Lu family had a bad temper and could not be provoked. If you want me to help, I can, but what about the reward? Song Qingshu spoke as if he was talking about something that could not be more normal. Reward? Lu Wushuang instantly exploded. Didn't I kowtow to you just now? First, it was old Madame Tang who said that I didn't agree to it. Second, you should kowtow to me a few times given our seniority. Third, even so, you only kowtowed 5 times, which is far from the 30 agreed. Song Qingshu lightly said. Third, even so, you only kowtowed 5 times, far from the 30 agreed. Lu Wushuang said angrily, that's because you didn't allow me to continue kowtowing. Song Qingshu shrugged and said with a relaxed expression, it was mainly because it was almost lunchtime. I didn't want to lose my appetite when I saw brain juice flowing out. You. Lu Wushuang's lungs almost exploded with anger. How could there be such an annoying person in this world? At most, I'll kowtow to you again. After saying that, she struggled to get up. Qingying was so frightened that she hurriedly held her down. At the same time, she looked at Song Qingshu and said, may I know what young master wants in exchange for treating Wushuang's leg? Miss Qing is truly intelligent. Song Qingshu smiled slightly, how about this, as long as the two of you promise me one thing, I'll treat her leg. I guarantee that when the time comes, I'll run faster than that sow at the village entrance. Hearing his words, Lu Wushuang almost fainted from anger. Qingying looked at him deeply, her eyes sparkling as if they could speak. Prince Song, why do I also have to promise you one thing? Song Qingshu very naturally replied, because I'm treating her because of Miss Qing. Qingying had been calm and collected, but when she heard this, her entire body trembled and her face turned completely red. Lu Wushuang had just recovered, but when she heard this, she almost fainted again. You bastard, you really have designs on my cousin. Today's public accounts content was updated with some important female characters that had previously been left out, such as Gubai, Wanyan Zhongjia, Yelu Nanxian, Li Qiushui and her sister, Tianshan Tonglao, and so on. Some of the female characters that had flaws in the previous pictures were also corrected, such as Qin Yuan and Dongfang Muxue. Up until now, other than the female characters in Dream of the Red Chamber, the pictures of all the female characters were basically complete. Interested readers can take a look. Song Qingshu smiled. I'm just admiring Miss Qing's temperament. Don't be so filthy. Qingying sat to the side with a bashful expression. She had yet to recover from her shock. Seeing this, Lu Wushuang said angrily, since you're doing this for my cousin, why do you want me to agree to something as well? Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise. I'm treating you, not your cousin. Lu Wushuang felt a sweet taste in her throat, and she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Qingying was not an ordinary girl, and she quickly calmed down after her initial panic. She grabbed Lu Wushuang, who was about to rush forward and fight to the death, and looked at the man in front of her. What do you want us to agree to? She was already secretly angry, so she had unknowingly changed the way she addressed him from young master to you. Song Qingshu replied, I haven't thought about the specifics yet. I'll tell you when I've thought about it. Qingying finally became angry. Young master, don't you think it's a bit too much to ask us two girls to agree to a man's conditions? Song Qingshu smiled. Rest assured, Miss Qing. It's definitely not as filthy as you think. Qingying's face heated up. She understood that he had already guessed her worries, but even so, this condition was still a bit too harsh. Seeing that she was silent, Song Qingshu stood up and said, since the two of you are unwilling, I naturally won't force you. I'll be taking my leave first. However, he had only taken a few steps when a delicate voice sounded from behind him. Wait. Cousin. Lu Wushuang immediately panicked and hurriedly pulled Qingying back, indicating that she shouldn't agree. Qingying ignored her. Instead, she quietly stared into Song Qingshu's eyes. After a long time, she said, all right, I agree. However, when the time comes, you can't go against the rules of chivalry, and you can't. At this point, her face turned red, and she paused before continuing, you can't have any lewd intentions. Song Qingshu had a gloomy expression as he spread his hands. Look at my upright temperament. Do I look like that kind of person? Qingying and Lu Wushuang nodded in unison. Song Qingshu hurriedly coughed twice to dispel the awkwardness in his heart. All right, I'll promise you. Hey, what's your name? Show me your leg. He knew that the people in the 6 mansions would definitely find a way to send the news back to Linen. What he needed now was to wait for Han Xingzhou's reaction. Anyway, he had nothing to do during this period, so he simply teased the 2 characters in the original work who he liked as a pastime. He couldn't help but suspect that deep down, he and Yongguo were the same kind of person. Their nature was a bit frivolous and scoundrel. Even though he didn't have any evil intentions, he would tease and tease every girl a bit, causing them to lose their senses. That was what he liked. Hearing this, Lu Wushuang hesitantly bit her lip and looked at Qingying. Seeing her nod, she stretched her legs out from under the blanket. Pants off. Ah, no, socks off. Song Qingshu immediately changed his words. He couldn't help but despise himself. His mind was like a heavenly steed, and he didn't know what he had just blurted out. Lu Wushuang blushed and glared at him fiercely. Even Qingying, who was next to her, had a strange expression. What are you looking at? He directly replied. In desperation, Lu Wushuang had to take off her cotton socks. After hesitating for a long time, she tremblingly stretched out her feet. Seeing her look like she was guarding against a pervert, Song Qingshu was both angry and amused. If they knew that in the future, during gynecological examinations, they might even take off their pants for a male doctor to see, Wouldn't they commit suicide out of shame and anger? Song Qingshu grabbed her injured left foot. He originally didn't have any other thoughts, but when he touched her warm and soft ankle, he couldn't help but be startled. He thought that this little girl's leg had been injured for so many years, but she was still so beautiful. It should be known that in this world, the foot was no less than the breast for a woman. Now that it was held in the hands of a strange young man, Lu Wushuang's body trembled and she subconsciously shrank her foot. However, the other's hand was steady and strong, and he still held it firmly. She couldn't help but blush. Feeling the faint warmth coming from the other's palm, Lu Wushuang's body suddenly surged with a strange feeling. She didn't know why, but she suddenly remembered the scene of Yanghua setting her bones, and for a moment, she couldn't help but become a little dazed. Qingying saw that one of them was holding her foot, and the other was in a daze, so she couldn't help but cough. The two finally came to their senses, and Lu Wushuang immediately became embarrassed and angry. "Hey, how long do you plan on touching it?" Song Qingshu's face turned red. He thought that he, an experienced driver, had actually failed in front of a young lady. He was really careless. In order to resolve the awkwardness, he snorted. "Why are you being so noisy? I'm checking on your injuries." After saying that, he calmed his mind and began to focus on the meridians in her leg. The two women saw that he had a serious expression on his face and naturally revealed a kind of dignified expression, so they didn't dare to make a sound and disturb him. Song Qingshu's hand moved back and forth on Lu Wushuang's leg. If it wasn't for his serious expression, Qingying would have thought that he was deliberately taking advantage of her. Lu Wushuang didn't misunderstand, because she could faintly feel that he was infusing true qi into her leg. However, even though she knew that he was touching her leg like this, Lu Wushuang still blushed. Is it still not healed?" Lu Wushuang couldn't help it in the end. As soon as she said that, Qingying looked at her in surprise. Even she was shocked. Why did her voice suddenly become so coquettish? "It's done." Song Qingshu finally let go. Lu Wushuang hurriedly pulled her leg back and turned around. Her back was facing the outside, so her expression couldn't be seen. Can it still be healed? Even though Qingying believed that with Song Qingshu's status, he wouldn't speak without thinking. She couldn't help but worry. It can be healed. Song Qingshu's words made her feel as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. However, what he said next made her heart jump again. "But I'm afraid she'll have to endure great pain." "May I ask, young master, what do you mean?" Qingying asked. Even Lu Wushuang turned around curiously. Song Qingshu said slowly, "She was injured when she was young. The person who treated her didn't reconnect her bones. After more than 10 years, her bones have already reconnected. Because her bones are constantly growing, the healing of her wounds is even more irregular." Qingying nodded and said, "That's right. My master once diagnosed her." At that time, he sighed. If my cousin had broken her bones when she grew up and became a cripple because it didn't heal properly, he would have been able to do something about it. Unfortunately, my cousin had been injured when she was young. Thinking about her childhood, she couldn't help but think about her parents who had died tragically. Lu Wushuang's eyes instantly turned red, and her mind wasn't on her leg. "That's why I need to crush her leg bones and reconstruct her body. However, the pain she'll suffer during this period isn't something a normal person can endure." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Qingying was shocked. Can the leg bones be reconnected after being crushed? Stealer of Fragrance only represents the views of the author, Monk Lu Ru. If you find any content that violates the laws of the country, please delete it. The author's position is only to provide a healthy and green reading platform. It was no wonder that Qingying had this kind of doubt. The treatment method that Song Qingshu mentioned was too shocking. He actually needed to crush the leg first. With the medical level of this world, the shock that the two women felt at this moment was probably similar to that of Cao Cao when he heard that Hua Tuo wanted to open his skull for ventilation. The most important thing was that although Lu Wushuang was a little lame, her left leg could still support her walking. If her leg was crushed and could not be put back, she would become completely disabled. It was unknown whether she would be able to stand in the future. Was it really worth taking such a big risk? "Miss Qing, do you think that Song Mao looks like a madman?" Song Qingshu just looked at her like that. Of course not. Qingying quickly replied and then added a sentence in her heart, although he doesn't look like a madman, he looks like a frivolous playboy. Since I am not a madman, why would I do something that I am not sure of? Song Qingshu smiled and then looked at Lu Wushuang. Miss Lu, think about it carefully whether you want to treat it or not. When you have made up your mind, come to me. But it's best to be quick. I am afraid that I will not stay in the Lu mansion for long. Then he stood up and was about to leave. Wait. Before he took the first step, Lu Wushuang stopped him. There is no need to think about it. Let's do it now. I am willing to accept the treatment. Cousin. Qingying held her hand with a worried look on her face. Lu Wushuang smiled sadly. Cousin, instead of being crippled for the rest of your life, it is better to take a risk. Even if you fail in the end, it will not be too bad. Song Qingshu showed a strange expression. It was really unexpected that she could be so open-minded. Qingying also knew that the cripple had become a knot in her cousin's heart. Seeing that she had made up her mind, she no longer tried to persuade her. Instead, she turned to Song Qingshu and bowed. Then I will have to trouble you, young master. Song Qingshu nodded and wrung the towel in the basin and handed it to Lu Wushuang. Bite this, it will hurt later. This time, Lu Wushuang didn't fight back. Instead, she obediently put the towel in her mouth. However, she was a little girl after all. When she thought that her leg was about to be broken, her face turned pale. She turned around and hugged Qingying tightly. At this time, only her cousin could give her a sense of security. Qingying hurriedly held her in his arms. Feeling her trembling body, he couldn't help but feel a little sad. Song Qingshu held Lu Wushuang's smooth and well-proportioned calf, caressing the delicate skin. Once again, he found the place where she had been injured when she was young. Suddenly, he exerted his internal energy and squeezed. With a cautious sound, her leg bone broke again. Ah! Lu Wushuang screamed. She suddenly sat up straight and pushed Qingying away. Her strength was so great that Qingying fell onto the bed. Lu Wushuang's face was filled with pain. Because her mouth was open, the towel in her mouth fell out. Song Qingshu frowned. He had to completely break the crooked bone. Only then would he be able to repair it. He had only started the first step. Next, there would be a few more painful ones. Right now, Lu Wushuang didn't have a towel in her mouth. If she bit her tongue, it would be terrible. But since he had already started, he had to continue. If he stopped midway, not only would it not be effective, it would have the opposite effect. The second wave of pain came from her leg. Lu Wushuang, who was already in a semi-conscious state, didn't realize that the towel had fallen. She only wanted to dissolve all the pain in her body into the towel in her mouth and fiercely bit down. In that split second, Song Qingshu didn't have time to think of any other methods. He directly raised his arm and stuffed his left hand into her mouth. She bit down fiercely, and even with his mental fortitude, he couldn't help but frown at the pain. However, he didn't say anything. His right hand methodically began to pound, pat, or point at her wound. The movements were extremely fast, leaving only after images, as if there were countless hands there. At this time, Lu Wushuang gradually realized that she was biting Song Qingshu's hand. For a moment, she was embarrassed and angry. After all, there was no virgin girl who would want a stranger's hand to be stuffed into her mouth. Just as she was about to scold Song Qingshu for taking advantage of her, she was stunned by the faint taste of blood in her mouth. Recalling what had happened just now, she knew that he had good intentions. The anger in her heart immediately turned into incomparable guilt. She looked at the man in front of her with a complicated expression. At this moment, Song Qingshu didn't have the leisure to pay attention to her. All his attention was on treating her leg. Breaking and reconnecting the broken bones required a clear understanding of the human body's meridians and tissue structure, as well as extreme concentration. Otherwise, the slightest mistake would result in failure. Although there was a burst of pain, Lu Wushuang couldn't bear to bite again. Fortunately, Qingying had already reacted at this time. She picked up the towel and replaced Song Qingshu's hand from her mouth. Looking at the deep teeth marks and the blood that seeped out, Qingying looked at her cousin reproachfully, making Lu Wushuang feel ashamed. Young master, let me help you bandage it first. Qingying took out a square handkerchief from her bosom. She was worried that she would disturb Song Qingshu, so she asked tentatively. Okay. Song Qingshu answered casually, his attention still on Lu Wushuang's leg. Qingying admired him. First, she admired his martial arts. The effect of using one hand was better than others using 10 hands. The orchid acupuncture point brushing hand of Peach Blossom Island and the divine sword palm of fallen heroes were extremely exquisite hand skills, but compared to his method, it was like heaven and earth. However, she admired him more because of his broad mind. Before, the things that happened between him and Lu Wushuang couldn't be considered pleasant. She didn't expect that he not only disregarded the past to treat her injury, but also protected her at the expense of his own injury. It seems that I really misunderstood him before. He can be famous in the world, how can he be that kind of person? Qingying thought in her heart as she gently bandaged a small bow. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, after the wound was bandaged, Song Qingshu retracted his left hand. He took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom and poured out a pitch-black, viscous liquid. A strong smell of medicine spread in all directions. Qingying was surprised and happy. Was this the legendary medicine of the Western region, the Black Jade Continuity Ointment? When the Black Jade Continuity Ointment was applied evenly on Lu Wushuang's calf, a cool feeling spread across her leg. Her tightly furrowed eyebrows couldn't help but relax a little. Song Qingshu's hands moved quickly and wrapped her leg in layers. At the same time, he used a wooden board that he had prepared to hold her calf in place. When he finally stopped, Qingying happily asked, "Young master, is it done?" Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that easy. Now I only fixed the bone, but Miss Lu's leg has been lame for more than 10 years. Some of her meridians have already withered and become blocked. She still needs a master's internal energy to open them up. However, if she doesn't handle it properly, her meridians will be completely destroyed. Looking around the world, I'm afraid only the solitary yang finger can be used properly." Qingying exclaimed, "But South Emperor Duan is 1,000 miles away. What should we do?" Seeing her nervous expression, Song Qingshu laughed and said, "South Emperor is not the only one in the world who knows the solitary yang finger." After saying this, he didn't pay attention to her. He stretched out his fingers and sealed the acupuncture points on Lu Wushuang's leg. As Huang Yaoshi's last disciple, Qingying's knowledge was extraordinary. She saw him move his fingers with ease and retract his arms with ease. He sealed more than 10 major acupuncture points on Lu Wushuang's leg using more than 10 different techniques. Every move was magnificent and had its own style. Qingying had never seen or heard of anything like this before. She was dazzled and her red lips slightly parted. She thought that she had seen Wu Santong use the solitary yang finger before. It was somewhat similar, but it was exquisite and mysterious. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. She was in a daze when she suddenly heard Song Qingshu say, "Help me wipe my sweat." Ah? Qingying's expression was a little strange. She thought that wiping his sweat was a little too intimate. Is there a problem? Song Qingshu was puzzled when Qingying did not move. He came from the future and was used to seeing doctors letting nurses wipe their sweat during surgery. He didn't expect that it would cause Qingying so much trouble. I'll help you." Lu Wushuang saw that his head was steaming. It was obvious that he was using up a lot of energy. The sweat on his forehead was about to fall into his eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. She was touched and distressed at the same time. "Let me do it." Lu Wushuang had just endured a great deal of pain. At this moment, she looked like she had just been fished out of the water. Her clothes were soaked in sweat and she was exhausted. How could Qingying let her do it? But when she reached for her handkerchief, she was stunned. Her handkerchief had already been used to bandage Song Qingshu's wound. As if seeing her embarrassment, Lu Wushuang weakly said, use mine." She then handed over her handkerchief. Seeing the mandarin duck on the handkerchief, Qingying couldn't help but blush. Using this handkerchief to wipe a man's sweat was a little, her own handkerchief and Lu Wushuang's were a pair. It was originally a token of love that Li Macho gave to Lu Zhanyuan. Later, when Li Macho came to the Lu residence to seek revenge, Lu Liding split the handkerchief in half and gave one half to Qingying and Lu Wushuang. He hoped that Li Macho would let them go for the sake of the handkerchief. This half of the handkerchief meant a lot to the two girls. Therefore, they always carried it with them, subconsciously preparing to give it to their lover. But now, half of it was used to bandage Song Qingshu's wound and the other half was used to wipe his sweat, but she noticed that the sweat on Song Qingshu's forehead was getting thicker and thicker. It was almost in his eyes. Qingying couldn't care less and could only wipe his sweat for him. Lu Wushuang was envious. Cousin is prettier than me, and her martial arts are better than mine. Now, even the way she wipes sweat is so elegant and gentle. I'm afraid I'll never be able to learn it. Lu Wushuang only felt waves of warm and genial Zhen qi coming from her legs and spreading throughout her body. The pain from a moment ago immediately lessened by a lot. Her mind relaxed, and her whole body could no longer hold on. Her eyes darkened and she fainted. Because she was worried that she would disturb Song Qingshu, Qingying was carefully wiping the sweat off his forehead. She didn't notice that Lu Wushuang, who was behind her, was falling towards her. Suddenly, there was a weight on her body. Qingying was caught off guard and lost her balance. The two girls fell into Song Qingshu's arms. Feeling Qingying's struggle, Song Qingshu hurriedly said, "Don't move, if you cause Miss Lu's wound to shift, then all our efforts will be in vain." Qingying then realized that her cousin was in a coma and if she rashly stood up, it would very likely cause the wound to shift. She was so scared that she didn't dare to move and just quietly lay there. "Wait for me to help Miss Lu open up her meridians. Miss Qing, please bear with it for now." Song Qingshu was currently using the one yang finger and didn't dare to be distracted at this critical moment. "Okay." Qingying softly replied, her voice was even softer than a mosquito. The delicate fragrance of young girls entered his nose. Even though Song Qingshu had been through a lot, he couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. He was holding two beautiful girls in his arms, and one of them had her face pressed tightly between his legs. Thinking about Qingying's usual elegance and charm, Song Qingshu felt a wave of heat rising uncontrollably from his lower abdomen. Qingying was already very embarrassed lying there and suddenly felt something hard pressing against her face. She couldn't help but be startled. What was this? It clearly wasn't there before. Although she was Huang Yasher's disciple and was well versed in astrology, and divination, she was still a virgin girl. Although Huang Yasher's knowledge was celestial, there was a difference between men and women. It was impossible for him to teach his female disciple that kind of posture. Therefore, for a moment Qingying did not know what hit her face. She only thought that Song Qingshu's hidden weapon had slipped out of his pocket. I wonder what kind of hidden weapon it is. Qingying thought to herself that a concealed weapon hidden by Song Qingshu, who was a highly skilled martial artist, must be extremely powerful. But no matter how powerful the hidden weapon was, it had nothing to do with her. Soon, her attention was focused on how to move it away. This hard-hidden weapon made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Unfortunately, her hands were outside because Lu Wushuang was pressing against her back. If she moved her hands, she would have to move her. Qingying and Lu Wushuang depended on each other for survival and had long treated her as her own sister. Now that it was related to her lifelong happiness, Qingying did not dare to take any risks. She was afraid that if she made any big movements, she would cause her cousin's newly reconnected bone to be dislocated. Since she couldn't use her hands, she could only tilt her face slightly and try to move the hidden weapon to the other side. But what she didn't expect was that after she moved it with great difficulty, the thing seemed to be elastic and instantly returned to its original position, causing her face to faintly hurt. Fortunately, Qingying's temperament had always been calm and collected, so she was not in a hurry. She began to use her face to try to move the hidden weapon away. However, the hidden weapon seemed to be deliberately going against her. She moved it a few times, but it bounced back a few times. Qingying didn't know if it was an illusion or something else, but she faintly felt that the hidden weapon seemed to have expanded a bit. After going back and forth a few times, Qingying couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Could it be that the hidden weapon was stuck somewhere, causing it to bounce back every time? It seemed like the only way to completely solve the problem was to first move the hidden weapon out from where it was stuck. But if she wanted to move the hidden weapon out from where it was stuck, she couldn't just rely on her face to do it. But she also couldn't use her hands to help. Qingying was distressed, when suddenly an idea flashed through her mind. She couldn't use her hands, but didn't she still have her mouth? You've been pestering me for so long, see how I'll deal with you, Qingying hatefully thought to herself. She opened her red lips and bit down on the hidden weapon, continuously trying to move it out from where it was stuck. At this moment, Song Qingshu's expression was extremely strange. He had been wholeheartedly focused on helping Lu Wushuang unclog the meridians in her legs. He didn't have any evil thoughts in his heart, but he was still in the prime of his life. With a warm and fragrant body in his arms, his young and vigorous body couldn't help but have some reaction. At first, Qingying tried to use her face to move away. Song Qingshu was extremely embarrassed. He thought that this time, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Just as he was worrying about how to explain, Qingying didn't show any signs of blaming him. Instead, she continued to rub her face against his. Song Qingshu was instantly dumbfounded. Could it be that his charm was so great that the indifferent Qingying would take the initiative to throw herself into his arms after just one meeting? But as soon as this thought popped up, he rejected it. Although he had always been narcissistic, he wasn't narcissistic to the point of being retarded. Could it be that I accidentally used the joyful qi? Then, Song Qingshu guessed again. This was the best explanation for the current strange situation. After all, the joyful qi was extremely powerful. It could make the Saintess of Ice Mountain become more passionate than the magma of a volcano. He and many of his female friends had already verified this countless times. But immediately after that, Song Qingshu rejected this conjecture. After all, when he was treating Xiaolong Nu, he accidentally let the joyful qi enter her body. It had already led to very serious consequences. Although the consequences were extremely erotic, Song Qingshu was not a despicable person. He didn't want to use such methods to deal with women. Therefore, with that lesson in mind, he later changed the flow of qi in his body so that when he used the single sun finger to save people, the joyful qi would not come out and cause trouble. This time, he didn't use any joyful qi at all. So why did Qingying have such a reaction? Just as Song Qingshu was thinking about the reason, his body suddenly stiffened. This was because Qingying had started using her mouth. At this time, Qingying was also very depressed. She was so tired that her cheeks were faintly aching. But she couldn't move the hidden weapon away. This was because no matter which direction she moved, the hidden weapon would always bounce back to its original position. It was as if it wasn't stuck somewhere, but it was a part of her body. Song Qingshu had completely opened up the meridians in Lu Wushuang's legs. Then, he fell into a struggle between reason and desire. Should he just go with the flow or be a Luxiaoui for once? In the end, Song Qingshu decided to be a Luxiaoui for once. After all, everything that happened in front of him was too abnormal. He would feel uneasy if he didn't figure it out. He first moved Lu Wushuang to the bed. Just as he was hesitating about how to tell Qingying, Qingying also felt the weight on her body lighten. She sat up straight with a long sigh of relief. Cousin sister's legs are healed? She still had the usual elegant and quiet expression on her face. There was even a hint of holiness. Song Qingshu's expression became even more strange. I have already opened up the atrophied meridians for her. After a month, when the bones heal again, she should be no different from an ordinary person. Thank you very much, young master. Qingying bowed slightly. Her gaze fell on the hidden weapon again. She couldn't help but ask curiously, what kind of hidden weapon does young master have with you? Hidden weapon? Song Qingshu looked puzzled. That's it. Qingying said as she reached out to grab the thing that was torturing her to the point of going crazy. His Song Qingshu sucked in a breath of cold air. Easy, easy, it's going to break. What's going to break? Qingying's face was blank. But when she noticed that as she pulled, Song Qingshu's body also followed suit. Suddenly, a light flashed in her mind. In an instant, she understood everything. She immediately screamed and hurriedly let go of her hand. She sat there in shame and anger. Noticing that Qingying looked like a frightened rabbit, Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had been guessing all sorts of reasons, but in the end, Qingying didn't even know what she was doing. Teaching young girls about physiology is really a long way to go. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. The young girls in this world were really pure and cute. Qingying opened her mouth to explain, but found that she couldn't speak at all. Especially when she thought about how she had used her mouth. She wanted nothing more than to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. Where was her usual elegance and indifference? Miss Chung, don't worry. I won't pursue your indecent behavior just now, Song Qingshu said seriously. Qingying, at this moment, her emotions were as turbulent as the sea outside of Peach Blossom Island. She thought to herself, you're the one being frivolous and rude. I'm the victim, okay? Just as she was about to scold him, she didn't have an unreasonable personality like Guofu. Suddenly, she thought about it and realized that she was indeed the one indecent from the beginning. After thinking about all this, Qingying became even more depressed. Song Qingshu glanced at the unconscious Lu Wushuang and smiled faintly. I won't tell anyone about what happened just now. Shouldn't Miss Chung thank me? Thank. Qingying's teeth chattered, and she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, Lu Yu's voice came from outside the door. So young master is here. It took me a long time to find you. It turned out that he had received a signal from his father to invite Song Qingshu to Xianxia City to tour around and get closer to him. Who knew that when he arrived at Shuangqing Hall, he would find that Song Qingshu wasn't there at all. After searching for a long time, he finally found out from a servant that Song Qingshu had come here. Hearing Lu Yu's voice, Qingying was shocked and turned around in a panic. She pretended to wipe her cousin's sweat, but in reality, she was worried that someone would see something strange. So it's Brother Lu. There's no need to call me young master. Just call me Song Qingshu from now on. Song Qingshu was very polite to Lu Yu. In the future, Lu Yu was his idol. In this life, Lu Yu had saved his life once. No matter how you looked at it, Song Qingshu deserved this treatment. However, in this world, Song Qingshu's reputation and status were far higher than Lu Yu's. At this moment, Lu Yu even felt overwhelmed by the favor. If young master doesn't mind, I'll call you Brother Song in the future. Lu Yu was born into a scholarly family and naturally knew what he was doing. Even though Song was to him, he was worried that he would be of it. Brother. Lu Ying knew that Lu Qing was that he was too. What is Brother Song doing? Lu Yu asked curiously after noticing the situation in the room and the faint smell of medicine in the air. Lu Yu was an intelligent person. After observing Lu Wushuang's condition, he was pleasantly surprised. Wushuang's leg is healed? Qingying was a student of Huang Yaoshi and naturally knew the art of medicine. In order to hide the panic in her heart, she turned around to check on Lu Wushuang's injury. She found that the meridians in her leg were indeed unobstructed. She happened to hear Lu Yu's question and answered, Prince Song's skill is amazing. Cousin only needs to wait for her bones to grow back and she should be no different from a normal person. Most of the resentment she felt towards Song Qingshu because of that small interlude was instantly washed away by Lu Wushuang's improvement. Moreover, she was a woman of honor and would not say anything that went against her heart. After confirming his guess, Yu let out a long sigh and bowed solemnly to Song Qingshu. Brother Lu, there is no need to be so courteous. Song Qingshu hurriedly helped him up. This was different from when he used his inner qi to help Lu Wushuang up. This time, he carefully used his hands to help him up. Brother Song, you do not know. Lu Yu let out a long sigh. Our family has invited many famous doctors to treat Wushuang's injury. We even invited the imperial physician from the palace, but none of them were able to help. Wushuang's life has been rough. We already feel very guilty for not being able to protect her parents. If she is crippled for the rest of her life, she will not have the face to see her parents in the underworld. Therefore, Brother Song, you have helped the entire Lu family greatly. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, Brother Lu, you're exaggerating. I'm considered Wushuang's senior in the sect, so saving her is part of my duty. Besides, Miss Qing and Miss Lu have already paid for the treatment. Paid? Lu Yu looked at Qingying suspiciously. Qingying was already feeling guilty. When she saw him looking at her, she hurriedly turned her head away. In Lu Yu's eyes, she looked even more suspicious. However, Lu Yu quickly smiled. With Song Qingshu's reputation and status, he would not do such a despicable thing. He was worrying too much. Brother Song, there are many places of interest in Xianxia City. Why don't I take you around? Lu Yu remembered why he had come and invited him. Sure. Song Qingshu turned around and asked Qingying, Miss Qing, do you want to come with us? No. Qingying seemed to have been electrocuted. However, she quickly realized that she had overreacted and hurriedly covered it up. No need. I still have to stay here to take care of my cousin. That's good too. Song Qingshu looked at her with a half-smile. Then he said to Lu Yu, Brother Lu, let's go. Brother Song, please. Lu Yu also laughed heartily. After the two of them left, Qingying subconsciously touched her face. She felt that it was burning hot. Then she thought about the look in Song Qingshu's eyes when he left. It was as if he could see through everything. She couldn't help but feel her heart beat wildly. She lay down beside Lu Yu and murmured, Cousin, this time I'm really going to die because of you. Lu Yu brought Song Qingshu around Shanin City. Along the way, Lu Yu asked Song Qingshu for advice on martial arts. Song Qingshu asked Lu Yu for advice on poetry. The two of them chatted more and more happily. Before they knew it, it was already late. Lu Yu smiled and said to Song Qingshu, Brother Song, let's go back first. How about we continue tomorrow? Sure. Song Qingshu smiled. Only then did he realize that the two of them had unknowingly arrived at the entrance of a manor. Shenyuan? Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face when he saw the words on the signboard. He stopped in his tracks. What's wrong, Brother Song? Lu Yu asked curiously. It's nothing. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. He couldn't possibly say that he and his ex-wife had left behind a love tragedy here that had caused countless people to sigh endlessly for thousands of years, right? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He saw that Lu Yu's expression didn't change. Could it be that this world didn't have the plot of Phoenix on a hairpin? Suddenly, he felt Lu Yu's body tremble. He couldn't help but look at him curiously. Lu Yu was usually very polite, but this time, he didn't even look at him. It was as if he had been possessed and was staring in another direction. Song Qingshu followed his line of sight and saw two women not far away. One was a maidservant supporting a woman dressed like a madam. The maidservant was naturally ignored. The madam was about 30 years old. To Song Qingshu, who was used to seeing beauties, her appearance could at most be considered delicate. However, there was a unique temperament between her brows. You have the air of a scholar. A phrase suddenly flashed through Song Qingshu's mind. The madam clearly noticed the two of them, especially when she saw Lu Yu. Her face instantly paled. She suddenly clutched her chest and her body swayed as if she was about to fall. Lu Yu subconsciously moved as if he was about to go over to help her. However, he seemed to think of something and stopped himself. His face was filled with pain. By this time, the madam had already caught her breath. She took a deep look at them, and then gradually walked away with the help of her servant girl. Lu Yu stretched his arms, but in the end, he did not shout out the words that were at the tip of his tongue. It can't be that melodramatic, right? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Why did this situation seem like the opening scene of Phoenix on a hairpin? Brother Lu, who is that madam? Song Qingshu probed. Lu Yu shook his head dejectedly and didn't answer him. Instead, he walked in the opposite direction of the madam. Noticing his desolate expression, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel sad for him. They were clearly a loving couple, but because their parents' orders couldn't be disobeyed, they had no choice but to go their separate ways. One married another, and the other married another. Song Qingshu wouldn't criticize Lu Yu for not fighting for his wife from God's point of view. After all, people who didn't fit into the society at that time were all hooligans. In the more open era of the future, disobeying one's parents for love wasn't a big deal. However, in this era where etiquette was prevalent, the parents' orders could be said to be equivalent to an imperial edict. If the children dared to disobey, they would be ostracized by the entire society. One was dejected, and the other was sighing. The two of them walked in silence. However, not long after, a servant girl suddenly caught up to them, panting. Master Lu, please wait. The two of them turned around and saw that it was the servant girl who had been accompanying the madam. Lu Yu's eyes instantly lit up, and a trace of desire seemed to bloom in his eyes. My master said that it was fate that brought us together. He wants to invite Master Lu over for a drink. The servant girl didn't deliver his madam's message as Lu Yu expected. Instead, she brought news of another person. This? Lu Yu instantly hesitated. On one hand, he wanted to see his wife, but on the other hand, he didn't want to see her new husband. Song Qingshu asked, "Miss, may I ask who your master is?" Seeing that Lu Yu was hesitating, he asked the question himself to give the other enough time to think about it. The servant girl didn't expect someone to speak to her so politely. For a moment, she was a little overwhelmed. When she saw that the other person was a handsome young master, she liked him even more. "Young master, my master's surname is Zhao. He is currently in charge of the imperial court." That madam just now really was Lu Yu's ex-wife, Tang Wan. Song Qingshu sighed. He had sighed about this love in his previous life, so he naturally knew the identities of the main characters. After Tang Wan was forced to divorce by Lu Yu's mother, she remarried to Zhao Shicheng, who was a member of the royal family at that time. In charge of the imperial court. Looks like Lu Yu's love rival has a powerful background. Song Qingshu frowned. It had been more than 100 years since the founding of the great Song dynasty. The descendants of the Zhao clan had multiplied for many generations. Now, there were tens of thousands of members of the royal family. Naturally, there were many related matters. In order to deal with this situation, the Song dynasty specially set up the imperial clan department to manage the various members of the royal family. The person in charge was usually a member of the Zhao clan. To be able to stand out among tens of thousands of clan members, this Zhao Shicheng was obviously outstanding. It could be seen that Lu Yu wanted to see Tang Wan, but he was hesitant. Song Qingshu pretended not to understand and advised, "Brother Lu, since they are so kind to invite you, why don't you go and take a look?" "Oh, okay." Lu Yu was already struggling with what to choose. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, he comforted himself in his heart. "I didn't mean to disturb her, but Brother Song asked me to go." Under the guidance of the servant girl, Song Qingshu and Lu Yu quickly arrived at a pleasure boat. They saw that the madam was gently pouring wine for an elegant middle-aged scholar beside her. When she heard the commotion, she subconsciously turned her head to look. When she saw that it was Lu Yu who came in, her wrist couldn't help but shake, and the wine in the jug spilled out, drenching the clothes of the scholar beside her. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." The madam hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe the scholar's clothes. "It's fine." The scholar stood up and shook his clothes. He smiled bitterly at Lu Yu. "Brother Lu, I'm really sorry. I need to go change my clothes. I hope you can forgive me for my negligence." Lu Yu couldn't wait for him to go and not come back, but he still spoke politely. "Brother Zhao is too polite." Song Qingshu secretly curled his lips as he watched. These two were both upright men with astonishing alcohol tolerance. Lu Yu was no exception. The two of them drank a total of 28 jugs of wine. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's martial arts had reached perfection. He could dispel the alcohol with just a little bit of circulation. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to outdrink this bug in front of him. After all, Sixth Yu's body was made of flesh and blood. In the end, he couldn't withstand the effects of alcohol. Song Qingshu was very depressed. After paying the bill, he helped Sixth Yu back to Sixth Fu. Although Sixth Yu didn't want to go back to that sad place because of what happened today, Song Qingshu didn't have the habit of spending the night with a man. Furthermore, taking care of a drunk person. Just thinking about it made his head hurt. If Sixth Yu was a young girl, he could reluctantly do it, but as a man, he would politely decline, even if Sixth Yu was his idol in his previous life. Because it was already late, Sixth Fu was much quieter than it was during the day. Song Qingshu didn't know what kind of attitude this world had towards people who got drunk late at night. He was worried that Sixth Yu would be punished tomorrow, so he didn't disturb anyone else. He just quietly helped Sixth Yu back to his own courtyard. After the maidservant reported, Lu Yu's current wife, Madame Wang, quickly ran out holding the hem of her skirt. When she saw that her husband was drunk and unconscious, she was both angry and distressed. She hurriedly called for the maidservant to help Lu Yu over. "Sister-in-law, this one will take his leave first." Although Song Qingshu was a bit lustful, he wouldn't be tempted by a beautiful woman, not to mention that she was Sixth Yu's wife. "Thank you, young master, for today." Sixth Madam bowed. Sister-in-law, you're too polite. Song Qingshu nodded with a smile. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly turned back and asked, Sister-in-law, do you know Wang Yuyan? It turned out that when he looked at the other party, he vaguely saw some similarities between her and Wang Yuyan. Thinking that her surname was also Wang, he couldn't help but ask. Yuyan? Sixth Madam was extremely shocked. I'm her aunt. Young master also knows Yuyan? So that's how it is. Song Qingshu suddenly understood. Miss Wang and I are friends. Because it was already late, it wasn't convenient for Song Qingshu to stay here any longer. He casually said a few words and then left. On the way back, he thought to himself that the Lin Chuanwan clan was indeed a rich and powerful clan with hundreds of years of history. They had marriage alliances with all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, and the marriage partners were often from opposing camps. They clearly understood the principle of not putting all their eggs in the same basket. The 6 clans had already arranged a unique little courtyard for Song Qingshu. The decorations inside were extremely exquisite. Any random item would probably be a priceless cultural relic in the future. At the same time, they had also arranged for some delicate and pretty maidservants and clever manservants to serve him. After Song Qingshu finished washing up, he sent the maidservants and manservants out and lay on the bed alone in a daze. The night is long, it's really hard to sleep alone. Song Qingshu began to fantasize in his mind. Instead of making so many empty promises, it would be better to send a beautiful young lady to accompany him. Even if they couldn't bear to part with their own young lady, it would be fine to send a young madam over. Of course, these were just his random thoughts. How could a family of 6 scholars do such a thing? Moreover, even if they sent a woman over, would Song Qingshu really accept it? Just now, I heard from Luyu that Guining has already rushed to Linen to inform Han Xingzhou. Now, Miss Qing must be as lonely as I am. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. Once this idea arose, he could no longer suppress it. In an instant, he got up from the bed and quietly slipped out of the window. Although Miss Qing was now in the 6 prefectures and was the daughter-in-law of the 6 clans, once she was discovered, it would definitely cause a great uproar. However, Song Qingshu had absolute confidence in his martial arts. Even in the imperial palace, he could come and go as he pleased, let alone a mere 6 prefectures. Especially when he thought of the consequences of being discovered, the incomparably tense and exciting feeling made Song Qingshu even more unable to stop. Thus, he quietly sealed the sleeping acupoints of the maidservants outside and quietly sneaked into the dark night. At this time, Miss Qing was sitting beside the desk in a daze. Although she had been married for many years, her skin was still as delicate as a young girl's. Because she had just finished bathing, her skin was still faintly emitting a dense mist. Her rosy white skin was exceptionally enchanting. She did not understand why she had washed herself so cleanly. She had even specially found some expensive incense that she had recently obtained to make her whole body smell fragrant. Could it be because of what that person had said before? Miss Cheng's face turned red. She hurriedly shook her head and dispelled that shameful thought. She forced her attention to her husband who was going to Linen. She wondered if his trip was smooth. Unfortunately, not long after, her thoughts drifted again. She muttered, I wonder if he will come tonight. Madam, are you talking about me? At this moment, she heard an incomparably familiar voice. She turned her head and saw a man with an extraordinary temperament sitting by the window looking at her with a faint smile. Who else could it be but Song Qingshu? Ah! Miss Qing exclaimed and hurriedly covered her mouth for fear of disturbing the maidservants. Then, she hurriedly ran over and pulled him down from the window. Song Qingshu was surprised and said, Madam, you don't need to be so anxious. Bah! Miss Qing spat. She closed the window and said angrily, This is the 2nd floor. You sitting by the window is too conspicuous. If other people in the mansion see you, I won't have the face to live. So what if they see me? At worst, I will elope with you and fly far away. Song Qingshu said with a smile. Who wants to elope with you? Miss Qing snorted delicately. Then, she wrinkled her brows and fanned the air in front of her nose. What a strong smell of alcohol. I don't know how much you drank, but your whole body stinks. Although she said that she disliked him, she still gently and considerately poured him a cup of hot tea. Drink some tea to sober up first. I will bring you some hot water to wash your face. Song Qingshu shook his head and said, later generations of medicine have proven that drinking tea after drinking is the most harmful to the body. Miss Qing was startled. Although she didn't understand later generations of medicine, she still understood the second half of the sentence. If you don't drink tea, then what do you drink? Milk, of course. Song Qingshu seriously replied. Qing Yaojia's pretty face instantly turned red. You, pervert. Song Qingshu laughed when he saw her slightly angry yet bashful expression. Your thoughts are too dirty. Scientific research has shown that milk can form a thin layer of protection on the surface of the stomach, preventing the human body from absorbing alcohol. That's why drinking a can of pure milk before drinking alcohol will make you less likely to get drunk on that day. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. Miss Qing covered her ears and walked out. I will bring you some hot water first. Song Qingshu stretched out his ape arm and pulled her small hand toward him. How could Qing Yaojia still stand? She cried out in alarm and fell into his bosom. Madam's body smells so good. Song Qingshu moved closer to her neck and gently sniffed. His face revealed a trace of intoxication. Miss Qing's heart trembled. Her voice was as small as a mosquito's as she said, unlike you, your body stinks. Song Qingshu tightly held her in his arms. He felt that she was petite and exquisite, but her body was plump and soft. He couldn't help but move closer to her ear and whispered, I like to use my stinky body to tarnish your fragrant body. Bad guy Qing Yaojia felt her heart sway and her body softened. In fact, she usually hated the smell of men after they drank, but she didn't know why, but at this time, she didn't feel disgusted at all. Instead, she felt that the smell of alcohol had a strange masculine feeling to it. Hearing her coquettish voice, Song Qingshu felt a raging flame in his lower abdomen. He got up and carried her step by step to the bedside. Realizing what was about to happen, Miss Qing shyly buried her face in his chest. Her whole body trembled and she didn't want to say another word. As the saying goes, alcohol is the medium of sex. Although Song Qingshu had used his internal energy to force out most of the alcohol, he had drunk so much with Lu Yu. The remaining alcohol made his mind extremely excited. His actions were no longer as gentle as before. Fortunately, Miss Qing had been teased by his words. Her heart was fluttering and her eyes were blurred. Her body was also well prepared. She gently withstood the man's wave after wave of attacks. Miss Qing usually gave people the impression that she was an extremely shy person. Even after she got married, she was still like this. At this time, she felt her soul tremble. Her voice was even more coquettish than her usual sweet voice. When it fell into Song Qingshu's ears, it was more intense than any words of love. His fighting spirit was even higher. While the two of them were stuck together like glue, Song Qingshu was suddenly startled. Feeling the strangeness of the man on top of her, Miss Qing opened her blurred eyes and asked in a sweet voice, "What's wrong?" Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, "Someone is coming upstairs." Miss Qing was suddenly shocked. She had already ordered the maids not to disturb them. Moreover, Lu Guining had gone to linen. It couldn't be him. So the person who could come upstairs must be an elder of the Lu family. That was why the maids didn't dare to stop him. Thinking of the consequences if she was discovered, Miss Qing panicked. She hurriedly tried to push away the man on top of her and said, "You, quickly hide." Perhaps it was because she was extremely nervous, but Miss Qing's body was several times more sensitive than usual. Feeling the other party's body trembling and shrinking, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a little happy. How could he be willing to leave, seeing that the man on top of her did not hide and instead attacked more firmly? Miss Qing was so anxious that she was about to cry. However, the more anxious she was, the more her body was out of control. In the end, her mind went blank. She tightly hugged the man on top of her, thinking that even if the sky collapsed, this man would be there to support it. "Cousin, cousin?" An incomparably gentle voice came from outside the door. Miss Qing's body was still trembling. She let out a long breath and quietly said to Song Qingshu, "It's Qingying." Thinking of the matter with Qing Yingxing during the day, Song Qingshu's breathing became a bit heavier. Hot kisses fell on her slender neck and snow-white chest. He didn't have the slightest intention of getting up. Just say a few words and drive her away. Outside the door, Jingying was startled. Why was her cousin so distant today? However, because of what happened the other day, she was a bit absent-minded, so she didn't think too much about it. She subconsciously replied, I want to talk to you. Xianxia pinched Song Qingshu's waist and said, I'm already asleep. Let's talk another day. Outside the door, there was silence. Just when Xianxia thought her cousin had left, Ying's voice rang out again. I know I shouldn't disturb you so late at night, but I have a lot of things to say and can't find anyone to talk to. It turned out that Lu Wushuang had consumed a lot of her divine sense because of the pain during the day. She was now sleeping to recover her energy. Moreover, Qingying had always been a mature and caring elder sister. She was embarrassed to tell her sister what was on her mind. Xianxia was different. She was her older sister and had been married for many years. As an experienced person, she would definitely be able to give her a lot of advice. Xianxia secretly complained. The man on top of her didn't seem to have any misgivings. He was still rampaging. Finally, she was not prepared for a fierce attack and cried out. Huh? Qingying, who was outside the door, heard this strange sound. She hurriedly asked, Cousin, are you okay? Xianxia wanted to answer, but right now her entire body was trembling uncontrollably. The trembling swept over her like a tidal wave. She knew that once she opened her mouth, she would probably make some embarrassing sounds. She could only tightly close her lips and endure. Cousin, cousin? Qingying called out a few times, but there was no response. She could only faintly hear some heavy breathing. She couldn't help but frown. Cousin, I'm worried that something happened to you. I'm coming in. Hearing her cousin's voice, Xianxia became even more nervous. However, the more nervous she was, the more sensitive her body became. She wanted to open her mouth but didn't dare to stop her. Qingying reached out and pushed the door. It was locked from the inside. However, she was the last disciple of the Eastern heretic. She gently released her internal energy and broke the lock. She looked around with concern. Cousin, cousin? At this critical moment, Xianxia reached out and pulled down the bed curtain, blocking the view of outsiders. Cousin, I'm here. At this time, Xianxia had gradually calmed down and was finally able to speak. Hearing that her voice was a little hoarse and seemed to be deliberately lowering it, Qingying was puzzled and asked, Cousin, your voice? Xianxia pulled the quilt to cover the man on top of her. She sat up and leaned against the headboard. It's nothing. I just caught a cold. Song Qingshu, who was under the quilt, couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect that Xianxia, who looked like a well-behaved girl from a noble family, would be so good at deceiving people. Cold? I've been learning martial arts on Peach Blossom Island for many years and I know a little bit about the art of Qi Huang. Let me take a look at it for my cousin. Qingying said as she walked over to the bed. No. Xianxia's heart was about to jump out of her chest as she subconsciously cried out. Qingying was also shocked by her fierce reaction. She couldn't help but stop and ask, Cousin, what's wrong? I. Xianxia was speechless for a moment. But at this moment, her reaction seemed to be several times faster than usual. She quickly thought of a reason. My cold is not a problem. It won't take long for me to recover. But you, during this time, have to take care of Wushuang. If you catch a cold from me and get Wushuang into trouble, it would be terrible. Qingying was startled. She thought that what Xianxia said made some sense. Now that Wushuang had just received treatment to set her bones, she was in her weakest state. If she passed a cold to Wushuang, it would be troublesome if her injuries worsened. In that case, I'll sit here and talk to cousin. Qingying moved a stool about 10 feet away from the head of the bed and sat down on the table. Xianxia couldn't wait for her to leave immediately. But how could she say such words now? Since you mentioned Wushuang, one of the main reasons I came here this time is to apologize to her. Qingying said apologetically. Feeling that the man on top of her was doing evil again, Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. She tried her best to restrain the trembling in her voice. You. Why are you apologizing for her? What happened during the day was Wushuang's fault. She was young and immature. When the matter reached the old madam, you and brother-in-law were caught in a dilemma. Moreover, when the old madam was angry, you also suffered a lot. Qingying replied softly. The old madam is an elder. Teaching us juniors a lesson is right. Xianxia's soft hands gently wrote words on Song Qingshu's chest, begging him not to cause trouble at this time. Qingying looked at the bed with some doubt. She wondered what was wrong with her cousin today. Why was she so strange? But at this time, her mind was also preoccupied and she didn't have time to think about it. She continued to ask, "Cousin, I want to ask you about something." "What is it?" Xianxia only wanted her to quickly ask and leave. She couldn't stand the feeling of dancing on the edge of a cliff. What happened during the day? Qingying paused as if she was thinking about how to phrase it. After a long time, she continued, "It seems that brother-in-law is very familiar with the Golden Snake King, Song Qingshu? We can be considered to be familiar." Xianxia was very surprised. She never thought that she would ask about Song Qingshu. If she wasn't worried that her movements would be too big, she really wanted to lower her head and bite the man. "Oh." Qingying responded and then fell into silence. This aroused Xianxia's curiosity. "What do you want to know?" "I don't know if you are familiar with Song Qingshu." Qingying finally opened her mouth. Not bad." Xianxia thought that the man was now riding on her body. Did she know if they were familiar or not? Qingying hesitated for a long time and finally asked, "Cousin, can you tell me what kind of person Song Qingshu is?" Feeling the change in the man's body, Xianxia secretly spat. She blushed and snorted, "Why did you suddenly ask about him?" No special reason," Qingying replied somewhat unnaturally. Thinking about what happened in the afternoon, even though it had been so long, she still wished that there was a hole in the ground that she could crawl into. "I just saw that he didn't hold any grudges against me and healed Wu Shuang's leg injury. I was very grateful, so I couldn't help but feel a bit curious. These past few years, I have spent most of my time on Peach Blossom Island, so I'm not very familiar with the matters of the Central Plains. So, I wanted to ask what kind of person he is." "Him?" Feeling the man's masculinity and heat, Xianxia's heart was filled with tenderness. She sweetly replied, "He is a great hero with matchless martial arts. For the sake of the Han people, he imitated Zhang Liang Bolong and assassinated Kangxi. Then, he defeated all the martial arts masters in the world and became the Golden Snake King. Then, he called upon the wind and summoned the rain, causing the Qing kingdom's 100,000 troops to be completely annihilated." Hearing her affectionate voice, Song Qingshu's heart was moved. He no longer teased her like before. Instead, his actions became more gentle. Xianxia obviously felt his reaction, so her voice became even more tender. "So, he has this kind of ability." Qingying's beautiful eyes lit up. She also noticed the coquettish tone in Xianxia's voice. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "From your tone, it seems that you admire that Song Qingshu a lot. Won't brother-in-law be jealous if he finds out?" Xianxia shyly smiled. "Your brother-in-law won't be jealous." Qingying looked surprised. "So, cousin has so much confidence in brother-in-law." Xianxia smiled but didn't say anything. Outsiders wouldn't know about the relationship between the three of them. I want to ask cousin a private question." "I hope cousin won't be angry," Qingying suddenly said bashfully. "We are sisters. You are treating me like an outsider." Xianxia looked at her in surprise. She knew how elegant and refined her cousin was. What could have caused her to have such an expression? Even Song Qingshu, who was under the quilt, stopped what he was doing. He curiously pricked up his ears to hear what she was going to ask. "Then I will ask." Qingying took a deep breath and then lightly asked, "Cousin, have you ever used your mouth to do that for brother-in-law?" Song Qingshu, who was listening attentively, almost choked. Qingying had always been elegant and quiet. Her whole body seemed to emit an aura of abstinence. People like her should be talking about the zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. Who would have thought that she would ask such a dirty question? Even Song Qingshu, who was from the later generation, felt that this question was too much, let alone Xianxia, who was from a noble family in this world. She was ashamed and angry. You are a girl. How can you ask such a question? Qingying seemed to have steeled her heart and continued to ask, did you or didn't you? No, Xianxia resolutely replied. Never. In fact, for a traditional girl like her, if it was before, she wouldn't even understand Qingying's question. However, after being with Song Qingshu for so long, she had already tried all kinds of tricks according to his whims. Naturally, she understood this kind of question in a second. Seeing her strong reaction, Qingying was in a trance. She muttered, it turns out that even doing this kind of thing between husband and wife is a bit immoral. Xianxia didn't hear her clearly. What are you talking about? Nothing. Qingying shook her head and then hesitantly said, if a woman accidentally uses her mouth to kiss a man, there. Before she finished speaking, Xianxia exclaimed, if that's the case, the woman only has two choices. Either she kills the man or she marries him. Ah? Qingying was dumbfounded. She couldn't help but emphasize, but the woman didn't do it on purpose. Everything was just an accident. Whether she did it on purpose or not, Xianxia sighed, this world is unfair to women. Men care a lot about a woman's reputation. In the previous Ming dynasty, Hai Rui was an upright and respected official. However, because his daughter accepted a piece of cake from a male servant, he thought it was damaging to his reputation. As a result, he starved his 5-year-old daughter to death. If the situation you're talking about is like that, if the woman can't kill the man or marry him, the consequences will be incomparably miserable. Under the covers, Song Qingshu curled his lips. He thought that the matter of Hai Rui killing his daughter was widely spread in later generations. However, some people had done some research and found that this matter was not recorded in official history. It was only recorded in the Ming dynasty's Yao Shilins, Jianji Bian, the Ming dynasty's Shindi Fuse, Wanli Yihui Bian, and the Qing dynasty's Zhou Lianggong's Shuing. The credibility of these records was really questionable. After all, Hai Rui was upright and outspoken. He was afraid that he had offended a lot of people. Outside, Qingying was scared stiff. Her face was incomparably pale. She thought that with Song Qingshu's martial arts skills, even if her master came personally, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Could it be that she had no choice but to marry him? Compared to Qingying, Xianxia's heart was in a mess. There was a man hiding in her bed. If her cousin found out, how could she live with herself in the future? Didn't they say that I was afraid of infecting you with a cold and indirectly harming Wu Shuang? At this critical moment, Xianxia didn't have any good countermeasures and could only use the previous reason. Tianxiang Novel 2. Qingying shook her head and said, at worst, I'll let someone else take care of Wu Shuang. Right now, I don't want to think about anything else. I just want to quietly hug my cousin. Seeing that she was getting closer and closer, Xianxia hurriedly used her hands and feet to push Song Qingshu to the other side. Then she turned her body sideways, trying to use the quilt and her body to block Qingying's view. Fortunately, Qingying was in a daze and didn't notice her abnormality. Seeing that she was half lying and half sitting on the bed and only wearing her underwear, she couldn't help but tease her, cousin, brother-in-law has gone to linen, yet you are still dressed so seductively. Aren't you afraid of attracting a flower thief? Although their relationship couldn't be compared to Lu Wushuang's, they were cousins. When they were young, Xianxia and Xianxia's relationship could be said to be the best in the entire 6 prefectures, except for Lu Wushuang. Therefore, this kind of joke was not rude at all. Xianxia's face turned red. She thought that there was a real flower thief behind her. Not only did he steal flowers, but he also stole hearts. I haven't slept with my cousin for a long time. I miss the days when I was a child. Qingying's face showed a nostalgic expression. Then she began to untie her belt. Seeing that she was about to take off her clothes, Xianxia's eyes suddenly went wide. No. What a joke. There was a man in the quilt. Her cousin was a virgin. How could she let her innocence be tarnished? What do you mean no? Qingying put her hand on her belt and was stunned. You don't need to take off your clothes. Just leave it like this. Xianxia said with some panic. Actually, she wanted to drive her out, but things had already come to this point. She knew that Qingying had already made up her mind. She could only let Qingying put on her clothes and go to bed first. After Qingying fell asleep, she would let Song Qingshu quietly leave. "Cousin, you have taken off your clothes. If I don't take them off, won't I dirty your bed? What's more, I'll bump into you if I sleep with my clothes on, and it'll be uncomfortable for me to sleep alone." Qingying smiled and loosened her belt. She took off her dress and placed it on a stool. Then, she crawled into bed. Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly moved back. She used her body to separate Xianxia from the man behind her. Seeing Qingying take off her clothes, she opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Could she tell her that there was a man here? Fortunately, although Qingying had taken off her dress, her underwear was more conservative. Not an inch of her skin was exposed, so there was no fear of her suffering. Qingying crawled into bed and lay down. Suddenly, she wrinkled her nose and asked in confusion, "Cousin, did you drink?" Xianxia was startled. Song Qingshu's body reeked of alcohol. Even if she wanted to hide the smell, she wouldn't be able to. Qingying had a faint smile on her face. "No wonder my cousin has been trying to stop me from coming over. It turns out that you're doing bad things here." Xianxia's face turned pale. She only had one thought in her mind, "It's over, it's over." She knows everything. Even Song Qingshu frowned. He slowly stretched out his finger, planning to seal Qingying's acupoints as soon as something went wrong. Fortunately, Qingying immediately said, "Cousin, I know that you've always followed the rules and are a well-known young lady from a noble family. You don't want people to know that you drink. But drinking late at night is the most harmful to your body. Cousin, don't drink anymore." Xianxia's heart was about to jump out of her throat, but when she heard what she said, she calmed down and took the opportunity to reply, Okay. Cousin promises you that I won't drink at night anymore." Qingying stretched out her hand and touched her forehead. She sighed and said, "Cousin, your body is so hot that I can't leave. Tonight, I'll take care of you. I don't want you to alarm the maidservants downstairs. The maidservants are very talkative. I'm afraid that within a day, everyone in the 6 prefectures will know." "Thank you." Xianxia's face and ears turned red. She thought that her body was burning hot not because of the wine, but because of the man behind her. But it was not convenient to explain the details to her. Qingying calmly stared at her with her starry eyes and softly said, "Cousin, what's on your mind that you need to drink alone to drown your sorrows?" Xianxia secretly groaned. How could she find a reasonable reason in such a short time? Seeing that she didn't speak, Qingying continued to ask, "Is it because of what the old madam said during the day?" Xianxia was startled. She remembered that the old madam had called her a chicken that didn't lay eggs during the day. Her face suddenly turned ugly. No matter how good her temper was, she couldn't stand such an insult. Noticing her expression, Qingying understood what was going on. She had no choice but to comfort her. The old madam is old. She hopes that her daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law will help her spread the family's branches. This is very normal. But her words were a bit excessive. "Cousin, please don't take it to heart." Xianxia gently nodded, but her heart was filled with grievance. Qingying patted her shoulder and comforted her, "Cousin, I see that your complexion is rosy and your pulse is steady. Your body should be very healthy. You don't look like you will have no descendants. Could it be that the problem lies with brother-in-law?" Xianxia blushed and whispered, "Don't talk nonsense." After all, she and Lu Guining had been husband and wife for many years. Although he was now impotent, she didn't want this secret to be known by outsiders. She didn't want her husband's reputation to be damaged. Qingying didn't guess what she was thinking. She only wanted to comfort her cousin. "It was fine before, but this time when I came back and saw brother-in-law, he seemed to lack energy. I'll open a house for you tomorrow. When the time comes, you can buy some medicine and add it to brother-in-law's diet to help him replenish his qi and blood." Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing. He admired Qingying a bit. She was worthy of being the last disciple of Peach Blossom Island. Just by looking at him during the day, she was able to determine that there was something wrong with Lu Guining's body. However, she wasn't an immortal who could predict the future. How could she know what was wrong with Lu Guining's body? Even if she relied on her prescription for a lifetime, it wouldn't be enough. All right, let's not talk about your brother-in-law. You are a virgin girl, aren't you ashamed to talk about this? Xianxia felt that it was strange to talk about her husband in this kind of situation, so she quickly changed the topic. I'm just worried about you, Qingying said coquettishly. Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. He never expected that Qingying, who was always calm and collected, would have such a cute side. Her coquettish voice made half of his body go limp. Smelling the delicate fragrance of the two women in the quilt, he couldn't help but feel his heart sway. After the initial nervousness, he became bolder. In the dark, he felt around Xianxia's body. He found the right angle and slowly moved closer. Cousin, are you? Xianxia was just about to change the topic to Qingying when she suddenly felt a strange sensation in her body. She couldn't help but feel a bit angry. This enemy's courage was just too big. Today, I saw a reader's long review in the book review section. It was as rare as a panda. I haven't seen many long reviews in the past 3 years. When Qingying heard her stop, she couldn't help but look at her curiously. She saw that her cousin's face was changing and her skin was as red as a honey peach. Cousin, are you not feeling well? Qingying couldn't help but ask when she heard her deliberately lowered breathing. No, nothing. Xianxia gritted her teeth and endured. In order to divert the other party's attention, she had to continue asking, why did you ask that question just now? Did something happen? No, nothing. This time, it was Qingying's turn to be vague and hesitant. Quick, tell me quickly. What's there to be embarrassed about with your cousin? Xianxia frowned slightly. She could feel that her voice was trembling. She didn't know how long she could keep it a secret. Unable to withstand her coaxing and pestering, Qingying finally began to reveal her thoughts. Actually, something happened today. In the afternoon, when Prince Song was treating Wu Shuang's injury, Qingying blushed and finally told her the whole story. In fact, she didn't want to tell anyone about it, but it was really uncomfortable to keep it in her heart. At the same time, she felt very wronged. She wanted to talk to her gentle and kind cousin. She trusted her cousin's character and knew that she would never reveal her secret. What? You used your mouth to help him? Xianxia was shocked. She had imagined countless situations, but she didn't expect that it was related to Song Qingshu. The man behind her was really something. As long as it was a beautiful woman, he would always be involved. Xianxia felt the change in the man in her body. Obviously, he had heard everything clearly. She bit her lip and quietly pinched the man behind her. Hearing her cousin's words, Qingying suddenly became anxious. No, I didn't mean it. At that time, I thought it was a hidden weapon or something. I didn't know it was his. Hearing her cousin's crying voice, Xianxia naturally didn't dare to joke anymore. She slowly comforted her, don't worry. It's not a big deal. Anyway, I don't think Prince Song is that kind of big mouth. He won't tell anyone. But Qingying didn't feel relieved. Instead, she said, I know he won't say anything, but I'm afraid he'll think I did it on purpose and think I'm a shameless woman who's trying to seduce him. Xianxia's cheeks turned hot when she heard this. She thought that even if he was shameless and lowly, she had already lost count of how many times she had been shameless and lowly. Don't worry, cousin. With your orchid-like temperament, no man will think of you that way. Moreover, if you really want to take it seriously, I think that Song Guy is probably taking advantage of you on purpose. She had purposely said the last sentence for the man behind her to hear. Based on her understanding of Song Qingshu, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was true. Wanting to seek justice for her cousin, Xianxia bit her lip and secretly drew back her legs. She fiercely squeezed Song Qingshu, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. It was both painful and happy. There were all kinds of feelings that couldn't be described to outsiders. No, cousin, you don't know the situation at that time. In fact, Prince Song didn't have a choice at that time. He was at a critical moment of healing Wu Shuang's injury. For some reason, Qingying defended Song Qingshu. Speaking of which, I quite admire him. If it weren't for his strong will, Wu Shuang's leg would have been in danger. Song Qingshu's heart was filled with emotion. Qingying was really as good and considerate as described in the original work. She was always considerate of others. This kind of temperament really made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Even if they couldn't be lovers, they could still be friends. Xianxia's heart was moved. She couldn't help but ask, "Do you like him?" Qingying suddenly looked like a frightened rabbit. Of course not. Cousin, why would you think that? Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled. I almost forgot that our Miss Cheng's heart already belongs to someone. Hearing this, Song Qingshu suddenly pricked up his ears. Qingying was embarrassed and anxious. She turned around and didn't dare to look at her. She said with a whimper, "How can my heart belong to someone else?" Seeing her turn around, Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. She signaled Song Qingshu behind her to find an opportunity to leave while she wasn't looking. She continued to tease her, saying, "Since I see a gentleman, I don't like him. For example, that Yang Dage, Lu Dage, it must be that girl Wu Shuang's big mouth. She must be talking nonsense everywhere." Qingying felt that her cheeks were very hot. She didn't need to look in the mirror to know that they must be very red. Xianxia moved closer and hugged her from behind. On one hand, she wanted to escape from the claws of the man behind her. On the other hand, she wanted to make sure that Qingying couldn't suddenly turn around so that she wouldn't see Song Qingshu. She waved her small hand behind her, indicating that Song Qingshu should leave quickly. Xianxia then said, "You misunderstood Wu Shuang. One day, she came over with a piece of paper and asked me what the words on it meant. I saw these words written on the paper and thought that with Wu Shuang's accomplishment, she couldn't write them. When I asked her, she said that she saw you writing these words on the paper. You wrote them and tore them, and wrote them again. She was worried that you had something on your mind, so she stole a piece of paper. Unfortunately, she couldn't understand it, so she came to ask me. As soon as I saw it, I knew that my little sister was in love. She asked Wu Shuang who you met during this period. She said that she met a young man called Yanghua. Then I naturally guessed what you were thinking." Qingying was extremely embarrassed, but she hurriedly said, "Cousin, you can't tell Wu Shuang about this." Xianxia was startled. "Why?" Qingying faintly sighed, "Wu Shuang is deeply in love with Yang Dage. How can I get involved?" This time even Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. Qingying's considerate nature was simply distressing. In the original work, she had never spoken about her feelings for Yanghua, nor had she told anyone about it. He couldn't help but admire Master Jin's skill. How could a young girl's first awakening of love be able to say it out loud? She just wrote it over and over again and then burned it. If Yanghua hadn't stealthily stolen a piece of paper and read the contents, who would know what she was thinking? No wonder when Yanghua read the original work, his heart was pounding and he couldn't help but become infatuated. Not to mention him, even the readers were infatuated. Xianxia's heart was pierced by her words. She couldn't help but sigh, "Silly girl, you can't just let go of your feelings. If you don't bravely fight for it, I'm afraid you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Qingying bitterly smiled, "No need. Yang Dage has another person in his heart. Whether it's Wu Shuang or me, we are destined to have no ending. My poor little sister." Xianxia's heart ached when she heard this. She couldn't help but hold her in her arms. This made Qingying somewhat uncomfortable. "Cousin, I've already thought it through." "Ah." She suddenly cried out in alarm and turned around in a flash. She stared dumbfoundedly at Xianxia's back. Xianxia secretly cursed. She wanted to hold her and not let her turn around, but the other party was the last disciple of Peach Blossom Island. Her martial arts were far superior to hers. If she really turned around, how could she hold her? You. Why are you here?" Qingying sat up straight. She had already seen everything on the bed. She pointed at Song Qingshu in horror. It turned out that Qingying felt uncomfortable being hugged by Xianxia. She wanted to pat Xianxia's body to show that she had already thought it through and was not as sad as she had imagined. Who would have thought that what she touched was not her cousin's soft body but a hairy thigh? She was scared out of her wits. Her first thought was that her brother-in-law had not left and was still on the bed. When Qingying thought about how her conversation with her cousin had been overheard, coupled with the fact that she was sharing the same bed with her brother-in-law, she felt ashamed and resentful. However, she soon discovered that the truth was even more shocking than she had imagined. Unlike Xianxia, whose whole body was limp and frightened, Song Qingshu did not panic at all. He smiled and said, "Why can't I be here?" These years, Song Qingshu had experienced countless storms and waves. Now his heart was firm. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, he would not blink, let alone this small situation. She. After the initial shock, Qing Ying's face quickly sank. She said coldly, "I never thought that the great hero of the world was actually a lowly thief who bullied someone else's wife." Song Qingshu gloomily said, "You are wrongly accused." "When did I bully her?" When Qingying heard Qing Yaojia's irregular breathing and deliberately suppressing her desire, she did not realize anything. Now that she thought about it, how could she not know what he had just done to her cousin? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She grabbed the jade flute that had just been placed on the bedside and thrust it forward. Her first move was old heretic Huang's jade flute swordplay. Huang Yaoshi's martial arts skill was 30% evil. In addition to her sudden attack coupled with her anger, her sword could be said to be cunning and ruthless. Even if her opponent's martial arts skill was higher than hers, it was very likely that he would be defeated by her attack. Huang Yaoshi's martial arts skill was 30% evil. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu's martial arts had reached the pinnacle of perfection. It could be said that he could do whatever he wanted. Seeing her sword thrust toward him, he moved his mind and sealed her acupoints. Qingying was horrified. She knew that Song Qingshu's martial arts were very high, but she did not expect it to be this high. Seeing that she had no resistance, she could only coldly say, "Humph, your martial arts have reached the great master level, but your way of doing things does not have the bearing and strength of a great master." Song Qingshu was speechless. "Hey, little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Have you ever thought that the truth isn't what you think it is?" Song Qingshu was speechless. Qing Ying's eyes swept over the bed and saw that her cousin's clothes were disheveled, revealing a large patch of pink skin. Perhaps it was because she was being bullied, but her skin was covered with a faint blush. She did not know whether it was because out or because she was angry. "Is there any misunderstanding?" "You. It out. Ing out that out. Ing. Out. No, it's not like that." Before Song Qingshu could open his mouth, Qing Yaojia opened her mouth and shyly explained. Qingying knew that her cousin had always been shy and had a weak temperament. But now that she still had this kind of attitude, she could not help but feel angry and distressed. "Cousin, don't be afraid. This person treated you like this. We have to get justice for him. Besides, you were forced. Even if brother-in-law finds out in the future, he will certainly not blame you." Qing Yaojia's face turned red. With great difficulty, she found an opportunity to say, "I was not forced. I was willing." "What?" Qing Ying's whole body trembled. She looked at her in disbelief. In her heart, her cousin had always been the model of a lady from a noble family. She was virtuous, gentle, and virtuous. How could she do such a thing? "Cousin, does he have something on you? Or is he using brother-in-law's life to threaten you?" Qingying was an extremely intelligent woman. She quickly thought of all kinds of possibilities. Qing Yaojia shook her head. She had been afraid that this matter would be known. But now that it had happened, she felt that she was not as afraid as before. Now that she had calmed down and said, "It's not what you think. Prince Song did not force me or threaten me. I did all of this voluntarily. Moreover, your brother-in-law also knows about this." "Brother-in-law also knows?" Qingying asked in surprise. "Yes." Qing Yaojia nodded. She pulled the quilt to cover her exposed body. At the same time, she also thoughtfully covered Song Qingshu, who was next to her, with the quilt. Qingying was suddenly silent. Words could be faked, but these minor actions could not be faked. Her cousin's actions were sincere. Moreover, the tenderness in her eyes moved her. She finally believed what Song Qingshu had said before. She couldn't help but faintly sigh, "Cousin, if you do this, how can you face brother-in-law?" Her tone was actually very polite. If it was another woman who did such a thing, she wouldn't even look at them. Qing Yaojia snappily rolled her eyes. "Didn't I say that your brother-in-law knows about this?" How is that possible? Qingying frowned. Earlier in the hall, brother-in-law was so respectful to Song Qingshu. If he knew about the two of you, how could he? Although she did not finish her sentence, the meaning behind her words could not be any clearer. Song Qingshu interrupted, why can't your brother-in-law know the truth and respect me at the same time? Shut up. I don't want to listen to you. Qingying didn't know why she was so angry. She turned around and looked at Xianxia. Cousin, you speak. Xianxia apologetically looked at Song Qingshu and then explained, Prince Song is right. Your brother-in-law does know about this. At the same time, he still respects Prince Song very much. You all confuse me. Even though Qingying was exceptionally smart, she was still confused by this sentence. Based on common sense, she really couldn't imagine how her brother-in-law would respect the man who made him a cuckold after he knew about it. It's like this, Xianxia thought for a moment and then slowly said, you also know that in the old madam's eyes, not having children is a serious mistake. Previously, Xiaoshu and Auntie Tang had such a good relationship. In the end, because Auntie Tang couldn't give birth to a boy or a girl, the old madam ordered them to divorce. You should know that Xiaoshu is the old madam's flesh and blood, yet she is so heartless. Your brother-in-law and I are in a similar situation. After being married for so many years, my stomach has never had any movement. The old madam's attitude towards us husband and wife has also become worse. Your brother-in-law and I know that it won't be long before we will follow in Xiaoshu's and Auntie Tang's footsteps. In desperation, we can only look for Prince Song, to borrow a child. As soon as she said the last two words, Xianxia blushed. It should be known that this was a secret that she had planned to bury in her heart for the rest of her life. If it wasn't because she had no other choice, she wouldn't have said it. You guys are too absurd. Qingying also blushed as she listened. She couldn't help but spit, you and brother-in-law are obviously still young. You have plenty of time. If you slowly nurse your body back to health, you will be able to conceive a child. Why do you have to do this? Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, there is no time. During the trip to Yangzhou, your brother-in-law's kidney was injured by an enemy. He can no longer do anything. Ah? Qingying's rosy little mouth opened wide. Her heart was filled with shock. Only then did Xianxia roughly tell her about the Yangzhou students. She then said, young Master Song has saved our lives. Moreover, he has always helped us. We are unable to repay this great kindness, so, in addition to the issue of having an heir, your brother-in-law took the initiative to propose this. We, husband and wife, pleaded countless times before young Master Song reluctantly agreed. Qingying had a strange expression on her face. She thought to herself, just now, he looked like he was completely enjoying it. He didn't look the slightest bit embarrassed. Today, the WeChat public account has updated a new version of Qingying's story that makes the monk drool. Everyone can go take a look. WeChat public account, Monk Liuruan edition. Many readers have left messages saying that they don't know where to read the original version. The monk is also very depressed. I should have said this many times. The original version is on the internet, or you can download the Zongheng Novels app, search for the book, and subscribe. In addition, many people have left messages saying that they feel that subscribing to the original version is troublesome, so they give gifts on the WeChat public account. Although the monk appreciates this kind of behavior, if everyone has the time, it is better to subscribe to the original version. After all, the number of subscriptions is related to the monk's importance in Zongheng, as well as his recommendation and so on. Of course, there are even more readers who want to support the monk, but are suffering from lack of money. In fact, it is not impossible to support the monk. There are advertisements at the end of every article on the WeChat public account. If you are interested, you can click on them. The monk should be able to earn some income with each click. I don't know how much money each click equals. After all, the official account has not announced the formula, but it should be about 1 or 2 cents. Of course, this is not something that can be forced. It depends on everyone's mood. 83 Chinese net. Xianxia suddenly got up and knelt down in front of Qingying. Cousin, I have a favor to ask of you. Song Qingshu frowned. Fortunately, Qingying helped her up first and stopped her from kneeling down. Cousin, don't do this. If you don't agree, I won't get up. Xianxia glanced at Song Qingshu before continuing. Back then, young Master Song had always refused our request because he knew that if this matter were to be exposed, it would be a huge blow to his reputation. However, in the end, he was unable to withstand our begging and finally agreed. Now that something has happened, how can I let young Master Song take the blame? When Song Qingshu heard this, he was both angry and amused. At the same time, his heart was moved. He helped Xianxia up and lightly said, "You don't need to beg her. I can handle this matter myself. At this time, I somewhat admire your courage, but..." Qingying changed the topic and sneered, "I wonder how Prince Song plans to deal with this matter." Song Qingshu faintly smiled. "The easiest way is to kill you. In this world, only dead people can keep secrets." Qingying was suddenly silent. She knew that he was telling the truth. Now that her acupoints were sealed, she could only be slaughtered. Even if her acupoints were not sealed, with the difference in martial arts between them, she would not be able to resist. Xianxia cried out in alarm and hurriedly spread her arms in front of Qingying. "Young master, Qingying is my most beloved sister. Don't hurt her." Seeing her action, Qingying's heart warmed. She softly said, "Cousin, you don't have to worry. He won't kill me." Song Qingshu was startled. "How can you be so sure that I won't kill you?" Qingying indifferently said, "If you really wanted to kill me, why would you talk so much nonsense with me?" Song Qingshu laughed. "Miss is really smart and wise. Unfortunately, I still can't figure out how you can ensure that I won't tell anyone." Qingying frowned as if she was very distressed about this matter. "It's very simple. Didn't you promise me something during the day? At that time, I said that I hadn't thought about it yet and would wait until I thought about it. Now, of course, I have thought about it." Song Qingshu paused, looked into her eyes and said with a smile, "Miss Qing is so smart, you should know what it is." Qingying pursed her lips, and there was a hint of anger on her face. "At that time, we clearly agreed that it couldn't violate the path of chivalry, and it couldn't be a despicable request." Song Qingshu shrugged. "How is this against the path of chivalry? Your cousin and I are both willing parties, so it's not a big deal." Seeing her uncertain expression, Song Qingshu continued, "Actually, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. With my current reputation and martial arts, plus my reputation as a playboy, even if this matter were to be exposed, it wouldn't affect me much. On the contrary, it would be talked about enthusiastically. At that time, the one who will be hurt the most is actually your cousin. She won't be accepted by the world. She will be spat on by her husband's family and despised by her maiden family. Secondly, your brother-in-law will be criticized and looked at differently all day long." "Alright, I promise you." Qingying hurriedly interrupted him, and her face was a little pale. "It's a deal." Song Qingshu smiled and released her acupoints. Qingying didn't expect that he would let her go so easily. She said in surprise, "Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word?" Song Qingshu shook his head. "Although I haven't met you before, I've been friends with you for a long time. I know that you're a gentleman. Since you promised me, you naturally won't go back on your word." "Friends with you for a long time." Qingying murmured to herself. This was the second time she heard this. She always had a feeling that he was her old friend, but she knew nothing about him. The feeling of being seen through inside and out made her feel very uncomfortable. "Cousin, thank you." Xianxia held Qingying's hand and said gratefully. She knew that her cousin had always been upright. The reason why she agreed to hide this from her was probably because of her. Qingying also felt a myriad of emotions for her cousin's misfortune. The two women hugged each other and whispered to each other. No one knew what they said, but in the end, they both burst into tears. On the side, Song Qingshu was very depressed. He knocked on the bed and coughed, "Miss Qing, it's getting late. You should go back to sleep." Qingying opened her mouth in surprise. She looked at him for a while. After a long time, she snorted, "Why didn't Prince Song go back to sleep?" Song Qingshu laughed, "Speaking of this, it's all your fault. If you hadn't deliberately teased me this afternoon, making my blood boil and making my heart fire unbearable, how could I have come to your cousin's place?" Qingying originally wanted to denounce him, but when she heard his words, her face instantly turned red. It was as if her whole head was so hot that it was about to emit air from her ears. Especially when she thought that he had clearly heard what she had said to her cousin. She suddenly wished that she could die immediately. Xianxia felt sorry for her little sister and tried to smooth things over for her. Gongzi, cousin is so pure and innocent. She really didn't do it on purpose. Song Qingshu smiled, of course I know Miss Qing didn't do it on purpose. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in your bed right now, but in hers. In the end, Qingying couldn't stand his teasing. She jumped out of the bed and put on her dress while covering her chest. She said in panic, I'm going back first. I won't disturb you anymore. Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing, why are you covering your chest? I obviously can't see anything. Don't make it look like I'm taking advantage of you. In the end, Qingying couldn't restrain herself. She turned her head and looked at him bitterly, Gongzi, haven't you taken advantage of me enough today? The moonlight shone in through the window and sprinkled on her body. It was as if a layer of silver gauze had been draped over her body, making her look extremely graceful and moving. Song Qingshu's heart warmed up when he saw the look in her eyes. He said, I suddenly changed my mind. Qingying was confused. Suddenly, she felt a huge force on her body and her whole body involuntarily flew toward the bed. Song Qingshu stretched out his arms and held her in his arms. Qingying struggled to get up, but her whole body went numb and her acupoints were sealed. She couldn't help but be startled and angry, what do you want to do? Nothing. It's just an extra layer of insurance. Song Qingshu put her down on the bed and said with a smile, the most fickle thing in the world is the human heart. Although Miss is a gentleman now, it's hard to guarantee that she will change her mind in the future. Only by tying Miss and Yaojia to the same boat can we be safe. Gongzi, what do you want to do? Qing Yaojia held his arm with a worried expression as if she was worried that he would hurt her cousin. It's nothing, Song Qingshu's first sentence made the two women heave a sigh of relief, but the second sentence instantly made their beautiful faces pale, it's just letting her sleep with us, that's all. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Qingying suddenly felt ashamed and indignant. At the same time, there was an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. In fact, she had a good impression of Song Qingshu before. Sleep, sleep? Qing Yaojia was also startled. She thought that it was fine if she accompanied him, but how could her innocent cousin accompany him? Seeing the two women's expressions, Song Qingshu knew that they had misunderstood. He couldn't help but gloomily say, what are you thinking? I'm just letting her sleep here for one night. I won't do anything to her. Even if she goes to tell others, they will definitely ask her about the details. The fact that she slept with us will naturally be exposed. Who will believe that she is still innocent at that time? You're so vicious. Qingying's hands and feet suddenly turned cold. As smart as she was, she immediately understood the severity of the situation. Even if Song Qingshu didn't do anything to her tonight, people would definitely doubt him in today's society. With all kinds of rumors and slanders, even if she was innocent, her reputation would be completely ruined. Song Qingshu lightly said, this isn't viciousness. It's just a manipulation of human nature. If I were really viciousness, wouldn't it be easier to just take off your clothes and take your body? Qingying was silent. She knew that what he said was true. If she put herself in his shoes, it would be difficult for her to easily believe him just because of a promise. But now, it was a blessing and a misfortune. Miss Qing, you can rest assured that I won't be rude to you. Just take it as sleeping here. When you wake up tomorrow, everything will be fine. Song Qingshu said and was about to hit her sleeping acupoint. Stop. Qingying anxiously said. Song Qingshu was startled and looked at her with a puzzled expression. Don't hit my acupoint. I have to stay awake. Otherwise, how will I know if you won't take advantage of me falling asleep? Qingying paused and blushed. Then she continued, take advantage of me. Actually, I understand your concern, but... Song Qingshu had a strange look on his face. But I'm going to be intimate with your cousin. Are you sure you want to stay awake and stay aside? Qing Yaojia cried out in alarm. Her face was as red as a red veil. She also began to comfort her. Secretly being together with Song Qingshu was already an unprecedented act of boldness. If she were to do it in front of her little sister, Just thinking about the scene would make her want to find a hole to hide in. No, I must stay awake. If it was any other matter, Qingying might have agreed to it. However, this matter concerned her innocence, so how could she be careless? Although she knew that her cousin wouldn't harm her, she also knew that with her cousin's weak temperament, if Song Qingshu really did something to her, she probably wouldn't be able to stop him. Qingying didn't want to lose her virginity in her sleep. Well, since you insist, then do as you please. But don't regret it later. Song Qingshu stopped Xianxia from continuing to persuade her. He hugged her and rolled into the bed. Hey, don't. Thinking that her cousin was still next to her, Xianxia couldn't bring herself to do it. She hurriedly tried to push him away with a red face. Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Don't worry, she can't see it." Qingying was lying on the outermost side of the bed. Her acupoint had been hit, so she really couldn't see what was going on. Xianxia cried out in alarm. She didn't know where she was being touched. Her voice carried a trace of pleading, "But she can hear us." Song Qingshu moved closer to her ear and whispered, "Then you can hold back and not make a sound." Xianxia's heart was shaken by the hot air blowing into her ear. Before she could react, the other party pressed down heavily on her. Her whole body trembled, but she didn't dare to make a sound. She could only gently hit his chest in protest. After an unknown amount of time, Qingying's face turned red. At this moment, her heart was full of regret. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have insisted on waking up. Although Xianxia deliberately suppressed her voice, it was the dead of night and they were on the same bed. How could Qingying not hear it? The woman's coquettish moans, the man's heavy breathing, and the sound of their bodies colliding with each other accompanied the swaying of the bed. Although Qingying was a young girl who had never had sex, her mind could still clearly picture the scene of the man next to her. While her face and ears were flushed, her body couldn't help but soften. When Qingying woke up the next day, she couldn't help but be shocked. She subconsciously sat up and checked that her clothes were intact. Only then did she let out a long sigh of relief. "You're awake?" Her cousin's gentle and shy voice came from not far away. Qingying looked toward the direction of the voice and saw Xianxia sitting in front of the dressing table. She didn't know if it was because of last night's rain and dew, but today her face was especially radiant. Only then did Qingying realize that her acupoints had naturally been unsealed. She couldn't help but look to the side and saw that the quilt on the bed was neat and tidy. There was no trace of that man. As if she knew what she was looking for, Xianxia got up and walked over to her. "There's no need to look. Prince Song left at dawn. I know you were frightened and it wasn't easy for you to fall asleep, so I didn't wake you when I got up." Hearing this, Qingying's face turned red and she secretly spat out a mouthful of saliva. She thought that the two of you had been tossing and turning until late last night. "It would be strange if I could sleep." Xianxia sat down beside her and held her hand. She quietly said, "Cousin, don't blame Prince Song. He did it for me." Qingying pursed her lips and said, "I don't know what kind of magic soup he gave you, but you treat him much better than you treated brother-in-law." Xianxia's face also turned red. She softly said, "He is an immortal-like man. If you get along with him for a long time, maybe you will also fall for him." "I won't be like you," Qingying said coldly. However, as soon as the words came out of her mouth, she realized that they were a bit hurtful. She had always been kind and didn't want to see her cousin sad. However, the impact of what happened last night was too great. She really couldn't communicate with her cousin calmly. After putting on her clothes, she got up and said, "I'll go back to see Wushuang first." She had only taken 2 steps when she stopped. Then her white face instantly turned red. It turned out that she had felt that the bottom of her skirt was a bit wet and cold. Thinking of how her body had reacted after listening to him all night, she felt so wrong that she almost cried. Seeing her suddenly stop, Xianxia asked with concern, "Are you not feeling well?" "It's nothing." Qingying pursed her lips and left as if she was fleeing. Along the way, Qingying cursed Song Qingshu half to death in her heart. She wanted to go to Wushuang's place first to see how she was doing. Then she would take a bath and change her clothes. Otherwise, the cold feeling of her clothes sticking to her skin would make her feel extremely uncomfortable. Qingying had always been meticulous. She didn't want her cousin to see through her thoughts and worry her. She tidied up her appearance at the door and then opened it. Wu Shuang, but her voice suddenly stopped. It turned out that at this time, Song Qingshu was sitting beside Wu Shuang's bed, talking and laughing with her. Previously, in the public account's automatic reply, there were missing pictures of Gubai, Wanyan Zhongjia, Little Tong Ho, Li Qiushui and her sister, Tianshan Tonglao and others. Everyone can send the names of the female characters in this book to the public account. The system will automatically return a picture of the corresponding character. Remember to make sure that there are no typos in the full name. Finally, I would like to thank all the readers for helping to click on the advertisement at the end of the article. Yesterday, there were more than 300 people who clicked on the article, several times more than usual. Seeing the two of them talking and laughing in the room, Qingying felt her blood boil. She rushed over and pulled Song Qingshu off the bed. Then, she stood between the two of them and glared at him like a mother hen protecting her chicks. "What do you want?" Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that question?" "That's right." Lu Wushuang also reacted at this time. "Brother Song is here to check on my injuries." "Cousin, what are you doing?" "Brother Song?" Qingying was angry. "Yesterday, When she was with Yang Gua, she often bickered with Guafu. She never had a good impression of that unruly and willful daughter. Qingying was speechless for a moment. She couldn't tell her what happened last night, could she? She was doing it for Lu Wushuang's own good, but now she was being blamed by her cousin. She couldn't tell her the truth, so she felt very depressed. Lu Wushuang also couldn't understand why her cousin, who had always been polite to others, was acting like this today. However, she had something more important to worry about, so she didn't think too much about it. "Brother Song, yesterday you mentioned that Sha Dan is Brother Yang's fiancé. What's going on?" Even Qingying, who was sulking, was instantly attracted by this and pricked up her ears to listen. "It's like this, Brother Yang's grandfather is the Jin Kingdom's King Zhao, Wanyan Honglai. Back then, he was betrothed to the Pucha family's leader." Song Qingshu finally told her about the Jin Kingdom. "What, Sha Dan is from the Jin Kingdom?" After hearing this, Lu Wushuang couldn't hold back anymore and exclaimed. Qingying was also shocked. As people of the Song dynasty, they were taught from a young age that there was a blood feud with the Jin Kingdom. Now that they suddenly found out about Yang Gua's true identity, they couldn't accept it for a moment. "It's just fate, Brother Yang can't choose for himself," Song Qingshu explained on behalf of Yang Gua, "but whether he's from the Song dynasty or the Jin Kingdom, Brother Yang is still a man of indomitable spirit." "Why do the two of you care so much?" "That's right. No matter what, he's still my idiot." Lu Wushuang was more straightforward and was the first to recover. Qingying's heart was not inferior to Huang Rong's, and she thought about many things. After a long time, she asked, "With Miss Long's personality, even if Brother Yang is a golden man, she wouldn't mind. They love each other so much, why aren't they together?" "I'm not too sure about the reason, but it's fate." Song Qingshu sighed, thinking that in the original novel, Yang Gua and Xiao Longnu had suffered enough, but in this world, it was even worse. Yang Gua was a Jin man, and Xiao Longnu was Yufei's orphan. Yufei vowed to fight against the Jin all his life, and the Jin man hated Yufei to the core. Not only did they have a feud between them, but now they also had a family feud. However, Song Qingshu sighed with emotion, and at the same time, he was secretly delighted. Otherwise, Yang Gua and Xiao Longnu's love was stronger than the Jin, and he was afraid that he really had no chance at all. But now, the two depended on their own ability. Qingying and Lu Wushuang still wanted to continue to inquire about Yang Gua, but suddenly a maid ran to the door and said, "Prince Song, Master invites you to the study. He has something important to discuss with you." Song Qingshu frowned slightly, and then asked with a smile, "Do you know what it is?" The maid didn't expect him to be so polite. He was handsome and had a good attitude, so the maid had a good impression of him. "I don't know. I only know that third young master is back, and it may have something to do with this." "Well, lead the way." Mississippi. After Song Qingshu got up and said goodbye to Qingying and Lu Wushuang, he was led by the maid to the direction of the study. Since Lu Guanying was back, he must have brought back important news from Linen. Looking at his back as he left, Qingying had a strange look on her face. She thought that if her brother-in-law came back a few hours earlier and happened to bump into Song Qingshu on her cousin's bed, would he really not be angry, as her sister said. After Song Qingshu arrived at the study, he found that 6 Zhan, 6 Yu, and 6 Guining were standing respectfully in the study, looking at the back of another person. That person's back was facing the door, and he was flipping through the precious ancient books on the bookshelf. As he flipped through, he sighed. It is said that the books of the 6 families are richer than those of the imperial palace. I didn't believe it before, but I really admire it today. Prime Minister, you flatter me. 6 Zhan responded respectfully. Beside him, 6 Yu also followed his father to salute, but he had a hangover on his face. Obviously, he drank too much last night and was not fully sober yet. Hearing the movement of Song Qingshu entering the door, several people in the room turned around one after another. The person with his back facing the door also turned around and looked at Song Qingshu with a smile. I haven't seen you for a long time. Prince Song is still so handsome. Song Qingshu said with a smile, isn't Prime Minister Han still as elegant as ever? At the same time, he was secretly shocked. He did not expect that Han Xingzhou would come in person. Although the distance between Linen and Shanin was not far, it was not close either. Calculating the time, Han Xingzhou probably did not delay at all after seeing Lu Guining and rushed through the night to come here so quickly. After the two exchanged greetings for a while, Han Xingzhou suddenly looked at him with a faint smile. Now the Golden Snake Camp and the Southern Song Dynasty have stationed hundreds of thousands of troops along the Yangtze River, and the war is about to start. I wonder what is the matter for young master to come here at this time. Song Qingshu said with a smile, sightseeing and visiting some old friends. Is that so? Han Xingzhou suddenly changed the topic. I think Prince Song is here to ask for peace. Song Qingshu did not comment, but replied lightly, Prime Minister Han rushed over from Linen overnight. I am afraid that he is here to ask for peace. Han Xingzhou was startled, realizing that he had acted too eagerly and had been seen through by the other party. But the situation in the court was changing rapidly and did not allow him to take his time. Why does Prince Song say this? Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Even if everyone in the Southern Song Dynasty wants to go to war with the Golden Snake Camp, Prime Minister Han is not one of them. The biggest enemy in Prime Minister Han's heart is the Jin Kingdom. He wants to wipe away the shame of Jin Kong and subdue the country. For this, he has planned for decades. Now that he is about to succeed, how can he let the court be distracted by the Golden Snake Camp? After all, Song Qingshu came from the later generations, so he knew Han Xingzhou's ambition. In addition, he had learned from Zishan Dragon Queen that her husband, Han Xianxia, was also a spy sent by Han Xingzhou to the Jin Kingdom 20 years ago, so he was sure of everything. Having his thoughts seen through, Han Xingzhou could not help but be shocked and angry. But he had been in the officialdom for many years, so he quickly adjusted. Fine, let's not beat around the bush. I don't want the court to go to war with the Golden Snake Camp, and young master obviously has the same idea. In that case, how about we stick to the agreement we made in Yangzhou? Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, now I am afraid that Prime Minister Han is not the only one in charge of the Southern Song Dynasty, right? Han Xingzhou frowned. Is young master worried about something? Han Xingzhou's face heated up. He knew that Wei Xiaobao was mocking him. Last time, they had clearly made an agreement in Yangzhou, but as soon as Ma Qichen arrived, everything changed. Because of this matter, he had to greet all 18 generations of Ma Qichen's ancestors at home. I'm afraid you're worried about Ma Qichen, Han Xingzhou explained. Yes, it was Ma Qichen who made trouble last time, but now he is like a skeleton in a grave and can't do anything again. Don't worry, young master. A skeleton in a grave? Song Qingshu chuckled. What do you mean? Han Xingzhou also laughed. Ma Qichen used to tie the imperial court to the same worship as him. But now that Li Keqiu has been captured by young master and the Jiangnan Green camp has been destroyed, Ma Qichen has no one to rely on. Many people in the imperial court accuse him, and the situation is on the verge of collapse. If it weren't for his many years of hard work, the emperor would have already removed him from the position of prime minister. Many years of hard work? Song Qingshu said coldly. Ma Qichen has done all kinds of bad things. What hard work can he have? Is it his hard work to frame Yu Fei? He had always respected Yu Fei, and the more he spoke, the more indignant he became. Han Xingzhou laughed awkwardly but didn't agree. Yu Fei's case was the biggest injustice in the southern Song dynasty and the biggest minefield of the imperial court. Although they knew Yu Fei was wronged, no one dared to bring up reversing the verdict. After all, it was the emperor who made the decision. If they reversed the verdict for Yu Fei, wouldn't it be a slap in the face to the emperor? Song Qingshu was an outsider, so he naturally could say these things. Han Chuanzhou, on the other hand, had been in the imperial court for many years, so he had learned to be mature and prudent. He would play it safe, so he naturally would not get involved. However, he admired Song Qingshu's indignation very much. It must be known that he had always despised Qin Hui and Wan Qifeng's conduct. Moreover, he was bent on conquering the Central Plains to wash away the humiliation of Jing Kong. Naturally, Yu Fei was his confidant. Even without Ma Qichen, your imperial court seems to have another heavyweight, Song Qingshu said suddenly. Do you mean Jia Sherdao, young master? Han Xingzhou's expression suddenly became very strange. I'm afraid he doesn't have the time to care about this. Not long ago, his son made a big mistake. That matter involved the palace, and Song Qingshu was, after all, an outsider. Han Xingzhou deliberately avoided mentioning it, but how could he know that Song Qingshu was personally involved from beginning to end? The emperor was furious. Concubine Jia was banished to the cold palace, and Jia Sherdao was demoted. His power was weakened to the extreme. Han Xingzhou gloated and tried to control himself from laughing out loud. It took him a lot of effort to save his son's life and send him to Mongolia as a hostage to atone for his crimes. However, the Mongolian delegation disappeared for no reason, and his son is also missing. Jia Sherdao is now focusing all his energy on investigating this matter. Song Qingshu was shocked. He thought that Jia Sherdao had not only lost his son, but also so many top experts of the Island of Heroes. It would be strange if he wasn't anxious. With his power in the imperial court and the intelligence network of the Island of Heroes, he might really find out that it was Song Qingshu. With such concerns in his heart, Song Qingshu asked calmly, "Oh, I wonder if you found anything?" Han Xingzhou also frowned. This matter is very strange. The Mongolian delegation was made up of elite writers, and they were accompanied by many top experts. I don't know who could make such a powerful team disappear into thin air. However, I found the Imperial Army at the scene. Someone must have used the army. I think the mastermind behind this is probably Ma Qichen. Song Qingshu thought to himself, Ma Qichen was bold enough to send out 500 elite cavalrymen. It was a good person to take the blame. Unfortunately, although she could fool others, she probably couldn't fool Jia Sherdao. The 18 top experts of the Island of Heroes were all masters. Even if they were faced with 500 elite cavalrymen, they wouldn't be completely wiped out. None of them would be able to escape. Han Xingzhou smiled and said, "Does that make you feel relieved? I hope everything goes well." Song Qingshu nodded. The two sides continued to discuss and finally reached a preliminary agreement according to the agreement they had made in Yangzhou. However, things were different now. Song Qingshu had more confidence to fight for more benefits. Although Han Xingzhou was in a difficult position, he didn't refuse. In the end, Han Xingzhou said, "Tomorrow morning, you will follow me back to Linen. I will arrange for the emperor to meet you. However, there is a problem now." What problem? Song Qingshu had no interest in entering the palace for an audience, and he was not worried about encountering any danger. After all, with his current martial arts, he could come and go as he pleased even in the palace. Who could stop him from leaving? Young master must have a reason for entering the palace this time. If you don't have anything, everyone will think that young master is here to ask for peace. At that time, those officials will definitely be insatiable, and their harsh conditions will most likely anger young master. Han Xingzhou explained patiently. He didn't think this was treason. After all, there was no hatred between the southern Song dynasty and the Golden Snake camp. Moreover, they were all Han people, and to some extent, they could use the power of the Golden Snake camp. In the hearts of Han Xingzhou and all the people of the southern Song dynasty, the number one enemy was the Jin kingdom. Not long ago, he received news that the Jin kingdom was in chaos, and it was a good opportunity for him to conquer the Central Plains. Because of Ma Qifeng and Li Kexiu, he had been delayed for a long time. He was worried that if he talked peace with the Golden Snake camp, he would waste too much time. If he waited for the Jin kingdom to completely recover from the civil strife, he would really miss the golden opportunity. Compared with the loss of soldiers and the expenditure of money and provisions, the concession to the Golden Snake camp was almost negligible. May I let Minister Han know that I didn't come to the south to seek peace, but to ask for a marriage? Song Qingshu said confidently. The Golden Snake camp had discussed this issue for a long time. Finally, it was Zhao Min who came up with the idea of changing peace to marriage, which solved the problem in an instant. Marriage? Han Xingzhou was surprised at first, but then he clapped his hands and praised, "How wonderful! Last time, young master rescued the princesses from the laundry yard in the Jin kingdom. With this kindness, it would be hard for the imperial court not to concede." The other ministers also have nothing to say. Then the two sides discussed some specific details, and finally agreed to set off for the capital early the next morning. Then, Chancellor Lu arranged for the residents to prepare a banquet to welcome Han Xingzhou. At the same time, he welcomed Song Qingshu's arrival. Because the discussion was almost over and everyone had gained something, the atmosphere at the banquet was very warm. It could be said that both the guests and the host were happy. Too. After the song ended and the crowd dispersed, Song Qingshu reeked of alcohol as a maidservant helped him back to his courtyard. Even though the maidservant was pretty, Song Qingshu was used to seeing stunning beauties, so how could he be tempted by them? After the maidservant left, Song Qingshu, who had been pretending to be drunk, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of sobriety. Should I go to Xianxia's place tonight? Song Qingshu hesitated. If he didn't go, he would be lonely and unable to sleep. If he went, Lu Guining had just returned. He had to consider his feelings. After all, he didn't want to plant the seed of hatred in his heart. While he was in a dilemma, Song Qingshu suddenly had an idea. He walked out of the door and quietly looked outside the courtyard. "Since you are here, why don't you come out to meet me? Prince Song really has a good cultivation." My heart just beat faster, and you found out. A figure slowly walked in from the door of the courtyard. Under the moonlight, he was wearing a green robe. He had sharp eyebrows and thin lips, and his face was full of unruly expression. A strange expression appeared on Song Qingshu's face. He cupped his hands and said, "Brother Linghu, long time no see." The person in front of him was naturally Linghu Chong. He had been recommended to the palace by Han Xingzhou and became one of the most mysterious and glorious imperial guards. However, the emperor remembered Han Xingzhou's hard work and high merits, so he specially assigned him to protect Han Xingzhou as a sign of the emperor's favor. When Han Xingzhou left Linen this time, Linghu Chong had been secretly protecting him. He didn't show up during the day, so at first Song Qingshu didn't know. "It hasn't been long since we parted in Yangzhou," Linghu Chong said coldly. Song Qingshu knew that Linghu Chong had been holding a grudge against him for taking Reningying away, so he didn't care about the coldness in Linghu Chong's tone. He smiled and said, "Speaking of which, I still have to thank Brother Linghu for your help last time." Linghu Chong snorted. "At that time, I didn't have the intention to save you. I just thought that you were dead because of the golden ripple flower. If I had known that you would escape later, I would never have done that, so you don't have to thank me." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Linghu Chong is really open and aboveboard. Song Mao admires you very much. But didn't I make it clear to Brother Linghu last time? There's no reason for you to hate me so much. You might as well focus on pursuing your little sister apprentice." Linghu Chong's face darkened, and he didn't answer. 3. Song Qingshu shrugged and didn't take it seriously. He continued to curry favor with him. "Did Brother Linghu act as I said last time? How is the progress with Mishu now?" Linghu Chong continued to stay silent. After a long time, he finally said, "I've received orders from others, so I'll be loyal to them. I don't have the time to look for a little sister apprentice." Song Qingshu almost choked to death. He said gloomily, "Why are you so honest? You're already lagging behind others. Why don't you seize the time to increase Mishu's favorability? If you do, she'll really become someone else's wife." Clang, with a dragon's roar, Ling Hucheng unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Chu Li. I, Ling Hucheng, am open and aboveboard. I don't use those methods to deceive little sister apprentice. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. How can it be called deceiving someone who sincerely pursues the woman he loves? There's no need to say any more. Ling Hucheng shouted. You're not poisoned this time, so I can openly seek revenge on you. Draw your sword. Song Qingshu sighed. Is it still because of Ying? Ling Hucheng didn't say anything. It was obvious that he agreed. You're no match for me. Song Qingshu shook his head. If I were you, I would definitely have made my move back in Yangzhou. Otherwise, I would have found a chance to assassinate her. Why would I come looking for me so openly? Ling Hucheng said coldly, if I did that, wouldn't I be in cahoots with you? Make your move. Don't brag too early. Hearing the confidence in his tone, Song Qingshu made a sound of surprise and seriously sized him up. He couldn't help but ask curiously, compared to before, your cultivation has indeed improved a lot. Did you have some fortuitous encounter recently? Don't waste your breath. Take this. Ling Hucheng didn't have the patience to continue talking. He exerted force with his feet and thrust his sword in Song Qingshu's direction. The long sword let out a dragon's roar, and the sword's chi seemed to fuse with the moonlight, enveloping an area with a radius of about 3 meters around Song Qingshu. Ling Hucheng's personality would never have taken the initiative to attack, but he knew that Song Qingshu's martial arts were unfathomable, so he didn't dare to be careless. Of course, he had always been frank. Even if he took the initiative to attack, he would say it in advance and didn't launch a sneak attack. If there was a third person watching from the side, he would be shocked to find that Ling Hucheng seemed to have suddenly turned into several figures, sometimes in front, sometimes behind, sometimes above, sometimes below. The tip of the sword kept moving, but it was moving in an extremely mysterious trajectory, getting closer and closer to Song Qingshu. 9 strategies beyond the swords really lives up to its name. Song Qingshu clicked his tongue in admiration. He finally moved. He took a light step forward, and the dazzling sword shadows that filled the sky disappeared without a trace. The courtyard immediately fell into a strange silence. Looking at the tip of the sword that was firmly caught by his opponent's 2 fingers, Ling Hucheng's face suddenly turned red. How is this possible? This was the only thought in his mind. The most dangerous enemy he had faced in his life was when he and Ren Wuxing fought against Dongfeng Bubi. At that time, Dongfeng Bubi could kill a top expert with one move, and he still had the strength to fight back at such a fast speed. He used the ingenuity of 9 strategies beyond the swords and his fighting style to make both sides suffer, so Dongfeng Bubi couldn't do anything to him for a while. But now, he felt that compared to when he was at Blackwood Cliff, both his inner strength and sword technique were a level higher. Who knew that his sword, which he was determined to win, would be so easily blocked by his opponent? The greatest characteristic of 9 solitary swords was that once he saw the weakness in his opponent's attack, he would immediately take advantage of it and attack first. He would then win with one move. Dongfeng Bubi might have been fast earlier, but there were still weaknesses in his attacks. It was just that they disappeared in a flash, and it was very difficult for others to grasp them. But when he faced Song Qingshu, Ling Hucheng did not even manage to see his attack before he was subdued. He seemed to have an illusion that he had lost his memory for a few breaths of time. He didn't know what happened in between. When he regained his memory, his sword was already caught by his opponent's fingers. However, he was also very clear that he had been very clear-headed from beginning to end, but the tip of his sword had been inexplicably caught by the other party. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Brother Linghu, you're no match for me. Why are you so stubborn? Although 9 solitary swords was close to a rule martial art, it was still a painting, after all. His imminent skyline had already vaguely broken through the limits of space. At that moment, the two of them were not in the same dimension. Naturally, Ling Hucheng could not see his attack. Hearing his opponent's words, Ling Hucheng's expression immediately turned extremely ugly. He had always been fearless, so he coldly snorted and channeled his inner strength to attack his opponent through the tip of his sword. He thought to himself that he could not see his opponent's attack, but his inner strength was real and could not be faked at all. I don't believe that you can still be so relaxed. Competing in inner strength? Song Qingshu instantly understood his opponent's thoughts. He smiled bitterly and said, Brother Linghu, the foundation of your absorbing star's great skill is not stable. If you meet a real expert, you'll hurt yourself. Huh? His expression suddenly changed. He was shocked to find that his opponent did not try to use the absorbing star's great skill to absorb his inner strength. Instead, a vigorous inner strength surged from the tip of his sword. It turned out that Linghu Chong was afraid of Song Qingshu's majestic inner strength. He was worried that he would let a wolf into the house and hurt his meridians. Therefore, he did not use the absorbing star's great skill at the beginning. Instead, he started to compete with him in inner strength. Linghu Chong's expression was solemn. He did not look as relaxed as his opponent. This was a crucial moment in the competition of inner strength. How could he dare to open his mouth and leak his genuine qi? At the same time, he was extremely shocked. His opponent was competing with him in inner strength, yet he still had the leisure to speak. Was his opponent's power just a notch higher than his? This inner strength? Song Qingshu frowned slightly. He felt that it was very familiar. After thinking for a while, he understood. So it's the Shaolin Temple's muscle bone strengthening scripture. Congratulations, Brother Linghu, for learning the supreme secret of the Shaolin Temple. If I'm not wrong, it should have been Master Fangjing who taught you. Linghu Chong was even more shocked. Why did he feel that nothing could escape his discerning eyes? Song Qingshu also sighed. It seemed that this world would correct the plot to a certain extent and make it more like the original story. Linghu Chong had learned the muscle bone strengthening scripture. At the same time, Song Qingshu was also secretly vigilant. Fangjing would not teach Linghu Chong the muscle bone strengthening scripture without any reason. It must have been instructed by the Shaolin Temple. Over the years, he had made many enemies with the Shaolin Temple. They learned of the hatred between him and Linghu Chong, so they used him to restrain him to a certain extent. It was really a good plan. They are really haunting me. Song Qingshu was angry. He thought that one day, he would make this group of bald donkeys return to secular life together to vent his hatred. But he soon gave up the idea. After all, the Shaolin Temple had been passed down for 1,000 years. It had its own reasons. Besides, there were also many good monks in the Shaolin Temple. It would be too abrupt to kill them all. Speaking of which, the Sanskrit version of the Shaolin Temple is still in my hands. It's just that no one can read Sanskrit, so I haven't been able to crack the secret. Song Qingshu secretly frowned. In this world, there were even fewer people who knew Sanskrit than the crested ibis in the future. In the world of the Golden Book, he only knew that Huang Chong, Reverend Ying's junior brother, Jiao Maji, and a few senior monks of the Shaolin Temple knew Sanskrit. He was not a friend of the Shaolin Temple, and the muscle bone strengthening scripture originally belonged to the Shaolin Temple, so he naturally could not ask them for help. So he ruled out Jiao Maji for now. Although he was a good friend of Song Qingshu, he was not a good person. Song Qingshu was worried that he would cause endless trouble after learning the muscle bone strengthening scripture, so he deliberately translated the scripture. Huang Chong was a scholar who had written the general principles of Nining in Sanskrit, so he naturally knew Sanskrit. Unfortunately, he was probably a long time ago. After thinking about it, only Reverend Ying and his junior brother were the most suitable candidates. But during this time, Song Qingshu had been running around everywhere and had not found a chance to visit them. And even if he found one, how to get him to translate the scripture would be a big problem. Song Qingshu was not a saint, so he did not want to share the divine kung fu with outsiders. Moreover, he had stolen the muscle bone strengthening scripture from the Shaolin Temple. If the news leaked out, there would be a huge uproar. As for the diagram that Jutan had coincidentally found in the muscle bone strengthening scripture, it was drawn with a kind of Indian herb soaked in water. It appeared when it was wet and disappeared when it was dry. The postures and routes in the diagram were not the original muscle bone strengthening scripture, but an extremely mysterious Indian yoga technique from the Mogadishu kingdom. It was called the Samadhi meditation to achieve Shinzu Sutra, which had nothing to do with the muscle bone strengthening scripture. The Shinzu Sutra was originally a wonderful method to dispel external demons during practice. It was a secret yoga technique created by the ancient masters of the Indian kingdom. Therefore, the person in the diagram was also an Indian monk. Song Qingshu changed his mind. Compared to the muscle-bone strengthening scripture, maybe the Samadhi meditation to achieve Shinzu Sutra would be more useful to him. He practiced the Mary Diana of the esoteric sect. What he feared most was the invasion of the inner demons. The greatest effect of the Samadhi meditation to achieve Shinzu Sutra was to dispel the inner demons produced during practice. When Ling Hucheng saw that Song Qingshu was frowning and happy, he thought that Song Qingshu had been possessed by the devil. He could not help but feel overjoyed. He poured more internal force into Song Qingshu. Unfortunately, no matter how much internal force he mobilized to attack, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no reaction at all. Because Song Qingshu was lost in thought, he did not notice the abnormality. He just instinctively dispelled the opponent's attack. After an unknown period of time, Ling Hucheng felt that his internal force was about to be exhausted. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. All he could do was to grit his teeth and endure. Fortunately, at the last moment, Song Qingshu finally came to his senses and gradually withdrew his internal force. Ling Hucheng finally could not hold on. He dejectedly half-knelt on the ground, as if he had just been fished out of the water. His whole body was drenched from head to toe. Song Qingshu sighed. Brother Linghu, in fact, I have always admired your character and breadth of mind. But now that Ying and I have tied the knot, why do you still have to force me? Considering that you helped me in Yangzhou last time, I will not make things difficult for you this time. You can go now. In fact, in his heart, how could he not know that letting Ling Hucheng go again and again was like letting a tiger in his bosom? Maybe one day, Ling Hucheng would pay the price for his arrogance. But in his previous life, he had always admired Ling Hucheng's free, uninhibited, open-minded, and cheerful temperament, as well as his noble and unsullied character. In addition, he had indeed used some dishonorable methods to steal Reninging. In his heart, he always felt that he owed Ling Hucheng. After coming to this chaotic world and experiencing all kinds of tribulations, the current Song Qingshu's heart was becoming more and more hard on the surface. But in the end, he was still a kind person. In the depths of his heart, there was a ridiculous persistence. It was because of this trace of kindness and persistence that his temperament did not change as his martial arts advanced by leaps and bounds. After a long time, Ling Hucheng struggled to stand up from the ground. He looked at him with a complicated expression. Even if you let me go this time, next time I will not be lenient. Song Qingshu faintly smiled. I already said that this time is to repay Brother Linghu's kindness of helping me last time. You don't need to take it to heart. In the end, I still have a suggestion. Rather than wasting time on me, it would be better to spend more energy to win back junior sister's affection. Don't worry about it. Ling Hucheng harumphed, turned around, and staggered away. Perhaps it was because he had lost too miserably this time. His back was filled with loneliness. Song Qingshu shook his head. Just as he was about to go back to rest, he suddenly thought of something. That's right, Lu Wushuang's injured leg needs to be changed every few days. I didn't think that I would leave tomorrow morning, so I didn't have time to give her the remaining black jade ointment. Just as he was about to call over a maid and have her give the remaining ointment to him, Song Qingshu remembered that the black jade ointment was extremely precious. If there was a slight mistake along the way, Lu Wushuang's leg might never recover. After hesitating again and again, he decided to personally hand the ointment to Lu Wushuang. Using the cover of the night, he headed to the pavilion where Lu Wushuang lived. Today, the official account just happened to be updated with Lu Wushuang. I don't know why, but I can't get the last picture out of my mind. She clearly isn't a beauty that can cause the downfall of a city, but that posture and that charm always make people have messy thoughts. After thinking about it, I'll have little Song go look for her. Also, today, a book friend, Mu Shan, left a message on the official account. Monk, I've specially come to reward you. My wife and I have plans to have our first child in the first month. It was also because of your dirty plot. Do your best, use your writing ability more. When the child is successfully delivered, I will definitely come back to thank you again. This monk never thought that his writing would have this kind of merit. If this was in ancient times, once this reputation spread, wouldn't all the aunts and young madams in the surrounding villages run to me to beg for children? Just thinking about it makes me excited. Haha, finally, let's all congratulate this book friend. Lu Wushuang's room was in the inner chambers of the Lu mansion, and Song Qingshu was arranged to stay in a guest room on the other side. If he went there openly, it would inevitably alarm the other people in the Lu mansion. Although he had a clear conscience, if he went to visit an unmarried girl in the middle of the night, it was inevitable that other people would have some messy thoughts. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment. In order to save trouble, he finally decided to go there quietly and then come back quietly. Anyway, with his qigong, no one in the Lu mansion would discover him. Lu Wushuang was a daughter of the pugilistic world, and he would leave after delivering the medicine, so she probably wouldn't mind. With a decision in his heart, he didn't alarm anyone and used the cover of the night to go to Lu Wushuang's room. Not long after, Song Qingshu arrived at his destination. He didn't alarm the servant girls outside and went straight to Lu Wushuang's room. "Miss Lu, this one is Song Qingshu. I have something important to discuss with you." Song Qingshu did not enter abruptly. Instead, he knocked on the door lightly and sent his voice into the room using his inner force. After waiting for a while, there was no response from the room. Song Qingshu frowned. Could it be that she's already asleep? It was already late and Lu Wushuang was injured, so it wasn't strange for her to sleep earlier. Miss Qing. Song Qingshu called Qingying instead. In his view, Qingying and Lu Wushuang had a good relationship, so she would definitely be by her side to take care of her. Lu Wushuang was injured, so she was in a deeper sleep. Qingying was usually alert and should be easily awakened. Who knew that after a while, there would still be no response? Song Qingshu curiously asked, could it be because of what happened yesterday that she doesn't dare to see me? After what happened last night, it was normal that she didn't want to see him. Song Qingshu smiled. He was worried that the other would misunderstand, so he told her the reason for his visit. He thought that since this was related to Lu Wushuang's marriage, she should come and see him. But there was still no response. Song Qingshu's expression finally became serious. He closed his eyes and used his qi to check the situation in the room. He found that there was only one person's breathing inside. It should be Lu Wushuang without a doubt. Qingying isn't here? Song Qingshu didn't expect this outcome. Whatever, it's the same to Lu Wushuang. Song Qingshu used his internal force to lift the bolt on the inside of the door and walked in. Other than the smell of herbs, there was also a faint fragrance of a woman. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that until the end of time, a woman's body would still be fragrant. Miss Lu. Closing the door behind him, Song Qingshu yelled as he walked into the room. Even when he was about to reach the bed, there was no response. Song Qingshu was speechless. This woman slept like a pig. She probably wouldn't even know that he slept with her. Miss Lu? Sitting on the side of the bed, Song Qingshu stretched out his hand to shake her shoulder. He thought that she should wake up now. Although he knew that this world was very strict, he didn't think that there was anything wrong with his actions. It was normal for friends in the future to do this. Since there were no outsiders here, he couldn't be bothered to follow the rules. Who knew that not only did Lu Wushuang not wake up, she turned around and hugged his hand. She kept muttering, Sha Dan, don't leave me." Song Qingshu stretched out his other hand to feel her forehead. He found that it was frighteningly hot. He couldn't help but frown. How come you have a fever and no one cares? Where's Qingying? He released his qi and discovered that in the entire courtyard, other than Lu Wushuang, there was only the breathing of a maid. There was no trace of Qingying. But according to what he saw yesterday, Qingying should be living next door. Where did she go? It turned out that because of what happened last night, Qingying was in a daze the whole day. She didn't know how to face Song Qingshu and her cousin in the future. In addition, her brother-in-law Lu Guining was back, making her even more uncomfortable. Qingying became more and more annoyed. In the end, she said goodbye to Lu Wushuang and left to relax. Lu Wushuang tried to persuade her to stay, but it wasn't convenient for Qingying to tell the truth. She could only lie and say that she was summoned by her master. This way, Lu Wushuang couldn't say anything and could only reluctantly say goodbye to her. Because of her leg injury, Lu Wushuang's body was at its weakest. When she heard the news of Yanghua during the day, she was upset and sad. Qingying had left and she kept all the sadness in her heart. Because of her longing for him, it became an illness that exploded in the middle of the night. She felt terrible and didn't want the servant girls to laugh at her, so she sent them far away. In addition, Qingying wasn't by her side, so no one noticed her illness in the middle of the night. Song Qingshu naturally didn't know the reason and didn't have time to think about it. He quickly raised his voice and tried to wake her up. "Miss Lu, wake up, wake up." Lu Wushuang finally opened her sleepy eyes. Unfortunately, her eyes were hazy and she wasn't awake at all. When she saw Song Qingshu, she wasn't surprised at all. Instead, she happily jumped into his arms. A fragrant wind blew into his nose. Hugging the hot body in his arms, Song Qingshu's head was filled with question marks. "Sha Dan, you finally came to see me. Do you know how much I missed you?" Lu Wushuang's face was pressed against his chest as she muttered to herself. Song Qingshu finally understood and bitterly smiled as he pushed her away. "Miss Lu, you got the wrong person." At the same time, he transferred some qi into her body. "Ah?" Lu Wushuang's eyes finally regained a moment of clarity. When she saw who she was hugging, she shrunk back onto the bed as if she was scalded by boiling water. She grabbed the blanket and wrapped it tightly around her body. Her pretty face was red, but it wasn't clear if it was because of embarrassment or the fever. Why are you here?" "I came to give you medicine." Song Qingshu took out the black jade ointment and waved it in front of her, explaining his intentions. Thank you, young master." She originally wanted to reach out to take it, but she immediately realized that her arms were bare. She immediately shrunk back in panic. "Please, put it on the table." Although Lu Wushuang's appearance isn't devastatingly beautiful, I didn't think that the body under the clothes would be so white and tender. He didn't have time to take a closer look before, but now that he saw it, Song Qingshu discovered that she was only wearing her underwear. Her arms and thighs were mostly exposed. As if sensing his gaze, Lu Wushuang blushed and turned her head away. Her body subconsciously shrunk back into the bed. Song Qingshu smiled slightly and put the black jade ointment on the table. He then changed the topic. "Why are you here alone? Where's your cousin?" Lu Wushuang then told him about Qingying's departure. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. "She ran away?" Lu Wushuang, who was curled up in the blanket, didn't know why he had such a reaction. Did something happen between him and her cousin? As soon as the thought came to her mind, a wave of dizziness hit her forehead, and she no longer had the mood to think about it. Feeling her body shaking, Song Qingshu said in a low voice, "You have a fever now, and your body is very hot. You have to reduce the fever as soon as possible. If the germs invade your injured leg and cause complications, not to mention your leg, you may even lose your life." Although Lu Wushuang didn't really understand the germs and complications, it didn't stop her from realizing the seriousness of the matter. She also began to panic. Then what should I do? Let's find a doctor first. If it was an internal or external injury, Song Qingshu could still use his internal energy to heal her, but this cold was something he couldn't do anything about. After speaking, he stood up and walked out. Prince Song, wait a moment." Lu Wushuang was slightly weak, but she anxiously shouted. Song Qingshu was startled and turned around. "What's wrong?" "I don't dare to trouble young master. I'll let the maidservants go," Lu Wushuang said. Song Qingshu shook his head. "My lightness skills are good, so I'll go faster." Lu Wushuang bit her lips. "Young master, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" Song Qingshu was instantly displeased. "What do you mean?" He thought to himself, "I was kind enough to find a doctor for you, but you don't appreciate it. If you go to find a doctor, then wouldn't everyone know that you came to my place at night?" Lu Wushuang said bitterly. "So what? We're in a good place, there's nothing to hide." Song Qingshu frowned. "You're a great hero, so naturally you don't care about these things. But in my environment, there are many rumors. If there really is something going on between us, then it's fine. Those gossipy women in the residence are afraid of your reputation and won't dare to say anything. But if you leave, they'll think that you abandoned me. At that time, they'll say all sorts of nasty things." Lu Wushuang had lived in this residence for so many years, how could she not know the dirty things in a rich and powerful family? Lu Wushuang forced herself up and pulled the bell by the bedside. Then she said to Song Qingshu, I'll call the maidservants over and let them find a doctor. Young master, seeing her hesitant expression, Song Qingshu smiled, okay, I know what you want to say. Leave immediately. Hearing footsteps coming from outside, Song Qingshu quickly hid behind the screen. Soon, a maidservant ran in. Seeing Lu Wushuang's situation, she anxiously shouted. Lu Wushuang finally calmed her down and arranged for her to find a doctor. The young maidservant readily agreed and hurriedly ran out. After confirming that the young maidservant had left, Song Qingshu came out from behind the screen. He frowned, this maidservant is so noisy. Is she reliable? Lu Wushuang smiled bitterly, whether she is reliable or not depends on her. Young master, can I trouble you to pour me a cup of water? Seeing her dry lips, Song Qingshu slapped his head, look at my memory. A patient with a fever should drink more water. He quickly poured a cup of water and handed it to her. Don't call me young master. It sounds so distant. In the future, if you don't mind, you can call me brother Song. Lu Wushuang held the cup of water and thought of Sha Dan having a fiancé. She thought of Qingying leaving her, and the person by her side when she was at her weakest was Song Qingshu, whom she had never been able to deal with. All kinds of thoughts rushed into her mind and she couldn't help but choke up, thank you, brother. Brother Song. Song Qingshu smiled, it's said that people are at their weakest when they are sick. It seems that this is true. Before, you wanted to bite me to death. Lu Wushuang's face turned red. She said with some embarrassment, after you healed my leg, I didn't hate you anymore. Song Qingshu smiled, but before, you didn't call me brother Song with such sincerity. Lu Wushuang was emotional. Just as she was about to say something, her vision went black and she fell to the side. Song Qingshu hurried over to support her. How are you? Lu Wushuang lay in his arms. After a dozen breaths, she recovered. I feel dizzy when I move a little. Song Qingshu hurriedly touched her forehead and said with a grave expression, I'm afraid your temperature is close to 40 degrees Celsius, and you're already showing signs of convulsions. You have to lower your temperature immediately, or your life will be in danger. Monk's computer would blow from time to time, but it would return to normal after a few restarts, so I didn't care about it. But today, the computer would only turn back to normal once out of a dozen times, and it would suddenly turn blue again. I finally couldn't take it anymore. I made up my mind to download an original Microsoft system and reinstall it from Dell's official website. Coming from a technologically advanced world, although Song Qingshu wasn't a doctor, he still had some medical knowledge. When a person's body temperature exceeded 40 degrees, it was very easy for them to faint and have cramps. Once they fainted and had cramps, even if they were cured, there would be irreversible brain damage and sequelae. Lu Wushuang could also feel that her body was in danger. She held her forehead and weakly asked, how do we lower the temperature? The doctor isn't here yet. Even if the doctor is here, he probably won't be able to do anything. Song Qingshu said directly. It had to be known that in the future, there was a lot of debate on whether Chinese medicine was useful or not. But no matter if it was Chinese medicine haters or Chinese medicine fans, they all agreed on the same thing, which was that Chinese medicine took a long time to take effect. They had to wait until the doctor came to write a prescription, then spend time to boil the medicine. Song Qingshu thought about it and said, the only thing we can do now is to lower your body temperature physically. Lower my body temperature physically? Lu Wushuang was confused, what do you mean by lower my body temperature physically? Song Qingshu said, the best way to lower your body temperature physically is to soak in a bucket of warm water and let the water absorb your body temperature. Before he finished, Lu Wushuang curiously asked, since we want to lower the temperature, why not use cold water but warm water? Isn't cold water more effective? Song Qingshu shook his head and explained, the difference in temperature between cold water and the skin is too large. It will stimulate the skin and cause the pores and blood vessels to contract. The hot air will be sealed in the body and not be able to escape. Not only will it not lower the temperature, but it will also worsen the condition. So that's how it is. Lu Wushuang suddenly understood. She remembered that she had heard Yang Gua mention before that when cultivating the Jade Women's Heart Sutra, the body would produce a large amount of heat. It had to be released in time, but it just couldn't be cultivated on the ancient tomb's cold jade bed. It should be the same logic. Unfortunately. Song Qingshu's gaze fell on her legs. Now that your legs are injured, you can't use a bath to lower your body temperature. Lu Wushuang's face turned slightly red, but she didn't answer. Song Qingshu continued, now, we can only let the maidservants help you wipe your body with a towel, especially your neck, armpits, and groin. This way, the effect of cooling down is very good. Quickly ring the bell and let the maidservants come over. But Lu Wushuang lowered her head and said in a small voice, there are no more maids. ? Song Qingshu was confused. He had no idea what was going on. I just sent the servant girl to find a doctor. Lu Wushuang could only explain. Song Qingshu was puzzled. The Lu residence is such a rich and powerful family. You're the seventh young mistress. Why would they only assign a maid to you? I was the one who asked for it. I've been wandering in Jianghu since I was a child, and I'm not used to being served by others. Plus my temper isn't very good, so I chased all the other maids away, leaving only one. Lu Wushuang replied with a red face. After all, a girl with a bad temper was not something to be proud of. Who knew that Song Qingshu didn't look down on her at all? Instead, he smiled and said, actually, I don't like being served. He came from the future, so he wasn't like the nobles in this world who ordered servants around. She didn't know if it was because she was sick, but Lu Wushuang felt that Song Qingshu was more and more pleasing to the eye. She didn't hate him at all. But the dizziness came again. Her body swayed and she said to Song Qingshu, Brother Song, please help me see if the little girl has come back. Song Qingshu nodded and walked to the door to look outside. It was late at night, and there was no sign of the maid. No, it's really hard for a little girl to find a doctor in the middle of the night. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Lu Wushuang's face was filled with disappointment. She muttered to herself, then what should I do? She felt like she couldn't hold on any longer. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, I'll help you wipe it. Ah? Lu Wushuang was already a little dizzy, and when she heard this, she felt even more dizzy. She looked at him in disbelief. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, she couldn't help but blush and say, how can I do that? Song Qingshu said with a serious face, your body temperature has already reached a frightening level. You need to immediately lower your body temperature. But there are differences between men and women. According to Lu Wushuang's usual temper, she would have already scolded him. But she noticed that his eyes were clear and didn't have any evil thoughts. Plus, she had a better impression of him now, so Lu Wushuang didn't doubt his intentions. I know what you're worried about. I'll close my eyes later and cover them with a cloth. Don't worry. Song Qingshu really didn't have any thoughts of taking advantage of her. Right now, he was only thinking about how to save her. After all, he had treated her leg, which caused her body's resistance to weaken. He also told her about Xianxia, which hurt her deeply. Even Qingying running away was because of him. If something happened to Lu Wushuang in the end, he would probably feel guilty for the rest of his life. Seeing that she was still hesitating, Song Qingshu had to say, or I'll go and call the other people of the Lu mansion right now. Don't. Lu Wushuang hurriedly stopped him. It turned out that she had always been stubborn. This time, she was forced to kneel down and apologize by Madame Dowager in public. Although the man in front of her was the culprit, she didn't hate Song Qingshu at all. Instead, she held a grudge against Madame Dowager's previous behavior. After all, this wasn't her home, and she wasn't her biological grandmother. Maybe it was because she was sick and no one was by her side. Even Qingying had left. Lu Wushuang felt a sense of loneliness in her heart. Finally, she made up her mind that when her leg was healed, she would leave the Lu mansion to travel in Jianghu and pay her respects to her parents. At this time, she naturally didn't want to owe Lu mansion too much. Take your time to think about it. I'll go and prepare the water for you first. Song Qingshu left these words and hurriedly went out. Looking at his back as he left, Lu Wushuang was stunned. She thought that he was a famous hero. Did he know how to make a fire and boil water? She didn't feel it when she was accompanied just now. Now that she was the only one left in the empty room and her body was burning badly, Lu Wushuang suddenly felt so lonely and small, as if she had been abandoned by the whole world. Thinking of this, she couldn't help hugging her leg and crying. "Why are you crying?" Suddenly, a gentle voice came into her ear. Lu Wushuang raised her head in surprise and saw Song Qingshu standing by the bed with a basin of water. "Brother Song." Lu Wushuang rubbed her eyes in embarrassment. "Why are you back so soon? I was worried that you would be scared here alone." Song Qingshu smiled slightly, picked up the towel and wrung it in the basin of water. Perhaps it was easier to be moved when one was weak. With just a simple sentence, Lu Wushuang felt tears coming out of her eyes again. She quickly changed the topic and said, "Didn't you say you wanted to use warm water? I thought it wouldn't be so fast if you went to make a fire and boil water." Looking at the basin, there was no heat at all. It was obviously a basin of cold water. Lu Wushuang's eyes became even more confused. After Song Qingshu wrung the towel, he pressed it in his palm and then placed it on her forehead. He smiled and said, "Now do you want to see if it's hot or cold?" "Huh?" She felt that the towel on her forehead was warm and didn't have the slightest bit of cold. She finally understood. "So you used your internal energy." Song Qingshu began to wring another towel and casually replied, "Right now your temperature is extremely high. How would I have the time to make a fire and boil water? Besides, it's convenient this way. But this will waste a lot of your internal energy." Although Lu Wushuang's martial arts weren't high, she still understood how difficult it was to heat up cold water in an instant. Song Qingshu gave a slight smile. "It's just internal energy. I can train it back. If something happens to you, there won't be a Lu Wushuang in this world anymore." Lu Wushuang felt as if her heart was being touched by an invisible hand. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond and could only stare blankly at him. "Why do you keep looking at me like that? Do you think I'm handsome?" Song Qingshu continued to use his internal energy to heat up the towel. Although he didn't turn his head, he could clearly see her movements. Lu Wushuang cried out in surprise and quickly turned her head. Her heart was beating fast. "Your heart is beating faster. That's good. This will make your blood flow faster and dissipate faster." Song Qingshu took the towel from her head and put a new one on her forehead. Lu Wushuang bit her lips and said in a small voice, "Big brother Song, is this how you usually flirt with girls? Why do you ask?" Song Qingshu looked at her with a smile. "Could it be that you've been flirted with by me?" Lu Wushuang spat and her face instantly turned red. How could she say anything? Song Qingshu coughed. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Even if you call the other people in the Lu mansion, it's too late. Let me help you cool down." As he spoke, he casually picked up a ribbon from the bedside and tied it over his eyes. As he covered his eyes with the ribbon, he also closed his eyes. After all, with his current cultivation, his eyesight was already as sharp as lightning. A mere layer of ribbon could not block him at all. Of course, he didn't need to tell Lu Wushuang about this so that she wouldn't be even more embarrassed. In any case, he wouldn't take advantage of her. It was fine as long as he had a clear conscience. Seeing the ribbon over his eyes, Lu Wushuang's face turned red. She thought that this was the belt he took off and put on the side. Of course, she couldn't say it out loud at this time. She could only say, "You're blindfolded. If you can't see, how are you going to help me? Help me cool down." She originally wanted to say wipe her body, but as soon as she said the word, her heart started beating wildly. She instantly changed her words. This was a problem she had been struggling with. He couldn't see with his eyes blindfolded, but if he wanted to wipe her body, he might search around because he couldn't see. Even if he couldn't see her body, he would still feel it all over. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. "With my current cultivation, I can imprint your entire body's position in my mind. As long as you don't move around, I won't get the wrong place." Lu Wushuang was extremely embarrassed when he saw through her thoughts. She could only nod and say softly, "Then you can start." The ghost system was really the scapegoat. Monk finally understood that the main culprit was the problem with Dell's graphics card. As soon as the graphics driver was installed, the screen would turn blue. Many owners of the computer had the same problem online. Even the computer repair forums were discussing this problem. In the end, there was no solution. It seemed that only one person said that he solved the problem by soldering the graphics card's video memory again. Others said that it might be the fault of the video memory. Dell's official website replied that one had to download the driver from the official website. They said that one had to install the chipset driver first, then the integrated graphics driver, and then the standalone graphics driver after rebooting. Monk tried to fix it at Dell's official repair station for a long time, but they still couldn't figure out the problem. As the graphics card was soldered to the motherboard, there was no way to change it. They could only suggest changing the motherboard. Song Qingshu nodded his head. He picked up the towel and dipped it in the water before wiping Lu Wushuang's body. Lu Wushuang was extremely nervous, afraid that he would touch her body. But she quickly relaxed. He didn't lie to her. His hands were very steady, accurately wiping her neck with the towel. His fingers didn't even touch her skin. Did I use too much strength? Do you want me to be gentler? Song Qingshu asked tentatively. Gentler, gentler. Lu Wushuang said in a slightly panicked voice. Okay, then I'll be gentler. Song Qingshu suddenly realized that his words were a bit ambiguous and couldn't help but laugh. Lu Wushuang felt that his movements were very gentle, as if he was caressing a lover. She didn't know why she had this kind of thought. She clearly didn't have a lover and had never been caressed like this before, but this kind of thought came to her mind. She was already a bit embarrassed, but when she saw the smile on his face, she felt even more embarrassed. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard him say, "Take off the blanket." Ah? Lu Wushuang cried out in surprise. She turned her head in shock and found that he had already wiped her neck. Next, he needed to wipe the rest of her body. Although she knew that he couldn't see anything because his eyes were covered, Lu Wushuang was still extremely shy. This was because she was only wearing her underwear under the blanket and most of her body was exposed. Seeing that she didn't move, Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Are you shy?" No way. Lu Wushuang had a stubborn personality. She unconsciously snorted and took off the blanket, revealing her white and tender body to the air. Perhaps it was because of the fever, but her skin was a bit redder than usual. It looked white and rosy, making her even more attractive. Unfortunately, in the entire room, the only person who could appreciate this beautiful scene had his eyes covered with a thick cloth. After taking off the blanket, Lu Wushuang felt a chill and couldn't help but shiver. Goosebumps appeared all over her body. Song Qingshu stretched his arms and pulled the quilt over to cover her body. He said softly, "There's no need to completely uncover it. Just expose it bit by bit. Just expose your arm here first." Lu Wushuang scolded herself inwardly. She was really muddle-headed from the fever. She suddenly flipped the blanket off. What was she doing? In order to dispel the awkwardness in her heart, she cleared her throat and said, "Ahem, it's really strange. My body is so hot, but I'm actually afraid of the cold." There's nothing strange about it. Song Qingshu took a towel and carefully wiped it from her shoulders to her palms. He explained with a smile, only when the temperature difference between a person's body temperature and the temperature of the outside world is within a certain range will they feel that the temperature is suitable. The higher the temperature of the outside world, the smaller the temperature difference will be, and people will feel hot. Correspondingly, when your body temperature increases, the temperature difference will be greater, and you will naturally feel colder. This is also why some people who freeze to death will be found naked when they are found. This is because the difference between their body temperature and the temperature of the outside world is too low. After dropping to a certain level, they will lose the ability to think. They will only subconsciously feel hot, and then instinctively take off all their clothes. Lu Wushuang's red lips opened slightly, and she stared blankly at the man in front of her. She had originally just asked casually, but she didn't expect him to answer in such detail. "Brother Song, you're really amazing. You even know this." Song Qingshu said with some embarrassment, "I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants. It's not my own ability." Lu Wushuang couldn't help but let out a burst of laughter. She had never been so happy since she got sick. "Brother Song, I always thought that you were an arrogant person. I didn't expect that the more I get to know you, the more humble you are. I've always been an elegant and gentle gentleman." Song Qingshu's face didn't turn red, and his heart didn't jump. He answered seriously. Lu Wushuang couldn't help but lightly spit, "I just praised you, and now you're showing your true colors." Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Okay, I'm going to wipe your armpits. Bear with it and don't move. Okay. Lu Wushuang's voice instantly became softer. Song Qingshu held her hand, and felt that it was soft and tender, full of the delicacy and elasticity of a young girl. He couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. Fortunately, his mind was very strong now, and he quickly got rid of the distracting thoughts, and calmed his mind. He lifted her arm, and then gently wiped her armpits. Lu Wushuang's hands were held by him, and the masculine and hard touch made her blush. Who knew that a strange itch would come from her armpits, and she couldn't help but laugh. Ah, I can't, it's so itchy. Song Qingshu was speechless. Hey, don't move. If you move, your position will change. If I accidentally touch the wrong place, don't blame me. Thinking of the possible consequences, Lu Wushuang's beautiful face changed slightly, and she didn't dare to move again. She could only bite her lips and bear with it. Fortunately, Song Qingshu quickly finished wiping. Lu Wushuang just heaved a sigh of relief, and then she heard Song Qingshu say, "The other hand." "Ah, I still need to wipe?" Lu Wushuang suddenly made a bitter face. "Why don't I do it myself?" Song Qingshu lightly laughed. "I just checked your pulse, and it's very weak. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to raise your hand now." Lu Wushuang hurriedly tried, and a deep sense of powerlessness hit her. Perhaps it was because she used too much strength, but she only felt dizzy again. "Don't move, the only thing you need to do now is to lie down and rest. Leave the rest to me." Song Qingshu wrung the towel in the water again, and then began to use his inner force to heat it up to a temperature that was not so cold. "Can you not wipe there? It's really, really itchy," Lu Wushuang begged. Song Qingshu shook his head, and resolutely refused. "The neck, armpit, and groin are the places where the lymph is most concentrated, and also the most effective places to reduce fever and temperature." "What is lymph, and where is the groin?" Lu Wushuang was confused, and wanted to ask, but she felt even more dizzy. She hurriedly gathered her thoughts, and didn't say anything. Song Qingshu finished heating the towel, and then stood up and bent down to wipe her armpit on the other side. Because of the inconvenient position, Song Qingshu bent down, as if his entire upper body was on top of Lu Wushuang. This kind of masculine pressure that was unique to men made Lu Wushuang's breathing quicken, but for some reason, she didn't feel any disgust. Looking at the other person's serious expression with his eyes covered, she couldn't help but feel a little dazed. There was no resistance in her heart, and even her armpit didn't itch as much. After wiping Lu Wushuang's neck and armpit a few times, Song Qingshu lowered his body and said, "Miss Lu, I'm going to wipe your body next." Hearing his words, Lu Wushuang couldn't help but feel a little angry. She thought to herself, "If you want to wipe, then wipe, why did you ask me? What can I answer now? Can't I answer? Or should I answer?" She could only turn her face to the other side, facing the direction of the bed, and didn't say a word. Fortunately, Song Qingshu wasn't an unromantic man. He knew that she had already acquiesced, so he didn't say anything else. Instead, he lifted the blanket on her body and carefully wiped her. After all, he was only relying on his impression, and it was inevitable that there would be some errors. In addition, Lu Wushuang had twisted her body a few times because of the itch, and now she was no longer in the same position, causing him to directly touch a soft ball. Lu Wushuang's body trembled, and he could clearly feel that her whole body was a little stiff. Song Qingshu also fell into silence, and after a long time, he whispered, "I didn't do it on purpose." "I know." Lu Wushuang bit her lip, and then added, "You should go a little lower." After all, Song Qingshu had experienced a lot, so he quickly recovered and began to wipe her other places without changing his expression. However, Lu Wushuang wasn't so easy to calm down. At that moment, she couldn't help but think of the scene when Xianxia helped her fix her ribs. It was full of a sense of déjà vu originally, when she heard that Xianxia had a fiancé. Whenever she thought of Xianxia, she felt stuffy in her chest. Her whole body was extremely uncomfortable, and she wanted to die immediately. But now that she thought of Xianxia, she suddenly didn't feel like the end of the world. Lu Wushuang was stunned, and thought to herself, "Is it because of this man?" After that embarrassing blunder, the room fell into a strange silence. One was full of worries, and the other was quietly wiping. After a long time, Lu Wushuang's pretty face suddenly became redder and redder. She wanted to say something several times, but in the end, she couldn't help but say, "Brother Song, can you not keep wiping there?" Song Qingshu said seriously, "Didn't I just tell you that the human body's neck, armpit, and groin are the best places to cool down?" Lu Wushuang's almond-shaped eyes widened, and she said in surprise, "So the groin is there?" Song Qingshu said gloomily, "You don't know?" Lu Wushuang shook her head, and immediately realized that he couldn't see it. She hurriedly added, "How could I know?" Song Qingshu sighed, "I know that for a girl, this situation is a bit embarrassing, but your body temperature is too frightening. This is an emergency, so just treat me as a doctor." In the eyes of a doctor, there is no difference between a man and a woman. Lu Wushuang cursed in her heart, which doctor would dare to treat a woman like this? But after all, she was a child of the pugilistic world, and was more open-minded than most girls. She knew that the other party was trying to save her, so she silently agreed to this situation. "Brother Song, can you promise me one thing?" Lu Wushuang suddenly opened her mouth. "What thing?" At this time, Song Qingshu's heart was beating faster. Even though his eyes were covered and he couldn't see anything, the tip of his nose was filled with the girl's faint fragrance, and his fingertips could feel the girl's graceful body from time to time. Luckily, he had already made up his mind. If it was another man here, he was afraid that he would have lost his mind. "What happened tonight, can you not tell anyone?" Lu Wushuang's voice was filled with a pleading tone. Even though the other party had covered his eyes the entire time, anyone who knew what happened tonight was no different from him seeing it in the hearts of others. "Okay, I promise you. Actually, even if you don't tell me, I won't tell anyone." This kind of request was reasonable, and Song Qingshu naturally had no reason to refuse. "You can't even tell Brother Song's wife." Song Qingshu was now famous all over the world, and the people of the pugilistic world naturally knew that he was already married, and Lu Wushuang was no exception. "Okay. Song." Qingshu nodded. "Thank you." Lu Wushuang finally let out a sigh of relief. She thought that as long as no one knew what happened today, it didn't seem that hard to accept. Just as she had this thought, the sound of noisy footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. "Doctor, my young miss is here, can you hurry up?" It turned out that the servant girl that was sent out earlier had finally returned. Lu Wushuang heard this and felt her teeth itch. She thought that this little girl was finally willing to come back after going out for so long. "Xiao Huan, don't worry, Dr. Qiu is a famous genius doctor in Shanin City, he will definitely be able to cure Wushuang." A middle-aged woman's voice rang out, and the colleagues next to her all spoke in similar voices. "Xiao Huan, that damned girl, how did she attract all these people?" Lu Wushuang broke out in a cold sweat and complained in her heart. These aunts and concubines were famous for their gossipy mouths. They had nothing to do in their residences, so they could only gossip. If they saw this scene in the room, who knew what would happen to her reputation in Mountain City? Song Qingshu stood up. He had clearly heard the noise outside. "I'll leave first." "N." Lu Wushuang nodded. Her gaze landed on the basin next to her. She hurriedly said, "Quickly hide the basin. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain later." The servant girl was sent out. She couldn't fetch water in her current state. It was clear that someone had been here. If those people asked, she wouldn't know how to cover up her lie. Song Qingshu didn't care so much at this time. He pulled off the blindfold and looked around. He found that the basin wasn't easy to hide. After thinking for a while, he could only put it under the bed. Seeing him pull off the blindfold, Lu Wushuang exclaimed and subconsciously shrunk into the blanket. Song Qingshu rolled his eyes. "I was worried that I wouldn't be able to see and it would be a waste of time. I didn't want to take the chance to see you." "I know." Lu Wushuang pursed her lips. Seeing that he was about to hide behind the screen, she hurriedly said, "There are many of them. If you hide there, you'll be easily seen. Otherwise, where should I hide?" Song Qingshu looked around. The layout of the room was simple. The ceiling wasn't high. He couldn't hide on the beam even if he wanted to. Other than behind the screen, there was only the bottom of the bed. However, he didn't want to go under the bed. It was too unlucky. Hearing the footsteps of those people, who were about to enter the door in the blink of an eye, Lu Wushuang was extremely nervous. She blurted out, "Quick, get on the bed." Song Qingshu was slightly startled. However, he reacted quickly. With a tap of his foot, he jumped onto the bed. Lu Wushuang didn't say anything and covered him with the blanket. At the same time, she put down the bed curtain. Just as she covered Song Qingshu, the servant girl came in with a large group of aunts and concubines. "Miss, I found a doctor. When I came back, I happened to run into the people of the mansion. When they learned of your illness, the madams of each branch have come to see you," the maidservant said as soon as she entered the door. It turned out that the reason why she went out for so long was that she didn't know who to look for in the evening. Finally, she went to ask the housekeeper of the mansion. The housekeeper pointed her to Dr. Chiu and informed his master. After Lu Zai found out about it, because it was the middle of the night, it was not convenient for him to visit his daughter's boudoir, so he instructed his wife to visit. However, old Madame Tang had treated her so badly before, so he was too embarrassed to come and meet her face to face, so he asked his daughter-in-law, Lu Yu's wife, to visit. In this deep courtyard, news spread very quickly. The other branches were unwilling to fall behind in terms of etiquette and came to visit one after another. Whether it was true love or an effort to save face, everyone was well aware. It was Lu Yu's wife who understood the big picture and knew that a sick person should not be disturbed. If everyone went to visit once in a while, those who weren't sick would be tormented to the point of falling sick. So she decided to wait for everyone to arrive before going over together. That was why she was delayed for so long, otherwise she would have come long ago. Seeing so many people come in, Lu Wushuang's eyes rolled and almost fainted. She thought that this Xiao Huan really couldn't do anything but spoil things. After today, she would chase her out tomorrow. When the group of womenfolk came in, they all cried out in alarm. Each and every one of them ran over to the bedside and asked about her well-being, afraid that they couldn't express their concern. Lu Wushuang's heart was in her throat. Although she used the blanket to cover Song Qingshu and put down the bed curtains, if these people were to sit on the bed, how could they not notice him, just when she didn't know what to do? Fortunately, Lu Yu's wife cleared her throat and stopped the group of people. Okay, Wushuang is sick now and can't stand your torment. Let Dr. Chiu take her pulse first. The group of womenfolk resentfully found a place to sit in the room. With so many people in such a small room, if Song Qingshu was hiding behind the screen, he would definitely be discovered. Your heart is beating very fast, are you nervous? Lu Wushuang had just breathed a sigh of relief when she suddenly heard Song Qingshu's voice. She almost cried out in fright. She thought that at this time everyone was here. If you make a sound, you will kill me, but the strange thing was that the other people in the room didn't seem to notice at all. Everyone's attention was on Dr. Chiu. Lu Wushuang was puzzled when she heard his voice again. Don't worry, I am using telepathy, they can't hear you. With Song Qingshu's warm breath on her neck, it was a little itchy and a little numb at the same time. Lu Wushuang felt a strange feeling in her heart. Miss, please stretch out your hand, this old man will check your pulse. Dr. Chiu's words interrupted Lu Wushuang's thoughts. She hurriedly stretched out her hand from under the gauze curtain. The maidservant next to her took a silk handkerchief that had already been prepared and covered her wrist. The doctor checked her pulse through the silk handkerchief and didn't touch her skin at all. Lu Wushuang really wanted to pull Song Qingshu's ear and let him see how other people diagnose and treat her. She didn't dare to be impolite at all, unlike him just now. That nonsense. Not to mention Lu Wushuang's heart was beating wildly at this time. Even Song Qingshu, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, was shocked for a while. The bed was full of the sweet fragrance of a young girl. The quilt was not very big. In order to avoid exposure, Song Qingshu could only stick closely behind her. Lu Wushuang only wore underwear. A large area of her snow-white skin was unreservedly exposed in front of him. The touching touch of her skin made Song Qingshu's mouth dry. Their bodies were so close to each other, how could Lu Wushuang not feel it? Her whole body softened a bit. At the same time, she felt slightly regretful. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have let him on the bed. Strange. Dr. Chiu stroked his goatee and muttered to himself with a puzzled expression. Everyone in the room was shocked when they heard this. Lu Yu's wife hurriedly asked, May I ask Dr. Chiu, what is so strange about it? Dr. Chiu explained, Miss Lu's illness must have been a heavy blow recently. Her heart is depressed, causing the evil to enter her body. All the women in the room secretly nodded, thinking that the doctor was indeed a miracle doctor. He actually found the cause of the illness so quickly. Previously, old Madame Tang ordered her to kneel and kowtow to Song Qingshu. It must have been a heavy blow to the proud and arrogant Lu Wushuang. Unfortunately, these people didn't know what the real blow to Lu Wushuang was. Dr. Cho continued, logically speaking, Miss Lu's pulse should be weak and slow with this kind of illness. But now, it's beating extremely fast. Strange, strange. Lu Yu's wife's heart sank. She asked in a trembling voice, can the miracle doctor cure it? Dr. Cho frowned slightly, I'll write a prescription first. If Miss Lu's high fever subsides after taking the medicine, then it'll be no big deal. If the symptoms still don't improve, then... Although he didn't finish his sentence, everyone in the room understood what he meant. Lu Wushuang also heard it clearly. Her heart sank. She thought about how she was going to die at such a young age. She hadn't avenged her parents, and she hadn't even met her sweetheart. The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She didn't listen to the comforting words of the aunties outside. Don't listen to this quack's nonsense. You'll be fine. Just then, Song Qingshu's voice came into her ears again. Lu Wushuang wanted to tell him that Dr. Chiu was a famous miracle doctor in Shanin City. How could he be a quack? Even if he was a quack, he should know more than an outsider like him. Unfortunately, she didn't know how to use telepathy. She couldn't say it out loud, so she could only keep it in her heart. If I die, then I die. In any case, Brother Yang has a fiancé. I don't want to live anymore. A thought flashed through Lu Wushuang's mind, and she immediately felt relieved. However, even if she died, she wanted to die in a clean manner. If these people saw Song Qingshu hiding in bed with her disheveled clothes, she wouldn't be able to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Song Qingshu continued, in fact, the most important thing for your illness is to reduce the fever. In this era, the effects of traditional Chinese medicine are too slow. The effect of reducing the fever may not be very good, but you don't have to worry. I have a way to save you. Lu Wushuang finally couldn't help it. She reached into the quilt and grabbed his hand. She wrote on his palm with her finger, what method? Song Qingshu pondered for a long time before saying, if I tell you in advance, then this method will be useless. Lu Wushuang was confused. Why would it be useless even if he told her? Why was he being so secretive? As she was wondering, her beautiful face suddenly changed. This was because she felt the other's mouth kiss her neck. His lips were dry and warm, as if they carried a trace of electricity, causing her skin to tremble. What are you doing? Lu Wushuang was embarrassed and angry. She quickly wrote on his palm. Song Qingshu did not reply. Instead, he took the opportunity to hold her hand. His lips slowly moved downwards, and an incomparably gentle kiss fell on every inch of skin on her back like raindrops. How could he do this? Lu Wushuang's mind was blank. She didn't expect this kind of result. How could this be? He was a famous hero, how could he do such a thing? Lu Wushuang's mind was in a mess, but the strange feeling coming from behind her forced her to believe it. Although she was a little angry, she had a good impression of him, so she didn't feel any disgust. After all, Lu Wushuang was an inexperienced girl. How could she be a match for a playboy like Song Qingshu? Under the other's clever technique, it didn't take long for her breathing to become heavy. Her skin turned red and her eyes became misty. This was a clear sign that she was aroused. Is he crazy? Lu Wushuang bit her lips and resisted the shyness coming from her body. She didn't dare make a sound. The room was filled with people. If she was exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this time, Dr. Chiu had finished writing the prescription. Lu Yu's wife ordered a maid to go to the residence's pharmacy to brew the medicine. Then, she arranged for Dr. Chiu to rest in the Lu residence's guest room. In case something happened here, he could come at any time. Although Dr. Chiu was unwilling, the Lu clan was the local tyrant of Mountain Yin. Adding on the generous treatment fee, he finally agreed. After all, Lu Yu was the candidate to be the next clan head of the Lu clan. He was also the person with the highest position in the entire Lu clan. As his wife, Madame Wang naturally had more authority. The group of womenfolk didn't dare to disrespect her, so they could only leave behind the gifts they had brought and resentfully leave. After those people left, Madame Wang came to the bed and said softly, "Wushuang, don't be afraid. You will get better. Auntie will be here to accompany you." Lu Wushuang groaned in a daze, but she was secretly complaining. Although she knew that the other party had good intentions, she couldn't wait for them to leave in the current situation. Just now, when Madame Wang suddenly sat down on the bed, Lu Wushuang's heart was in her throat. She was afraid that Madame Wang would notice something strange under the blankets. Fortunately, her attention was focused on her own illness, so she didn't notice anything strange. Although Madame Wang felt that her answer was a bit coy and her tone was a bit strange, she only thought that it was because she was seriously ill and weak. Who would have thought that there was a man kissing her body under the blankets? Lu Wushuang casually dealt with Madame Wang, but she was extremely nervous. The man behind her didn't seem to be afraid of anything. There was clearly someone sitting by the bed, but not only did he not restrain himself, he became even more aggressive. But the strange thing was that although Lu Wushuang was a bit angry at first, her eyes were now filled with tears. The anger in her heart had been replaced by another kind of unavoidable complex emotion. Waves of heat surged through her body, causing her to unconsciously clamp her legs together. At this time, the servant girl had already brought hot water according to the master's orders. Madame Wang got up to wring a towel. "Wushuang, your body is too hot. Let me help you cool down." When Lu Wushuang heard this, her soul almost left her body. She still had the blankets to hide under, but if Madame Wang really helped her wipe her body, then where would Song Qingshu hide? "No, no need," Lu Wushuang said in a panic. "Don't be childish. Your body is so hot right now, how can you not use it?" Madame Wang ignored her and directly pressed the towel on her head. Lu Wushuang quickly calmed down because the other party only applied cold water to her forehead and face. At most, he wiped her neck and didn't wipe her body. This way, the other party wouldn't discover the secret under the blankets. "Wushuang, are you feeling particularly uncomfortable right now?" Madame Wang suddenly asked. No, why would Auntie ask that?" Lu Wushuang hurriedly replied. At the same time, she thought to herself, how is it uncomfortable? It's obviously very comfortable, but do we really have to continue like this? I see that your body seems to be trembling, and your expression seems to be holding back something. Madame Wang said curiously. Lu Wushuang was instantly embarrassed. It turned out that her body had already been made extremely sensitive by Song Qingshu. As the other moved downwards, waves of numbness came from behind, making her feel like she was about to fall into a bottomless abyss at any time. I'm just a little cold." In a hurry, Lu Wushuang found an excuse. Madame Wang was not worried about him. "A person with a fever will indeed feel cold. Let me cover you with a blanket." "No!" Lu Wushuang screamed. Madame Wang was startled by her exaggerated reaction and looked at her in confusion. Lu Wushuang's face turned red. I want to drink water, can Auntie pour me a glass of water? Look at my memory, you really should drink more water right now." As expected, Madame Wang was distracted by her. She patted her head and turned around to pour her a glass of water. "Brother Song, don't be like this." While Madame Wang was turning around, Lu Wushuang turned her head and whispered into the blanket. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu did not seem to hear her. Instead, he moved one hand from her lower abdomen and the other down her thigh. Lu Wushuang suddenly felt dizzy and did not know what to do. Should she continue to let him do as he pleased? Or should she stop him at the cost of exposing herself? After hesitating for a while, Lu Wushuang still did not have the courage to expose herself. Moreover, deep in her heart, although she knew that this was wrong, she still felt that she could not stop. Madame Wang quickly brought the water over. Lu Wushuang hurriedly turned her head and broke out in a cold sweat. After drinking the water, Lu Wushuang pretended to be asleep and closed her eyes tightly in order to avoid exposing herself by talking to Madame Wang. At the same time, she kept praying that Madame Wang would quickly leave. However, Madame Wang was clearly worried about her condition. She continued to sit by the window and wet her forehead and neck. Lu Wushuang's eyelashes suddenly trembled. It turned out that Song Qingshu's actions were a step closer. She suddenly felt extremely resentful. This bastard clearly has a wife at home, but he still treats me like this. Every inch of my skin has been played by him. How am I going to marry in the future? At the same time, she was extremely puzzled by her abnormal behavior. Why am I not angry? Normally, even if I am stared at by other men on the street, I will explode. But now that he is treating me like this, I am actually not angry. Could it be that I like him? That's why am I willing to be bullied by him like this? No, that's not right. The person I like is Xiaodan. No, I can't let him bully me like this. This is too unfair to Xiaodan. Lu Wushuang's expression changed. Just as she was about to disregard everything and stop him, she suddenly remembered that Yongguan not only has a loving Miss Long, but also a fiancé. In these 2 years, when did he even think about me? What am I to him? With this thought, the determination that she had just gained instantly faded. She thought about how Dr. Chiu had said that she would not live for long. She had too many regrets in this life. Anyway, there were some things that she had never tried. Since Brother Song didn't hate her, then let him be. She completely let go of the last line of defense in her heart and began to thoroughly experience that different feeling. The only flaw was that Madame Wang was sitting not far away from her. She had to grit her teeth and endure it to avoid being discovered. That kind of stimulation that wandered on the edge of reason and desire soon made her legs clamp together and her body involuntarily contract and tremble. Madame Wang, who was at the side, had an extremely strange expression on her face. Although Lu Wushuang deliberately endured it, it was inevitable that her body would constantly twist and her throat would inevitably emit some sweet sounds. As someone who had experienced it, how could she not know what was going on? Wushuang, this girl, how could she make such shameful sounds? Madame Wang's face was slightly red. She only thought that Lu Wushuang was seriously ill and had lost her mind and had a beautiful dream. However, Madame Wang's gaze finally fell on the quilt. This quilt seemed to be much more bulky than usual. Lu Wushuang was petite, so how could it take up so much space? Connecting this to Lu Wushuang's abnormal reaction, Madame Wang's heart was filled with suspicion. She calmly stood up and then lifted the quilt. When Lu Wushuang reacted, it was already too late to stop her. At that moment, only a blank space was left in her mind. The sudden shock and strong stimulation caused her body to suddenly explode. Her body kept trembling and a wave of heat seemed to pour out of her body. If you want to die, then die. Lu Wushuang's body trembled violently. At this moment, her eyes were tightly closed, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with her. Miss Lu, open your eyes. It's okay now. Instead of the angry rebuke or scream that Madame Wang expected, Song Qingshu's gentle voice came from beside her. Lu Wushuang opened her eyes in confusion and saw Song Qingshu looking at her with a smile on his face. Madame Wang was lying on the bed without a sound. What happened to her? Lu Wushuang cried out in alarm. The words "murder to silence a witness" appeared in her mind. Madame Wang had always treated her well. If something really happened to her, she would probably never be able to live with her conscience. She just fainted, don't worry. Song Qingshu saw the worry in her eyes and immediately explained. It turned out that when Madame Wang lifted the quilt, before she could see anything, he had struck her acupuncture point to make her fall asleep. Her vision went black and she didn't know anything. Knowing that Madame Wang didn't discover anything, Lu Wushuang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As soon as she relaxed, she remembered what Song Qingshu had just done to her. She couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. Brother Song, why did you do that to me just now? Song Qingshu was startled. Originally, he thought that he would face a storm of abuse. Who would have thought that the other party would have this kind of expression? Moreover, her tone seemed to be filled with infinite shyness. Miss Lu. Song Qingshu's eyes were filled with clarity. There was no trace of lust in her voice. You still call me Miss Lu? Lu Wushuang turned her face away. Her tone was full of hidden bitterness. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly and could only change his words. Wushuang, your body temperature was too high before. When I was wiping your body, I was interrupted by those people, causing your temperature to be too high. You should have heard what Dr. Chiu said. Your life was actually in danger. Since he didn't have the confidence to save you, I had no choice but to use another method. Another method? Lu Wushuang was confused. She couldn't help but turn her head back in confusion. Song Qingshu continued to explain, the human body has an instinctive adjustment to temperature. If the body temperature is high, it will sweat to dissipate the heat in the body. However, people with a high fever need to raise the body temperature to enhance the combat power of the immune system because the immune system is fighting with the disease. Therefore, the body's sweat glands will be locked. Therefore, no matter how high the body temperature is, the person with a high fever will not sweat at all. Only when the immune system defeats the disease, the sweat glands will open. At this time, the patient will sweat. Therefore, it is said that after a high fever, as long as you sweat, the disease will basically be cured. Lu Wushuang was even more confused. She murmured, "Why are you telling me this now? You will understand after you listen to me." Song Qingshu continued to explain, no matter what, there has to be a limit. Although raising the body temperature will help the body's immune system to eliminate the disease, if the body temperature is too high, the disease will not be eliminated in time. It will cause irreparable damage to the human body, even life-threatening. You were in this situation before, so I had to find a way to lower your body temperature. In fact, once the body temperature exceeds the physical temperature, it is just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. If it was in another world, some drugs such as acetaminophen could be used to quickly reduce the fever. Unfortunately, this world doesn't have them. I just felt your body temperature getting higher and higher under the quilt. I knew that your life was hanging by a thread, so I had to use my own method to cool you down. Although many of the terms were unheard of, Lu Wushuang still roughly understood the meaning. She couldn't help but look at him bitterly. "So you just molested me like that?" Song Qingshu coughed awkwardly and didn't look at her eyes. He explained, "I didn't do that to take advantage of you. It was mainly because in that kind of tense environment, I could make your heart beat faster and relax your blood vessels to better take away the heat in your body. At the same time, because the relatives in the Lu residence were all outside, my actions made you break out in cold sweat several times. Once you sweat, your body temperature drops quickly." Also, as he spoke, Song Qingshu suddenly hesitated and revealed an awkward expression. Lu Wushuang bit her lips and stared at him. "Also what?" Song Qingshu took a deep breath, but in the end, he still decided to tell the truth. Also, when a woman is in ecstasy, whether it's her fragrant sweat or her sweat, they can all carry away a lot of heat. Lu Wushuang glared at him fiercely. "You took advantage of me for half a day, but in the end, it was for my own good?" Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, "Although I'm not a stubborn old pedant, I'm also not a despicable pervert. If you don't believe me, you can check to see if your body temperature has dropped." Lu Wushuang was startled. Only now did she realize that after talking for so long, her head wasn't dizzy at all. She also didn't feel annoyed like before. She touched Wang Shi's forehead and found that her body really wasn't hot anymore. But Lu Wushuang still couldn't accept it. After all, she had been touched by him in the quilt just now, and every inch of her skin had been played with. Although she already believed that he did it to treat her illness, how could she, as a girl, deal with such a thing? Lu Wushuang quietly looked at him. "According to what Brother Song said, you didn't have any evil thoughts just now." I don't think so." Song Qingshu answered with some guilt. It wasn't that he wasn't honest, but if he told the truth, the two of them would likely be entangled in the future. The reason why he did that just now was purely to save her, not to take advantage of her. It was just that he had a loose and unrestrained nature, so he wasn't that polite. Although he knew that the way he saved her was a bit inappropriate, he still did it in the end. Lu Wushuang bit her lips and rolled her eyes at him. "Then who was the one that kept pushing me?" Song Qingshu suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. Although he didn't have any evil thoughts, it was inevitable that he would have some normal physiological reactions when he was in a warm and fragrant body in his arms. "Young miss, the medicine is ready." When Song Qingshu didn't know how to answer, a maidservant's voice came from outside the door. He suddenly felt as if he had been granted amnesty and quickly said to Lu Wushuang, "Your fever has gone down. Dr. Chiu's medicine should be able to help you recover. Take good care of yourself." I have to go first, otherwise, I won't be able to go out when people come. If not for the injury on her leg, Lu Wushuang really wanted to stomp her feet. Even though she had 1,000 words in her heart, she also knew that this was a rare opportunity. If someone found out that Song Qingshu was in her room, she would be too ashamed to face anyone. But how am I going to explain this to Auntie? I have something to tell you. Hearing the maid's footsteps getting closer, Lu Wushuang didn't dare to make him stay. You. Come and find me tomorrow. I have something to tell you. All right. Hearing the maid's footsteps getting closer, Lu Wushuang didn't dare to make him stay. You. Come and find me tomorrow. I have something to tell you. Song Qingshu laughed bitterly, but before he could reply, the servant girl's footsteps had already reached the door. He did not dare to hesitate any longer, and in a flash, he leapt out of the window at the side. Seeing that he was familiar with the place, Lu Wushuang's face became redder. This bastard. When Auntie and the others came, they could have escaped like this, but he chose to crawl into my bed. But she quickly remembered that she was the one who invited the other to her bed. Her face became even redder and she lightly spat. After taking advantage of me, he ran away. He really is a bastard. Her mind couldn't help but think of the scene in her bed. For a moment, Lu Wushuang couldn't help going silly. After returning to his residence, Song Qingshu tossed and turned on the bed, unable to sleep. Looking at his bulging pants, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. I really brought this upon myself. Now that it was almost dawn, it was naturally not convenient for him to go find Xianxia. As for Lu Wushuang, she was a virgin, so he shouldn't harm her. After sleeping for about an hour, he woke up. The peace talks were too important. He and Han Xingzhou were worried that a long night would bring trouble, so they agreed to hurry back to Linen early in the morning. Early in the morning, the sky had just brightened. When Song Qingshu arrived at the appointed residence, he found that Han Xingzhou and his group were already waiting there. He couldn't help but say apologetically, I've troubled Prime Minister Han to wait for a long time. Han Xingzhou smiled and said, no problem, we also just arrived. Song Qingshu saw Ling Huchong on the side and saw that he was a little listless. He couldn't help but greet him, Brother Wu, long time no see. Ling Huchong was startled and immediately realized that the other party deliberately said this to prevent Han Xingzhou from knowing that he went to seek revenge last night. Although his heart was slightly moved, he still didn't have a good impression of him. He just coldly replied, long time no see. Han Xingzhou naturally didn't know about the grievances between them. He smiled and said, Prince Song, let's go. This time, he left Linen overnight. In order to be in a hurry, he didn't even take a carriage and directly whipped his horse. Now that he wanted to rush back to Linen as soon as possible, he also declined the carriage provided by the Lu mansion and was also ready to rush back. Song Qingshu had been on the battlefield many times, so his horsemanship was naturally not a problem. He mounted the horse and said, Prime Minister Han, please. Han Xingzhou smiled slightly and urged the horse's belly to ride away. Song Qingshu looked back at the Lu mansion. He naturally didn't forget the agreement with Lu Wushuang, but even if they met, what could they say? It was better to just leave. The group rushed to Linen in this way. Because everyone had prepared 3 good horses to replace them at any time, they basically didn't waste any time on the road and returned to Linen in the evening. After entering Linen, Han Xingzhou settled Song Qingshu in a good inn and said apologetically, Prince Song, I have to go to the palace to discuss with His Majesty and communicate some details in advance so that you can officially enter the palace to meet His Majesty. I may have to trouble you here for 2 days. Song Qingshu naturally knew that these things couldn't really be discussed in the court. He said, it doesn't matter. I'm tired from the journey, so I can take a rest. I was supposed to entertain you in the mansion, but after all, gossip is a fearful thing. At this critical moment, if Machi Sua and others use this as a pretext to accuse me of colluding with the enemy and colluding with you, the situation will be very disadvantageous. So I hope you can understand. Han Xingzhou was still apologizing. Song Qingshu smiled and said, Prime Minister Han, you don't have to worry. This time, I came for official business, not to stay in a house. Besides, I'm more at ease in the inn. Han Xingzhou immediately heaved a sigh of relief and said, that's good. I'll go to the palace first. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll leave a few people here to serve you. Song Qingshu didn't refuse. Although he preferred to be alone, he still needed someone to run errands between him and Han Xingzhou. As for whether these people would monitor him or not, with his current cultivation, he could come and go as he pleased. How could those people trouble him? Speaking of which, Song Qingshu also felt that he was a little unkind. Last time he was in Linen as Jia Baoyu, he couldn't do anything else. It was all thanks to Li Yuanji that he could leave. However, he was free, but Li Yuanji's sacrifice was a little too big. Originally, she was the imperial concubine and even a strong contender for the empress. Because she was no longer a virgin, she was banished to the cold palace overnight. In fact, even so, with Li Keqiu's 100,000 green camp backing her, she could still live very freely. However, now that Li Keqiu's power was gone, she had no umbrella to protect herself. With such a scandal before, there was no place for her in such a big palace. In his previous life, it was said that there were too many ghosts buried in the Forbidden City. After dark, there were all kinds of ghosts crying at night, and no one dared to wander inside. Although there was a certain element of falsehood, it was very common for imperial concubines to be sentenced to death in the harem, not to mention palace maids and eunuchs. The more Song Qingshu thought about it, the more frightened he became. He couldn't hold back anymore. His figure flashed out of the window and rushed all the way to the palace. He secretly regretted that he should have come to pick her up earlier. If anything happened to her, he was afraid that he would spend the rest of his life in regret. In his mind, Li Yuanji's clever and eccentric innocent smile appeared. Song Qingshu moved faster and faster. He almost crossed a street with one step, and it didn't take long for him to sneak into the palace. He had been to the southern Song Imperial Palace several times. He easily avoided the patrolling guards and sneaked into the cold palace. He casually grabbed a palace maid and asked where Li Yuanji was. When he learned that she was safe and sound, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he hit the palace maid's sleeping acupoint and put her in the shadow of the rockery. Song Qingshu didn't choose to kill her. First, he was not a murderer. Second, he himself grew up from an ordinary person to what he was today. He also didn't choose to use the soul transfer method to tamper with her memory. After all, in this palace, everyone had their own philosophy of self-protection. The palace maid would not be stupid enough to report such a thing, because it was completely inviting trouble. Who knew if she would be killed? Song Qingshu finally found Li Yuanji's residence according to the palace maid's directions. The cold palace had been in disrepair for a long time and was overgrown with weeds. It was obvious that no one had cleaned it for a long time. There was a sense of decay everywhere. The night was cold and the stars were sparse. He saw a young girl's lonely figure reflected on the window. She was so slender and delicate. Song Qingshu's heart ached when he saw her. He was about to go in to meet her when his heart suddenly stirred. He turned his head and looked outside the courtyard. He heard a series of footsteps. If he was not mistaken, they were rushing over here. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he decided to observe the situation first. With a tap of his toes, Song Qingshu silently leaped onto the roof. Using the shadow of the roof to hide, he quietly looked in the direction of the footsteps. Soon, a group of people appeared in his sight. In the front was an old nanny in her 50s or 60s, followed by two palace maids. Each palace maid was holding a plate in her hand. One had a piece of white silk, and the other had a copper wine pot with a small wine cup next to it. Behind the two palace maids were several strong eunuchs. These eunuchs' footsteps were light and their breathing was even. Obviously, they all had martial arts. Song Qingshu was shocked and angry when he saw this. How could he not see what was going on? White silk and poisoned wine were common methods used to order imperial concubines to death. There were also several eunuchs who knew martial arts. They clearly knew that Li Yuanji knew martial arts and used it to prevent her from resisting. The group of people quickly pushed open the door and entered the room. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment and decided to wait. He wanted to see who sent this group of people. In any case, with his current cultivation, he could still make it in time to make a move. He wouldn't let Li Yuanji encounter any danger. After removing the roof tiles, the situation in the room could be seen at a glance. Li Yuanji was originally sitting in front of the window in a daze. When she saw a group of people barging in, she couldn't help but frown and say, "Who are you people? Who let you in?" But her expression quickly changed because she saw the things in these people's hands. Growing up in an official's family, how could she not understand what these things represented? "This old servant brought 2 things for Mississippi Miss, please choose one." The old mama's voice was like a crow's, extremely ear-piercing and unpleasant to hear. In the middle of the night, people couldn't help but feel a chill. Li Yuanji suddenly stood up. "You guys are quite bold. Who sent you here?" The old mama laughed. "Miss, why ask when you already know the answer? In this imperial palace, who else could it be?" Li Yuanji's heart turned cold. She finally realized that she was in danger today. She quickly said, "I want to see the emperor." As she said this, she was about to walk out. Who knew that the eunuchs seemed to have expected this and instantly spread out, blocking her path. The old mama sneered, "What kind of status does the emperor have? How could he see a lowly servant in the cold palace who is full of bad luck?" Li Yuanji was not afraid of heaven or earth. She had been pampered since she was a child, so she had never suffered this kind of anger before. Her figure flashed and she was about to slap the other party. The eunuchs behind the old mama instantly moved. After the 2 sides exchanged several moves, Li Yuanji had no choice but to retreat. Her face alternated between red and white. In the fight just now, she could see that the martial arts of these eunuchs were above hers. If she had a sword, she might be able to contend with them. But in the inner courtyard of the imperial palace, how could imperial concubines carry weapons? When she first entered the palace, the weapons on her body had already been taken away. "My father is Li Kishou. He has 100,000 troops under him. If he knew of my death, he would not let it go. I don't believe that the emperor would be so unwise. It must be a fake imperial edict." Li Yuanji's teeth were about to shatter as she fiercely stared at the old woman in front of her. "Ha ha ha," the old mama let out a voice that was even more unpleasant to hear than Anel's. "Do you still think that you are a noble young miss? I'm not afraid to tell you that your father's forces had already been annihilated by the Golden Snake Camp 10 days ago. Even your father became a prisoner of Song Qingshu on the battlefield. I reckon that he has already been beheaded as a sacrifice to the flag. Right now, you are just a stray dog." "What?" Li Yuanji exclaimed. Her body swayed. Fortunately, there was a nearby table supporting her so she did not fall. "Since you don't want to choose, then this old servant will choose for you." The old mama sneered and gave a signal with her eyes. Several eunuchs took the poisoned wine and walked towards her step by step. Li Yuanji seemed to have lost her soul. She didn't move at all, as if she didn't know the danger that was about to come. Song Qingshu's face was frosty. Just as he was about to make a move, a palace maid's voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. "Your Highness, you have a noble status. Why did you come to such an unlucky place like the cold palace? It's really too inauspicious." "Shut up. I have my own plans." Another voice sounded. Although the tone was unkind, the few words were clear and charming, soft and gentle. Song Qingshu was confused. He had clearly heard this voice before, but he just couldn't remember who it was. Fortunately, the other person didn't make him confused for too long. Soon, a few palace maids surrounded a beauty in palace attire and walked leisurely. They appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. She had a delicate face like white jade and a pair of white jade slender hands. Under the moonlight, she looked like a white jade guanine, beautiful and captivating. Song Qingshu was shocked. It was her. As it turned out, this beautiful woman in palace attire was Aku. When Song Qingshu went on a diplomatic mission to Shanhai Pass and brought Aku back to Yanjing City, because of all kinds of matters, he had been running around everywhere. After that, he had never seen her again. No wonder the voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember it. The old maidservants and eunuchs in the room heard the movement and turned around. When they saw the other person's face, they all knelt down and greeted, "Your servant greets Concubine Wu." "Concubine Wu?" Song Qingshu frowned slightly. He thought of what he saw in Yangzhou City. It seemed that Han Xingzhou sent people to rescue her from Yanjing City. Then, in order to form an alliance with the southern Song to fight against the Qing kingdom, Wu Sangui conveniently sent her to the southern Song palace and made her concubine Wu. Wu Sangui, this old turtle, really has no integrity. Song Qingshu was full of disdain. Back then, in order to form an alliance with Prince Bao, Wu Sangui secretly wanted to betroth Aku to Fu Kangan. After he ruined it, he sent Aku to the Forbidden City and tried to marry Kangxi. Now, he sent Aku to the southern Song. TSK. One woman married 3 times. He really could do it. But this Aku had a hard life. By right, no matter if it was Fu Kangan, Kangxi, or Zhao Go, they were either emperors or princes. Originally, this kind of marriage would not be considered unfair to her. But every marriage did not succeed. Fu Kangan died and Kangxi did not dare to accept her for the sake of his reputation. Zhao Go dared to accept her, but unfortunately, he was a eunuch emperor. He could only let her be a nominal imperial concubine. Song Qingshu was well versed in the blissful dhyana and was skilled in the qi observation technique. With one look, he could tell that Aku was still a virgin. To leave such a beauty untouched, unless her husband was not a man, it seemed that Zhao Go was indeed a eunuch emperor. It's probably because of this twisted mentality that he killed people like Yu Fei. Song Qingshu was full of disdain. After Aku came in, he glanced around the room. After seeing the white silk and the poisoned wine, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch as he asked in a deep voice, "Whose idea is this?" The old nanny changed her arrogant and despotic expression in front of Li Yuanji and replied respectfully, "It's the head chief's order." Aku waved his hand. "Got it. You guys can leave first." The old lady immediately became anxious, but, humph, Aku snorted tenderly, "You all dare to disobey this official's words?" The old lady hurriedly explained, "This old servant doesn't dare, but the head chief is actually just following orders." She didn't finish, but everyone present knew that in the entire imperial palace, the head chief only listened to one person. Aku's delicate brows furrowed slightly. It was obvious that she was in a difficult position, but she still opened her mouth and said, "I will naturally speak to His Majesty." "You guys can leave first." "Yes." Since she had already said this, the old nanny naturally didn't dare to say anything else. She called for her companions to pack up and left. "You guys guard the door. Without my orders, don't come in." Aku instructed the palace maids behind her, then walked straight to Li Yuanji. Li Yuanji had already come back to her senses. Looking at the beauty in front of her, even though she was a woman, her heart was moved. She had stayed in the imperial palace for a period of time and had seen Aku a few times before. Even so, seeing her again, she was still stunned by her beauty. "Thank you, concubine Wu." Although they weren't friends, the other party had saved her today after all. Li Yuanji wouldn't be so rude. Aku softly responded with an extremely cold attitude. Li Yuanji was startled. Although she didn't understand why the other party was so cold, she wasn't a person who would flatter others. The room quickly fell into silence. Aku also seemed to be aware of the unusual atmosphere. She cleared her throat and casually exchanged a few words with her. Li Yuanji could hear her lack of interest. In addition, she was in a bad mood after learning about her father's matter, so she directly said, "Concubine Wu, don't beat around the bush. Why did you come here so late at night? Just say it." Concubine Wu was now extremely favored in the imperial palace and constantly received titles and rewards from the emperor. On the other hand, Li Yuanji was now banished to the cold palace and her life was in danger at any time. It could be said that the two of them were in completely different worlds. Li Yuanji didn't believe that the other party would come to me for no reason. On the roof, Song Qingshu also looked puzzled. He didn't understand why Aku would come to Li Yuanji. In the room, Aku hesitated for a long time and finally said, "I heard that you and Song Qingshu are very close?" As soon as she said this, not only Li Yuanji, but even Song Qingshu was stunned. He never expected that she would mention him. Should be, quite close. Li Yuanji thought of the scene of Song Qingshu lying on top of her that day, and her pretty face unconsciously turned a little red. Noticing her shy expression, Aku suddenly felt a little annoyed. She cleared her throat and said, "Then tell me about things related to him." Li Yuanji was startled. "What's the relationship between concubine Wu and brother Song?" "I have nothing to do with him." Aku snorted coldly. "Don't worry about anything else. Just tell me about him. Really? Li Yuanji stared at her suspiciously. Brother Song has always been romantic and elegant. Did he also have an affair with concubine Wu? Thinking of this, her expression became even more strange. It should be known that there had never been a shortage of beauties in the southern Song imperial palace. But as soon as concubine Wu came, she undoubtedly surpassed all the other beauties and became the first beauty in the harem. How could such a person be seduced by Brother Song? Big Brother Song was simply too powerful. Li Yuanji had always been mischievous, and her brain circuit was not quite the same as that of ordinary women. Her first reaction was not jealousy, but admiration for Song Qingshu's charm. What does concubine Wu want to hear about Brother Song? After all, he saved her life, so Li Yuanji did not refuse to answer the question. This? Aku pondered for a moment, then said, I've actually heard quite a bit about him, but they're all hearsay. Who knows, people might spread false rumors. I just want to hear the truth. How about this, tell me about what happened between the two of you. Ah? Li Yuanji exclaimed. It was not a problem for her to talk about Song Qingshu, but how could she tell outsiders about their private affairs? Can't I? Aku looked at her unhappily. It's not that I can't, Li Yuanji hesitated for a moment, then said, well, it started when father and I went south and encountered bandits. Then in the Forbidden City. Xingjing. Yangzhou. Of course, Li Yuanji was not stupid enough to tell him everything, so she picked out some things that did not affect the overall situation and told him. Listening to her narrate everything that happened with Song Qingshu, Aku's expression changed. Suddenly, he threw the teacup on the table to the ground, stood up and said angrily, come, slap her. At the end of the month, he asked for monthly votes. He had just been defeated by the 21st place, and now he has fallen out of the top 20. In return, he will update 10,000 words today. In addition, yesterday, he saw a comment from a reader on the official account, saying that it was not that he did not want to read the original version, but that he looked down on the original version and asked for 1 yuan a chapter. He expressed that he would not take the blame for the original version. Nowadays, the original version is only 5 cents per 1,000 words, and the original version is only 3 cents per 1,000 words for VIP 2 and above. Even if he wanted to read 3,000 words a chapter, it would not cost 10 cents. Song Qingshu, who was on the roof, listened to the young girl's affectionate recount of his life. He felt a soft spot in his heart being touched. He thought to himself that although a young married woman's plump and soft body was good, a young girl's heart was even more precious. Just as he was about to burst into tears, he heard Aku fly into a rage. He couldn't help but frown, wondering what had happened to her. Li Yuanji was also dumbfounded. She had told Song Qingshu's story according to the other party's request, but who would have thought that she would become angry? She was originally a young lady from a noble family, so when had she ever suffered such anger? She coldly snorted, you told me to tell you. If you don't want to listen, then forget it. This young miss can't afford to serve the Nyangnyang's temper. This is my room, leave by yourself. Bold lowly servant, how dare you speak to the Nyangnyang like this? The palace maids outside the door heard Aku's call and came in. When they heard Li Yuanji's words, they all angrily shouted. Li Yuanji could barely tolerate Aku. After all, the other party had helped her out of trouble just now. But this group of palace maids were shouting in front of her, which made her angry. Who do you think you are? Her figure flashed and she appeared in front of the palace maids who were cursing the most fiercely and slapped them several times. When Aku heard what Li Yuanji said before, she was already suppressing a belly full of evil fire. Seeing this, she became even angrier. She flew over to stop Li Yuanji and the two women instantly fought. Although Li Yuanji was not a master, she was still a disciple of Wudong. Lu Feiqing had laid a very solid foundation for her. Aku, on the other hand, had only learned some martial arts from the guards of Ping Shi Wang Mansion. She was not Li Yuanji's opponent and quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. The group of accompanying palace maids immediately panicked and hurriedly shouted. When the guards outside heard the commotion, they rushed over. When they saw the situation in the room and saw the two Nyangnyang fighting, they couldn't help but secretly complain. Needless to say, Aku was now the most favored imperial concubine in the palace. Li Yuanji was not someone to be trifled with. Although she had not been officially conferred the title, the people in the palace had subconsciously regarded her as an imperial concubine. It was just that for some reason, she was suddenly banished to the cold palace. After all, her loss of chastity was related to the reputation of the royal family. The news was deliberately blocked, and not many people knew about it. Although she had been banished to the cold palace, who knew if she would be favored again one day? After all, this kind of thing had happened many times in previous dynasties. At that time, when the other party came to settle the score, the small shrimps, were nothing. You guys came at the right time. Grab her and slap her hard. The guards were in a dilemma. Aku saw them and immediately ordered. The guards looked at each other and could only helplessly reply, yes. Even if Li Yuanji counterattacked, it was a matter for the future. After all, Wu Fei was favored now. If they offended her, the brothers would probably be in trouble immediately. They had no choice but to make a choice. On the roof, Song Qingshu's face darkened. When Li Yuanji and Aku were fighting, he could have stayed out of it. After all, Aku could not hurt her. But now, these imperial palace guards' martial arts were not weak. Li Yuanji was most likely not a match for them. How could he sit back and watch her suffer such humiliation? All of you, stop. A woman's anxious voice came from afar. Song Qingshu looked in that direction in confusion. Although the person who had spoken sounded anxious, her voice was soft and carried a bit of Suzhou's Wunong soft language. It was as if she was born without the ability to get angry. He hadn't even seen her in person, but just hearing her voice made one's body go limp. Soon, a woman appeared at the courtyard's entrance. Song Qingshu looked up and saw that she was about 40 years old. She wore a light yellow Daoist robe. Her features were picturesque, and her beauty was indescribable. In Song Qingshu's life, he had seen all the beauties in the world. But he had to admit that among all the women he knew, only Zishan Dragon King, Xiaolong Nu, Huang Rong, Goodbye, and a few others could compare to her. The others, like Jiao, were also elegant and refined, but in terms of pure beauty, they could not compare to the woman in front of him. Of course, Song Qingshu had long since passed the stage of judging a woman's charm by appearance alone. Although the other women's looks were slightly inferior to this person's, they each had their own strengths, and their combined charm might not be inferior. That woman stood at the door, her gaze sweeping across everyone's faces. When everyone made eye contact with her, they felt as if their whole body was immersed in warm water, indescribably comfortable. The room that was incomparably noisy a moment ago was silent. Suddenly, a clang sound was heard as an imperial bodyguard's saber fell to the ground. Then, another clang sound was heard as another person's saber fell to the ground. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. As expected of the beautiful Qin Yuan, who could cause the downfall of cities and countries, she was truly worthy of being called Qin Yuan. At the same time, he felt strange. Why would Qin Yuan also appear in this palace? TSK. Wu Sangue was really willing to go all out. Not only was a beautiful daughter not enough, but in order to get closer to the Southern Song Alliance, he even walked the path of a madam. Aku saw everyone's reaction, proud and dissatisfied. She coldly snorted and jogged over to help the beautiful woman. Mother, why are you here? Greetings, silent hermit. Hearing Aku's greeting, the group of guards immediately confirmed Qin Yuan's identity. They hurriedly bowed and gulped. Previously, they had heard a rumor that concubine Wu's mother cultivated in the palace without her hair and was even more beautiful than concubine Wu. They didn't quite believe it. After all, Qin Yuan lived in seclusion and rarely showed her face. Most of the guards had seen concubine Wu with their own eyes. Aku's beauty had already stunned them, and they couldn't imagine that there could be a woman more beautiful than her in this world. But now that they had seen her with their own eyes, they realized that they were frogs at the bottom of a well. Qin Yuan had seen many men in the world lose their souls when they saw her, so she didn't mind it. She only slightly nodded in response. However, in the eyes of the guards, she was blushing, and her eyes were sparkling. For a moment, the entire room was filled with charm. Song Qingshu secretly smacked his lips. He thought to himself, this Qin Yuan is really born with charm. She obviously didn't deliberately use her charm, but her every movement is so flirtatious, causing men to be captivated by her. If she learned the art of charm, which man in this world can resist her charm? What are you doing? Qin Yuanyuan's cherry lips trembled, causing the group of men to blush again. Reporting to Silent Hermit, this woman was rude to Concubine Wu. We were about to capture her and hand her over to Concubine Wu, the group of guards said one after another, as if they were trying to show off in front of Qin Yuanyuan. Among everyone present, apart from Song Qingshu, Li Yuanji was the first to regain her senses. When she saw their ugly behavior, she couldn't help but snort coldly. A toad lusting after a swan's flesh. The group of guards first blushed when she hit the nail on the head. Then, they flew into a rage out of humiliation and started scolding her. By this time, Qin Yuanyuan had already learned the whole story from her daughter. She looked at Li Yuanji with pity in her eyes. Miss Li has a hard life. Don't make things difficult for her. Let's go back. Although Aku was a little reluctant, she had always respected and loved her mother, so she did not want to go against her wishes. She glared at Li Yuanji and snorted, then held her mother's hand and turned to leave. The group of palace maids followed closely behind. The guards seemed to be enchanted and subconsciously followed behind the mother and daughter. Soon, they disappeared from the courtyard. The noisy room became quiet again. Li Yuanji let out a long sigh of relief. Thinking of the stare that Aku gave her before she left, she only felt inexplicable and did not know how she had offended her. Concubine Wu was so beautiful. Obviously, she was not jealous of her. She was now extremely favored in the harem. Being in the cold palace, she would not be a threat to her. After thinking for a long time, she still could not figure out why. Li Yuanji simply stopped thinking. She walked over and closed the door, then continued to sit alone by the window in a daze. Brother Song finally broke up with father. According to what the nanny said just now, father seemed to be the one who lost, but I don't know if he is in danger. Li Yuanji held her chin in her hand and muttered to herself at the table, it shouldn't be. Brother Song knows that he is my father. Why would he kill him? But very quickly, worry appeared on her face again. It was clear that she wasn't so sure, but my father caused him so much trouble back then, almost causing him to lose his life. He even wanted to take over Golden Snake Camp. Will he really spare my father? Even if he is willing to let my father go, will his confidants let him go? The more she thought, the more flustered and annoyed she became. Li Yuanji suddenly stood up and kicked the leg of the table. If Brother Song really did something to my father, After thinking for a long time, she still could not think of what she could do. Instead, the hard leg of the table made her eyes filled with tears. Li Yuanji, don't be silly. After he bullied you, there was no news of him. At this time, I don't know which confidant he is lingering in. I'm afraid he has long forgotten that there is a poor little girl waiting for him here. No, Brother Song is not that kind of person. Thinking of the bits and pieces of time she spent with Song Qingshu, Li Yuanji's spirit shook and she comforted herself. However, she soon became discouraged. Today, someone has already come to give me the white silk poison wine. I don't know how long I can hold on. Perhaps when Brother Song remembers me, I will have already become a wisp of a wrong spirit in this cold palace. When she thought about how her father's fate was unknown and how her family was ruined, Li Yuanji became sadder and sadder as she spoke. In the end, she laid her head on the table and started crying. Sure enough, girls are attracted to their husbands. If your father knew that you were thinking about Brother Song more than anything else, it would be strange if he didn't die from anger. A familiar voice suddenly came into his ears. No way. My father loves me so much. Li Yuanji answered subconsciously. Suddenly, her body trembled and she raised her head. She looked at the man she had been thinking about day and night with an expression of disbelief. Li Yuanji hurriedly rubbed her eyes as if she was afraid that she was seeing things. Brother Song, am I dreaming? Song Qingshu's heart was filled with pity. He couldn't help but pull her into his arms. Little sister Yuanji, Brother Song came late. I made you worry for so long. Her whole body was in a warm and wide embrace. When she felt that familiar aura, Li Yuanji finally confirmed that everything was real. She couldn't help but cry. Her 10 slender fingers hugged the other's shoulders. Brother Song Qingshu gently stroked her soft hair and comforted her in a soft voice. All right. Everything is in the past. In the future, Brother Song will protect you well and won't let you suffer anymore. The two of them hugged each other and talked for a while. Li Yuanji suddenly thought of something. She raised her head and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Brother Song, how long have you been here? A while. Song Qingshu said with a bit of guilt. How long is a while? Li Yuanji blinked her big eyes as if she had seen through his vagueness. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, when I came here, I just happened to run into that old woman who brought the white silk poison wine. Li Yuanji immediately said angrily, then why didn't you come to save me? I was just about to save you, but Aku came. I came here to negotiate with the Southern Song dynasty. It's not good to expose my identity, so I didn't come out, Song Qingshu explained. Aku? Li Yuanji was stunned. For a moment, she didn't know who he was talking about. She's the imperial consort Wu you mentioned. Seeing the doubt in her eyes, Song Qingshu explained. You know her name? Li Yuanji exclaimed. She pestered me to ask about you again. Did you two have an affair? Absolutely not. This time, Song Qingshu was full of confidence and said righteously. Is that so? Li Yuanji's expression clearly showed that she didn't believe him, but she didn't continue to dwell on this issue. Instead, she asked, since it's not good for you to expose your identity this time, if Silent Hermit didn't come just now, wouldn't I have been beaten up by Wu Fei for nothing? How is that possible? Song Qingshu hurriedly explained, I had already decided to take action at that time. Who knew that someone would come to your rescue so coincidentally? From this, it can be seen that little sister Yuanji is a person with great fortune. Great fortune? Li Yuanji smiled bitterly. Does the destruction of my family count as great fortune? In fact, she had always wanted to ask about her father's whereabouts, but she didn't dare to open her mouth for fear of hearing an answer that would break her heart. Although she knew that her father was in the wrong, if Song Qingshu really killed her father, she would never be able to forgive him. What kind of person was Song Qingshu? He could tell what she was worried about just by listening to her tone. He kissed her cheek and said softly, your father is still alive and well. However, I can't pretend that nothing happened after what he did. Otherwise, I won't be able to face my tens of thousands of subordinates. However, you don't have to worry. It's just house arrest. You can go see him at any time. After a few years, when the situation is settled, I can even restore his freedom. Thank you, Big Brother Song. Growing up in a family of officials, Li Yuanji naturally knew the rules of the game in this world. In a chaotic world, it was always a game of life and death. If it wasn't for her, with Li Kishio's actions, even if she was killed, no one would feel that it was wrong. Even if the situation was reversed between Song Qingshu and Li Kishio would definitely not hesitate to kill Song Qingshu. Li Yuanji didn't have the slightest confidence that she could protect her lover's life. She knew that house arrest was the best outcome for her father. Moreover, all of this was a compromise that her lover had made for her. Li Yuanji's heart warmed. She directly hugged her lover's neck and offered her moist and soft red lips. Song Qingshu was already suppressing a bellyful of evil fire because of what happened at Lu Wushuang's place last night. Now that the eyes of the girl in his arms were full of tenderness and sweetness, he only felt a bang in his head. How could he bear it anymore? He picked her up and walked towards the bed. Who knew that at the critical moment, Li Yuanji pressed his hand and said pitifully, it's too unlucky here in the cold palace. I don't want to be here. Song Qingshu's eyes were red, and he asked while panting, then where do you want to go? Li Yuanji's eyes were like crescent moons, full of a sly smile. I want to go to Wu Fei's bed. Song Qingshu held the girl in his arms and only felt that she was soft and soft. At the same time, bursts of the girl's delicate fragrance assailed his nose, making him feel a little happy for a moment and not want to get up at all. Song Qingshu completely understood why the other party said that she didn't want to stay in the cold palace. After all, the cold palace was a very unlucky place for women. However, he never expected that Li Yuanji would make such an incredible request. What's going on? Song Qingshu's voice was a little dry. Humph, Li Yuanji raised her chin and snorted. Wu Fei bullied me just now because her man is the emperor and she's a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Now that my man is here, I have to go and get back at her. Song Qingshu couldn't understand her logic after thinking for a long time. Seeing her in high spirits, he suddenly remembered that Li Yuanji was such a strange girl and had always been fearless. It was normal for her to have such an idea. Can I not go? Song Qingshu's nose went straight into her lapel. Now that the arrow was on the string, he didn't want to complicate matters. Li Yuanji pressed down his evil hand, bit her lips, and whispered into his ear, "This is also to punish you for not coming to find me for so long, causing me to be alone in this cold palace in fear. I thought you had abandoned me." As she said this, she looked like she was about to cry. Although Song Qingshu knew that she was deliberately acting, he thought that she had the chance to be an imperial concubine, but she had given her chastity to him without hesitation, and then endured such a long time of fear alone. He felt pity for her and gently picked her up. "Okay, Brother Song will get back at her for you." Seeing him agree, Li Yuanji was happy at first, but soon she became a little hesitant. "Brother Song, didn't you say that you came to negotiate with the Southern Song dynasty this time? Will this affect your business?" Song Qingshu smiled slightly. "Of course it will affect me." Li Yuanji hurriedly said, "Forget it, I was just joking." Song Qingshu pinched her cheeks. In ancient times, King Yu of the Zhou dynasty used beacons to tease the nobles in order to make a beauty smile. Today, in order to make you happy, I don't mind taking a little risk. Li Yuanji blushed and spat, "Bah, you want to be King Yu of Zhou, but I don't want to be bossy." Although her mouth was full of disgust, her eyes were full of smiles. Women were often like this. Although they knew rationally which was better, they would often be moved by some irrational actions. "Let's go." Song Qingshu tidied up Li Yuanji's clothes, and with a flash, he disappeared into the darkness of the palace. "Little sister Yuanji, please show me the way." Don't go." Li Yuanji tugged at his clothes and said guiltily. Song Qingshu smiled. "What's wrong? You've always been fearless, but now you're scared?" "Who said that?" Li Yuanji seemed to be greatly agitated. She stretched out her hand and pointed to the right. "Let's go, I'm not afraid." Seeing her pretending to be calm, Song Qingshu laughed and bent down to kiss her. Then, like a ghost in the palace, he avoided groups of patrolling guards, bypassed countless palace maids and eunuchs, and finally entered concubine Wu's bedroom. Song Qingshu stood in the bedroom with Li Yuanji in his arms. He smelled a faint sweet fragrance in the air, which made him feel relaxed and happy. At the same time, there was a hint of seduction in it. "Hey, they're not back yet?" Li Yuanji whispered. Song Qingshu smiled. "Your husband's lightness skill is unparalleled in the world." Those two women also brought a large group of eunuchs and palace maids with them. "It would be strange if they could be faster than us." "Who recognized you as my husband?" Li Yuanji immediately protested coquettishly, but at the same time, her heart was filled with sweetness. She was obviously very satisfied with this title. "Shoo, they're back." Song Qingshu pressed his lips against hers. With a tap of his toes, the two of them jumped onto the beam and hid behind the shadows. Although Li Yuanji was usually willful and mischievous, she knew what was important at critical moments. She hurriedly closed her mouth and even slowed down her breathing for fear of being discovered. After about a dozen breaths, Qin Yuan and Ah Ke walked in from the door. Although Song Qingshu's lightness skill was far faster than theirs, he had spent too much time with Li Yuanji in the cold palace, so the two of them arrived almost at the same time. Even though he had just seen the two of them and was already mentally prepared, Song Qingshu was still amazed when he saw the beautiful mother and daughter standing together at the same time. Qin Yuan was graceful, and Ah Ke was young. Both of them were beauties that could cause the downfall of cities and countries. In addition, the two women looked very similar, as if they were carved from the same mold. As soon as they entered the room, the color of the whole room seemed to brighten up. Li Yuanji had been an outstanding beauty since she was a child. Even when Yu Yutong, whom she admired, didn't like her and preferred Luo Bing, she didn't have the slightest doubt about her appearance. This was because Yu Yutong didn't like Luo Bing purely because of her appearance. But now that she saw Ah Ke and her daughter, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Whether it was Qin Yuanyuan or Aku, their beauty was dazzling, not to mention the two of them standing together at the same time. As a woman, Li Yuanji was stunned, not to mention a man. She turned her head to look at Song Qingshu sourly. She thought that he would be dazzled, but his eyes were clear and didn't look the least bit intoxicated. As expected of the man I like. Li Yuanji's originally somewhat depressed mood instantly improved. After Qin Yuanyuan sent Aku in, she said softly, "You should rest early. I'm going back to continue my cultivation." Unexpectedly, Aku hugged her arm and said coquettishly, "No, mother, I want to sleep with you tonight." "How old are you? Why are you still acting like a spoiled child?" Qin Yuanyuan stretched out a slender finger and gently touched her daughter's forehead, but her eyes were full of love. "Please." Aku shook her arm and blinked his eyes, which were filled with hope and pleading. Song Qingshu, who was sitting on the beam of the room, felt his heart skip a beat. He didn't expect Aku to be so coquettish. The voice that made his heart ripple fell into Li Yuanji's ears, and she got goosebumps all over her body. She couldn't help but shiver. Noticing her reaction, Song Qingshu smiled slightly, thinking that this was the so-called opposites attract, and the same repels. Unable to withstand her daughter's pleading, Qin Yuanyuan finally relented. "All right, I'll sleep with you tonight. I have something to say to you." On the beam of the room, Song Qingshu's expression was extremely interesting. One had to know that Aku was now the imperial concubine in name. If Qin Yuanyuan slept with her and the emperor suddenly came at night, wouldn't they be able to kill two birds with one stone and enjoy the blessings of the world? Right now, they were ahead of 21st place by 56 votes, and ahead of 22nd place by 74 votes. The most beautiful pair of mother and daughter in the book had already appeared. What were they waiting for? Smash the monk to death with your monthly votes. Speaking of which, Purple Dragon Queen Xiao Zhao, Pucha Ali Tiger Wanyan Zhongjia, and Nanlan Miao Rulan were all quite good-looking. Who else hadn't been forgotten by the monk? Right, there was also Li Qinglua Wang Yuyan, and Duan Jingchuan's other lovers. Some beautiful pictures appeared in her mind. Even Song Qingshu, who had a strong self-control, blushed. Song Qingshu quickly mourned for Zhao Go. It was a pity that this eunuch emperor did not have the ability to enjoy this boundless luck with women. Speaking of which, this was probably God's retribution for him. Even Yufei was killed. This retribution was too light. Aku ordered the palace maids to prepare hot water for her to wash up. Then, she rushed to Qin Yuanyuan's back and said, "Mother, let me remove your makeup. You're already an imperial concubine, yet you're still so rash." Qin Yuanyuan rolled her eyes at her and said, "Have you forgotten that I'm cultivating with my hair? I don't even wear jewelry, let alone makeup. Why would I need to remove makeup?" "Oh." Aku stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. "It's better for mother to remove your makeup." Qin Yuanyuan smiled slightly. She pressed her daughter's shoulder and made her sit in front of the dressing table. Then, she began to remove the ornaments from her head. "I don't want to be an imperial concubine anymore." Looking at herself in the bronze mirror, Aku suddenly said with a pout. Qin Yuanyuan's beautiful face changed slightly. She hurriedly glanced at the palace maids not far away. Seeing that they were not paying attention to this side, she whispered, "Silly child, you can't say such things." Aku threw the comb on the table and said with a pout, "I have to wear so many things on my head every day when I go out. It's so annoying." Seeing that she was throwing a tantrum because of this, Qin Yuanyuan couldn't help but laugh. While combing her daughter's hair, she said, "You're really a child. You don't know how many women want to wear your clothes but can't." Aku suddenly sighed, "Mother, you were also a concubine before, but were you really happy being a concubine?" Qin Yuanyuan was startled. For a moment, countless images appeared in her mind. Everything she had experienced in the past few decades flashed through her mind. She couldn't help but sigh faintly. She thought, when have I ever been really happy? Seeing her mother's sad expression in the bronze mirror, Aku hurriedly got up and comforted her. "It's my fault for bringing up mother's sad past." "It's nothing. It only means that your cultivation is not good enough. Mother has been practicing Buddhism for so many years. I thought I could be calm, but I didn't expect that I still can't face it calmly." Although Qin Yuanyuan's tone was sad, her voice was still gentle and moving. Song Qingshu saw that when she smiled, she looked lovely when she was distressed. He could not help but feel pity for her. He thought that it was a pity that he was born a few decades too late. Otherwise, he would definitely protect her and not let her go. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. As for his life of hardships, suffering so much. Immediately T broke into laughter in spite of himself. He wondered how he ended up the same as Wu Sangui and Li Zicheng. Learning from the mistakes of the past, he must not be careless. Aka seemed to be thinking of something sad at this time. The mother and daughter stood there in a daze at the same time. Li Yuanji, who was on the beam of the room, leaned over to Song Qingshu's ear and whispered, "Brother Song, why don't we go?" Song Qingshu held her slender waist with one hand and said, "Since we're here, wouldn't it be a pity to leave now? But now there are people below. We can't go to Wu Fei's bed even if we want to." Li Yuanji said gloomily. In fact, she just mentioned it casually. She didn't really think about what would happen on the other side's bed. She was just a little dissatisfied with the other side's arrogant look and wanted to take a little revenge on her. "Don't worry, I have a way, but we have to wait for these maids to leave." Song Qingshu comforted her. In fact, even if he appeared now, he could control this room of maids, but the more people there were, the more troublesome it would be to deal with the aftermath. At this time, a group of maids came in one after another, carrying a basin of hot water. Song Qingshu glanced at them from a distance. With his current knowledge, he could only recognize a few of them. He couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. The southern Song dynasty was worthy of being the Xianxia dynasty of the Han people. In terms of etiquette, it was much more exquisite than that of the Manchurian Qing dynasty and the Jin kingdom. However, he was not so interested in these red tape in his heart. After being surprised, he sneered at them. They were all the blood and sweat of the common people. Perhaps it was because he was an ordinary person in his previous life. Even if he had become a superior person in this world, he still looked at things from the perspective of ordinary people. After Qing Yuan and Aka washed their faces, there were already maids holding white jade rulers to rub, wipe, and roll their faces. Their movements were extremely gentle. Song Qingshu had excellent eyesight. At a glance, he could see that the white jade rulers in the hands of the maids were made of precious special white jade, which was very expensive. Although he didn't know the inside story, he could roughly guess their purpose of doing this. People in this world believed that jade contained the most abundant qi. It contained the pure qi of yin and yang, which had a magical effect on the health of the human body. This was probably done for beauty and nourishment. Next, another maid brought freshly peeled boiled eggs and gently rubbed them on their faces, so that their skin could fully absorb the essence of the eggs. Soon, a third group of maids came up with a plate filled with high-quality pearl powder. They gently smeared it on the faces of the two. Even Li Yuanji was dumbfounded. Even Li Yuanji was flabbergasted by the book. Song Qingshu was afraid that the women in his previous life didn't take care of their bodies so carefully. Looking at the two's habitual appearance, it was no surprise that they had been taken care of like this since they were young. No wonder they were so beautiful. Their skin was whiter than milk and more tender than tofu. However, in this chaotic world, if they didn't have a strong man to protect them, the better they took care of their bodies, the more they would become the playthings of the strong. After the facial care, another maid knelt at the feet of the two, took off their shoes and socks, and then put them into a wooden basin full of rose petals. Song Qingshu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Not only did the mother and daughter look alike, even the length and size of their feet were exactly the same. It was as if they had been carved from the same piece of jade by a top artist. No, there probably wasn't such a capable artist in this world. Only the uncanny workmanship of the heavens could achieve such a miraculous effect. Looking at the mother and daughter's feet that were whiter than milk, Li Yuanji couldn't help but feel regret. Why did she come here? She was asking for trouble. Turning around, she found that Song Qingshu was staring at her. She angrily stretched out her hand in front of his face and said, "You're not allowed to look." Song Qingshu wasn't the kind of peeping idiot. He didn't get angry when his eyes were covered. Instead, he pitifully held Li Yuanji in his arms and whispered in her ear, "Yuanji Mimi doesn't allow me to look, so I won't look." Only then did Li Yuanji's anger turn into joy. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she proudly snorted, "That's more like it." The corners of the young girl's mouth curled up slightly, and her pair of beautiful eyes were like the bright night sky, exuding a mysterious light. Song Qingshu secretly thought, although Yuanji Mimi is not as beautiful as Qin Yuanyuan and Aku, the mother and daughter pair, but her quirky and youthful temperament has a unique charm, not to mention that she is deeply in love with me. That girl's heart is as clear as glass, which is more precious than anything else. Why are you looking at me like that? Li Yuanji's white face gradually turned red, and she shyly lowered her head. Because you look good. Song Qingshu paused and whispered softly in her ear, "You look so good that I can't wait now." He had finally completed today's 10,000-word update. As for whether the monthly votes list would be broken by the two brothers behind him, this monk didn't think about it anymore. Good night, gentlemen. I wish you have a good dream every day and be a groom every night. Li Yuanji felt his breath on her ear. Her eyebrows jumped violently and her body went limp. She said in a panic, "Don't, there are people downstairs." Song Qingshu was naturally aware of this. If he really made some noise and alarmed the people downstairs, it would be troublesome. After kissing Li Yuanji's little mouth a few times, he no longer teased the girl in his arms. At this time, Qin Yuanyuan and Aku had finished washing up. After the palace maids cleaned up, Aku ordered them to leave because she knew that her mother always liked peace. The palace maids left the room and carefully closed the door before leaving. The room suddenly became quiet. Aku hugged Qin Yuanyuan's arm and put her face on her shoulder. "Mother, you haven't slept with me for a long time." Qin Yuanyuan dotingly stroked her daughter's hair. "You are now an imperial concubine. How can mother stay in your bedroom for the night?" Aku curled her lips and whispered, "I don't want to be an imperial concubine." Qin Yuanyuan shook her head and said helplessly, "You're talking like a child again." Aku's little mouth pursed as if she felt wronged, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Walking to the bedside, the two women began to take off their outer clothes. Song Qingshu's eyes widened. There was actually such a benefit? Li Yuanji suddenly became anxious. She hurriedly stretched out her hand in front of his eyes and threatened, "Don't look, don't look." Song Qingshu smiled faintly and turned his head away. "I won't look at it." In fact, he had already seen most of it. He knew that the two women only took off a few outerwear. Inside, they were still wearing close-fitting clothes. Nothing would be exposed, so he couldn't see anything. However, this made Li Yuanji a little embarrassed. She whispered, Actually, you can look." Song Qingshu held her in his arms, "You can make it up to me later." Li Yuanji's heart swayed, "How do you want me to make it up to you?" Song Qingshu moved closer to her ear, "Why do you ask when you already know the answer?" Li Yuanji's pretty face was dyed with a layer of red, and she gave an almost inaudible hum. At this time, Qin Yuanyuan and Aku had already fallen asleep on the bed. The quilt was made of fine silk, but when contrasted against the two's jade-like skin, it seemed to be overshadowed. "By the way, Aku, why do you care so much about Song Qingshu?" Qin Yuanyuan covered her daughter with the quilt and quietly looked at her. The two people who were being intimate on the beam couldn't help but be startled when they heard this, and they both turned their attention downwards. Hearing his mother's question, Aku averted his gaze. I don't care about Song Qingshu." Qin Yuanyuan stretched out a finger that was whiter than jade and poked her daughter's forehead. "If you really don't care, why did you go to a place like the Cold Palace to inquire about him?" Li Yuanji gently bit Song Qingshu's shoulder. "And you said there was nothing between you and her." Song Qingshu looked gloomy. "There's really nothing going on between us. I was just bored and happened to pass by," Aku said with some lack of confidence. "You won't tell mother the truth?" Qin Yuanyuan faintly sighed. "It's not that mother wants to scold you, but you are now the imperial concubine. If it reaches the emperor's ears, it will be a terrible disaster." "The emperor won't care about this," Aku suddenly said. Qin Yuanyuan was startled. "Why?" "Because the emperor is not a man at all." Aku seemed to have endured for a long time. When she said this, she suddenly felt her whole body relax. What? Even though Qin Yuanyuan was used to seeing storms, she couldn't help but pale. Even Li Yuanji, who was on the roof beam, was so shocked that her mouth was wide open. Only Song Qingshu had known about this long ago, so his expression was the calmest. Instead, he was even more curious about why Chen Yuanyuan, as Aku's mother, did not know about this before. Aku, you can't say this kind of thing. If someone hears it, they will be beheaded. At that time even your father won't be able to save you, Chen Yuanyuan hurriedly said. I'm not talking nonsense. Aku bit her lip. Although I don't want to be a political sacrifice, I know that father's situation is not optimistic. So he sent me here to make peace, and I accepted my fate. I originally thought that being a southern Song imperial concubine was not bad, and I could also help father, but, Aku's face turned red as if she had said something embarrassing. She paused to calm her emotions before continuing. I originally thought that this husband of mine, who was able to rebuild the court in the Great Song dynasty, protect half of the country, and continue the Han dynasty, should be a hero, but who knew that he is not a man? Chen Yuanyuan frowned. You keep saying that he is like that. What evidence do you have? Aku pursed her lips and slowly explained. On the day of our wedding, he didn't even touch me. Maybe he was a little unwell that day. Although Chen Yuanyuan said this, her heart sank to the bottom. Her daughter's appearance was almost the same as when she was young. She was a person who had experienced it, and she knew very well how attractive this face was to men. It was impossible for a man not to touch her on the wedding night, unless he was not a man, Aku chuckled. There was a hint of sarcasm in her smile. At first, I thought so too. But later on, every time he came here, he let me sleep by myself, and he would read the memorials the whole night. He really couldn't stand it anymore, so he just slept on the couch next to me. He did this a few times to show that he favored me. After that, the number of times he came became less and less, and now he doesn't even come anymore. But the rewards he gave me were getting more and more. He must be feeling guilty. Maybe, he has something that's hard to say. It's not what you think. Chen Yuanyuan's voice became softer as she spoke. She already believed in her daughter's judgment. There was no man in this world who could resist such a great temptation. Once, I heard a few old palace maids whispering behind my back. They mentioned that when the emperor was pampering his concubine, there was suddenly news that the Jin soldiers were only a few miles away from the palace. He was scared out of his wits and fled all the way. The Jin soldiers chased him all the way, and he finally escaped to the sea to ensure his safety. Maybe he was frightened, or maybe he was soaked in the water for too long. From then on, he couldn't do anything. Aku said calmly, as if all this had nothing to do with her. Chen Yuanyuan finally understood everything. Her mouth opened wide in shock. Your father, he didn't know this. If he knew, She suddenly stopped mid-sentence because she knew Wu Songui's character. Even if father knew the truth in advance, he would still send me here. Aku added on for her. Seeing her daughter's self-deprecating look, Chen Yuanyuan couldn't help but feel sad. She hugged her daughter in her arms and started crying. Why do we both have such a hard life? Thank you to all the new and old readers for your support yesterday. That's why I was able to keep my chrysanthemum. Thank you everyone. In addition, today's WeChat public account has updated an article about all the mother and daughter that appeared in the book. We want to see which pair is more popular. If you were given a chance, which pair would you choose? Everyone, please vote for the pair you want. The voting will end at midnight on the 3rd. It was no wonder that Chen Yuanyuan was sad. She had been fought over by several men in her life and had experienced too many hardships. She had thought that her daughter was already a princess now and would be able to live a luxurious life from a young age without repeating her mistakes. Who would have thought that she did not repeat her mistakes but suffered in a completely opposite way? Chen Yuanyuan had too many men and Aku did not have a man. Whether it was with Fu Kangan or Kangxi, they all died. Now that there was a good ending, who knew that Zhao Go did not have the ability to be a husband? But even if Zhao Go could not have sex, he was still the emperor. Since Aku had become an imperial concubine, she would not be able to find another man in this life. The mother and daughter hugged and cried for a while. Chen Yuanyuan had experienced too much and quickly sobered up. She looked at her daughter and said, "Is that why you went to ask about Song Qingshu?" "Of course not." Aku buried her head in her arms shyly. Song Qingshu, who was on the beam, felt his mouth go dry. He thought that there were countless men in the world who coveted the softness of Qin Yuanyuan's chest. Only Aka did not feel bad when she hugged her. I just thought of how he looked down on me and felt very uncomfortable. I wanted to find out more about him so that I could take revenge in the future. Aka buried her head in Qin Yuanyuan's arms and said in a muffled voice. Li Yuanji, who was on the beam, could not help but laugh happily when she heard her words. She poked the man beside her and said, Brother Song, did you abandon her after you slept with her? Song Qingshu shook his head. He only felt strange. When did he offend her? And make her hate him so much? Fortunately, Qin Yuanyuan also had the same doubts. Did that Song Qingshu do something to you? She had a deep impression of Song Qingshu. Back in the Three Holy Nunnery, he had discussed Buddhism with her and had the air of an enlightened monk. However, she did not have a good impression of Song Qingshu, mainly because he had said that there would be no problem bringing Aku to the capital. Who knew that Aku would lose her freedom as soon as she entered Yanjing City? Later, she was even used as a hostage to threaten Wusangui. All of this made her feel like she had been cheated. It would be strange if she had a good impression of him. He didn't do anything to me. Knowing his mother's worry, Aku hurriedly explained, but in Yanjing City, Kanshi did not dare to take me into the harem as he said, but who knew Kanshi would give me to him? Ah! Qin Yuanyuan exclaimed. At that time I thought he was glib-tongued and frivolous. So this was what he was planning. Li Yuanji, who was on the beam, poked Song Qingshu's waist. Her eyes were full of smiles. Glib, frivolous, little pervert. Song Qingshu was speechless. He could only continue to listen to what the people below were saying. Mother, you misunderstood him. Aku hurriedly said, he didn't plan to do anything to me. When Kangxi gave me to him, he refused without hesitation. He refused? Qin Yuanyuan said in surprise. Yes. Aku bit her lip. I was very indignant. I hate everything related to him. So you went to make things difficult for Miss Li? Qin Yuanyuan finally understood the whole story. At the same time, Li Yuanji, who was on the beam, also suddenly realized that she had been implicated by Song Qingshu. Mother, do you think I'm so annoying? No matter what, I'm a dignified princess. I'm not bad-looking. Why did he refuse me without even thinking about it? Li Yuanji deeply agreed with Aku's words. She thought, not only are you not bad-looking, you can even make the fish and beasts fall from the sky. If I were a man, I would definitely not be able to refuse. In the end, I'm afraid it's your father's reputation that dragged you down. Seeing her daughter's puzzled eyes, Qin Yuanyuan thought that this girl was even more stupid than she was when she was young. She was afraid that there would be many disasters in the future. She could only patiently explain, in fact, Song Qingshu has already told you the reason. When did he tell me? Aku asked curiously. Have you forgotten why he was so sure that Kangxi wouldn't marry you when he was in the Sanqing nunnery? Qin Yuanyuan sighed faintly. In the end, the reason he refused you was exactly the same as the reason Kangxi refused you. Aku exclaimed, Kangxi wanted to buy people's hearts. Could it be that he also? Qin Yuanyuan nodded. In the past, I always thought that he was just a greedy and lustful playboy. It seems that I underestimated him. Combined with his achievements over the years, he had the ambition and plan to fight for the Central Plains as early as that time. His foresight is really admirable. Aku was immediately dissatisfied. Mother, you're still speaking for him. Qin Yuanyuan smiled. I'm just telling the truth. Now that I think about it, it would have been great if he had agreed to Kangxi's betrothal. I'm afraid he would have been the best choice for you. Aku's pretty face instantly turned red. Bah, if mother likes him, I'll marry him myself. Naughty girl, you even dare to make fun of your mother. Qin Yuanyuan's face turned slightly red, and a delicate redness seeped out of her smooth and white skin, as if smeared on white jade. She was stunned. The mother and daughter played for a while. Aku suddenly asked, by the way, mother, why did you stop me just now? You're not related to Li Yuanji at all. Qin Yuanyuan sighed. Miss Li turned from a proud daughter of heaven to the daughter of a sinner overnight. She fell from the sky to the ground. It's already pitiful enough. Why do you have to make things difficult for her? What's more, it was us who caused her to fall to this point. Li Yuanji was originally very touched, but when she heard the last sentence, she couldn't help but be stunned. She thought to herself, what does what happened to me have to do with her? Even Song Qingshu didn't know what was going on. He gestured for them to keep quiet and continued to listen. Mother, this is all Minister Han's plan, Ah Ku hurriedly comforted. That's true, but after all, we participated in it. Qin Yuanyuan sighed. If you had told me earlier that Zhao Go and you were in name but not in reality, I wouldn't have helped you fight for the title of queen by framing an innocent person. Mother, did you forget the task that father gave us? Ah Ku said. If we want to take down Ma Qichu and Jia Sherdao, we should start with Li Yuanji. Unfortunately, Jia Sherdao has a strong foundation. Although his power has been greatly reduced, his foundation hasn't been harmed. Hearing the two women's discussion, Song Qingshu suddenly understood. Back then, all the evidence pointed to Jia Fei killing Li Yuanji because of jealousy. He felt that something was wrong, but he didn't expect the two of them to be the culprits. Brother Song, I have a favor to ask of you. Li Yuanji's cold voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Tell me. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Li Yuanji to find out the truth so coincidentally. She had suffered so much because of that incident. Now that the culprit was in front of her, how could she let it go? To borrow a popular saying from the previous world, when Song Qingshu heard Li Yuanji's words, he almost spat out a mouthful of salt soda to death. Although with Song Qingshu's current level of cultivation, he could even hear the sound of a mosquito landing on the ground clearly, he still asked again with some uncertainty, what did you just say? I said I want you to help me destroy their chastity. Li Yuanji bit her lip and said expressionlessly. Finally getting confirmation, Song Qingshu suddenly found that he didn't know how to respond. Li Yuanji obviously also knew that such a request was a bit shocking, so she explained in a cold voice, so they are the culprits. Fortunately, I met you that time. If I met another man, my chastity would have been gone, and it goes without saying how miserable the consequences would be. They destroyed my chastity, so I just gave them a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and let them experience what it feels like. Song Qingshu suddenly became silent. He knew that what Li Yuanji said was the truth. If he hadn't taken care of her, he was afraid that she would have been reduced to a situation like purgatory by now. It was completely understandable that she wanted to take revenge, but to do it in such a way, yes, he also admitted that this kind of revenge was indeed very erotic. Whether it was Qin Yuanyuan or Ah Ku, they were both femme fatale. Most men in the world would be willing to shorten their lifespan by 10 years just to get close to either of them, let alone both of them together. Coupled with their identity as mother and daughter, it added a taboo excitement and temptation. In the face of such temptation, any man would be tempted, and naturally, Song Qingshu was no exception. But being tempted was one thing, and acting was another. He never thought of himself as a gentleman, but he was also not an unprincipled beast. Seeing that he had been silent, Li Yuanji bit her lip. Okay, if you don't want to help, then I will do it myself. Song Qingshu was stunned. He thought to himself, you are a woman, how can you do it yourself? While he was stunned, Li Yuanji broke away from his embrace and leaped towards the bed. Who is it? Qin Yuanyuan was fine, but Ah Ku was a martial artist after all. When she heard the sound of clothes fluttering in the air, she subconsciously sat up. She only saw a shadow flash, and before she could see anything clearly, she fainted. Ah Ku? Come. Only then did Qin Yuanyuan react, but just as she finished speaking, her vision went black, and she didn't know what happened. Brother Song, I knew you would help me. Li Yuanji giggled as she looked at the man on the bed. Song Qingshu withdrew his finger that had struck the sleeping acupoints of the mother and daughter, and he couldn't help but laugh bitterly without end. The reason he'd struck the acupoints of Ah Ku and Qin Yuanyuan before Li Yuanji was because he knew that if they were to meet face to face with Li Yuanji, then the aftermath would be even more troublesome. I only sealed their acupoints. I didn't say that I would help you do such a thing, Song Qingshu said in a deep voice. Li Yuanji blinked as she looked at him, her eyes full of pleading. Song Qingshu's heart almost softened, but he quickly steeled his will. Even if you look at me like that, I won't help you do such a thing. Seeing that acting coquettishly didn't work, Li Yuanji's eyes rolled, and the corner of her mouth slightly rose, revealing a trace of a sweet smile, as expected of the man this lady likes. Congratulations, brother Song, you passed the test. Ah? Song Qingshu finally reacted. After all this time, she was actually tricking him. It seems that even after thousands of years, these little tricks of women will not change. Song Qingshu couldn't help but think of those women's tricks that were circulating on the internet in his previous life. They would often pretend to be another woman on QQ or WeChat to seduce their boyfriend, and test whether the boyfriend would do something wrong to them. Song Qingshu had never thought that he would encounter such a thing after transmigrating. Alright, don't be angry. Li Yuanji hugged his hand and acted coquettishly, her voice sweeter than honey. At worst, I'll compensate you. Song Qingshu was startled. How will you compensate me? Li Yuanji tiptoed and whispered in his ear, did you forget why we're here? Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. He glanced at the soft and comfortable bed next to him, only to feel a little dry in his throat. You really want to on this bed? Li Yuanji had already taken off her shoes and sat on the bed, a pair of big eyes full of charm. Brother Song, don't you dare? Who said I don't dare? Although he knew that she was provoking him, Song Qingshu was still a little angry. Then come up. Li Yuanji was clearly just a young girl, but at this moment, the charm that she revealed at this moment was no less than that of the top courtesans in Qinhui River, causing Song Qingshu to be a little dazed. But they're still on the bed. Song Qingshu somewhat unnaturally pointed at the mother and daughter Qin Yuanyuan and Aku, who were unconscious on the side. Li Yuanji waved her hand indifferently. I don't mind. What do you mind? Song Qingshu thought about it and agreed that if he continued to make excuses, it would seem unreasonable. Moreover, he was in a dilemma just now, and after holding it in for so long, it was already extremely uncomfortable. Now that he was invited by his lover, how could he be polite? The air was filled with an extremely tempting sweet fragrance. Song Qingshu had long been unable to distinguish the fragrance from Li Yuanji's body, Aku's, or Qin Yuanyuan's. He only felt that his entire body was extremely swollen, and he urgently needed a woman's gentleness to dissolve it. Although Li Yuanji said that she was bold, she actually didn't have much experience. The last time she gave herself to this man in front of her, the entire process was confused. Not long after she woke up, the palace maids and eunuchs outside had already broken in, followed by the emperor's wrath. In one day, she experienced what it felt like to fall from heaven to hell. So although what happened that day was engraved in her heart, her mentality had not completely changed from the identity of a young girl. Thus, when she saw Song Qingshu reveal his strong muscles, her entire body suddenly became shy. However, the suffocating kiss quickly made her forget her uneasiness, and the other's gentleness quickly ignited her passion. Two pure white arms wrapped around the man's neck. Feeling the oncoming pressure, her body became extremely weak, and she conveniently fell onto the bed. Song Qingshu's gaze inadvertently swept over Qin Yuanyuan and Aku, who were lying on the side. Two white jade-like delicate faces, two pairs of white jade-like slender hands, really like two white jade statues of Guanyin on an emerald throne, faintly revealing a kind of indescribable temptation. His throat moved. Song Qingshu only felt that his mouth was extremely dry, and he hurriedly restrained his mind to dispel those messy thoughts. However, after Li Yuanji's initial shyness, she quickly returned to her usual mischievous nature, like an enchanting fairy teasing the man on top of her in all sorts of ways. Song Qingshu let out a low roar and pressed down heavily. After an unknown amount of time, Song Qingshu only felt that the softness in his hand was unusually delicate, and he was just sighing at the magic of nature when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He focused his eyes and found that he didn't know when it started, but he actually found that he was actually holding Qin Yuanyuan's hand. He subconsciously wanted to let go, but deep in his heart, he was somewhat reluctant. As if sensing something, he turned around and found that Li Yuanji was looking at him with a faint smile. Song Qingshu's old face turned red, and he hurriedly shook off Qin Yuanyuan's hand. Brother Song. Li Yuanji's two eyes curved into a pair of crescent moons as she smiled. Some people say things that they don't mean. Nonsense, I accidentally touched it. Even though Song Qingshu was accustomed to storms, he still felt very embarrassed. Just a moment ago, he had said a lot of righteous words, but in the next moment, he had slapped his own face. Is that so? Li Yuanji didn't deny it. Instead, she touched Qin Yuanyuan's hand, her face revealing a look of surprise. TSK, although I should hate her, right now my heart is more jealous. She should be in her 30s or 40s, but her skin is actually more delicate than mine. How does she take care of herself? Song Qingshu teased, she lives like a princess in the Fu every day, unlike a wild girl like you, running around in the Jianghu all day long. It's normal that you can't compare to them in the wind and sun. The 6 armies mourn and mourning, rushing to the crown in anger for a beauty. It's not shameful to not be compared to the world's #1 beauty. Li Yuanji snorted, her mood surprisingly good. At this time, how could she not know Qin Yuanyuan's true identity? Looking at the energetic young girl in front of him, Song Qingshu only felt his heart filled with love. This was what made her so cute, always so mischievous, sunny, and optimistic. The reason why he didn't agree to her method of revenge was largely because he didn't want such a cute young girl's precious and pure heart to be distorted by hatred. Hey, what are you doing? Song Qingshu suddenly found that Li Yuanji's hands were groping Qin Yuanyuan and Aku, mother and daughter, and couldn't help asking. Taking off their clothes. Li Yuanji replied as if it was a matter of course. Song Qingshu only felt his nose heat up and almost had a nosebleed. He hurriedly shouted, "Don't mess around." "I'm not messing around." Li Yuanji pouted, feeling wronged. "I was so badly hurt by them. It's fine if you don't help me take revenge, but now that I'm taking revenge myself, you're still scolding me." Looking at the young girl's tearful appearance, Song Qingshu felt a burst of guilt in his heart. Okay, it's Brother Song's fault, but, is taking off their clothes your way of revenge? Li Yuanji smiled through her tears. You'll know in a moment. Song Qingshu's face darkened. You're not still thinking about that, are you? Don't worry, I won't let you be a beast. Li Yuanji seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and giggled. Seeing that Qin Yuanyuan and Aku's clothes were getting less and less, and soon they were only left with the most intimate underwear, Song Qingshu couldn't help but turn his head. Hey, it's fine if you want to take revenge on them, but now I'm next to you. After all, there's a difference between men and women. If I see, it'll be improper. Li Yuanji moved closer to his ear and said in a sweet voice, Brother Song, you're lying again. I clearly felt that your body was even more excited just now. See how I deal with you. Song Qingshu flew into a rage out of humiliation and decided to punish this disobedient young girl. Li Yuanji smiled sweetly and completely relaxed her body, using endless gentleness to calm the man's anger. At a certain critical moment, Li Yuanji suddenly exclaimed, wait a minute, then she twisted her waist and shrank her whole body into the quilt. Song Qingshu's expression suddenly became extremely strange. There was a bit of pity, but more of a sense of conquest. Qin Yuanyuan, who was in a deep sleep, made a sound. She frowned slightly as if she was aware of what had happened. Song Qingshu never expected that Li Yuanji would do such a thing. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry. What are you doing? Taking revenge on them, Li Yuanji replied as if it was a matter of course. At the same time, she tore Aku's pants and spat out the residue on her palm. Then she smeared it on her thigh. Enough. Song Qingshu's eyelids twitched and he hurriedly pulled her back. What's wrong, are you angry? Li Yuanji moved closer to him and rubbed his shoulder with her body. She had a conspiratorial smile on her face. Song Qingshu snorted coldly. He glanced at Qin Yuanyuan's delicate red lips, which seemed to exude a layer of moist luster. Under the candlelight, his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. He hurriedly turned his face. They caused me to lose my chastity. Originally, I wanted to give them a taste of losing their chastity as well, but Brother Song, you are a gentleman and refused to help me, so I had no choice but to use this method. Looking at her masterpiece on the bed, Li Yuanji raised her chin. The slightly upturned corners of her mouth showed that she was extremely proud of herself. Although I can't really destroy their chastity, it's good to use this method to scare them. When I think about how they will be scared and suspicious when they wake up, I am especially happy. When I think about how long these days will last, I am even happier. Song Qingshu was speechless. It turned out that Li Yuanji was just lying to him when she said that she had given up on revenge. Seducing him to bed was also part of the revenge plan. This girl, she was really a little demon girl. Well, you have taken revenge even if you don't want to. Now you should be satisfied, right? Song Qingshu picked up the clothes scattered on the side and threw them to her. Hurry up and put them on. We should go. Qin Yuanyuan and Ah Ku were lying on the bed. Their hair was disheveled and their clothes were ragged, revealing their ivory skin. They looked like crabapples that had been blown away by a storm, but this had a strange kind of temptation. Song Qingshu was worried that if he continued to stay here, he might do something impulsive, so he hurriedly pulled Li Yuanji away. Look at how scared you are. Are you still the famous Golden Snake King? Li Yuanji curled her lips, but she still obediently began to put on her clothes. While putting on her clothes, she said with a smile, Brother Song, why are you so overreacting? You are the one who has the most advantage. Song Qingshu almost fell to the ground. He said angrily, what advantage did I get? To let the number one beauty in the world swallow her. Well, who knows how many men in this world would be willing to have their lives shortened by 10 years. Li Yuanji's almond-shaped eyes seemed to be shining as she revealed a teasing expression. Ahem. Song Qingshu was incomparably embarrassed. Your behavior will be regarded as a pervert or a pervert in my hometown. It's getting late, let's go. Wait. Halfway through, Li Yuanji suddenly turned around and ran to the side of the bed. Song Qingshu was worried that she would really do something, so he hurriedly ran over and asked in a low voice, what else do you want? I have to disguise myself a little more. Li Yuanji answered with a smile. Then she used her hands and feet to pinch and scratch Qin Yuanyuan and Ah Ku's bodies. Although their sleeping acupuncture point had been hit, the sleeping Qin Yuanyuan and Ah Ku could still feel everything. Their throats subconsciously let out bursts of painful groans. Song Qingshu's eyelids twitched as he watched. He was about to stop her, but he thought that if he didn't let this little witch vent her anger, she might come up with some other dirty tricks in the future. After hesitating for a moment, he let her do as she pleased. In any case, she had a good sense of propriety. Although the mother and daughter's skin was bruised, they were all superficial wounds. They would be fine after a few days of rest, and there wouldn't be any sequelae. Song Qingshu could only think to himself, speaking of which, it was you who harmed Li Yuanji first. In this world, it goes without saying how important a woman's chastity is. Compared to Li Yuanji losing her chastity, the revenge they received is nothing. It's done. Li Yuanji clapped her hands and looked down at her work with a very satisfied expression. Looking at Qin Yuanyuan and Ah Ku lying on the bed, as if they had been abused, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. This scene reminded him of Empress Pei Man in the imperial palace of the Jin kingdom. She had also disguised the two princesses of the kingdom of Song as if they had been abused by the Prince of Wei. However, this scene was obviously more visually impactful. Brother Song, let's go. Now that Li Yuanji had gotten her revenge, all the negative emotions she had been suppressing during this period were swept away. In an instant, she was back to the bright and beautiful girl she used to be. It's better to let it out than to block it. This is good. Song Qingshu smiled and put his arm around her slender waist. Soon, the two of them disappeared into the night outside the window. Not long after they left, Ah Ku and Qin Yuanyuan woke up one after another. First, Song Qingshu didn't use too much internal energy to seal their acupoints. Second, the pain caused by Li Yuanji's pinching had, to a certain extent, caused them to wake up much earlier. What happened? Ah Ku sat up in a daze. Because her skin was as smooth as silk, the blanket naturally slid off her body. Feeling the chill in the air, she only realized that her clothes were disheveled and subconsciously exclaimed. What's wrong? Qin Yuanyuan, who was beside her, sat up as well. She kept rubbing her forehead. All she felt was that her entire body was in terrible pain. Because she had just woken up, she was still a little dazed. When she sat up, she subconsciously swallowed her saliva. Gulp. Qin Yuanyuan had a strange expression on her face. She felt as if she had swallowed something. She hurriedly touched it with her hand and just happened to feel the residue at the corner of her lips. She brought it to the tip of her nose and sniffed it. That strange yet familiar smell almost made her faint. As someone who had been through it, how could she not know what it was? When she thought about how she had accidentally swallowed so much, she felt nauseous in her chest and stomach. She hurriedly lay to the side and retched. Unfortunately, after retching for half a day, she only managed to spit out some water and nothing else. "Mother, what's wrong?" Aku was startled and hurriedly patted her back in an attempt to make her feel better. "Water, I want water." Qinyuanyuan's white, jade-like cheeks seemed to be smeared with a layer of bright red rouge. It was hard to tell if she was anxious or embarrassed. "Your Highness, what happened?" At this time, the palace maids outside the hall also heard Aku's cry when she woke up and hurriedly ran in. As soon as the palace maids came in, they saw the mother and daughter. One's face was like a peach blossom and the other's hair was messy. In addition, the two's clothes were extremely messy. They couldn't help but stare at them. They all thought to themselves, are they playing that kind of game? They are mother and daughter. In such a large palace, apart from the guards, there was only one man, the emperor. There were only a few dozen people who received the emperor's favor. The remaining thousands of palace maids were lonely in the depths of the palace. It was hard to guarantee that they would seek some support. Some palace maids sought out eunuchs to eat with each other. Although they couldn't do anything, at least they could live together and eat together. To a certain extent, they could feel the warmth of a family. However, in the past dynasties, the behavior of eating with each other was strictly forbidden. Once it was discovered, the punishment was extremely severe. Thus, some palace maids would seek out other palace maids and play some games with each other. Sometimes, the imperial concubines in the harem would even fool around with the palace maids. These were all tacit secrets. To be able to survive in the palace, each of them was a shrewd person. They knew that a loose tongue could cause trouble. Thus, when they saw the messy state of the bed, they all lowered their heads. "Quickly go and pour a cup of water for my mother," Aku said hurriedly. "Don't." Qinyuanyuan hurriedly stopped him. "There's nothing else. You can leave first." "Mother?" Aku looked at her in puzzlement. "We'll talk later," Qinyuanyuan said in a low voice. "Yes." The palace maids hurriedly retreated. "Wait." Qinyuanyuan suddenly thought of something. "Did anyone come in just now?" The palace maids looked at each other, and then the leader answered, "We've been guarding outside." No one came in. Qinyuanyuan was secretly shocked, but she didn't show it on her face. She waved her hand and said, "I know." "Then you can leave first." After the palace maids closed the door, Aku finally couldn't help but be puzzled. "Mother, why did you send them away?" Qinyuanyuan smiled bitterly. "What happened today is too unbelievable. If the slightest news leaked out, we mother and daughter would be killed." After all, she had experienced too many storms in her life. After the initial panic, she quickly realized the risks. Once those palace maids came in and saw something or smelled something, what happened to them could no longer be hidden. With Li Yuanji as an example, she knew that if the harem's imperial concubines lost their innocence, what kind of tragic fate awaited them. As Qinyuanyuan spoke, she only felt that her mouth was full of that smell. She couldn't help but frown. She hurriedly said to her daughter, "Go and pour me a cup of water first." "Okay." Aku wrapped a piece of clothing around her body. She got up and was about to bring her water. Suddenly, she fell back on the bed with a cry. Her face was full of pain. "What's wrong?" Qinyuanyuan hurriedly went to help her up. "My leg hurts so much." Aku frowned. If a man were to see this, he would probably be heartbroken by her pitiful appearance. Qinyuanyuan's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly lifted her daughter's clothes to take a look. She saw bruises on her fair and tender thighs. What was even more shocking was that there was a sticky patch on the inside of Aku's thighs. The familiar smell made Qinyuanyuan's heart sink. What are these things? After all, Aku was a young girl who had not experienced the ways of the world. In addition, this world wasn't as well informed as the future. She didn't even realize the seriousness of the matter. Instead, she stretched out her finger and brought it to the tip of her nose to smell it. A strange and palpitating smell wafted over, causing her to be stunned. "Stop smelling it." Qinyuanyuan pulled her hand away, and a charming blush appeared on her face. She said, "This is dirty stuff." The voting on the public account had ended. In the end, Li Qiushui, Li Qingluo, Wang Yuyan/Li Qinglu became the most popular choice with 26% of the votes. However, Monk was curious as to whether they had the advantage in numbers. Qin Yuan Ke followed closely behind with 15% of the votes. It seemed that this pair of beautiful mother and daughter were well liked by many gentlemen. Next was Li Songhai, Xiao Longnu and Huang Rong, Guofu. They were tied for third place with 14% of the votes. Li Songhai and Xiao Longnu had a few more votes. Many people commented that Huang Rong was being held back by Guofu. Monk thought that if Guoxiang was added, their votes would probably increase significantly. Unfortunately, Guoxiang hadn't appeared in the novel yet. The fourth place was Purple Dragon Queen, Xiao Zhao with 9% of the votes. Monk was originally very optimistic about this pair. The other results were as follows: Pucha Ali Hu, Wanyan Zhongjia, 4%, Wan Xingzhu, Azi, Azu, 3%, Nanlan, Miaorulan, 3%, Qin Hongmian, Mu Wanqing, 3%, Ning Zhongzi, Yu Lingshan, 2%. What kind of dirty stuff is that? Ke didn't understand and even brought it to his nose to smell it curiously. I told you not to smell it. Seeing her daughter's silly behavior, Qin Yuan was angry and anxious. She quickly grabbed her daughter's hand and whispered in her ear, "This is a man's thing, ah." Ke immediately moved her hand away from her nose as if she was scalded. Don't shout. Qin Yuan quickly covered her daughter's mouth. Ke's peach blossom eyes widened. She waved her hands as if she was extremely anxious. She mumbled, "Your hand is full of that smell." Qin Yuan was shocked. She then remembered that she had just vomited something onto her palm to check. She quickly let go of her hand and Ke quickly wiped her mouth with her sleeve. Ke, don't blame mother. The main thing is that no one can know what happened today. Otherwise, you won't have a place in the inner palace. Seeing her daughter's uncomfortable expression, Qin Yuan quickly comforted. Ke gradually understood what had happened to her body. Her pretty face became extremely pale. My daughter's chastity was taken away just like that? She thought of how she had once proudly declared that her future husband would be an unparalleled hero who could stabilize the country with literature and martial arts. Although she was now married to a eunuch emperor, she still carefully protected the beautiful and dazzling dream in her heart. But now, she had become a broken flower. Even if such an unparalleled hero really appeared, how could she be worthy of him? Ke felt completely disheartened when the thing she had carefully protected was broken. She cried out loud. Qin Yuan sighed inwardly. Wasn't I also insulted? However, she had experienced too many things in the past few decades. In this aspect, she was much more accepting than her daughter. She hurriedly put away the sorrow in her heart and kept comforting her daughter. After crying for a while, Ke suddenly sat up straight. Her voice was as cold as ice. I must find that person and cut him into pieces. Qin Yuan was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She thought to herself, it's not just you. I can't wait to tear that person into pieces. But this kind of thing can't be investigated openly. Naturally, I can't use the power of the imperial concubine. Finding out who did it is probably more difficult than ascending to heaven. Suddenly, Qin Yuan's eyes lit up as if she had thought of something. She hurriedly lifted the quilt to look at her daughter's thigh. Mother, what are you doing? Ke was embarrassed and anxious. Even though they were both women, she still felt shy in such a private place. Qin Yuan took a few glances and searched the bedsheets again. Suddenly, a hint of joy appeared on her face. There's no blood, mother, what are you talking about? Ke covered his legs with the quilt again, embarrassed to the extreme. I said you didn't bleed. Seeing her daughter's confused face, Qin Yuan hurriedly explained, what I meant was that you didn't lose your innocence. Ah? Although Ke was ignorant in this aspect, he was not a child after all. He more or less knew a little. Hearing his mother's words, he could not help but be pleasantly surprised. Really? Qin Yuan wasn't sure either. She pulled her aside and asked a few more questions. Does it hurt? It hurts. Ke rubbed his thigh. My whole body hurts. Qin Yuan rolled her eyes at her. I'm asking you, does it hurt? Ke blushed and said timidly, I don't know. Qin Yuanyuan hurriedly said, "Get up and try walking." Aka nodded and hastily put on her dress. After getting out of bed, she took a deep breath and kept praying in her heart. Then, she tentatively took a step forward. Her pretty face suddenly showed a strange expression. "How is it?" Qin Yuanyuan asked eagerly. Aka didn't answer. Instead, she continued to walk a few steps. At first, she walked tentatively, but later, she walked as usual. In the end, she even jumped with joy. "Mother, it doesn't hurt at all. It turns out that I didn't lose my innocence." "Keep your voice down." Qin Yuanyuan hurriedly ran over and covered her daughter's mouth. Then, she was stunned. Only then did she realize that there was no strange feeling between her legs. This discovery surprised and delighted her. After all, she had provoked too many men in her life and felt that she had caused too many sins. Later, she moved out of Ping Shi Wang's mansion and cultivated in the Three Sage Nunnery. It could be said that she had kept her chastity for all these years. Naturally, she didn't want her cultivation to be ruined by others. This dramatic turn of events caused the mother and daughter to cry tears of joy. They hugged each other excitedly for a long time before they finally calmed down. "Mother, do you think that person is a pervert? He did such a thing, but he didn't really offend us." After the excitement passed, Aka suddenly spoke. In fact, she should be rejoicing, but she still didn't dare to believe it. With their beauty, how could there be a man in this world who could endure it? He is indeed a pervert. Thinking of the thing she had accidentally swallowed when she woke up, a faint blush appeared on Qin Yuanyuan's beautiful face. At the same time, she couldn't understand why it was like this. "Who is that person?" Aka seemed to be asking, but also seemed to be muttering to herself. "Do you think it's the emperor?" Qin Yuanyuan said tentatively. In her opinion, that person could have easily obtained their bodies, but in the end, he didn't do it. She was also very confident in her own charm. Just she alone could make all men fall under her skirt. Moreover, there was a daughter who was no less beautiful than her by her side. There was no man in this world who could resist such temptation, unless he wasn't a man. To be able to come and go as he pleased in this imperial palace, and to make all the palace maids afraid to speak the truth, Qin Yuanyuan could only think of Zhao Guo. Although Zhao Guo didn't need to be so sneaky to enter Aka's palace, she was also sleeping here today. Qin Yuanyuan had experienced so many twists and turns in her life. Adding on the fact that she had been born in a brothel, she had an unparalleled grasp of men's psychology. Naturally, she knew the dirty thoughts in men's hearts that couldn't be told to others. She and Aku were so beautiful, and they were mother and daughter. It was normal for Zhao Guo to have evil thoughts. However, while he was the ruler of a country, this kind of thing was offensive to public morals. If it was leaked, he would most likely be impeached by the entire court. It would leave a stain in the history books. Also, the Southern Song dynasty was in an alliance with Wu Sangui. If this matter reached Wu Sangui's ears and he flew into a rage for her beauty, then the consequences would be severe. Especially when he only took advantage of the two but didn't do anything. The more Qin Yuanyuan thought about it, the more she felt that Zhao Guo was the most suspicious. A hint of anger floated onto her beautiful face. "It shouldn't be him." Aka shook her head and said with a red face, "If he could make that kind of thing again, he wouldn't be extinct." Qin Yuanyuan instantly understood. She thought she was really muddle-headed. If Zhao Guo could really make that kind of thing, even if he couldn't have sex, the people in the imperial hospital would have a way to impregnate the imperial concubines in the back palace. Why would they find two members of the imperial family to be the heir apparent? But if it wasn't him, who else could it be in this imperial palace? Qin Yuanyuan said in puzzlement. Maybe it's some martial arts master. Aku knew martial arts after all. She instinctively thought of the flying thieves in Jianghu. Qin Yuanyuan shook her head. The security in the imperial palace is tight. The back palace is the most important place. If it was so easy for the martial arts masters in Jianghu to come and go as they please, this imperial palace would have become a market long ago. You've been attacking for so long, have you heard of any martial arts masters breaking in? Never. Aku answered instinctively. But she still didn't give up. Normal martial arts masters can't come in, but what about those top martial arts masters? She had once wandered the Jianghu for a period of time. She always had an inexplicable sense of respect for those legendary martial arts masters. Which one of the imperial guards in the imperial palace isn't a top martial arts master? Also, Qin Yuanyuan said vaguely. Then she continued, unless that person's martial arts are the best in the world, how could they come and go without a trace? But if their martial arts are really that high, which one of them isn't an elder of great virtue and age? Why would they do such a despicable and lowly thing? Qin Yuanyuan said. No matter who he is, I must find this person and tear him to pieces. Ah Ke clenched her fists and secretly swore. Not long after Song Qingshu left with Li Yuanji, he suddenly had a thought and stopped in his tracks. Li Yuanji was still in the excitement of getting her revenge. She only realized something was wrong when he stopped. Just as she was about to open her mouth to ask, Song Qingshu covered her mouth and gestured for her to keep quiet. With such high martial arts, you must be famous in Jianghu. Why would you do such a shameful thing like stealing a beauty? An old voice came from behind. Although each word wasn't loud, each word was like a huge bell ringing in her heart. It made her feel dizzy and uncomfortable. She quietly stretched her head out to look behind her. She suddenly opened her mouth in surprise. She saw a person wearing a black cloak. Only his lips and chin were exposed. His back was facing the moon as he slowly descended from the sky. Is he a person or a ghost? This kind of appearance in the middle of the night made Li Yuanji's hair stand on end. Song Qingshu didn't turn his head and didn't use his original figure. Instead, he said in a strange tone, to be able to cultivate the Nining manual to such an unimaginable level, could you be Huang Chong? He had also cultivated the Nining manual. He knew that among the experts of the present age, other than Wang Chongyang, the only other person who could cultivate the Nining manual to such a level was the original author, Huang Chong. He had seen Wang Chongyang before, so it went without saying who this person was. Although there were rumors in Jianghu that Huang Chong had passed away, Song Qingshu had learned from the yellow-robed woman that Huang Chong was still alive in this world. Song Qingshu was also speechless. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Always standing by the river, one's shoes would get wet. No wonder he had never heard of any martial arts masters stirring up trouble in the southern Song Palace. It turned out that there was such a big boss hidden in the palace. When Chu Lingfeng entered the palace to steal precious calligraphy and paintings, he was caught and killed by Shi Yanming when he fled to Ox Village. Huang Yaoshi thought that if he had not broken Chu Lingfeng's leg, he would not have died. Now that he thought about it, Chu Lingfeng was not worthy of Huang Cheng's attention. Otherwise, he would not even have the chance to leave the palace. The Nining manual had attracted the entire martial arts world. The Eastern heretic, the Western poison, the Southern emperor, and the Northern beggar fought for it for 7 days and 7 nights on Mount Hua. Even a master of this level regarded it as a treasure. It could be seen how profound the Nining manual was. Although Song Qingshu had mastered the Nining manual, he was not naive enough to think that Huang Cheng's martial arts could only be reflected by the Nining manual. Just like Du Guqiubai's martial arts were not only equal to the 9 strategies beyond the swords, the internal strength of the snake gallbladder, the heavy sword, and a big eagle. Not to mention that Huang Chong had written the Nining manual several decades ago. Who knew what kind of new martial arts he had comprehended and what realm he had reached in the past few years? Song Qingshu suddenly felt a little depressed. Back then, Hong Qigong and Zhou Badong cheated in the palace. When Ouyang Feng and the others came to find the Book of Wumu, why did they not see Huang Chong? Why did he hit a lightning bolt as soon as he arrived? After thinking about it, Song Qingshu could only understand that Hong Qigong and the others only appeared at the edge of the palace such as the imperial kitchen. Huang Chong did not care about them, unlike him who ran into the emperor's harem and finally alarmed the old man. I didn't expect that after so many years, someone in Jianghu still remembers me. The man in the black cloak looked up at the moon as if recalling something of the past. But perhaps because the cloak was too big or for some other reason, even under the moonlight, his face was still blurred. It is inevitable for young people to make mistakes. As long as you know to repent, you can still be saved. Put down the imperial concubines and stay in the palace to copy the Taoist canon for 10 years. I can guarantee that no one will blame you for what you did tonight. 10 years? Song Qingshu chuckled. Compared to copying books, I prefer the outside world. Trespassing into the palace and kidnapping an imperial concubine is a crime worthy of 9 familial extermination. Young man, don't be so stubborn. Huang Chang let out a soft sigh. The surrounding flowers and trees seemed to feel his emotions and rustled. Soon, a feeling of regret spread through the air. Song Qingshu's expression was solemn. It was obvious that Song Qingshu had almost reached the realm of the oneness of heaven and man. His every move was one with nature, and his cultivation was even higher than Wang Chongyang's. However, once Wang Chongyang used the Big Dipper formation, he would be able to exert several times more power. It was hard to say what would happen if the two of them fought. Make your move. Since you are from the younger generation, I will let you have 3 moves first. Huang Chang's tone revealed absolute confidence. Are you serious, senior? The corners of Song Qingshu's mouth curled up slightly, as if he already had a card up his sleeve. Of course I wouldn't lie to a junior like you, Huang Chang replied indifferently. Then I thank you, senior. Song Qingshu grinned. He kicked off the ground and disappeared into the night sky with Li Yuanji in his arms. Seeing the scene before him, Huang Chang was startled and didn't know how to react. Though he appeared relaxed, he didn't let his guard down. This young man's martial arts were not weaker than anyone he had seen in his life. In fact, he couldn't even see through Xianxia. However, a grandmaster had the demeanor of a grandmaster. As a senior, he couldn't make the first move. He was willing to let Xianxia have 3 moves first. Originally, he was on guard and waiting for Xianxia's earth-shattering attack. He didn't expect Xianxia to just run away. Normally, all powerful cultivators had their own pride. Unless they had no other choice, they wouldn't run away. This person's cultivation was unfathomable, but he didn't play by the rules. After all these years of cultivation, Huang Chang had become calm and collected. However, seeing the scene before him, he became angry for the first time. His body flashed and he chased after Xianxia. However, after chasing for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, not only did he not catch up, the distance between them grew further and further. Finally, Xianxia disappeared without a trace. Huang Chang couldn't help but stop and give up on the chase. He muttered to himself, there's such a shocking qigong in this world? It seems that I haven't been involved in worldly affairs for too long. If there's a chance, I'll find Ding Luo and ask her if there are any powerful youths in Jianghu. Returning to the cold palace, Song Qingshu put Li Yuanji down. He let out a sigh of relief and said, I've finally lost him. Who was that person? Though Li Yuanji was half a person of Jianghu, a legendary figure like Huang Chang was too far away from her. Thus, she didn't know who he was. The author of the Nining Manual, a super powerful expert, Song Qingshu replied. Li Yuanji's small mouth was wide open. Although she could not even be considered a third-rate martial artist in Jianghu, she had heard of the Nining Manual. She rolled her eyes and giggled as she moved closer to Song Qingshu. Song Dage, is he more powerful than you? It's the first time I've seen you run in such a mess. Song Qingshu smiled slightly and didn't take her words seriously. After all, I'm here for serious business this time. If it gets out of hand, it won't be easy to clean up. What's more, he's the master of a friend of mine. He's so old. If something happens to him, won't my friend fight me to the death? Li Yuanji snorted with a faint smile. Brother Song, that friend of yours must be a woman, right? And she must be very beautiful. The beautiful and frosty face of the yellow-dressed woman appeared in his mind. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly and didn't answer. Instead, he changed the topic. Pack up your things. I'll take you out. Unexpectedly, Li Yuanji shook her head. No, I'll stay in this cold palace. You can pick me up when you leave Linen. Why? Song Qingshu was stunned. If I don't stay here, how can I enjoy the frightened expressions of Wu Fei and her daughter? Li Yuanji said with a smile. Song Qingshu never thought it would be this reason, but it was also in line with her quirky character. Li Yuanji continued to add, besides, if I suddenly disappear from the palace and you happen to be in Linen, it's hard to guarantee that no one will suspect you. At that time, Wu Fei and her daughter will also know who molested them tonight. Song Qingshu thought to himself, it's obviously you who molested them, okay? However, he also understood that Li Yuanji's worry was not unreasonable. Knowing that she was thinking about him, he couldn't help but feel moved. But what if someone comes to give you white silk again? Li Yuanji snorted. I was just caught off guard before. Now that I'm prepared, how can I fall into such a passive situation? Don't worry. I used to wander in Jianghu, and nothing happened. Song Qingshu complained in his heart. Indeed, nothing happened. It was just that he was later caught by Zhang Zhaozhong. Well, you put this thing away. If you encounter danger, release the signal, and then I will immediately come to save you. Song Qingshu took out a bamboo tube from his arms and handed it to her. It was made by the Golden Snake Camp for transmitting signals on the battlefield, similar to fireworks. Brother Song, you are so kind to me. Li Yuanji wrapped a wisp of fragrance and threw herself into his arms, passionately offering a sweet kiss. After a long time, Li Yuanji blushed and pushed him away. She glanced at the changes in his body and hurriedly looked away. It's almost dawn. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Song Qingshu laughed and couldn't help but pinch her face. Little devil, you also have a time when you are afraid? Li Yuanji said, I'm still a little girl. How can I stand you? Go, go. As she said this, she pressed his back and pushed him out. Then you be careful. Song Qingshu kissed her and quickly disappeared into the night sky. Li Yuanji stood in front of the window, dazed for a moment. Song Qingshu returned to the inn. After a night of torment, his body was a bit tired, so he fell asleep. Early the next morning, Han Xingzhou sent someone to deliver a message. First, he apologized for not being able to come in person. After all, this was a critical period. If he came to meet, it would be hard to avoid being talked about. He also told him that he had already communicated with Zhao Guo. However, the specific details still needed the opinions of the civil and military officials in court. Finally, he told him that there would be officials from the office of the Chamberlain of Dependencies coming to explain some etiquette and things to pay attention to when meeting the emperor tomorrow. After Han Xingzhou's envoy left, it didn't take long for the officials from the office of the Chamberlain of Dependencies to come. They listened to all kinds of red tape, and Song Qingshu's ears grew calluses. He used the excuse that he hadn't eaten yet to order a large table of food and wine. He pulled the officials from the office of the Chamberlain of Dependencies over to eat and explain. Not long after, they got them drunk. The subordinates of the officials from the office of the Chamberlain of Dependencies could only send them to the guest rooms to rest. To avoid being bombarded, Song Qingshu also used the excuse that he was tipsy to return to his own room and pretend to sleep. Because he hadn't slept for long last night and was woken up in the morning, he was really a bit tired. He had been pretending to sleep, but in the end, he really fell asleep. He didn't know how long he slept. Song Qingshu suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze moved to the window. He saw that the sky outside was already dark. However, this wasn't the reason he woke up. Someone actually sent an assassin to deal with me now? Song Qingshu chuckled, his tone full of ridicule. Not long after, an inconspicuous window paper was pierced and a copper pipe was inserted. Song Qingshu snorted coldly and flicked his finger. The copper pipe seemed to be hit by a huge force and was suddenly inserted back. Ah! A scream came from outside. Apparently, the copper pipe had pierced through the throat. Song Qingshu extended his hand and made a suction force in the air. The copper pipe immediately flew into his hand. As for the person outside, because the copper pipe was suddenly pulled out, an arrow of blood splattered on the window, and then there was no more sound. I'm curious, what kind of poison are you planning to use to deal with me? Song Qingshu opened the copper pipe and looked at the powder inside. His face instantly darkened. How could he forget this thing? It had tormented him to the point where he had nowhere to go, and was even chased like a dog by Ma Chi-chen and Li Kishio's subordinates. Golden ripple flower. Song Qingshu's voice was cold. Someone actually used the golden ripple flower to deal with him. After inspecting the assassin outside the window and not finding any clues about his identity, Song Qingshu frowned. Who wants to deal with me? Could it be Ma Chi-chen? After all, the golden ripple flower was very rare. He only knew that Ling Tusi and the Machi family had it. Although he and Ling Tusi had a feud before, that was many years ago. Moreover, the other party was far away in Jiangling, so the probability of him committing a crime was not high. Now, in Linen City, the most suspicious person was Ma Qichen. Even though he was 70% confident, Song Qingshu still didn't dare to let his guard down. At this critical moment, if there were enemies lurking in the dark and he didn't know about it, then it would be terrible. I have to confirm who it is. With a thought, Song Qingshu had an idea. He took out a spare set of clothes and put it on the assassin's corpse. He moved it to the bed and lay face down, pretending to be poisoned and in great pain before he died. Then, he hid himself on the beam. As expected, in less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the door was pushed open. Several black-clothed men carefully approached the bed and stabbed the body of the person on the bed a few times. Only when they were sure that the person was dead did they heave a sigh of relief. It is said that the Golden Snake King's martial arts are unparalleled, but I don't think so. I guess it's because the golden ripple flower is poisonous enough. Even the most powerful expert would die. That's right, why don't I see Xianxia? A few of them started discussing. Because they were afraid of the golden ripple flower's poison, they did not dare to get too close to the corpse. In addition, the corpse was wearing Song Qingshu's clothes. Because of their preconceived notions, they did not realize that the corpse on the bed was their companion, Xianxia. Maybe he ran back to claim credit after seeing that he succeeded. Dongzi, quickly send a signal to young master. A man in black said to a tall and skinny companion. All right, the one called Dongzi ran out happily. Song Qingshu, who was on the roof beam, had a strange look on his face. Chen-san, Dongzi. The rest of the people couldn't be called Gaoyi, Zhao Zhen, or something like that, right? He really missed his previous world. He didn't know if that novel had an ending. Hearing footsteps coming from outside the door, Song Qingshu hurriedly put away his random thoughts and looked down. He saw a handsome man walking in, but the gloomy expression on his face ruined his overall appearance. I was wondering who it was, turns out it was that cripple Wan Gui. Song Qingshu sneered in his heart. Looking at the bitter expression on his face, he must have had a hard time these days. Are you sure he's dead? Seeing the person lying on the bed, Wan Gui hesitated for a moment at the door, his body trembling imperceptibly. It was clear that although he hated Song Qingshu to the extreme, he was also extremely afraid of him at the same time. Don't worry, young master, we've checked many times. One of the men in black was afraid that Wan Gui didn't believe him, so he picked up a knife and casually stabbed the corpse on the bed a few times. Be careful, the golden ripple flower is highly toxic. Don't let the blood spill and hurt young master. His companion hurriedly reminded. No worries. Seeing Song Qingshu lying there like a dead dog, Wan Gui felt as though a huge rock that was pressing down on his heart had finally been lifted, and in his excitement, he started to chuckle. Since the last time he was crippled by Song Qingshu in the mansion, he crazily wanted to take revenge. Unfortunately, the other party was elusive. When he heard the news that the other party had led an army to attack Yangzhou, not to mention him, even the emperor couldn't touch the other party. He originally thought that there was no hope for revenge in this lifetime, who knew that Song Qingshu would actually come to Linen and didn't bring any guards with him, only a few of Han Xingzhou's subordinates. How could Wan Gui bear it anymore? He immediately gathered the mansion's experts and charged over to the inn. Fortunately, he hadn't lost his reason. He knew that Song Qingshu's martial arts were powerful, so he didn't dare to be forceful. So, he first let the confidants of the Chamberlain of Dependencies continuously urge him to drink. After he was drunk, he sent a quick-witted person with the golden ripple flower to take the lead and only rushed over after confirming that he had succeeded. You guys go out first. Looking at the corpse on the bed, Wan Gui did his best to suppress the excitement in his body. His handsome face became extremely distorted. Yes. Seeing his expression, the men in black only felt extremely disgusted. They thought to themselves that their young master was actually so interested in corpses, and that the other party was a man. The more they thought about it, the more disgusted they felt. They hurriedly slipped out and closed the door. Song, you didn't think that you would have such a day, did you? Without anyone else by his side, Wan Gui could no longer suppress the emotions in his heart, and laughed somewhat crazily. Back then when you brought Qi Feng over, you were so arrogant, but now aren't you still lying on the bed like a dead dog? Thinking of some things that happened that day, Wang Gui's handsome face twisted again. He picked up a knife and chopped at the lower body of the corpse on the bed until it was badly mutilated. Then he threw away the knife and gnashed his teeth, saying, "You made me unable to be a man. I won't let this hatred go so easily. I heard that you have a devastatingly beautiful wife and many other beauties. Hee, I won't let a single one of them go. I'll make them be ridden by thousands of men and oppressed by tens of thousands of men. I'll make you wear countless green hats in hell." Just as he was talking excitedly, Hu knew that a cold voice suddenly came to his ear. "I'm afraid you won't have that chance." Song Qingshu originally wanted to listen and see if he could obtain any information from Wang Gui's mouth. But after listening for a while, he discovered that Wang Gui only had hatred left. Adding on the fact that he actually had thoughts about his own woman, how could he endure it? You. Hearing that familiar voice, all the hairs on Wang Gui's body stood up. When he saw that Song Qingshu was safe and sound in front of him, he was even more scared out of his wits, unable to say a single word. "Speak, weren't you quite proud just now? Why aren't you speaking now?" Song Qingshu coldly looked at him. "Why aren't you dead?" Wang Gui cried out in fear, his voice as sharp as a eunuch's. Originally, he was extremely afraid that the fact that he wasn't a man would be known by others. So normally he would intentionally conceal his gradually changing voice. But now that he was scared out of his wits, how could he care about such things? "You haven't died, how could I bear to die?" Song Qingshu lightly replied. "Then who is on the bed?" Wang Gui was both shocked and angry. At the same time, he cursed his subordinates half to death, thinking that if he could escape with his life today, when he returned, he would castrate all of them and make them eunuchs. "That unlucky subordinate of yours called Xianxia." Song Qingshu smiled faintly. But in Wang Gui's eyes, this smile was 100 times more terrifying than the devil himself. "Young master." At this time, Wang Gui's subordinates outside heard the commotion and rushed in. When they saw that Song Qingshu was standing in the room, they were all dumbfounded. "What are you standing there for? Kill him for me." Wang Gui also knew how laughable his words were. Although these subordinates were experts carefully selected from the Prime Minister's residence, compared to Song Qingshu, they were still far too lacking. He didn't hope that these people would be able to injure him, he only hoped that they would be able to entangle him, giving him enough time to escape. So as soon as he finished speaking, he used all his strength to smash through the window, trying to escape to the main street and see if he could use the complicated terrain to throw off his opponent. But unfortunately, just as he was about to hit the window, he felt a sharp pain in his legs. His entire body was like a heavy sandbag as he fell to the ground. Horrified, he crawled around and found that Song Qingshu was standing behind him, quietly looking at him. He then looked at his subordinates, only to see that they were all lying on the ground, no longer alive. He actually killed so many experts in an instant without a sound. Wang Gui was shocked and even a bit envious. If he had such a high level of martial arts, he wouldn't have to rely on crafty plots and schemes every time. "Your subordinates have already gone to the Yellow Springs to scout for you. Now it's your turn." Song Qingshu hadn't killed him last time because he felt that it would be too easy to kill him. Now that he had suffered for so long, it was about time. Song Qingshu's words instantly pulled Wang Gui back to reality. He felt his entire body go limp. Originally, he had thought that if he couldn't be a man, he would be better off dead. It had always been the conviction of revenge that kept him going, but now that he was truly facing death, he suddenly realized how afraid he was. Thinking of how he was the Prime Minister's grandson, even if he couldn't enjoy the things between a man and a woman, there were still many other things he could enjoy. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Wang Gui hurriedly said, "Don't kill me." "No, you don't dare to kill me." Song Qingshu laughed lightly. "I don't dare to kill you?" Wang Gui had now somewhat calmed down. "That's right, I am the grandson of the Prime Minister of the Song dynasty. This time, you have come to propose marriage. If you kill me, it will be a public slap to the face of the entire court. At that time, how could the emperor marry the princess to you?" It was precisely because he had heard this news that he was both jealous and angry. Unable to restrain himself, he had planned this assassination the day before the official court meeting. Seeing that Song Qingshu had sunk into silence, Wang Gui felt that he had grasped his pulse. He grew bolder. Haha, if you really kill me, at that time, not only will you not be able to propose marriage, you won't even be able to keep your Golden Snake Battalion. My grandfather is the current prime minister. At that time, in order to avenge me, he will use all his power to have the court send troops north. Your Golden Snake Battalion can just wait for death. Unless you also kill my grandfather, haha, but my grandfather is the head of all the officials. If he dies at your hands, at that time, the entire country will be shocked. Even if the emperor is unwilling, he will have no choice but to send troops to punish you. The result will be the same. Wang Gui said a long string of things in succession. Seeing that Song Qingshu still didn't refute him, the corners of Wang Gui's mouth rose slightly. He thought to himself that no matter how high the martial arts of these Jianghu people were, they were just people who couldn't be seen in public. How could they compare to these people in court? Shaking his clothes, Wang Gui laughed mischievously. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. As for the death of these subordinates, I am in a good mood today, so I will not pursue it. Before he had finished speaking, he felt a chill on his neck. Then the world spun and the last words he heard in his life were, looking at the head rolling on the ground, Song Qingshu said indifferently, you overestimate your position. The reason why he hadn't killed Wang Gui before was that it would be too easy to kill him directly. It would be better to let him receive more punishment. Secondly, the time was not ripe. Song Qingshu didn't want to give the southern Song dynasty an excuse to send troops at the critical moment of the decisive battle with Li Keqiu. Now that the situation had been settled, there was no need to worry so much. No matter how much Wang Gui was favored by Machi Sua, he was just a concubine's son. How could he affect the political decisions of the imperial court? Even if he was a legitimate son, it didn't matter. In any case, Machi Sua couldn't even protect herself. Originally, Song Qingshu had heard him speak so viciously. Thinking of Di Yun's revenge, he planned to sell Wang Gui to the rabbit house to serve Uncle He. Wang Gui's soft skin and tender flesh made him look like a pretty boy would definitely be a red card. But that scene was too disgusting. Song Qingshu also thought of leaving an enemy full of resentment and adept at scheming. Who knew if he would come back for revenge? Given Song Qingshu's cultivation, he certainly wasn't afraid of him. But there were so many beauties around him that he couldn't risk them. Perhaps it was because he had watched too many movies and TV dramas in his previous life that villains often died because they talked too much. He couldn't repeat the same mistake. Brother Di, I have avenged you. Thinking of the simple and honest Di Yun, Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh deeply. Don't worry, Machi Sua will soon come to the underground to apologize to you. After sending out a signal, the Golden Snake Camp subordinates lurking in Lin City came. Song Qingshu ordered, send this man's bones to Xianxia Ma Shipu and give them to a woman named Qi Feng. Let her bury the bones in front of Di Yun's grave to atone for her crimes. Clean up the others while you're at it. Several Golden Snake Camp secret agents saluted and said, yes, my lord. These people were all shrewd and capable people. Soon, these people were cleaned up, even the bloodstains were wiped clean. After this incident, Song Qingshu couldn't sleep anymore, especially when he thought of the person on the bed who had been stabbed to the point of being badly mutilated. He simply sat down on a stool and began to meditate. Around the time of the 5th hour, an official from the office of the Chamberlain of Dependencies came to inform him to prepare for the morning court session and enter the palace for an audience. Song Qingshu noticed that one of them, upon seeing that he was safe and sound, had a look of extreme surprise in his eyes. From time to time, he would even look around at something. Knowing that he was Wang Gui's spy, Song Qingshu smiled faintly and didn't think much of it, letting him see. The scene had already been cleaned up, it would be strange if he could really see anything. Compared to this, Song Qingshu was more troubled by another matter. Looking at the dark night sky outside the window, he couldn't help but think to himself, if this time was converted to the time in my previous life, it would be around 3 in the morning, the time when people are sleeping soundly. This morning court system in ancient times is really inhumane. Note, this was the system of the early Ming dynasty. The Song dynasty was not like this. There would not even be a court meeting for a few days. However, for convenience, the Ming system was used. When can I see your emperor? Song Qingshu asked. One of the officials from the office of the Chamberlain of Dependencies hurriedly replied, "We will first wait outside the palace. The palace gates will open at around 5 in the morning. At that time, someone will arrange for young master to wait in a side hall. When the emperor summons you, a eunuch will lead young master to the throne room." 5 in the morning? Song Qingshu was so angry that he laughed. Wouldn't that be 5 in the morning? He still had to wait 2 hours before entering the palace. After entering the palace, who knew how long he would have to wait for the emperor to summon him? Of course, he wouldn't do it. The officials from the office of the Chamberlain of Dependencies immediately became anxious. They tried all sorts of ways to move his emotions and reason, but Song Qingshu remained unmoved. In the end, the group of officials had to beg for mercy. Song Qingshu finally couldn't bear it anymore. "Forget it, I won't make things difficult for you people. I'll go ahead. But I can't wait that long. I promise to arrive before the palace gates open." The officials from the office of the Chamberlain of Dependencies had no choice but to compromise. Following this, Song Qingshu rested for another 2 hours before he leisurely walked towards the palace. When he arrived at the palace gates, he discovered that all the civil and military officials were already waiting there. The person at the head of the group was Machi Rua. However, he seemed to be somewhat preoccupied at this moment. He didn't even notice Song Qingshu's arrival. Beside him was a man with square eyes and a wide nose. His hands were tucked into his sleeves, and his shoulders were hunched. Overall, he looked exceptionally wretched. Although Song Qingshu had never seen him before, from the way he stood, he could guess that he was the right minister, Zhang Jun. He was also involved in the incident in Yangzhou, and his younger brother, Zhang Ro. "Even if it's not for myself, I have to properly settle this debt for Prince Yu." Song Qingshu's expression was grave and stern. An incomparably beautiful face suddenly appeared in his mind. He didn't know where Xiaolong Nu was currently. When Machi Rua found out that she was Yufei's orphan, he didn't know if she had encountered any danger. While he was lost in thought, Han Xingzhou beckoned to him and said, "Prince Song, come over here quickly. I'll introduce you to a few people." After all, the title Golden Snake King was a title given by a group of Jianghu people. It wasn't a real king. Normally, Han Xingzhou didn't mind addressing him as Golden Snake King in private to show his respect. But now, with so many people watching and in such an important place like the palace, he naturally didn't want to give himself away. Song Qingshu didn't care about this. He walked over with a smile and said, "Good morning, Minister Han." Han Xingzhou nodded and first introduced Song Qingshu to the crowd. Then, he introduced the surrounding officials to Song Qingshu. Machi Rua finally came to her senses. With a fake smile, she said, "It seems that Minister Han has a very good relationship with Golden Snake King." Han Xingzhou smiled and said, "If Ministers hadn't interfered when you were in Yangzhou, my relationship with Prince Song would be even better." He had expected that Machi Rua would start from this aspect, so he simply laid it out. After all, everyone knew that he had reached an agreement with Song Qingshu in Yangzhou. Directly admitting it would make him look open and aboveboard, with a clear conscience, and block the other's series of tricks. Machi Rua held her breath. Obviously, she didn't expect this. With a cold snort, she turned to Song Qingshu and said, "Yesterday, my grandson heard that young master had arrived in Linen. He came to visit you with gifts, but he hasn't returned yet. Can young master tell me where he has gone?" Song Qingshu cursed inwardly for being shameless. Bringing poison and a group of killers to assassinate him could be described as a visit with gifts. Since that was the case, then he would have to face shamelessness with shamelessness. "Really? Why haven't I seen your son? Is the security in Linen so bad that even living people can get lost?" Although it was not a big deal to let him know the truth, it was better to avoid trouble. Song Qingshu had always been a person who was afraid of trouble, and he would never hesitate when he could be lazy. "You." Machi Rua knew that Wan Gue had most likely been killed by him, but he insisted that he hadn't seen him. She had no evidence, so there was nothing she could do. Okay. The palace gate is open. Everyone, please." Jia Sherdao said. He had been struggling to find Jia Baoyu's whereabouts recently. He found that Machi Rua had sent troops to the scene, so Jiao Baoyu's disappearance must have something to do with him. Seeing that Wan Gui was missing, he was very happy. Song Mao is here to see Jia Sherdao. Song Qingshu was having a headache as he chatted with him. He had to find a proper way to deal with Jiao Baoyu's disappearance, or Jia Sherdao would suspect him sooner or later. Nice to meet you. Jia Sherdao looked at him carefully and found that he couldn't see through him, so he was shocked. A group of people entered the palace, each with their own ulterior motives. The civil and military officials entered the throne room first, while Song Qingshu was led to a side hall by a eunuch to wait. Bored to death waiting in the side hall, Song Qingshu even had the thought of looking for Li Yuanji. However, when he saw the eunuchs following her closely and the guards outside the door, he gave up on the idea. It was too dangerous to be in broad daylight. Fortunately, it didn't take long before news came from the imperial court that he was to have an audience. Song Qingshu straightened his clothes and leisurely made his way towards the throne room. With his experience over the years, he had even sat on the throne. Meeting the emperor of the southern Song dynasty couldn't make him feel nervous. Song Qingshu, the Golden Snake King, is here to see the emperor. After entering the hall, Song Qingshu began to look at the emperor, who had been criticized many times in the future. He was white and chubby, and he actually looked quite cute. Song Qingshu had a strange expression. He thought that it was normal for him to be chubby, since he ate and drank well all day long. Weren't the eunuchs on TV all fat? But it was strange that Zhao Guo's beard was quite lush. The strand of beard under his chin was probably a foot long. Isn't he a useless man? How can he still have such strong testosterone? Don't tell me that mustache was stuck there on purpose. Just as Song Qingshu was cursing in his heart, a loud shout came from the side. How dare you not kneel in front of the emperor? What crime do you deserve? Song Qingshu turned his head around and saw Machi Chu standing there with an indignant look on her face, glaring at him. Zhang Jun, who was standing next to her, chimed in, I really don't know how those people from the Chamberlain of Dependencies have taught them. How can a mere commoner like you call himself a king? You know, this is a great crime. Jia Sherdao had been watching the show from the sidelines, but when Zhang Jun brought the topic to the Chamberlain of Dependencies, he immediately objected. You're wrong, Minister of the Right. Song Qingshu isn't a citizen of the Song dynasty, and he's also a leader. He doesn't need to be bound by the rules of the Song dynasty, no matter if he calls himself king or king. Now that the officials in the Chamberlain of Dependencies were under the control of the Privy Council, if he allowed Zhang Jun to make this crime a reality, he couldn't help but be embarrassed. That was why he spoke up for Song Qingshu. Machi Sua laughed coldly and said, You're wrong, Minister Jia. Song Qingshu was born in the Jingzhou area of the Song dynasty. His father is Song Yuanqiao of the Wudong sect. As the saying goes, the ruler is the ruler of his subjects, and the father is the ruler of his children. Even his father, Song Yuanqiao, is a citizen of the Song dynasty, so why isn't he? Jia Sherdao couldn't help but be speechless. He snorted coldly and didn't reply. Since the topic had been shifted away from the Chamberlain of Dependencies, he naturally didn't want to block the arrow for Song Qingshu. Han Xingzhou hurriedly signaled to Song Qingshu, telling him to kneel and shout Long live the Emperor, to give Zhao Guo a way out, and then he could use the opportunity to smooth things over. Machi Ta saw Zhao Guo's expression and a ferocious smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She decided to add fuel to the fire. She turned her head and asked a white-bearded official behind her, Master He, if you do not pay your respects to the emperor, how should you be punished according to the laws of Song? That Master He was an assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. Although the Ministry of Rights of the Song dynasty only existed in name, and the title of assistant minister was just an empty title, he still knew a thing or two about etiquette. The white-bearded official glanced at Jia Sherdao and Han Xianzhou and complained in his heart. These immortals were fighting, and the mortals were suffering. However, all the officials in the court were looking at him, and even the emperor was looking at him. He had to bite the bullet and say, This has committed a crime of disrespect, and should be punished with 30 strokes of the cane. In fact, Song Qingshu's behavior had involved disrespect for the emperor, and it was a crime of great disrespect. According to the law, he should be beheaded. However, Master He had been an official for decades, and he wasn't stupid. He wouldn't tell the truth. If Song Qingshu had been an ordinary citizen, he would have been killed. However, Song Qingshu had 200,000 soldiers under his command, and he was the overlord of a region. Moreover, it seemed that he had a close relationship with Jia Shidao and Han Xianzhou. If Song Qingshu said that Song Qingshu should be executed according to the law, everyone would be embarrassed, and there would be no room for reconciliation. Ma Qifeng frowned and cursed in her heart, this old man is so cunning. He's playing with words. However, she also knew that the emperor wouldn't order Song Qingshu to be beheaded because of this, so she stopped while she was ahead. Master, he is a man of virtue and is familiar with all kinds of etiquette. If Master he says so, then there's no doubt about it. Guards, drag Song Qingshu out and give him 30 strokes of the cane. Zhao Go still didn't say a word, as if he agreed with everything. After all, Ma Qifeng was the prime minister, the head of the officials. The guards outside the palace saw that the emperor didn't object, so they ran in and surrounded Song Qingshu. 2 of them reached out and tried to pull him out, but as soon as their hands touched his body, they were shaken away by an invisible force, and they fell to the ground with their legs in the air. Upon seeing this, not only was Ma Qisua not angry, she was even elated. She thought to herself, I was waiting for you to act like this. How dare you? How dare you resist? Men, take him down. Han Zhuanzhou groaned inwardly. Hastily he stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, Song Qingshu is, after all, a foreign envoy. As the saying goes, when 2 countries are at war, the envoy is not beheaded. If we punish him with caning, it will be a disgrace to your Majesty's sage. Ma Qita sneered at the side and said in a strange tone, Ambassador of a foreign country, may I ask which country and which clan does the one surnamed Song come from? Han Chuanzhou's breath caught in his throat, and he felt extremely angry in his heart. But he knew that his eloquence wasn't as good as Ma Qizhua's, who specialized in crafty plots and schemes, so he didn't know how to refute. I really can't kneel. Song Qingshu, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. His words were earth-shattering. Not only should I not kneel, but your country's emperor should come and greet me. How dare you? Arrogant. Bastard. The throne room was instantly in an uproar, and a group of people started discussing. Zhao Go's face was so dark that it looked like water was about to drip out of it. Han Chuanzhou was even more anxious. He thought that it was just a kneel, and it would be over with a little perfunctory. Was there a need to make things so difficult for everyone? Ma Qizhua glanced at Zhao Go, and said with a fake smile, I wonder what wise opinion Prince Song has, why should the emperor come and greet you? He decided to provoke Zhao Go again. Having worked with Zhao Go for so many years, he knew that Zhao Go's patience was extraordinary. But once he exploded, his anger was unimaginable. Back in the day, he killed someone like Yufei just like that. Song Qingshu saw through his sinister intentions with a single glance, but he still didn't care. He said calmly, May I ask if your country is a vassal to the Jin kingdom? As soon as he said this, the previously noisy throne room instantly fell silent. The civil and military officials didn't care about their faces. Some looked ashamed, while others looked angry. Song Qingshu looked at Ma Qizhua. Lord Ma Qi is the head of the officials. Can you answer Song Mao's doubts? There is such a thing. Ma Qizhua was with Qin Hui in the past, and could be said to be a firm supporter of surrendering. Their political capital in the imperial court was the peace talks with the Jin kingdom. Thus, he didn't dare to slap his own face and could only admit it. But he immediately changed the topic. But this has nothing to do with today's matter. Don't change the topic. Who said it has nothing to do with today's matter? Song Qingshu said calmly. As far as I know, your country is not only a vassal to the Jin kingdom, but also a country of uncle and nephew. In official letters, your emperor has to call the Jin emperor uncle. When the Jin kingdom's envoy comes to visit, your emperor has to personally greet and receive the edict. Ma Qizhua peeked at Zhao Go's expression and knew that he was on the verge of exploding. She immediately gloated, thinking, Song, you're going to die this time? Humph, why are you rambling on about so much? Ma Qizhua had been an official for many years, and she knew the principle of expressing her loyalty and helping her master. Zhao Go's expression became much better. Song Qingshu smiled. I'm sorry, I have another identity. The minister of the Jin kingdom, Tang Qibian, is my sworn brother. Coincidentally, Tang Qibian is the brother-in-law of the Jin kingdom's emperor. According to seniority, I am also the brother of the Jin kingdom's emperor. Lord Machijua, I'm not very good at etiquette. May I ask how your emperor should address me in this situation? As soon as Song Qingshu said this, the officials were in an uproar. Even Jiao Shidao and Han Xingzhou looked at him in shock. Han Xingzhou wondered why he hadn't mentioned this relationship before. He was planning to conquer the Jin kingdom in the north. Would Song Qingshu be a hindrance when the time came? Machijua looked like she had eaten sh*t. How was she supposed to answer such a question? Was she supposed to say that Zhao Go should call him uncle? If that happened, not just Zhao Go, but even the officials would drown him in their saliva. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough. He immediately said, who knows if it's true or not? You want us to believe you with a lie? Lord Tang Qibian is second only to the emperor of the Jin kingdom. Why would he call a Jianghu person like you his brother? Because he was a peacemaker, he had to maintain a good relationship with the Jin kingdom. When he mentioned Tang Qibian, the number one person in the Jin kingdom, his tone was respectful. I knew you wouldn't admit it. Song Qingshu took out a jade seal and showed it to everyone. Look carefully. This is Tang Qibian's personal seal. He gave it to me as a gift to become my sworn brother. Machijua sneered and said, you just randomly took out a seal and said it was Tang Qibian's seal? At the same time, she was shocked. She wondered if Song Qingshu had really become sworn brothers with Tang Qibian. However, there was no turning back now. Even if it was true, she could only deny it. After Tang Qibian was appointed as the minister and marshal, he sent a letter of credence to your kingdom. You should have his seal here. Why don't you compare it? Song Qingshu said slowly. He was not in a hurry. Zhao Go signaled with his eyes, and a eunuch went to retrieve the letter of credence. Seeing Song Qingshu's confidence, Machijua felt a little weak. She hurriedly said, even if this is Tang Qibian's seal, it doesn't mean anything. After all, everyone in the Jianghu knows that the Golden Snake King's martial arts are unparalleled. If he wanted to steal a seal, it wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, Tang Qibian was a powerful person. His personal seal was very important. How could he just casually give it away? Although they knew that Machijua was quibbling, everyone present felt that his words made sense. After all, the seal was a very important thing. It was a symbol of power. Which one of them didn't protect their seal very carefully? Why would they give it away? Song Qingshu was not angry at all. He calmly said, the princesses of your kingdom also know that I have become sworn brothers with Tang Qibian. For example, Princess Mauda, Princess Qingda, Princess Shund, Princess Rufu. You can ask any one of them to prove it. All of the civil and military officials in the court were speechless. Everyone knew that these empress concubines were previously in the Jin kingdom's laundry yard and were only saved by Song Qingshu's help. Since he dared to say this, it clearly couldn't be wrong. After all, what happened in the laundry brothel wasn't something to be proud of. Machijua wasn't stupid enough to ask the princesses for proof and reopen their scars. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to bear the anger of those women in the harem. Your Majesty, we have finished comparing it with the document on file. It is indeed Tang Qibian's personal seal. By this time, the eunuch who had gone to fetch the document had returned. A few officials who were good at appraising had finished comparing the document and gave Machijua another stab. Song Qingshu looked at Machijua with a faint smile and asked, Lord Machi, do you still have any doubts now? Machijua almost fainted from anger. She could only say hatefully, so what? You are a Han, yet you call yourself a brother of the Jin. You even came to our Han kingdom to show off your strength. You have truly forgotten your ancestors. You deserve to be punished. Song Qingshu had to admit that she was an expert at manipulating people's emotions. His words quickly aroused the hatred of the officials in the palace. After all, the Jin kingdom and the southern Song dynasty had a blood feud. Many of them looked at him with disdain. However, he had already expected that revealing Tang Qibian's identity would have such an effect. He continued calmly, you are wrong. Song Mao has never forgotten that he is a Han. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such a huge risk to rescue your princess from the Jin kingdom. For this matter, immortal Zhang of Wudong personally paid a visit and even sent a few of his disciples to assist me. Even he praised me. What right does Lord Machi have to say that I have forgotten my ancestors? Could it be that Lord Machi thinks that you have better foresight than immortal Zhang? Machi-Chun was momentarily at a loss for words. One must know that Zhang Sanfeng's reputation among the people was so high that he was like an immortal. Moreover, the kingdom of Song had always revered Taoism. Several of the previous emperors had conferred various honorific titles on Zhang Sanfeng, such as Enlightened Immortal, Concealed Light and Ambition True Immortal, Pure Emptiness and Yuan Miao Immortal, and so on. If she dared to question Zhang Sanfeng, wouldn't she be disrespecting the previous emperors? As for becoming sworn brothers with Tang Quebian, you don't need to read too much into it, Lord Machi. Song Qingshu sneered and said, unlike Lord Machi, who is hated by everyone, Song Mao has always been very popular. Not only is he Tang Quebian's sworn brother, but he also has a good relationship with the Ruyang Mansion of Mongolia. He also has a good relationship with Song Gotu and Prince Kong of the Qin Kingdom. He also has a good relationship with the first-class Hall of Xianxia, the Grand Master of Tubo, and the Duan family of Dali. Of course, there are many of my friends in the Kingdom of Song, such as the princesses, Minister Han, and Jia Shumi. Of course, Lord Machi is an exception. Jia Sherdao was stunned. He thought, what kind of friendship could I possibly have with you? But then he remembered that he had spoken up for Song Qingshu before, and he was afraid that Song Qingshu was returning the favor, so he smiled and acquiesced. Hearing Song Qingshu's description of his connections, all the officials in the court were shocked. Even Zhao Go looked at him in surprise, thinking that even if Song Qingshu was an ordinary citizen, he wouldn't dare to offend him, let alone the fact that Song Qingshu was an overlord with 200,000 troops. The southern Song dynasty had pledged allegiance to the Jin kingdom, and the two sides had agreed to be uncle and nephew. In theory, every time the Jin kingdom sent an envoy to deliver a letter of credence, Zhao Go should respectfully bow and receive the edict. Of course, theory was one thing, and reality was another. Every time this happened, Zhao Go would pretend to be sick and hide in the palace. He would let a few officials bow on his behalf and receive instructions from the Jin kingdom's envoy. Although the Jin kingdom was displeased, Zhao Go was the emperor, and they couldn't really do anything to him. Therefore, this rule was tacitly accepted. This time, Zhao Go saw that the situation was not right and immediately threw Machi Sua out. Hearing Zhao Go's words, Machi Sua's face turned red, but the emperor had spoken, so how could he refute? Han Xingzhou said gloatingly, thank you for your hard work, Sir Machi. Machi Ju's eyes rolled, and she suddenly squeezed out a smile. She said to Zhao Go, Your Majesty, since Master Song's identity is so noble, and he has saved so many princesses before, and has done the imperial court a great favor, if I alone kneel to him, it will not be grand enough. As the head of all the civil and military officials, I suggest that all the civil and military officials of the imperial court bow to Master Song to express the gratitude of the imperial court to him. He saw the situation very clearly. Jia Sherdao and Han Xingzhou had always been at odds with him, and they wouldn't let go of the chance to kick him when he was down. Plus, the emperor had spoken, so kneeling was a foregone conclusion. But he knew very well that he was a dignified prime minister. If he knelt to a young man, it could be said that he would lose all his prestige and reputation. Since that was the case, he might as well drag everyone down with him. That way, no one would laugh at him afterwards. In fact, Zhao Go had asked Machi Sua to kneel out of anger. After calming down, he regretted it. He knew how serious the consequences would be if Machi Sua knelt. The balance of power he had worked so hard to maintain over the years would be broken. Whether it was Han Xingzhou or Jia Sherdao, the forces behind them were too powerful. Any one of them could threaten the imperial power itself, so Zhao Go needed a mad dog like Machi Sua to help him deal with the two powerful groups. Zhao Go was regretting his impulsiveness earlier, but when he heard Machi Ju's suggestion, his eyes immediately brightened. That's fine too. You will lead the officials to thank Prince Song on behalf of the imperial court. It would be good to take this opportunity to knock Jia and Han down a peg. At the same time, it would give enough face to Song Qingshu so that he would not take the credit of the laundry yard and demand an exorbitant price. Zhao Go responded too quickly, and Jia Sherdao and Han Xingzhou swallowed all the words they wanted to say. Their faces turned pale. They were used to being superior, and they couldn't bring themselves to kneel and salute a young man at this time. Jia Sherdao glared at Han Xingzhou, as if he was blaming him for provoking Machi Sua. Now, he had brought trouble upon himself and everyone else. Han Xingzhou was also very depressed. If the emperor was not here, he seemed ready to pounce and tear the other to pieces at any time. All the civil and military officials stared hatefully at the backs of the three heavyweights. They thought to themselves, "You guys are fighting, but we have to suffer because of you guys. Even if we're lying down, we'll still be shot. If you want to embarrass me, then don't think you'll have a good life." Machi Sua's eyes were full of anger as she glanced around. Her eyes fell on Han Xingzhou and Jia Sherdao, and a hideous smile appeared on her face. "Lord Jia, Lord Han, please." Finished speaking, he came in front of Song Qingshu and glared at him venomously. Only then did he lower his eyelids and coldly said, "Ministers Washi and Assistant Minister Wan Qichen greets young Master Song. Many thanks to young Master for rescuing the princesses from the abyss of misery." Left Minister and Right Minister were just titles that people used to call them for convenience. In official documents, the title he said was Minister of the Left Servant Shi and Assistant Minister Machi Sua, while the Right Minister was Minister of the Left Servant Shi and Assistant Minister of the Central Secretariat. As if she knew that kneeling was inevitable, Machi Sua didn't hesitate and knelt without hesitation. The Right Minister, Zhang Jun, had always been on his side. Although he was angry, he had no choice but to kneel. When the two leaders knelt, the officials who belonged to their faction also knelt. About 1/3 of the people in the hall knelt, and the other officials who were still standing all looked at Jia Sherdao and Han Xingzhou, asking for their opinion. Suddenly, the two of them were very eye-catching. "What? Are Lord Jia and Lord Han unwilling to share the burden of the court, or do you want to disobey the imperial edict?" Machi Sua's strange voice suddenly echoed through the hall. Song Qingshu looked on coldly and secretly glanced at Zhao Go, who was sitting on the throne, and saw that he looked very embarrassed. After all, he had been the emperor of the Qin kingdom and the Jin kingdom. Song Qingshu immediately understood what Zhao Go was thinking. It turned out that the officials in the court were clearly divided into three factions. The emperor had already given the edict, but the officials still subconsciously asked the leaders of the factions for their opinion. How could he, the emperor, put his face? In the eyes of the emperor, it didn't matter if you were a corrupt official or an honest one, a loyal official or a treacherous one. What he cared about was whether or not you would threaten the imperial power. Obviously, Jia Sherdao and Han Xingzhou made Zhao Go feel this kind of threat. Jia Sherdao and Han Xingzhou also saw Zhao Go's expression, and they were both shocked. They had been in the political arena for many years, and they were very good at figuring out the emperor's thoughts. They quickly came to the same conclusion. Compared to face, the two of them cared more about the emperor's attitude. They had no choice but to kneel and say, "Greetings, Prince Song." In their hearts, they gave the most cordial greetings to Machi Sua's 18 generations of female ancestors. "Greetings, Prince Song." They had all given in, so the officials in the court naturally didn't insist. They all knelt down with their followers, and their voices rang through the entire hall. Looking at the officials in the court kneeling in front of him, including many famous treacherous officials and powerful officials in history, that moment felt so wonderful. Song Qingshu deliberately stayed silent for a moment. After everyone knelt for a while, he said, "Rise. Ahem, everyone, please rise." He was used to being the emperor of the Qin kingdom and the Jin kingdom, and he almost said rise by mistake. That would be embarrassing. The officials in the court immediately stood up, and the atmosphere in the hall became very awkward. Zhao Go coughed and broke the silence. "Minister Song, why have you come south despite your busy schedule?" Although Han Xingzhou already knew his purpose through qi, he still had to go through the necessary procedures. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and answered, "Song Mao has come this time to visit the princesses that we saved last time, and also to propose marriage." Once he said this, the officials in the court immediately began to discuss. After all, only a few people knew the inside story beforehand. In the eyes of the majority, the Golden Snake Camp and the southern Songchen troops were on the river. The situation was extremely tense, and war could break out at any moment. They really didn't expect that he would come to propose marriage at this juncture. Some of the smarter people had already faintly guessed that this was a sign of peace talks, but the majority were still confused. They all looked at Zhao Go, waiting to see what his reaction was. Zhao Go laughed and answered, "Last time, it was thanks to Minister Song's righteous act that the princesses were able to return to their homeland. After they came back, they did not stop praising you in my ears. I can see that many of the princesses have a very good impression of Minister Song. I wonder which princess does Minister Song want to propose marriage to this time?" The princesses that were saved by the Huani brothel were mostly the daughters of Song Huizong, who were Zhao Go's sisters. Zhao Go had always valued filial piety, but his father and brother had always been suffering in the Jin kingdom, and he didn't think of a way to bring them back. He had already received much criticism among the people. Now that he had a chance to show off through these sisters, he naturally was more attentive. "In reply to your majesty, Song Mao wants to propose marriage to Princess Qingde and Princess Rufu." Princess Qingde was Zhao Huer's title, and Princess Rufu was Zhao Yuanyuan's title. Back in the Jin Kingdom Imperial Palace, these two girls had already been intimate with Song Qingshu for Empress Peiman's plan. Though they hadn't reached the final step, they had pretty much done what should and shouldn't have been done. The two girls had given up so much for their love. Song Qingshu naturally didn't want to hurt any of them. So even though he knew that this would be very troublesome, he still said it without hesitation. As the saying went, it was better to betray the world than the beauties. When Song Qingshu said this, the entire hall was like a drop of water falling into a pot of boiling oil. It had to be known that in the past dynasties, it was already a great blessing to be able to marry a princess. Who would dare to be so extravagant as to marry two at the same time? Zhao Go's brow furrowed, and he subconsciously glared at Han Xingzhou, asking him why he hadn't said this before. Han Xingzhou also groaned inwardly. Previously, when he had chatted with Song Qingshu, he knew that he was asking for marriage, but who would have thought that he planned to marry two princesses? So he hadn't specifically asked about it, and now, such a big mistake had occurred. Machi Rua was already holding back her anger from what had just happened, and when she heard him say this, she took the opportunity to attack. "How dare you? How can there be a reason to marry two princesses at the same time in this world? Song, do you know that your words just now have already committed the crime of great disrespect?" Song Qingshu stared at her coldly. "Machi Rua, please watch your tone. Do you want to kneel again?" Some people in the crowd couldn't help but laugh. It was clear that Machi Rua's previous attempts to make things difficult for Song Qingshu had only ended with her kneeling, and these people couldn't help but laugh. Machi Rua's face was livid, and she was momentarily speechless. Only then did Song Qingshu say, "Song Mao also knows that it is somewhat against the rules to ask for two princesses at the same time." "It's not just against the rules, it's simply nonsense," Han Xingzhou thought exasperatedly. "But our situation is special," Song Qingshu said in a clear voice. "When we were in the Jin Kingdom, we were surrounded by perils, and every step was filled with trepidation. The two princesses and I have experienced too many things together, and we have long since fallen in love with each other. No matter who we abandon, we will hurt the other. So at that time, we had already pledged ourselves to marry each other, and promised to live together for the rest of our lives. If your majesty does not believe me, you can send someone to the palace to ask the two princesses." Hearing him speak so confidently, Zhao Go knew that this was most likely the case. He couldn't help but frown, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. To be honest, if he could negotiate peace with the Golden Snake Camp, he didn't mind marrying one or two princesses. In any case, these princesses weren't his daughters, and in addition to the fact that they were constantly nagging at him to save his imperial father and imperial brother, he couldn't wait to have all of these people brought away by Song Qingshu so that he could get close to them. But the imperial court had to care about face. If they lost the dignity of the imperial family and became the laughingstock of the people, the losses would outweigh the gains. Hearing Machi Feng's words, the hall quieted down. Han Xingzhou cursed inwardly. He didn't pay much attention to the affairs of Jianghu, so he didn't know much about Song Qingshu's marriage. He didn't know that Song Qingshu would make so many troubles. First, he said he would marry two princesses. Not only that, but the emperor's tone seemed to have softened. But he had a legitimate wife. In his heart, he wanted to blame Song Qingshu to death. But now that they were all in the same boat, Han Xingzhou had no choice but to bite the bullet and help him out. Although Zhou Zhirua is a sect leader, in the end, she is just a Jianghu woman. How can she be compared to the princess of the Great Song? After Prince Song wins the princess, Miss Zhou will naturally give up her position. Don't worry, Master Machi. Before Machi Feng could say anything, Song Qingshu said, Zhirua is Song Mao's legitimate wife. She used to be, and she will always be. Han Xingzhou almost fainted from anger. He thought Machi Feng didn't know what was good for him. He stood to the side with a livid face and decided not to help him. Machi Ku, on the other hand, was beaming with joy. She thought to herself, Song Qingshu, oh Song Qingshu, let's see if you will die this time. Soon after, she put on a fake smile and said, so, Your Excellency is planning to marry these two princesses and make them your concubines? Song Qingshu didn't seem to know what he meant. He replied indifferently, so what if they are concubines? As soon as he said that, there was an uproar in the hall. Han Xingzhou rubbed his eyes, feeling a little dizzy. Jiao Sherdao had a faint smile on his face as he watched the show from the side. Zhao Gou's face was livid, and he was on the verge of exploding. Machi Feng felt the time was right. She jumped out and scolded, what an arrogant brat. He wants the princesses to be concubines? This is a blatant disrespect for the royal family. This is outrageous. Song Qingshu said coldly, the Mongolian commandery princess is concubine, and so is the Jin princess. But the Song princess, who is a subject to them, can't be concubine. It wasn't that he was stupid, but that he was deliberately displaying such an arrogant attitude. His goal was still to fight for more benefits in the peace talks. Moreover, as someone from the later generation, he was well aware of the character of the Southern Song dynasty's emperor and ministers. The tougher one's attitude was, the weaker they would be. On the contrary, if one showed weakness, one would just have to wait for them to bare their fangs. Hearing his words, the great hall instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, and even Zhao Gou showed an expression of shock and uncertainty. The news that came out of Song Qingshu's mouth today was more shocking than the last, and it made them somewhat numb. Nonsense. Which Mongolian princess is a concubine? Which Jin princess is a concubine? As the head of all the officials, Ma Chi-chu knew a little about the imperial court of Jin Kingdom and Main Kingdom. She went through the list of all the princesses and princesses in her mind and confirmed that none of them were married to someone else as a concubine. Instantly, she felt more confident. How could the royal family allow princesses and princesses to be someone else's concubine? Ma Chi-chu sneered inwardly. She decided to use this as an excuse to nail Song Qingshu to death. The princess of the Qi kingdom of the Jin kingdom has been betrothed to me, answered Song Qingshu. The princess of the Qi kingdom? Jiao Shidao's expression froze. Is she the sister of the Jin kingdom's emperor, Wan Yanping? Song Qingshu smiled. Yes, it is her. Wan Yanping is the sister of Tang Quebian's wife. In order to bring us together by marriage, Tang Quebian deliberately played the matchmaker. All the princesses of your kingdom know about this. The people of the Southern Song dynasty all frowned. They were all experienced politicians, and no one would believe that Tang Quebian had done this on a whim for the sake of bringing the Golden Snake Battalion to their side. The Jin kingdom must have made this marriage happen because they wanted to bring the Golden Snake Battalion to their side. In order to bring the Golden Snake Battalion to their side, the emperor of the Jin kingdom was really willing to go all out. This was what many people in the hall were thinking. Some knowledgeable people immediately realized that if the Golden Snake Battalion and the Jin kingdom worked together, the Southern Song dynasty would be in danger. If the Jin kingdom can marry a princess, why can't we marry one? No matter how powerful that princess of the Qi kingdom is, she's only one person. We have Princess Qingde and Princess Rufu on our side. At least we have the advantage in numbers. Many people thought this way, but no one dared to say it out loud before they knew what Zhao Gou was thinking. Zhao Gou, who was sitting on the throne, was also secretly shocked. No wonder Song Qingshu had the confidence to come and propose. He had a trump card like this. He knew that if the Jin kingdom really did marry the princess of the Qi kingdom to him, then he would have no choice but to agree to marry the princess. Even if he couldn't bring the Golden Snake Battalion to his side, it would be good for him to remain neutral and not help either side. Zhao Go coughed and asked, Minister Song, what is the Mongolian princess that you mentioned? The Mongolian kingdom was so powerful that it could be said that it was the strongest country in the world. He really wanted to know what the Mongolian kingdom's attitude toward the Golden Snake Battalion was. The Mongolian prince of Ruyang has already betrothed Princess Xiaomin to me. Minister Han can testify to this. Song Qingshu said calmly. The prince of Ruyang wasn't here anyway. As for Xiaomin, with my relationship with her, she shouldn't mind me taking advantage of her. Han Xingzhou found that he had become the focus of everyone's attention. He hurriedly said, last time in Yangzhou, Wang Baobao did call him brother-in-law. How is that possible? Machiku panicked. Just now, the Jin Kingdom princess had all the princesses' testimonies, so it wasn't convenient for him to say anything. Now that he was facing Han Xingzhou, his tone wasn't as polite. Minister Han, could it be that because you have a good relationship with Song Qingshu that you are lying for him? Han Xingzhou shouted angrily, Minister Sui, please watch your words. I am loyal and devoted to His Majesty, so why would I do such a thing? It's not like I'm the only one who knows the titles between Song Qingshu and Wang Baobao. The Emperor's Imperial Guards, Ding Dian and Wu Tianda, as well as Xian Qiji and Lu Yu of the Bureau of Military Affairs, were all present at the scene. Minister Sui, you can suspect me, and you can even suspect Minister Xian and Minister Lu, but do you suspect His Majesty's imperial equipment? I wouldn't dare. Machiku hurriedly said. What a joke. The imperial equipment was the emperor's closest and most powerful bodyguards. Not only were they all highly skilled in martial arts, but they were also loyal to the royal family. If he suspected these people, he would be slapping Zhao Go in the face and offending a lot of people. After all, everyone with imperial equipment was important. Jia Sherdao, who had been watching from the side, suddenly said, if I may ask, Prince Song, where is Princess Xiaomin now? I gave my son to her last time, and I've lost all contact with him. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it on his face. Humph, I wanted to ask your country about this, too. After Princess Xiaomin went to Linen, I lost contact with her. I came south to ask for her hand in marriage, and I also came to ask for an explanation. Zhao Go couldn't sit still anymore. After all, a Mongolian princess had gone missing in the Song dynasty. If he didn't handle it well, the two countries would go to war. Furthermore, the Mongolians were known for being rude and unreasonable. Princess Xiaomin was fine when she left Linen, but after she left the city for 100 miles, something happened, and she disappeared. I've already ordered a thorough investigation, and I'll give the Ruyang Palace an explanation. Song Qingshu smiled. Since the emperor has said so, he will definitely keep his word. Song Mao will wait for the good news. Zhao Go smiled, but his smile was a little forced. He had been investigating Princess Xiaomin's disappearance for a long time, but other than finding out that someone had mobilized the imperial army, he had not found anything else useful. Although he had a rough idea who had mobilized the imperial army, he still had no clue as to Princess Xiaomin's whereabouts. Even if the Mongolians and the Jin Kingdom marry their princesses to you, that's not a reason for the Song dynasty to marry their princesses to you. The Song dynasty is a country of etiquette. How can barbarian countries like the Mongolians and the Jin Kingdom compare to us? Machi Rou and Song Qingshu had already formed a blood feud, so he was the last person in the hall who wanted Song Qingshu's marriage proposal to succeed. Once the marriage proposal was successful, then the situation that he had painstakingly created would melt like snow. He would probably be unable to use the power in his hands to take revenge on Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu looked at him coldly. Sir Machi, you should know that the reason you were able to sit in the position of Prime Minister was largely because of the political capital you had in negotiating peace with the Jin Kingdom. If your words were to reach the Jin Kingdom's court, do you think they would find a new spokesperson? These words were like a loud slap to Machi Rou's face. Many people in the hall looked at him with disdain. Everyone knew what Machi Rou had relied on to climb to his current position. Relying on Qin Hui, surrendering to the Jin Kingdom for peace, framing Yufei, all of these were infamy. Song Qingshu changed the topic and added, moreover, the Mongolians and the Song dynasty are allies now. The Mongolians care a lot about their reputation. If they heard what you said, they would at least reconsider the matter of returning Sichuan to the Song dynasty, even if they didn't immediately send their troops south. By then, I'm afraid Sir Machi Ro would become the Song dynasty's greatest sinner. Zhao Go was shocked. He did not have much ambition, but he had a strong desire to protect himself. Currently, half of the southern Song dynasty was safe because of the natural barrier of the Yangtze River. His only fear was that Sichuan would be occupied by the enemy. It was like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, threatening the safety of the southern Song dynasty at any time. Previously, because of Machi Ro, he had become greedy. He wanted Sichuan, and he also wanted the two rivers. Now that the two rivers were gone, he could not lose Sichuan. Machi Ro, you talk too much today, Zhao Go said coldly. Mobilizing the imperial army without permission had already crossed his bottom line. He did not touch him because he still had a use for him. He did not want him to stay and cause trouble for himself. Your humble servant is afraid. Being reprimanded by the emperor in front of all the civil and military officials, Machi Ro's face turned green and white. She hated Song Qingshu to the core. We will discuss the matter of marrying the princess later. In order to thank Minister Song for the Jin Kingdom's righteous deeds, I will specially set up a banquet in the palace tonight. I hope that Minister Song will do me the honor. Knowing that the power behind Song Qingshu was much stronger than he had imagined, Zhao Go's tone became much more polite than before. Song Mao is honored. Song Qingshu bowed slightly. He knew that Zhao Go was going to discuss with the officials, and there was probably nothing else for him to do. He stood up and took his leave. Zhao Go did not ask him to stay, and sent a eunuch to escort him out of the palace. Walking to a secluded place, Song Qingshu used the soul transfer spell on the eunuch, while he quietly walked in the direction of the cold palace. He had seen someone bestow poisoned wine the night before, and he was still worried about Li Yuanji's safety. He wanted to confirm it again. Seeing that Li Yuanji was not in the room, Song Qingshu's heart sank. Could it be that after he left, another eunuch came to bestow white silk and poisoned wine? The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Song Qingshu could no longer sit still and began to search everywhere. After searching everywhere, there was still no trace of Li Yuanji. Song Qingshu's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Coincidentally, a palace maid passed by. He grabbed her and asked, "Where did Li Yuanji go in this room?" In a hurry, he directly used the soul transfer technique. The palace maid's willpower was so weak that her eyes instantly became dull. She seems to have gone to concubine Wu's hall to give thanks. Give thanks? Song Qingshu pressed the palace maid's sleeping acupuncture point. His expression was extremely strange. With his understanding of Li Yuanji, how could he not know what she was planning? It must be the prank from the day before yesterday. She wanted to appreciate the reaction of her masterpiece. She didn't know if she was too tired or guilty yesterday, but today, Li Yuanji finally couldn't hold back the curiosity in her heart. Song Qingshu hesitated. The back palace was guarded by the big boss, Huang Chang. It was a little risky for him to go there. However, he was worried that Li Yuanji would accidentally spill the beans and cause a fatal disaster. In the end, he still rushed in the direction of the palace where Ah Ko lived. Am I more worried about Li Yuanji, or am I more interested in seeing Qin Yuanyuan and Ah Ko's reaction after that night? Song Qingshu muttered to himself all the way. He still did not find the answer when he reached concubine Wu's palace. When Song Qingshu arrived, he just saw the palace maid leading Li Yuanji into the hall. It was too late to stop her, so he could only hide and sneak in. Now that his lightness skill had reached the pinnacle, it was not too difficult for him to avoid the sight of a few palace maids. His whole body was like a wisp of smoke, quietly flying into the palace, hiding on a beam that was several feet high, quietly looking down. He saw Ah Ko sitting on a chair. She was still beautiful, but she was not as radiant as usual. Her face was visibly haggard. Qin Yuanyuan was also in the main hall, and there seemed to be a faint frown between her brows. It was obvious that the events of that day had thrown her into disarray, and she was unable to return to the quiet room to cultivate or study Buddhist scriptures. Compared to them, Li Yuanji's complexion was much rosier. She didn't know if it was because of Song Qingshu's nourishment or because she was happy to see her enemy's fearful appearance. You keep telling the palace maids that you have something important to discuss with me. What is it? Seeing Li Yuanji's high-spirited appearance, Aku felt a wave of displeasure. He thought to himself that she did not look like a person in the cold palace who felt sorry for herself. It was obvious that she was an extremely favored imperial concubine. Especially when he thought about her close relationship with Song Qingshu, he felt even more annoyed. These 2 days, Aku had a lot on her mind. Originally, she didn't want to see her, but the other party kept saying that she had something important to see her. Out of curiosity, she finally let her in. Song Qingshu, who was sitting on the beam, suddenly realized why Li Yuanji ran over so early in the morning and didn't see her until now. It turned out that she was blocked outside. This time, I'm here to thank Concubine Wu and Silent Hermit for saving my life. Li Yuanji bowed respectfully, but her eyes swept back and forth between the mother and daughter. Her gaze especially lingered on Qin Yuanyuan's rosy lips for a long time. Seeing how the two of them looked like they had a lot on their minds, she was overjoyed. This is what you meant by something important? Aku glared at her. Even Li Yuanji, a beauty herself, could not help but sigh. As expected of a peerless beauty. Every frown and every smile was so beautiful. Isn't saving my life something important? Li Yuanji replied innocently. You. Aku was momentarily speechless. Your Highness Wu, you don't look too well. Did you not sleep well for the past 2 days? Is there something on your mind? Li Yuanji Jirua pointed out. No. Aku denied flatly. Feeling a little guilty, she said, what could be on my mind? If your Highness has something on your mind, you can pour it out to me. Although I can't even protect myself right now, I can still be a qualified listener. Li Yuanji continued with a concerned look on her face. However, the slight curl of her lips betrayed her true thoughts at the moment. I already said that there's no need for that. You can leave now. Aku was a little angry. She waved her hand and signaled for the palace maids to take her out. Li Yuanji had a regretful look on her face. I really want to provoke her a little more. Just as she was about to leave, Qin Yuanyuan's voice came from behind. Miss Li, please wait a moment. Song Qingshu, who was sitting on the beam, sighed inwardly. Qin Yuanyuan was known for her beauty and artistic skills back then, and she truly lived up to her reputation. He had already seen her beauty, and although he had never seen her artistic skills, he could roughly imagine how heavenly her songs were just from her gentle voice alone. Silent Wanderer, what can I do for you? Looking at this devastatingly beautiful woman in front of her, Li Yuanji had a complicated expression on her face. Originally, she had a good impression of this beautiful woman because Qin Yuanyuan had helped her out that night. Who knew that she would be one of the main culprits who had harmed her? You really couldn't judge a person by their appearance. Beneath such a gentle and beautiful appearance was a venomous heart. Qin Yuanyuan waved her hand and signaled for the palace maids to leave first. Then, she asked in a low voice, I heard that Miss Li was once a person of the martial world? Li Yuanji didn't understand, but she subconsciously nodded. That's right. Then are you familiar with the martial world? Seeing her nod, Qin Yuanyuan's eyes lit up. I know a thing or two. Li Yuanji was confused. Why was she asking about this? Qin Yuanyuan opened her mouth as if she had suddenly thought of something. Before she could say anything, her beautiful face was smeared with a layer of red. I wonder if there are any famous Qinggong masters in Jianghu. Although Qin Yuanyuan had previously denied her daughter's guess about the martial world experts, the mother and daughter had been thinking about it for the past 2 days, and they couldn't come up with any clues. She couldn't help but be a little shaken. Li Yuanji was a smart girl, so she instantly understood her daughter's intention. She suppressed the pride in her heart and slowly explained, there are countless Qinggong experts in the martial world, but the most famous ones are the vicious and evil Cloud Crane and the solitary Tian Buiguang. Who are they? Qin Yuanyuan's voice was trembling. After all, the words vicious and evil sounded like they weren't good people. Ah! Qin Yuanyuan exclaimed. Aku's face was also not very good. They do such evil things, does no one punish them? Naturally, there are many people who want to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. The mother and daughter had just breathed a sigh of relief when Li Yuanji's next words made their hearts jump again. But these people's lightness skills are very good. They come and go without a trace every time. Even if they are occasionally discovered, they can use the top lightness skills to escape. So they are still at large after so many years. Aka's pretty face was extremely pale, and she asked in a trembling voice, if the security is tight, those perverts, thieves can also get in? Of course they can get in. Feeling the fear in her heart, Li Yuanji became more and more excited. Otherwise, why are all the perverts? Lightness skills so good? When he saw Qing Yuan and Aka being frightened to the point of being stunned, Song Qingshu who sat on the beam laughed bitterly without end. This little girl really has a lot of tricks up her sleeves. I'm afraid that both of us won't be able to sleep for a very long time. Aku was on tenterhooks. Seeing Li Yuanji's sweet smile, she felt a burst of irritation in her heart. She snorted coldly. Are you happy to see that we are not in good condition? The smile froze on her face. Li Yuanji hurriedly explained, no. Aku snorted. I don't know why, but I always feel that you are gloating. I wanted to slap you before, but I was delayed at that time. Now that you have delivered yourself to me, come on. Looking at the dumbfounded Li Yuanji, Song Qingshu shook his head and smiled bitterly. A woman's sixth sense was really terrible. Aku clearly did not know the truth of the matter, but her feeling led her to subconsciously find the culprit. As he sighed, he took out a silver mask and put it on his face. Song Qingshu could not stand to see Li Yuanji being bullied. Right at this moment, a hand that was as thin as a match appeared out of thin air behind him like a ghost. Although this hand was so thin that it looked like it could be broken by a strong gust of wind, its 5 fingers glowed with a dense and gloomy light. No one would doubt that it contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. Song Qingshu suddenly had a sudden impulse. He quickly turned around and threw a punch. The fist and the claw collided, producing a muffled sound. The entire hall shook, and the dust on the beams rustled down. With the help of the recoil, Song Qingshu shot out, instantly putting a distance of several feet between him and his opponent. The women in the room didn't expect this turn of events. Looking at the masked man who suddenly appeared and the mysterious man hidden in a black cloak on the beam, Aku exclaimed, "Help, there's an assassin." However, her pair of almond-shaped eyes instantly widened because there seemed to be an invisible chi wall around her. After the sound she made collided with it, a visible ripple appeared and finally disappeared without a trace. Song Qingshu gave it a glance and a serious look appeared in his eyes. What a powerful aura. No wonder I didn't notice him even though he was so close to me. The person in the black cloak said in a hoarse voice, unfortunately, you still managed to dodge it. In this world, the number of people who can dodge my attack can be counted on one hand. Who are you? This mysterious person was naturally Huang Chang, who he had bumped into before. Song Qingshu did not answer. Instead, he smiled and said, Senior, you are a man of virtue and prestige. You are a legend in the martial arts world. To think that you would launch a sneak attack on a junior in the martial arts world. In the hearts of the people of Wulin, this old man is already a dead man. A dead man doesn't care about reputation. The indifferent voice came from the cloak. Moreover, to deal with a pervert like you, there is no need to follow the rules of Wulin. Last time, I let you escape because of a moment of carelessness. Today, I want to see where you can run to. If it was in an open area, he didn't have the confidence to stop the other. But now that he was trapped in the room, he couldn't use his shocking qinggong. Huang Chang had the confidence to say such words. At this time, the women in the room finally reacted. Li Yuanji instantly knew Song Qingshu's identity. Seeing that he was wearing a mask, she knew that he didn't want his identity to be exposed. So, she could only grit her teeth and wait for an opportunity to act. The person that night was you? Aku and Qin Yuan were both shocked and angry. Their beautiful eyes seemed to be spitting fire. If looks could kill, Song Qingshu would have been pierced by thousands of arrows and died. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. But now that it was like this, there was no need to deny it. He smiled and said, it was me. Seeing his eyes that were as clear as water, Aku suddenly felt that his smile was somewhat enchanting. These past few days, she had been imagining the image of the person that night. Her mind was filled with wretched and disgusting faces. Now that she suddenly knew that the other person was such a handsome and elegant young master, she suddenly felt that the night wasn't so unbearable. Tui, what am I thinking about? Aka's pretty face instantly turned red. Coupled with her stunning appearance, she looked exceptionally charming. As the saying goes, mother and daughter are connected. Qin Yuanyuan had similar feelings, but she had been through many storms and quickly recovered. She angrily said, "Although you are wearing a mask, I can still see that you are a talented person. Why would you do such a despicable thing?" Since he was going to pretend, he might as well make it look real. Song Qingshu laughed out loud. "Who asked you and your daughter to be such outstanding beauties? I can't get both of you at the same time through normal means, so I have no choice but to use this method." As he said that, his eyes swept over her body with a burning gaze. His gaze seemed to have substance, and Qin Yuanyuan's body trembled. For a moment, she was both embarrassed and angry, and couldn't speak. Huang Chang suddenly snorted, "So he was the one who took advantage of you that night?" "No." Qin Yuanyuan subconsciously wanted to explain that nothing had really happened. But then she suddenly thought of the thing in her mouth when she woke up. What difference was there between that and what had really happened? However, Huang Chang quickly shook his head. Wait, concubine Wu is still a young girl. Although Silent Hermit is no longer a virgin, I can see that she hasn't done it for a long time." How strange as a Taoist grandmaster, Huang Chang was naturally very sensitive to the Tao of Yin and Yang. Moreover, he had lived for countless years and had great eyesight. He could see the current situation of Qin Yuanyuan and her daughter at a glance. However, Qin Yuanyuan and Aku were so embarrassed that their skin had turned red. They wished that there was a hole in the ground that they could immediately hide in. "I understand now." Huang Chang raised his head to look at Song Qingshu. "You have such a cultivation at such a young age, and you have such shocking lightness skills, but you can't do it. So you are Sun Moon Sect's invincible East." Hearing Huang Chang say that Song Qingshu was impotent, Li Yuanji couldn't help but laugh. How could an old man like him know how good my brother Song is in that area? Images of the two of them being intimate appeared in her mind and she couldn't help but fall into a daze. Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at being treated as a eunuch. However, he had always wanted to keep his identity a secret, so he admitted, "Senior's eyes are indeed sharp." Hearing him admit it, Qin Yuanyuan and Aku rejoiced, but there was actually a trace of disappointment. They rejoiced because this person really couldn't act like a man, but they were disappointed. They didn't know why they were disappointed. Perhaps it was because they felt a little regretful that such a handsome person wasn't a real man. "I have heard some things about the Sunflower Treasured Book. If you wish to cultivate a divine skill, you must castrate yourself. I originally thought that this cultivation method was against the heavens and was destined to be limited. I didn't think that sect master Dongfeng would be able to reach such a level of cultivation at such a young age with this skill. It really surprises me." Huang Chang was deeply moved as if he was filled with curiosity about the Sunflower Treasured Book. Song Qingshu was speechless. Only someone with Huang Chang's cultivation had the right to look down on a top skill like the Sunflower Treasured Book. Huang Chang turned to Song Qingshu. The black cloak obscured his face. "Although I don't often walk the martial world, I know that sect master Dongfeng has shaken the martial world a few years ago and is praised by many as the #1 expert in the world. With such a status, why would you come to the palace to steal women?" Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Senior's Nining manual is fought over by all the experts in the world, but isn't Senior still working in the palace as a guard for someone else?" Dongfeng Bubi's identity was a very good cover. He didn't want to reveal his identity in front of Song Hetan or else there would be a lot of variables. In any case, Dongfeng Mushue was one of them. She probably wouldn't mind borrowing her identity. "You have a sharp tongue. You do have the vigor of a young man." Huang Chang wasn't angry but rather admired him. "Senior, you flatter me." Song Qingshu's attitude was extremely humble. After all, he had also learned the Nining manual, so Song Qingshu could be considered half a master to him. Huang Shang sighed and said, "In the past, my parents, wife, and son were all killed by the Ming cult. After that, I focused on studying martial arts and seeking revenge. When I finally mastered my martial arts, I realized that my old enemies were either dead or old. There was no longer any meaning in seeking revenge. The Sun Moon sect and the Ming dynasty are inextricably linked. Since sect master Dongfeng is the sect master of the Sun Moon sect and is known as the #1 expert in the world, please settle this grudge on behalf of your seniors. Song Qingshu was speechless. He thought to himself, I've really been shot while lying down. Even if I want to impersonate someone like Dongfeng Muxue, who has enemies all over the world, I can't impersonate someone like her. I don't want you to complain that I'm bullying the weak. This time, you can make the first move. Huang Chang lightly said. Song Qingshu was startled. Shouldn't you be the one giving me 3 moves? Huang Chang was silent for a long time before saying, your martial arts are too high. I don't have the confidence to win even if I give you 3 moves, so I won't. Song Qingshu was so angry that he laughed instead. That's a bit unbecoming of a senior. Huang Chang lightly replied, the world is heartless and treats all living things like dogs. I've long since seen through such empty titles. I've seen many shameless people, but it's rare to see someone as righteous as you. Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily. Huang Chang was not angry at all. Your martial arts are so high, and you're young and strong, while I'm old and weak. You should be the one giving me 3 moves to show respect for the old and love the young. Song Qingshu was startled for a moment, then immediately smiled. If the old urchin met you, he would definitely treat you as a close friend. Huang Chang shook his head. I know a thing or two about Zhou Baodong. In name, he's Wang Chongyang's younger martial brother, but in reality, he's half a disciple. His original martial arts can only be described as SOSO, but after practicing Might 9 manual and combining it with his self-created left and right mutual combat, he's become a bit more formidable. To put it nicely, he's ignorant of the ways of the world. To put it bluntly, he's simple-minded. I've already reached the realm of indifference and natural Tao. Even though we look the same on the surface, we're fundamentally different. He can't be my close friend. Song Qingshu was startled, then immediately understood. I'm slow-witted. Senior, please. Huang Chang didn't decline. His body flashed like a rock, spreading its wings and pouncing toward Zhou Baodong. One hand reached for Zhou Baodong's face and the other covered the major acupuncture point on Zhou Baodong's chest. Song Qingshu secretly laughed. Even though Huang Chang's cultivation was high, he was still far from being able to reach Song Qingshu with such speed. Huang Chang was, after all, an expert who had been famous for decades. Song Qingshu didn't dare to take the attack head-on. He planned to dodge the attack first and then wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Who knew that when he pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot, his body didn't float away as he had expected. Instead, he stayed where he was. Careful. Li Yuanji, who was watching from the side, saw that Huang Chang's attack had already reached in front of Song Qingshu. His 10 fingers were like they were about to pierce through her lover's body, but her lover was still in a daze. Li Yuanji was so scared that she wanted to scream a warning, but her opponent was too fast. The surrounding air seemed to have suddenly become extremely thick, making it hard for her to breathe. Her mouth was wide open, but not a single sound came out. Qin Yuanyuan and Aku, who were watching from the side, had complicated feelings. Logically, they should have hated Song Qingshu and wanted nothing more than for him to lose. But seeing him in danger, they didn't know why, but for some reason, they couldn't feel happy. Could it be that Huang Chang was hiding in his cloak like a ghost and wasn't as likable as Song Qingshu? The 3 girls quickly calmed down. It turned out that Song Qingshu had twisted his body in the nick of time to avoid his opponent's fatal attack. 5 fingers exerting strength, nothing is unbreakable, destroying the enemy's head like piercing through rotten soil. The passage from the 9 manual appeared in Song Qingshu's mind, and he sighed in his heart. If Zhirua saw how his opponent used the 9 white bone claw, she would probably be too ashamed to admit that she also knew the 9 white bone claw. But what made him sigh the most was not Huang Chang's 9 white bone claw, but the fact that when his opponent attacked, the surrounding air seemed to become solid, becoming incomparably thick, turning into invisible shackles that prevented him from moving. If it weren't for the fact that his martial arts were high enough and he was able to barely dodge in the nick of time, then not only would victory and defeat have been decided, but life and death would have been decided. Lowering his head to look at his chest, he saw that his clothes were in tatters and there were a few bloodstains on his chest. Song Qingshu curiously asked, Senior, what kind of martial arts is this? Is it a domain? In his previous life, he had seen so many movies and novels that the word domain slipped out of his mouth. Domain? That name is quite appropriate. Huang Chang paused and stopped his attack. This is something that I have comprehended in recent years. It can control the surrounding environment to a certain extent. Boy, you should be careful. Song Qingshu nodded, his face no longer showing the frivolity from before. With a serious expression, he said, Junior also has a technique here, I hope Senior can teach me. Huang Chang was, after all, a senior and did not have any enmity with Song Qingshu. Speaking of which, the Nining manual that he and Zhou Zhirua practiced was left behind by the other. Therefore, even though he had the opportunity to attack the other's vitals, he still chose to attack the shoulder, an insignificant part of the body. However, his current cultivation was much higher. Although this punch was not meant to intimidate people, there was a faint light in front of his fist. If Huang Chang was hit, he would most likely lose the ability to fight. Brother Song is amazing. Li Yuanji's eyes were filled with red hearts. The feelings of a young girl were always poetic. Of course, they could not wait for their lover to be as strong as possible. Qin Yuanyuan and Aka's fingers were intertwined. It was clear that they were very nervous. When they saw that Song Qingshu was in danger, they were inexplicably worried. Now that they saw that Huang Chang was in danger, they were even more worried. After all, if Song Qingshu won, who knew what kind of fate they would face? However, their eyes quickly widened. They saw Huang Chang's arm suddenly retract a few inches from his body, just in time to avoid Song Qingshu's sure-kill blow. Tendon shrink bone technique? Song Qingshu had learned the Nining manual before, so he naturally knew that there was such a martial art in it. He had always felt that it was of little value, but he did not expect that it could be used in such a miraculous manner. As he was lost in thought, Huang Chang's retracted arm suddenly shot out. Song Qingshu's expression changed, and he hurriedly moved a few feet to the side. Unfortunately, his opponent's 5 fingers still swept across his elbow. He felt his arm go numb, and all the strength in his body disappeared. 5-string hand. Song Qingshu instantly recognized this move from the Nining manual, but he had no time to think about it. The most important thing now was to deal with Huang Chang's pursuit. Even though all the strength in his body disappeared for only a moment, but for a master of Huang Chang's level, this moment was more than enough. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Song Qingshu's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. A small figure holding a sword appeared in his pupils, as if it was ready to rush out at any time. Huang Chang felt his heart palpitate as he sensed that the air around him had suddenly changed, as if it was no longer under his control. His great grandmaster instinctively made him raise his hand, and from his sleeve shot out a long, black whip that wrapped around a distant beam. With a forceful tug, his entire body instantly retreated several dozen feet. His cloak fluttered without any wind, and in an instant it expanded several times. He slowly raised his palms, and the air around him visibly twisted. Even the light rays began to distort. Not far away, the women only glanced at him and immediately felt disgusted and nauseous. They were so scared that they quickly closed their eyes. Seeing Huang Chang as if he was facing a great enemy, Song Qingshu smiled, and the golden figure in his eyes gradually faded. With a tap of his foot, he appeared behind Qin Yuanyuan and Aku. Looking at Huang Chang, he said, Senior, there is no deep hatred between us, why must we fight to the death? Why don't we just let it go? Hearing the voice in their ears, Aku and Qin Yuanyuan realized that Song Qingshu was already by their side. They couldn't help but turn pale. Aku unconsciously attacked behind her, but as soon as she raised her hand, she felt all the strength in her body disappear, and her hand weakly drooped down. It is difficult for a disobedient woman to gain the favor of a man. Song Qingshu moved closer to her ear and said. His hot breath instantly smeared a layer of red on Aku's pretty face. At the same time, Li Yuanji, who was not far away, pouted her small mouth. The air around Huang Chang gradually calmed down, and a black cloak appeared again. His voice was full of seriousness. What kung fu did you use just now? A kung fu that should not exist in this world. Song Qingshu's words had a double meaning. From the name, it seemed that the 23 swords was a kung fu from the wind and clouds, and indeed could not be considered a kung fu of this world. Huang Chang wanted to ask more, but he suddenly frowned and closed his mouth. Immediately after, the palace door was smashed open, and a large group of guards rushed in. It turned out that after fighting for so long, the guards of the palace had finally been alerted. How dare you trespass into the forbidden area of the palace? Arrest them all. Seeing the situation in the room, the leader of the guards was shocked and angry. He waved his hand, and the guards surrounded Song Qingshu and Huang Chang. Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily. Huang Chang's identity was mysterious, and there were probably only a few people in the palace who knew who he was. Now, the flood had rushed into the temple of the Dragon King. Previously, you were acting like a policeman catching a thief, and now you have become a thief with me. I want to see how you will deal with this situation. However, his smile quickly froze. This was because Huang Chang quickly raised a shining golden token. After the group of guards picked it up, their expressions changed, and they all knelt down in unison. Arrest this person. Huang Chang pointed to the other side, and Song Qingshu immediately became the focus of everyone present. I say, old Huang, this is boring. What happened to one-on-one? What happened to one-on-one? Song Qingshu said gloomily. Although the guards of the palace were not top-notch experts, in the Jianhu, many of them could be the sect leader of a small sect. As the saying went, ants could bite an elephant to death, and there was also Huang Chang eyeing them like a tiger watching its prey. Humans follow the earth follows the heavens follow the Daos, and the Daos follow the natural laws. As long as I can keep you here, why would I want to fight you one-on-one? Huang Chang's indifferent voice came from the cloak. Song Qingshu was speechless for a moment. Only now did he remember that Huang Chang had already cultivated to the level of forgetfulness. Trying to use the moral rules of the mortal world to restrict him was a fool's dream. Concubine Wu and Silent Hermit are in my hands. If you don't want to hurt them, then back off. Since Huang Chang was unmoved by force or persuasion, Song Qingshu could only start with the normal guards. As expected, the guards stopped in their tracks. They were different from Huang Chang. They knew that Concubine Wu was favored, and if anything happened to her, they would have to bear the consequences. Therefore, they all held back. Let go of Concubine Wu. This is a crime that will result in the execution of your entire family. Let go of Concubine Wu, and you can be dealt with leniently. The surrounding guards were clamoring with one another. Song Qingshu chuckled. I'm not a 3-year-old child. What's the point of talking to me like this? Suddenly, his expression changed. He turned around and saw Huang Chang pouncing towards him like a great rock. Song Qingshu frowned. Now that he was surrounded, he didn't want to waste his energy fighting Huang Chang. Instead, he grabbed Qin Yuanyuan's shoulder and placed her in front of him. He planned to use her as a meat shield to avoid Huang Chang while he took the opportunity to escape. However, to his surprise, Huang Chang didn't seem to have any intention of stopping even though Qin Yuanyuan was between the two of them. He still threw a great demon-subduing fist at Qin Yuanyuan. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the fist landed on Qin Yuanyuan's body. Qin Yuanyuan spurted out a mouthful of blood, her whole body slamming into Song Qingshu's body. Song Qingshu instantly felt a strange force coming from Qin Yuanyuan's body. Hitting the cow across the mountain. Song Qingshu instantly understood Huang Chang's plan. He originally had enough time to dodge, but once he dodged, the force contained in Qin Yuanyuan's body would have nowhere to be released. This peerless beauty would most likely perish on the spot. Gritting his teeth, he covered his chest with a gentle force and held Qin Yuanyuan in his arms, using his body to dissolve the violent spiral force of the fist. Even though he was prepared in advance, but this was equivalent to receiving a full-force blow from Huang Chang's great demon-subduing fist. Song Qingshu only felt a strong force coming from his chest, a sweet taste in his throat, and he almost fainted. Vertical and Horizontal's double monthly tickets are here. 1 monthly ticket counts as 2. The event will end at 12 noon on the 19th. Today I should be able to update 5 to 6 chapters. I'm not sure how many I can update in the next few days. I can only say that I'll do my best. Everyone, please give this monk more monthly tickets. I didn't expect you to be such a loyal person. You would rather be injured to save Qin Yuanyuan. Although Huang Chang's tone was one of admiration, his hands did not stop. he continued to press forward. No. Seeing his mother spit out blood after being punched by Huang Chang, Ke felt a chill run down his spine. He finally reacted and was replaced with anger. He didn't know where he got the courage to open his arms and block Huang Chang. I won't let you hurt my mother. Your Highness. Seeing Huang Chang's attack about to land on Ke, the guards not far away all cried out. Huang Chang frowned. The person in front of him was the emperor's concubine. If he hurt her, he hesitated and his attack slowed. Song Qingshu took this opportunity to break through the window with Qin Yuanyuan in his arms. He quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. After him, the group of guards all unsheathed their long swords and charged out. Huang Chang did not move. He had fought with Song Qingshu many times and knew that with Song Qingshu's lightness skills, he would not be able to catch up to him now that he had the advantage. If they were on an open plain, he could try to use Huang Chang's injury to give chase. However, the terrain of the imperial palace was complicated. Huang Chang had hundreds of ways to shake him off. Shaking his head, Huang Chang turned and walked into the shadows in the corner. Just as he was about to disappear into the darkness, Ke suddenly ran in front of him and blocked his way. Even though he was trembling with fear, Ke stubbornly stared at him. Why did you kill my mother? Huang Chang coldly replied, I didn't want to kill your mother. I just wanted to keep that person alive. But what if that person didn't save her? Even though Ke was not an expert, she could still see that Huang Chang's punch had not been merciful. If it weren't for the fact that Song Qingshu had helped his mother neutralize most of the force, the two of them would probably be far apart now. Then I'll get rid of a femme fatale for the great Song. Huang Chang's tone was emotionless. Femme fatale? Ke muttered to herself and did not react. I cry for the 6 armies and mourning for a beauty. One Qin Yuanyuan caused the central plains to fall under the iron cavalry of the outsiders. It is not good fortune for the great Song to have such an inauspicious woman in the palace. After Huang Chang left these words, the light around him twisted and quickly disappeared without a trace. Ke stood rooted to the ground, her whole body trembling with anger. You men don't have the ability, so you push all the blame on a woman. As Qin Yuanyuan's daughter, she had heard many similar remarks since she was a child. Even though she did not agree with them, as the saying goes, public opinion can melt gold. This was the common view of everyone, and she was powerless to refute it. She thought of how she had left her hometown to come to the southern Song dynasty thousands of miles away. For the sake of her father's great cause, she had to marry a man she didn't like. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that her mother had accompanied her all the way, but now her only support was leaving her. The more Ke thought about it, the sadder she became. Don't be too sad. Your mother will be fine. Li Yuanji walked over and comforted her. She did not like Ke and Qin Yuanyuan, but Huang Chang had hurt her lover. She suddenly felt that Ke was not as annoying as she thought. Plus, Song Qingshu was injured. Luckily, Ke had stepped in during the critical moment, giving her lover a chance to escape. Seeing Ke so sad, Li Yuanji could not help but comfort her. How do you know my mother will be fine? Ke looked as if she had found a life-saving straw. She raised her head and looked at Li Yuanji with tears in her beautiful eyes. Li Yuanji thought to herself, I can't tell you that Brother Song is such a gentle and protective person, so it's impossible for him to let Qin Yuanyuan get hurt. Li Yuanji had no choice but to answer, that person was willing to get hurt just to save Silent Hermit. He even took her with him when he left. I'm afraid he was worried that she would be killed by the ghost if he left her here. Li Yuanji did not know who Huang Chang was, so she used another name. After all, Huang Chang usually hid in a cloak and looked like a ghost. Is that person really not going to hurt mother? Ke muttered to herself. She thought about what that mysterious person did to her and her mother that night, but he saved her mother today. For a moment, she did not know whether she should hate him or thank him. Song Qingshu carried Qin Yuanyuan and turned left and right in the palace. Soon, he had shaken off the pursuers. Because the cold palace was relatively secluded, he returned to Li Yuanji's residence. Ugh. As soon as he placed Qin Yuanyuan on the bed, Song Qingshu spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been injured by Huang Chang's demon subduing fist and had been running all the way, aggravating his injuries. He did not have time to recover, causing his blood to surge. Now that he had calmed down a little, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Huang Chang's all-out attack was extremely powerful. Fortunately, Song Qingshu had divine techniques to protect his body. In addition, he had been prepared when he received the attack, so he did not suffer any irreversible injuries. However, he still needed to recover immediately. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Song Qingshu circulated his inner qi a few times before he finally regained his breath. If it was half a year ago, he would probably need to recuperate for 10 days to half a month to recover from such an injury. However, with his current cultivation, his injury would almost recover after a few cycles of recuperation. Suddenly, Song Qingshu opened his eyes and saw that Qin Yuanyuan had pulled out the golden hairpin from her hair and was struggling to crawl over. She pressed the sharp end of the golden hairpin against his neck, her face extremely pale. Song Qingshu frowned. "What are you doing?" Qin Yuanyuan bit her lip. "You tainted my innocence. Before I die, I will drag you down with me." Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily. "When did I taint your innocence? I didn't even touch you from beginning to end, okay?" "Nonsense." Qin Yuanyuan's originally pale face suddenly flushed red. "If you didn't touch me, then my mouth wouldn't be filled with that filthy stuff." "What filthy stuff?" Song Qingshu asked even though he already knew the answer. "You." Qin Yuanyuan's phoenix eyes narrowed. She could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. The golden hairpin in her hand forcefully stabbed towards his neck. Ding! Qin Yuanyuan felt her palm go numb. She could no longer hold the golden hairpin. It flew to the side and stabbed into a pillar. The end of the golden hairpin trembled, showing just how powerful the other's finger was. The golden hairpin left her hand. Qin Yuanyuan immediately lost her center of gravity. Her entire body softly fell to the ground. However, she didn't fall onto the hard floor like she had imagined. Instead, she fell into a warm embrace. "Madam, be careful. If you injure this devastatingly beautiful face, who knows how many men in this world will sigh with regret." Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Frivolous and shameless person. Qin Yuanyuan's impression of Song Qingshu once again fell to the freezing point. She angrily and anxiously tried to push him away. "Don't touch me. You really don't want me to touch you?" Song Qingshu's smile carried a trace of a strange flavor. Of course. Qin Yuanyuan was already injured and weak. Being teased like this, she immediately panicked. "All right then." Song Qingshu instantly retracted his hands. Qin Yuanyuan was seriously injured and had relied on his support to stabilize herself. This sudden turn of events caused her to instantly lose her center of gravity and fall into Song Qingshu's arms. What's more, because she was facing downwards, her face directly fell between Song Qingshu's legs. Qin Yuanyuan wanted to get up several times, but she was seriously injured and had no strength left in her body. There were several times when she wanted to raise her head, but she still fell back down. In front of her was a man's masculine aura. Qin Yuanyuan simply wished that there was a hole in the ground that she could immediately hide in. Song Qingshu spread out his hands and innocently said, "Right now it's not me touching you, but you touching me." Qin Yuanyuan was embarrassed and anxious, but she had no other choice. She couldn't keep lying on his thighs in this position, so she could only admit defeat and said, "You, quickly help me up." "No." Song Qingshu hurriedly shook his head and deliberately dragged out his voice. "Madam clearly said that I am not allowed to touch you. I don't want to be treated as a frivolous and shameless person again." Hearing that he was deliberately teasing her, Qin Yuanyuan was so angry that her teeth itched. She really wanted to open her mouth and ruthlessly bite him, but thinking of what she would bite if she opened her mouth, she didn't dare to do so. Lowering his head to admire the beauty in his arms, he saw that her hair was messy, and strands of black hair fell on her snow-white slender neck. The contrast between the two colors seemed to emit a kind of enchanting luster, causing Song Qingshu's heart to be moved, and he couldn't help but lower his head to kiss her neck. Qin Yuanyuan didn't expect this unforeseen event. The man's hot and gentle kiss on her neck made her somewhat absent-minded for a moment. She hadn't been touched by a man for a long time. She didn't expect that this touch would actually make her whole body tremble, a kind of trembling that came from her soul. In her life, it could be said that beauty had a short life. Because of this world-famous beauty, she was coveted by too many men. Because of this, she understood men better than any other woman in the world. If an ordinary girl encountered this kind of situation, she would only think that the other party was lusting after her heart, but she could feel the other party's tenderness and love for her from this gentle kiss. She could feel that his kiss was only out of appreciation for beautiful things, a natural involuntary feeling, and not out of sensual desire like other men. In her bumpy life, she had experienced too many men. Whether it was Wu Sangue or Li Zicheng, no matter how modest they appeared to be, as soon as they went to bed, they would reveal an impatient, dirty, and ugly appearance. Subconsciously they would want to take off her skirt. Who would really take pity on her like that? No matter how she thought about it, the only person in the world who could love her so much was probably Hu Yiji of the Three Holy Nunnery. For her, he was willing to transform from a dignified knife king into an old farmer, weeding weeds and growing vegetables in the Three Holy Nunnery all day for more than 10 years. During this period, the two of them had only exchanged 20 or 30 words. Qin Yuanyuan didn't know his identity until later. Although she was touched, she didn't have any special feelings towards him. In her opinion, there was nothing wrong with being infatuated, but pursuing a partner was not like raising a pet. It was enough as long as he was good to her. The relationship between a man and a woman was about mutual love, and such love required a certain personality trait that the other party could appreciate and rely on. But unfortunately, there was nothing on Hu Yiji that Qin Yuanyuan appreciated. When Qin Yuanyuan was a teenager, she was the most beautiful woman in Qinhuai. What kind of pursuers had she not seen? Like Hu Yiji, who was infatuated, she didn't know how many of them she had seen. These people didn't treat her as a woman, but rather as a high and mighty goddess. Although Qin Yuanyuan also enjoyed this kind of feeling, enjoyment was one thing. The unequal status between the two of them at the beginning doomed her to not have any special feelings for this type of pursuer. In her heart, the status of people like Hu Yiji was not even as important as Wu Sangue or Li Zicheng. However, Qin Yuanyuan didn't have much feelings for Wu Sangue and Li Zicheng. After all, the two of them only regarded her as a beautiful plaything. These years, Qin Yuanyuan had been living alone. In the dead of night, she would often feel sorry for herself. The men she knew in this life were more than the men an ordinary woman would know in 10 lifetimes, but she didn't have a partner who could truly be with her. It could be said that this was the biggest regret of her life. But she didn't know why. Being kissed by this mysterious young man made her feel like her whole body was electrocuted. Her heart was beating faster. She was shy and also a little scared. How could she have this kind of feeling towards this perverted thief? Maybe it's an illusion when I'm about to die. Qin Yuanyuan's chest became more and more stuffy. She only felt pain all over her body. Sensing her strangeness, Song Qingshu no longer teased her. He helped her up and gently placed her on the bed. He held her hand and felt her pulse. He couldn't help but frown. Just now, although Huang Chang used the hitting the bull through the mountain, there was still a small part of the force left in Qin Yuanyuan's body. Fortunately, the power of the great subduing devil fist was dissolved by his own body. Otherwise, this peerless beauty would have already died. But even so, Huang Chang's 100 years of cultivation was amazing. How could Qin Yuanyuan's delicate body bear it? She only had half a life left. Am I about to die? Looking at the man sitting on the bed with a dignified aura, Qin Yuanyuan really couldn't connect him with the perverted thief who bullied her and her mother that night. Song Qingshu sighed, "You are indeed seriously injured. Even if the Imperial Hospital comes, I'm afraid they won't be able to do anything." So it's like that. Qin Yuanyuan's eyes were calm, as if she had already mentally prepared herself. In any case, a femme fatale like me should have died long ago. Sensing her pulse was getting weaker and weaker, Song Qingshu knew that she had given up her will to live. He couldn't help but be angry and anxious. "I haven't finished speaking. The Imperial Hospital can't save you, but that doesn't mean I can't save you." Qin Yuanyuan only thought that he was comforting her, so she didn't mind. Her pair of beautiful eyes quietly looked at him. "Can you promise me one thing?" "Say it, whether you agree or not depends on my mood." Song Qingshu used his zhenqi to check her body's injuries as he lightly replied. Qin Yuanyuan was startled. It must be known that since she was a teenager, all the men she met were obedient to her. Even if she met one or two who pretended to be cold and arrogant, they wouldn't refuse her when she begged so softly. How could they be like this man? Can you take off your mask and let me see? Perhaps the other party's previous attitude made her expect that she would be rejected. When Qin Yuanyuan said this, not only did she pay attention to the softness of her tone, but she also blinked her pair of watery eyes, as if they could speak, constantly conveying her pleading meaning. Are you seducing me? Noticing her expression, a trace of a smile appeared in Song Qingshu's eyes. Qin Yuanyuan's white jade-like cheeks instantly blushed. Ever since she left Qinhui River, she had not deliberately used these little tricks to display her charm for decades. She didn't expect that she would take the initiative to use it on a young man today, but she also didn't expect to receive such a reply. I'm afraid that he really isn't a real man like I guessed before. A thought suddenly appeared in Qin Yuanyuan's mind. While she was glad, there was a trace of inexplicable regret in her heart. It wasn't easy for her to meet a man whose soul was compatible with hers, but who knew that the other party was actually not a man. Qin Yuanyuan's face suddenly turned red, because she suddenly remembered the situation when she was lying between his legs. Although she had only touched him a few times unconsciously, that kind of heart-wrenching hardness was deeply imprinted in her heart. If such a person was not considered a man, then perhaps no one in the world could be considered a man. Seeing Qin Yuanyuan suddenly reveal a coquettish look, Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, Great aunt, if you want to seduce me, at least find another time. Now that you are seriously injured, even if I am moved, I can't do it. Hearing his absurd words, Qin Yuanyuan lightly spat, Great aunt, in your heart, am I very old? The hidden bitterness and melancholy in her tone was really distressing, but the coquettish tone was even stronger, as if she was flirting with a lover. Obviously, she also noticed her abnormality, and couldn't help but blush slightly. She thought to herself that this person had clearly done such things to her and Aku, but why did she not hate him deep in her heart? Was it because he risked being injured to save her just now? Qin Yuanyuan thought hard for a long time, but she still couldn't come up with any conclusion. She didn't know that there was a special term for this kind of psychology in the future, called anchor effect. Simply put, if a person did 100 good things first and did one bad thing in the end, people would think that he was a hypocrite. On the other hand, if a person did 100 bad things first and did one good thing in the end, people would think that he was actually not that bad. In the end, people's psychological expectations were different. If a person did 100 good things, people's expectations of him would unknowingly become very high, so it was very difficult for him to do one bad thing. If a person did 100 bad things, people's expectations of him would be very low, but once the other person did a good thing, people would be very surprised. Qin Yuanyuan was like this. At first, she thought that the person that night was a despicable, shameless, disgusting, and wretched pervert, but today, when she saw Song Qingshu's appearance, although he was masked, she could see that he was an elegant young master, which was completely different from the image she had imagined. In her heart, there was a trace of joy and a good impression. Later, at the moment of life and death, he actually risked his own injury to save her, so she couldn't hate him at all. Of course, another very important reason was that Qin Yuanyuan thought that she was about to die, otherwise she wouldn't have dreamt back to her teenage years. Hey, where did this beautiful little girl come from? Song Qingshu said in an exaggerated tone. Bah, glib. Perhaps it was because she was born in the dust and had seen too many glib-tongued people. Qin Yuanyuan actually hated this kind of people from the bottom of her heart. But she didn't know why she couldn't feel the slightest bit of disgust today. I'm about to die, and you won't even agree to my last request? It had become Qin Yuanyuan's obsession to see the face under the mask. For this, she didn't even hesitate to put on a pitiful look. Song Qingshu shook his head and refused without hesitation. If Madame sees me, she will definitely regret using all her skills to look at me. I promise I won't regret it. Qin Yuanyuan's eyes lit up when she heard that his tone seemed to have softened. No, it wasn't easy for you to have a glimmer of life because of your obsession. I can't let it disappear just like that. Song Qingshu had already used his Xianxia to explore the injuries in her body, and he had a rough plan on how to save her. While the two of them were in a stalemate, a girl's anxious voice suddenly came from outside the door. Brother Song, Brother Song? It turned out that Liu Enji was worried about Song Qingshu. After comforting Aku, she came back from her room. Thinking that Song Qingshu might return to her room, she ran back anxiously. Especially when she thought of the scene of Song Qingshu being injured, she was so anxious that she began to call from afar. Anyway, there were few people in the cold palace, and there was no one in a radius of several dozen feet, so she wasn't afraid of being heard by others. She pushed open the door and saw that her lover was indeed there. Her worried heart finally relaxed, and she threw herself into his arms with a wisp of fragrance. She muttered to herself, expressing her worries, brother Song, boo-hoo, I thought something happened to you boo-hoo. Suddenly seeing the blood stains on his chest, Li Yuanji panicked. She hurriedly raised her head and held her lover's cheek. Brother Song, how are you? Don't scare me because the mask was a little scratchy. She took it off. Song Qingshu's face was originally filled with black lines. He thought that this silly girl kept calling him Big Brother Song, so wouldn't that expose his identity? Just as he was thinking about how to cover up his lie, he didn't expect that she would take off her mask, and it was too late to stop her. It's you. Qin Yuanyuan was shocked and angry. Just now, when she saw Li Yuanji run in, she was very shocked. Hearing the other party call him Big Brother Song, a person's appearance suddenly appeared in her mind. When the mask was taken off, the guess in her heart was finally confirmed. Ah? Li Yuanji was shocked by the sudden voice. Only then did she realize that there was someone else on the bed. She turned around and saw Song Qingshu's depressed face. She blinked her eyes innocently. Brother Song, if I say that I didn't do it on purpose, would you believe me? Song Qingshu sighed gloomily. Does it make a difference whether you believe me or not? Li Yuanji went over and shook his arm. She said coquettishly, Brother Song, don't be angry with me. I only had eyes for you just now. I didn't expect you to bring another woman back. Hearing the sarcasm in her words, Song Qingshu knew that the little girl was a little jealous. After all, to a certain extent, this was their love nest. Of course, she had a little problem with the addition of another woman for no reason. Okay, I won't be angry, okay? After comforting Li Yuanji, Song Qingshu turned around and found that Qin Yuanyuan was staring at him with her almond-shaped eyes. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. It was strange. Just now, with the mask on, he could flirt with her as much as he wanted. Everything was under his control. But now that the mask was taken off, he was at a loss. Song Qingshu, Golden Snake King. I didn't expect you to be such a shameless person. You have an affair with women. If it is spread in Jianghu, it will be enough to ruin your reputation. Originally, Qin Yuanyuan had a good impression of him. Under the mask, she wouldn't have reacted so strongly. But Song Qingshu was the only one who couldn't. Firstly, when Song Qingshu went to Shanghai Pass as a diplomatic envoy, he said that bringing Aku back to Yanjing was just for show. In the end, her daughter was put under house arrest. Because of her love for her daughter, she naturally didn't have a good impression of Song Qingshu. Secondly, a mother knows her daughter best. She knew that Aku had a complicated love and hate for Song Qingshu. Although she didn't think much of it, compared to people like Fu Kangan and Zhao Go, Song Qingshu didn't find it so hard to accept. As a result, she had subconsciously treated Song Qingshu as a junior or son-in-law. Now that she found out that the candidate for son-in-law in her heart was actually the pervert who had done those things to her, such an inhuman thing instantly caused her to explode. Li Yuanji originally planned to watch the show, but when she heard Qin Yuanyuan insulting her lover, she immediately got angry. She stepped forward and shouted angrily, "Who are you calling shameless?" Qin Yuanyuan said coldly, "Ask your man yourself. He knows what he did to me." Li Yuanji snorted, "Don't ask him. I know what happened to you." "You're not angry?" Qin Yuanyuan was stunned. Seeing her indifferent look, she felt that it was unbelievable. How could a woman not be angry after knowing that her man had done such a dirty thing? Thinking of what happened that night, Qin Yuanyuan faintly felt that there seemed to be a dirty taste in her mouth again. "Why should I be angry?" Li Yuanji rolled her eyes and said angrily, "Don't blame my brother Song wrongly. I was the one who bullied you that night." "It was you?" Qin Yuanyuan only felt inexplicable. How is it possible? You're a girl. How could you have that kind of dirty thing? A layer of red appeared on her snow-white slender neck. Why is it impossible? I can just use my mouth. Li Yuanji snorted and described the situation at the time with gestures. Qin Yuanyuan was ashamed and angry. How can you be so vicious? I'm vicious? You said I'm vicious? Li Yuanji was so angry that she laughed. You should know how I lost my chastity and how I was banished to the cold palace. Qin Yuanyuan's face changed. You know it all? Don't do it if you don't want others to know. Li Yuanji stared at her coldly. I didn't expect you to be so vicious under your beautiful skin. I'm sorry about that. Qin Yuanyuan looked apologetic, but we were just following orders. Whose orders? Song Qingshu interrupted and asked. Qin Yuanyuan opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, but did not answer. She sighed faintly. It doesn't matter whose orders I listen to. Anyway, I'm going to die soon. I'll make it up to Miss Li with my death. In your dreams. You were already dead in Concubine Wu's palace just now. It was Brother Song who risked his own injuries to save you. He took such a big risk, but you died. Isn't it a big loss for us? Li Yuanji said angrily. No one knew if she was angry at Qin Yuanyuan or Song Qingshu. Ahem. Qin Yuanyuan coughed. Then what do you want? We'll talk about it after you've recovered. Qin Yuanyuan's voice was weak and powerless. Coupled with her pale but stunning face, even Li Yuanji's heart softened a little. Humph, she really is a vixen. Li Yuanji cursed silently. I'm afraid I won't be able to recover from this injury. Qin Yuanyuan smiled bitterly, but she was still very charming. Li Yuanji snorted. With Brother Song here, even if you die, he can cure you. Seeing the proud expression on the girl's face, Qin Yuanyuan shook her head, thinking that a girl in love would have a kind of blind worship towards her lover. Although Qin Yuanyuan did not know medicine, she was very clear about the condition of her body. She felt that if she closed her eyes, she would not wake up at any time. It was obvious that she was close to the end of her life. Earlier, she had been relying on her obsession to hold on. Now that she knew Song Qingshu's identity, her obsession instantly disappeared and was replaced by a deep sense of melancholy. Coupled with her guilt towards Li Yuanji, she finally could not hold on anymore. Sensing that Qin Yuanyuan's breath was getting weaker, Song Qingshu hurriedly said, Sister Yuanji, guard the door for me and pay attention to the movements outside. I have to treat her immediately. However, Li Yuanji was a little hesitant. Brother Song, you seem to be injured too. Song Qingshu shook his head. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. Their conversation fell into Qin Yuanyuan's ears. She gathered her strength and pushed Song Qingshu's hand away. I don't want you to save me. Song Qingshu frowned. Even if it's not for yourself, think about Aku. If you die, what will she do? Aku. Thinking of her daughter, Qin Yuanyuan subconsciously hesitated. However, she quickly shook her head. She's already grown up. I can't stay with her forever. Seeing that she could not do anything, Song Qingshu suddenly became angry. It's fine if you don't want me to save you. When you die, I'll strip you naked and hang you at the main entrance of the palace so that all the men in the world can admire your body. You're shameless. Qin Yuanyuan was so angry that her whole body was trembling. From the time she could remember, all the men in front of her would show their perfect side to her. There was no one like Song Qingshu. Whatever you say. Song Qingshu fiercely glared at her, as if to prove that he was not lying. Wow. That scene will be very interesting. Li Yuanji, who was standing at the side, clapped her hands. Qin Yuanyuan was so angry that she almost fainted. Have you thought about it? Do you want me to save you or not? Song Qingshu said coldly. Save Qin Yuanyuan bit her lips and said reluctantly. TSK, you should have done this earlier. You just have to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Li Yuanji curled her lips in disdain. Then, she ran to the door to keep watch for the two of them. Song Qingshu helped Qin Yuanyuan sit up and said softly, Next, I'll use the solitary yang finger to open up your 8 extraordinary meridians and pull you back from the gates of hell. During this time, relax your whole body and don't have any thoughts of resisting. Thank you. Qin Yuanyuan hesitated, but finally nodded slightly. She was a very smart woman. She now understood that the reason why he had acted so fierce just now was because he wanted to treat her. With the experience of treating Xiao Longnu and Lu Wushuang's leg, Song Qingshu was now very familiar with the solitary yang finger. As for the drawback of using the solitary yang finger, he had already solved the problem of losing a lot of true qi. Back when Reverend Eating used the solitary yang finger to treat someone, his true qi was greatly reduced. It would take him 5 years to get it back. In the end, it was because his cultivation level was not high enough. If someone who didn't know the truth heard a young man say that South Deity, one of the 5 uniques, was not high enough, they would have scoffed. At first, Song Qingshu didn't believe it. But after he used the solitary yang finger to save someone, he realized that the loss was not as terrible as the rumors said. At the same time, he remembered that after Reverend Eating obtained the Nining Sutra, the 5 years he needed was instantly shortened to less than 3 months. Song Qingshu finally understood what was going on. Not only did he practice the Nining Sutra, but he also practiced the scripture of divine reflection, the blissful Zen, the Sutra of Supreme Mystery, and so on. None of them were weaker than the Nining Sutra. His martial arts had long surpassed Reverend Eating's. That was why after he used the solitary yang finger to save someone, he didn't lose much of his true qi. At most, he felt physically tired, but he could recover after a good rest. Collecting his thoughts, Song Qingshu put his left hand on his chest and stretched out his right index finger. He slowly touched the Baihui acupoint on the top of Qin Yuanyuan's head. After the first touch, he immediately retracted his finger. His body didn't move, but his second finger touched the Ho acupoint, which was 1.5 inches behind the Baihui acupoint. Next, he touched the Qiangjin, Naohu, Fengfu, Dazui, Tao Dao, Shinzhu, Ling Tai, and Ling Tai. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this delicate body that could make all the men in the world go crazy for. In fact, it wasn't just Song Qingshu who felt this way. Qin Yuanyuan also felt her soul tremble, and her body couldn't help but tremble. It must be known that in the Wulin world, except for father and daughter, mother and son, husband and wife, the male teacher would not teach the female disciple, and the female teacher would not teach the male disciple. As the saying goes, men and women should not touch each other. If the acupoints on the body were not touched one by one, how could one learn this martial art? Although Song Qingshu was treating his injury, it was similar to teaching acupoint sealing martial art. One must know that in the past, the old urchin, who was ignorant of worldly affairs, taught Ingu acupoint sealing martial art. In the end, he taught Ingu to roll in the sheets. Song Qingshu was not the old urchin. Nowadays he was very self-controlled, his willpower was far superior to ordinary people, but Qin Yuanyuan's willpower was not even as good as Ingu's. All along Qin Yuanyuan had a secret that she had never told anyone. It was that as soon as a man touched her body, she would feel weak all over, her body would become softer than cotton. Because of her sensitive body, ambitious and ruthless people like Li Zicheng and Wu Sangue could not stop themselves from having sex with her. Now every time Song Qingshu touched an acupoint on her body, a stream of hot air would enter her body, making her feel warm and comfortable, so much so that she almost moaned. But in the end, her reason prevailed, she bit her lips, afraid that she would make any sound that would embarrass her. Song Qingshu was concentrating on treating her injury, and coincidentally Qin Yuanyuan's back was facing him, so he did not notice anything unusual. After opening the 36 acupoints of her governing vessel, Song Qingshu stretched out his hand to hold her fragrant shoulder and gently turned her around. Seeing that her red lips were slightly bitten, Song Qingshu was startled. "Are you feeling very uncomfortable?" Qin Yuanyuan was startled, she quickly shook her head and said with a guilty conscience, "No." Song Qingshu then said, "Next, I am going to open the 25 acupoints of your governing vessel." Qin Yuanyuan was not a Jianghu person, she was not clear about the distribution of acupoints, plus she was a bit guilty, afraid that the other party would see through her mind. She quickly grunted to indicate that she was ready. Song Qingshu originally wanted to remind her that many acupoints in the Ren meridian were a bit sensitive, but on second thought, Qin Yuanyuan had experienced so many things, and this degree of touch should be nothing, so he didn't say anything. However, this made Qin Yuanyuan suffer. At first, the Qingshu, Lianquan, and Tiantu acupoints were fine, but then Song Qingshu's fingers touched the area between her breasts. She instantly widened her eyes. This place is also an acupoint?" Song Qingshu nodded. As he pressed her acupoints, he explained to her, "This is Zigong, this is Yutong, this is Shanzhong." She took a closer look at Song Qingshu's eyes and found that they were very clear. She knew that she had misunderstood him. The two of them had never been so close to each other before. Jin Yuanyuan suddenly realized that the man in front of her was like a meticulously carved statue. Every line of his was so handsome and masculine. Jin Yuanyuan didn't know what she was thinking, but her face instantly turned red. She hurriedly turned her head to the other side, and only then did she calm down a little. "What's wrong with me? He's so much younger than me." Jin Yuanyuan's thoughts were quickly interrupted because Song Qingshu's fingers had already touched her lower abdomen. A ball of warmth rose from her lower abdomen. Jin Yuanyuan clenched her fists tightly, and her face became even redder. After sealing the Qihai, Sherman, and other acupoints, Song Qingshu suddenly felt embarrassed. He hesitated for a moment and said to Jin Yuanyuan, "Madam, I need to untie your dress next." "What?" Jin Yuanyuan seemed to be unable to believe her ears. She flatly refused, "No." Song Qingshu had to explain, "There are still a few acupoints below your navel, and these acupoints are very important. A slight deviation will not only not save you, but will also speed up the process of pushing you to the gates of hell." "But..." Jin Yuanyuan was embarrassed and anxious. What a scandal. Seeing that she was using all sorts of excuses, Song Qingshu knew that this couldn't go on like this. He could only say, "In fact, Madam doesn't need to care about it. In any case, I've seen what I shouldn't have seen that night. Do you want to be seen by me alone, or do you want to be hung at the palace gate for all the men in the world to see?" Jin Yuanyuan hatefully glared at him, "You obviously have good intentions. Why do you always speak so vulgar? Song Qingshu shrugged, "If I don't do this, how will you give in?" Jin Yuanyuan bit her lip, "I don't believe that you will really do that." Song Qingshu looked back at her, "You can bet once." The two looked at each other for a long time. Jin Yuanyuan finally couldn't help but look away. She lightly snorted, "Fine, you win." Song Qingshu smiled slightly, "Do you want to take it off yourself, or should I?" Hearing his words, Jin Yuanyuan's face blushed again. Her breath became a little flustered, I'll do it myself." Then she hesitantly moved her hand to her waist. Song Qingshu waited for a long time. Seeing that her hand was still on her belt, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Let me do it." He leaned over and without saying anything, he quickly untied her dress, revealing her flat and charming belly. Jin Yuanyuan was embarrassed and anxious. However, when Song Qingshu's finger touched the Guanyuan acupoint 3 inches below her navel, the numbing feeling made her quickly shut her mouth. She was afraid that she couldn't help but make some embarrassing sound at this time. "Looking at your skilled appearance just now, you must have untied a lot of girls' dresses," Jin Yuanyuan said sarcastically after coming back to her senses. It must be known that the belt of women in this world was a bit complicated. If it wasn't untied properly, it could easily become a dead knot. "Is Madam jealous?" The corner of Song Qingshu's mouth hung a faint smile. "Pay." Jin Yuanyuan hurriedly turned her face away. Her heart was beating rapidly. She secretly told herself that talking to him was a mistake. Originally, she had decided not to talk to him anymore. However, as Song Qingshu's hand kept moving downwards, she finally couldn't sit still. Where are you putting your hand?" Song Qingshu replied with a normal expression. The Ren meridian is also known as the Yin meridian C, and the Huiyin acupoint can be called the C in the C. It is the most important acupoint of the Ren meridian. It was no wonder that Jin Yuanyuan couldn't sit still. The Huiyin acupoint was the most central position of a woman's 2 most sensitive parts. "Can you not touch there?" Jin Yuanyuan's voice faintly sounded like she was about to cry. Song Qingshu shook his head, "If you don't open the Huiyin acupoint, all the acupoints in the Ren meridian will be in vain." Hearing the unquestionable tone in his voice, Jin Yuanyuan turned her head, then, "Hurry up." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly, and could only use the solitary yang finger to touch her. Jin Yuanyuan's body was already many times more sensitive than ordinary women. She had already gritted her teeth and endured bitterly. Now that such a private place was touched by a man, she felt her scalp go numb. It was as if an electric current had passed through her entire body, and she couldn't help but moan. "What's wrong?" Li Yuanji, who was at the door, knew that she had an important responsibility, so she had been carefully observing the movements outside. She didn't dare to be careless, but when she heard Qin Yuanyuan's voice, she subconsciously turned her head. Nothing. Qin Yuanyuan and Song Qingshu seemed to have a telepathic connection as they replied in unison. Is that so? From her angle, she couldn't see anything unusual. Li Yuanji turned her head suspiciously, and secretly snorted in her heart. A vixen is a vixen. Even a random snort is so coquettish. At just hearing it gives me goosebumps. Seeing that Li Yuanji was no longer looking at them, Qin Yuanyuan blushed and whispered to Song Qingshu, "Don't tell anyone about what happened today." A strange smile appeared on Song Qingshu's face. Not even Aku? No. Qin Yuanyuan suddenly became anxious. Seeing her inadvertently revealing the expression of a young girl when she was anxious, Song Qingshu smiled, "Since you don't want me to say it, then I won't say it." Feeling the inexplicable meaning in his words, Qin Yuanyuan's heart jumped. She hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look at his eyes, but this way, the feeling in her body was magnified several times. As if being stabbed there by a red-hot iron, Qin Yuanyuan's voice began to tremble. "How long until it's done?" "Almost done." Song Qingshu used his true qi to carefully rush towards her Huiyin acupoint. Because Qin Yuanyuan was not a martial artist and her acupoint had not been opened, he did not dare to take risks. He carefully controlled the strength of his true qi, so it took a little longer than expected. But this made Qin Yuanyuan's body extremely sensitive, and with his true qi constantly attacking her, her whole body soon became stiff. Song Qingshu was carefully controlling his true qi, who knew that Qin Yuanyuan's pair of round and tight thighs would suddenly clamp his hand tightly, close to her, and her whole body would fall into his embrace, fiercely biting his shoulder. His Song Qingshu sucked in a breath of cold air, thinking that this woman really had the heart to bite him. He only poked her a few times. Did she have to bite him so fiercely? In the end, his tenderness for the fairer sex came out, and he did not use his internal force to shake her off, so he could only let her bite him. "Brother Song, there are guards coming this way," Li Yuanji suddenly exclaimed from the door. Hearing this, Qin Yuanyuan's body trembled even more, and her legs clamped even tighter. Then, Song Qingshu felt a large amount of something slippery in his hand. Song Qingshu never thought that Qin Yuanyuan's body would be so sensitive. At this time, Qin Yuanyuan's whole body was trembling, and she buried her head in his chest, not daring to raise it. Brother Song, Li Yuanji ran over in a panic. Song Qingshu quietly pulled the blanket over Qin Yuanyuan to prevent Li Yuanji from seeing this embarrassing scene. Then, he asked with his usual expression, "How many people came?" "Seems a lot," Li Yuanji thought and said, "They seem to be searching from house to house." Song Qingshu nodded. "It should be because of the commotion I caused just now, so the Imperial Guards are investigating." "Has her injury been cured?" Li Yuanji stretched out her head to look at Qin Yuanyuan, but because Qin Yuanyuan's back was facing her, she couldn't see anything clearly. Yuanji said. Li, Chen Wang Yuanyuan, Li Wang Li Chen Chen Li Yuan. Li, Yang, Yuanji Ji Go, Li, Yang Li, how about we hide somewhere? Li Yuanji said anxiously. The sounds of searching outside were getting closer. No. Song Qingshu shook his head. Once the one yang finger is interrupted, it will cause the injured person's meridians to reverse flow. At that time even the almighty immortals can't save her. Then what should we do? Li Yuanji stamped her feet and was about to cry. Come under the covers and pretend to rest. Song Qingshu seemed to have a card up his sleeve, and his tone was unhurried. Li Yuanji's eyes brightened. She instantly understood his plan and jumped onto the bed. Just as she was about to crawl under the covers, she heard Song Qingshu say, "Take off your coat." Huh? Li Yuanji didn't react for a moment. The Imperial Guards are not fools. If you hide under the covers with your clothes on, anyone will know it's a trap, Song Qingshu explained. Oh. Li Yuanji nodded and quickly took off her coat. In any case, Song Qingshu was her lover. The two of them were already intimate, so she didn't mind taking off her clothes in front of him. Go in a bit. It's too easy to be seen through. After crawling under the covers, Li Yuanji felt that Qin Yuanyuan was too close to her and subconsciously pushed her. Qin Yuanyuan was caught off guard and her whole body twisted. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she let out a sweet moan from her throat. Li Yuanji frowned and secretly curled her lips. She thought to herself, I just pushed you. Did you need to make such a sound? No wonder those men call you a femme fatale. Song Qingshu was also dumbfounded. It turned out that his finger had just pressed against Qin Yuanyuan's huyin acupoint and was about to withdraw his finger when Qin Yuanyuan's body twisted. In addition to the fact that his hand was slippery to begin with, his finger slipped and stabbed into Qin Yuanyuan's body. Song Qingshu wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to explain this situation. Qin Yuanyuan was about to cry. Previously, when this man pressed her acupuncture point, her body became extremely sensitive. She thought it was embarrassing enough. Now, she had been cultivating with the Buddha's lamp all these years and kept her chastity like jade. She didn't expect that her many years of perseverance would be broken so dramatically. Qin Yuanyuan opened her mouth and suddenly realized that she didn't know how to blame this man. He was just treating her out of kindness. What's more, it was her leg that clamped his hand so tightly that he couldn't withdraw it. Later, it was her sudden movement that led to this. The more Qin Yuanyuan thought about it, the redder her face became. In the end, she almost cried. She thought to herself, does he think that I'm deliberately seducing him? Song Qingshu coughed lightly and broke the awkwardness between the two. I'll help you open your yin linking meridian now. Qin Yuanyuan's voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Hearing that the other party didn't mention this matter, she knew that he was deliberately avoiding her embarrassment. She felt embarrassed and grateful in her heart. The yin linking meridian starts from the inside of the thigh and goes up along the inside of the thigh to the abdomen. It coincides with the Taiyin meridian of the foot, passes through the chest, and meets with the Ren meridian at the neck. Song Qingshu felt that it was necessary to give her a heads up in advance so that she wouldn't be caught off guard and startled again. Qin Yuanyuan answered vaguely. She thought to herself, I've already experienced the most embarrassing thing. Can this be even more embarrassing? Soon, she felt a pair of hands caressing the inside of her thigh. This time, Qin Yuanyuan didn't think too much. She knew that the two of them were hiding under the blanket and that he might not be able to see her acupuncture point clearly. She was trying to find the location of the acupuncture point. However, rationality was one thing and the body's reaction was another. Qin Yuanyuan was the kind of person who would go limp the moment a man touched her. Moreover, she had been celibate for a long time and hadn't been touched by a man for many years. Now that a handsome and tall man was hugging her and caressing the most sensitive parts of her body, her beautiful eyes gradually became misty. It was as if water was about to seep out. Qin Yuanyuan, how can you be so shameless? You're so much older than him and the relationship between your daughter and him is not ordinary. Qin Yuanyuan bit her red lips and began to recite the Buddhist scriptures that she had been cultivating for the past few years in an attempt to calm her fiery heart. What made her rejoice was that Song Qingshu finally found the acupuncture point. His fingers gradually moved up to her abdomen. Qin Yuanyuan had just heaved a sigh of relief when she suddenly realized that something was wrong. Her pair of peach blossom eyes instantly widened. This was because she finally realized that Song Qingshu was currently using his other hand to treat her injuries. The hand that he had used just now was still in the distance and hadn't been taken out. Qin Yuanyuan was suddenly confused, and all kinds of thoughts came to her mind. Why didn't he take it out? Did he forget? Or is he worried that I will be embarrassed? But this will make me even more embarrassed. While Qin Yuanyuan was struggling, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Open the door, open the door. She couldn't help but be shocked, and immediately pricked up her ears to listen. Who is it? Song Qingshu couldn't help but admire Li Yuanji's natural talent in acting. Her lazy and slightly impatient tone made her sound like someone who had been woken up in the middle of a nap. It was practically imitated to perfection. We are the Imperial Guards. There are assassins in the palace, so we need to search every corner, the guard outside replied. But I am already asleep, Li Yuanji replied with some dissatisfaction. Stop talking nonsense, we need to search every place. If you don't open the door, we will break in directly. The guards outside became impatient. If it was a normal concubine, they naturally wouldn't dare to be so rash, but everyone knew that the women in the cold palace were doomed, so who cared so much? Sensing the tension of the beauty in his arms, Song Qingshu whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid, I am here." Qing Yuanyuan thought that if a large group of guards saw her like this, she really wouldn't want to live anymore. Hearing the knocking on the door getting more and more urgent, Li Yuanji had to say, "The door is not closed, come in yourself." Because she had to take off her coat and hide in the bed, it was naturally inconvenient for her to get up and open the door, so she opened the door just now. Bang, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a large group of guards rushed in. Seeing Li Yuanji on the bed, the leader of the guards looked suspicious. "You don't close the door when you sleep?" Li Yuanji was shocked, but she reacted quickly enough and replied calmly, "No one usually comes to this cold palace, so what difference does it make whether the door is closed or not?" Qing Yuanyuan, who was hiding under the quilt, also secretly admired Li Yuanji. At this time, Li Yuanji's tone was exactly the same as those disheartened concubines in the cold palace. No wonder her heaven-defying acting skills could deceive her and Aku. Hearing Li Yuanji's explanation, the guard leader frowned but didn't say anything. He waved his hand and signaled his subordinates to search the room. A group of guards rummaged through the room for a while, and some even flew to the roof to look at the hidden beams. "We didn't find anything." Soon, a group of people came back to report. The leader of the guards did not comment and shifted his gaze in the direction of the bed. Hearing the footsteps getting closer and closer to the bed, Qing Yuanyuan's heart jumped to her throat. Thinking of the consequences of being discovered, she nervously closed her eyes. "What are you going to do?" Even the fearless Li Yuanji began to panic. The leader of the guards did not answer. Instead, he pulled out his saber and lifted the bed curtain. He then bent down to check under the bed. Seeing that he was only checking under the bed, Li Yuanji secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The leader of the guards stood up, and his next words made Li Yuanji's heart jump again. "You seem very nervous?" "It would be strange if I wasn't nervous when so many of you came in." Li Yuanji rolled her eyes and hurriedly said, "Are you done checking? If you're done, quickly go out and remember to close the door." The leader of the guards shook his head. "There's still one place that hasn't been checked." Li Yuanji's heart skipped a beat. She suppressed her panic and asked, "Where?" The leader of the guards pouted and his eyes fell on the swollen quilt. "Lift the quilt. I want to check inside." Qing Yuanyuan had always lived like a princess. She was not as mentally strong as Li Yuanji. Hearing that he wanted to check the quilt, she was shocked and subconsciously screamed. However, Song Qingshu reacted quickly. He instantly kissed her and blocked her scream in her throat. Qing Yuanyuan's mind went blank. She was actually kissed by this man. She subconsciously resisted because of her woman's modesty. However, as soon as she moved, she felt that the man's fingers were as hard as iron. Her vital parts were pressed against, and she instantly lost her strength. "If you want to kill us, go ahead and move." Qing Yuanyuan only calmed down when she heard Song Qingshu's telepathic message. Only then did she realize that Song Qingshu had only kissed her to silence her cry of surprise. This bastard, why did he have to do it there? Although she couldn't see in the darkness, Qing Yuanyuan knew that her cheeks must be crimson. Now she was in the arms of the man next to her. With the current position of the two of them, she could be said to have presented her body in front of him without reservation. Qing Yuanyuan was a little dazed for a moment. What was wrong with her? Why couldn't she be angry at all? Instead, the biggest feeling she felt was that her heart was pounding. Suddenly, Qing Yuanyuan's eyes widened. She was ashamed and angry. "It's fine if you sealed my mouth to prevent me from speaking, but did you have to stick your tongue in?" She wanted to close her teeth and bite him, but after trying a few times, she couldn't steal her heart in the end. This person is really the devil in my life. Qing Yuanyuan faintly sighed and simply closed her eyes. Her pair of jade arms instinctively hooked around the neck of the man beside her. Unlike the charming and gentle atmosphere under the blanket, the atmosphere outside was much more tense. Li Yuanji gripped the blanket tightly and stared coldly at the leader of the guards. "Although I've been banished to the cold palace, I'm still an imperial concubine in the palace. I'm the emperor's woman. You dare to be rude to me?" The leader of the guards replied indifferently, "This subordinate doesn't dare. This subordinate is just dutifully searching for the assassin." Li Yuanji said angrily, I'm not wearing clothes right now. Do you want to see too? The leader of the guards chuckled. Don't joke around. Miss is clearly still wearing clothes. Only then did Li Yuanji realize that her body was slightly exposed, allowing him to see that she was wearing clothes. She also understood that she was only a woman in the cold palace. If she was a proper imperial concubine, the other party would never dare to question her like this. Miss is making excuses. Could it be that there really is an assassin hiding under the blanket? The leader of the guards waved his hand and more guards gathered around. What should I do? Brother Song, what should I do? Li Yuanji was very confident in Song Qingshu's martial arts, but now he was at the critical moment of healing Qin Yuanyuan. She was worried that he would be disturbed and go berserk. At this time, not only Li Yuanji was worried, Qin Yuanyuan's heart was also in her throat. She hurriedly pushed the man next to her. Who knew that Song Qingshu did not react at all and continued to greedily kiss her? Qin Yuanyuan was secretly disappointed. She thought that he would be different, but who knew that he was also the kind of man who would ignore everything when he saw her beauty. Her fiery heart gradually cooled down. If you don't open the blanket, I'll do it. Li Yuanji made excuses. The leader of the guards became even more suspicious. Seeing that she was indifferent, he coldly snorted and used the tip of his knife to pick up a corner of the blanket and suddenly pulled it open. Ah! Li Yuanji screamed. She was not afraid that her body would be seen. After all, although she had taken off her coat, she was still wearing clothes. She was afraid that Song Qingshu and Qin Yuanyuan would be discovered. She was thinking about accompanying her lover to fight their way out of the palace, but the scene she imagined did not appear. Seeing that the group of guards seemed to be stunned, Li Yuanji subconsciously curled her lips and thought to herself, Qin Yuanyuan is indeed a natural seductress. Any man would be charmed by her. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. No matter how charming Qin Yuanyuan was, there was still Song Qingshu next to her. The palace guards would not turn a blind eye to them. She hurriedly turned her head and was immediately stunned. The two people who were just next to her had disappeared. Only the slightly messy bedsheet told her that two people had just been lying here. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. At that moment, Li Yuanji was even a little dazed. Could it be that everything that happened during this period of time was just her wishful thinking? Silly girl, what are you waiting for? Why don't you take the opportunity to send these people away? Suddenly, she heard the familiar voice of Song Qingshu. Li Yuanji's worry turned to joy in an instant. She knew it was Song Qingshu who had secretly transmitted his voice to her. She reacted quickly and instantly pulled the quilt back to cover herself. She glared at the guard leader and said, "Are you satisfied now? Hurry up and get out." Her tone perfectly described the anger of a young girl after being offended. The leader of the guard's face turned gloomy. However, he was in the wrong first, so he could only coldly snort and beckon to his subordinates, "Let's go." Seeing a group of people file out, Li Yuanji slightly raised the corner of her mouth and said, "Close the door." In response to her was the sound of the door being slammed. After putting on her clothes, Li Yuanji quickly jumped out of bed and ran to the door to look for a while. After making sure that the guards were far away, she then came back and looked around. "Brother Song, where are you?" "I'm here." Hearing the voice coming from the bed, Li Yuanji ran over with a look of disbelief and found that he and Qin Yuanyuan were still in the same place. How is this possible? Li Yuanji subconsciously murmured. Just now, she clearly saw that there was no one beside her. How did two living people suddenly appear out of thin air? Look at this and you'll understand. Song Qingshu lifted the bedsheet and revealed the bedboard underneath. Li Yuanji poked her head out to take a look and found a human-shaped hole in the bed. Her jaw dropped. What's going on? Song Qingshu smiled and gave her a rough explanation. As it turned out, at that critical moment, Song Qingshu did not lose himself in Qin Yuanyuan's beauty. Instead, he secretly used his jinqi to cut a human-shaped hole in the bedboard. Then he carried Qin Yuanyuan and hid under the bed through that hole. After that, he put the wooden board back into the hole and used the dragon capturing art to control the bed sheet to return to its original state. After doing all this, the guard lifted the quilt. Naturally, nothing unusual could be seen. As for the bottom of the bed, that person had already checked it himself. Naturally, he wouldn't have thought that someone would be hiding there. The whole process sounded simple, but in Jianghu, there were very few people who could do this. First of all, one's Xianxia must be profound enough to silently cut the bed board. Carrying a person and falling with the bed board to the ground without making a sound, one must have perfect control over their Xianxia. Then, one must also have the ability to take things through the air like the dragon capturing art. Brother Song, you're too amazing. Li Yuanji's face was full of worship. She happily leaned over and kissed him. Hey, Brother Song, why do I smell rouge on your face? Li Yuanji wiped her lips. Her words made Qin Yuanyuan blush instantly. Song Qingshu coughed twice. Quickly go to the door and continue to stand guard. Don't let those guards come back and attack us. Okay. Li Yuanji was, after all, a young girl. Her attention was easily diverted. She skipped to the door and stood guard. After Li Yuanji left, Song Qingshu lowered his head and said to Qin Yuanyuan, let's continue. And just now, when she saw that she was about to be exposed, her heart was in her throat. Then, the danger was averted. The whole process was like a roller coaster. That intense stimulation reached the critical point when the quilt was lifted. Qin Yuanyuan's legs were tightly clamped around Song Qingshu's hand. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Even now, her whole body was still weak. Song Qingshu used the one yang finger and opened up the remaining acupoints of her yin linking meridian. Turn over. I'm going to open up the acupoints of your yang linking meridian. At this moment, Qin Yuanyuan's body was delicate and soft. It was even softer than cotton. Moreover, because her acupoints were opened up, her clothes were soaked in sweat. Her clothes were tightly stuck to her skin, vividly outlining her graceful and perfect figure. The tip of his nose was filled with a sweet fragrance that was like orchid and musk. Song Qingshu's heart couldn't help but sway. Can you take your hand out? At this moment, Qin Yuanyuan's voice was slightly hoarse. However, compared to her usual dignified self, it was a bit more sexy. Okay. Song Qingshu also felt that he was being a bit unkind. Just now, he had been pretending to be deaf and mute, pretending to have forgotten about this matter. Now that someone had taken the initiative to bring it up, he couldn't do that again. You have to loosen your legs first. Song Qingshu said with a bitter smile. Qin Yuanyuan's charming oval-shaped face suddenly turned red. It turned out that just now, her body's sensitivity had reached a critical point, and she had subconsciously clamped her legs together. She didn't know if Song Qingshu was afraid of hurting her or something else. His movements were very slow on purpose. This made Qin Yuanyuan suffer. She felt as if her entire soul was trembling because of his fingers. Seeing that she was about to succeed and retreat, Qin Yuanyuan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, there was a sense of loss and emptiness in her heart. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. At this moment, Song Qingshu also didn't feel good. Qin Yuanyuan's soul was trembling, and so was he. He only felt that his mouth was dry, and his brain suddenly heated up. Qin Yuanyuan's eyes instantly widened, and her voice began to tremble. Why did you? The Huiyin acupoint is the sea of yin meridians, the ancestor of the 100 meridians. At the same time, infusing true qi here can double the results with half the effort in healing. Song Qingshu seriously began to talk nonsense. But, isn't the Huiyin acupoint at the back? Qin Yuanyuan couldn't help but want to clamp her legs together again. Ahem. Song Qingshu's old face turned red. This is the small Huiyin acupoint, a hidden acupoint in the human body. Qin Yuanyuan nodded her head, not fully understanding. In fact, she also knew that the other party was lying to her, but right now both sides needed a reason to continue like this, even if this reason couldn't stand up to scrutiny. Song Qingshu held his breath and concentrated, continuing to use the one yang finger to help her open up the remaining acupoints. Of course, occasionally he couldn't help but use his other finger to display the one yang finger to explore the peerless beauty in his arms. 2 to 4 hours later, the treatment was finally completed. Qin Yuanyuan felt as if her whole body was fished out of hot water. She didn't want to move even half a finger. Li Yuanji stared strangely at her peach blossom-like cheeks, her watery eyes suspiciously asked, "Did you two do something behind my back?" "No." Qin Yuanyuan and Song Qingshu said in unison. After speaking, they looked at each other and tacitly decided to treat what just happened as a secret only the two of them knew. Seeing that Qin Yuanyuan was so tired that she could barely open her eyes, Song Qingshu said to her, "You just recovered from your internal injury. You need to rest for a while. Besides, I don't know why Huang Chang wants to kill you. Stay here and recover for the time being." And Qin Yuanyuan looked at him tenderly. She should hate this man, but she didn't know why, but she couldn't bring up the slightest bit of hatred in her heart. Instead, it was replaced with incomparable embarrassment. I don't know how many girls he has hurt to get the ability to make people live and die. Thinking of his evil fingers, Qin Yuanyuan's cheeks were burning. She secretly spat, "To think that I thought he really loved and cared for me. I didn't expect him to be no different from other men. He's just as lustful." But soon she shook her head and sighed, "It's all because I'm too sensitive." No wonder he couldn't control himself in that situation. Thinking of the scene where she hugged him tightly with her legs trembling, Qin Yuanyuan wished there was a hole in the ground to hide in. She had been cultivating hard all these years, but she didn't have the strength to control herself. After all, he doesn't just want to sleep with me like other men. Recalling the tenderness of his fingers, Qin Yuanyuan couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Coupled with the physical exhaustion, she soon fell asleep. Li Yuanji pulled Song Qingshu aside and pouted at Qin Yuanyuan, who was on the bed. She whispered, "Is this woman sick? One moment she's crying, and the next moment she's laughing for no reason." "Ahem." Song Qingshu answered guiltily, "She has just recovered from her serious injury. It's normal for her to see some illusions." "Oh." Li Yuanji nodded as if she understood. Then she curled her lips and said, "I don't want to be with this woman." Song Qingshu said with a wry smile, "But now I'm too big a target in Linen City. All the forces are watching me. If I take her out of the palace, I'll be easily discovered." Li Yuanji pouted and said, "Do you have to take her with you? Can't you just send her back?" Song Qingshu said in surprise, "Her identity is special and can be considered a rare commodity. How can such a person be casually let go? I haven't figured out how to maximize the benefits, so I'll leave her here for you to look after. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. No one will think that she's still hiding in the palace." "Is it really not because she's beautiful?" Li Yuanji asked suspiciously. "Of course not." When Song Qingshu answered, he felt a little guilty and hurriedly changed the topic. "Leaving her here is equivalent to having a protective talisman for you. The reason why I entered the palace this time was because I was worried about the eunuch who gave you the poisoned wine that night. I was afraid that the same thing would happen again. Now that you have Qin Yuanyuan, you can use her as a protective talisman in times of danger. She can also buy enough time for me to save you." "Oh, all right then." Li Yuanji reluctantly agreed. "I'll have to trouble you to take care of her during this time." Song Qingshu looked at the sky outside and saw that it was getting late. "Sister Yuanji, Zhao Go will host a banquet for me in the palace today. I have to go back to the inn and wait. Otherwise, if they can't find me and connect me to the assassin in the palace, it will be bad. Brother Song, be careful." Li Yuanji helped him straighten his clothes and then reluctantly bid him farewell. Song Qingshu quietly left the palace. When he returned to the inn, the people from the office of the Herald of Dependencies were indeed looking for him everywhere. When they saw him, they all cried out, "Oh my God, where did you run off to? The banquet is about to start, and we've been looking for you everywhere." Song Qingshu shrugged nonchalantly. "It hasn't started yet, has it?" The official from the office of the Herald of Dependencies almost fainted. "It hasn't started, but we have to go there and wait. Are we supposed to let the emperor sit there and wait for us?" Seeing that he was going to continue, Song Qingshu hurriedly cut him off. All right, I'm back now. Wait for me to change my clothes, then I'll leave." Finishing, he went back into his room and closed the door. The reason why he wanted to change his clothes was because, first, he had just had intimate contact with Qin Yuanyuan. His body was filled with her scent, and he was worried that he would give himself away. Second, he had met Huang Chang in the palace before. Although he was wearing a mask, Huang Chang would definitely recognize his clothes. Song Qingshu had always been careful, and naturally would not give himself away on this matter. He crumpled the clothes he had taken off into a ball and used his pure young inner strength to rub it. The clothes instantly turned to dust. Only then did Song Qingshu go out and call the official from the office of the Herald of Dependencies to enter the palace with him. He could clearly feel that there were many more imperial guards in the palace than during the day. Song Qingshu knew that it was because of the scene he had caused in the afternoon, but he didn't think much of it. He continued to follow the official from the office of the Herald of Dependencies to the palace where the banquet was held. After walking for a short while, his heart suddenly jumped. He saw a woman wearing a light yellow robe walking towards him from afar. She was about 27 or 28 years old, graceful and beautiful. However, her face was too pale, without the slightest hint of blood. When the official from the office of the Herald of Dependencies saw her, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly came forward to greet her. The yellow-robed woman casually waved her hand, indicating that there was no need for formalities. "You may leave. I will bring Prince Song to the banquet." Her voice was cold and distant, but it was still pleasant to the ears. The official hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded his head and bowed. After the official had gone far away, Song Qingshu smiled. "It seems that you have quite a bit of face. Should I call you Miss Yang or Miss Zhao?" The woman in front of him was naturally the yellow-robed woman that he had not seen for a long time. "My face has always been very big. Only you don't take me seriously." The yellow-robed woman rolled her eyes at him. The two of them had been together for a long time in the palace of the Jin Kingdom and were already familiar with each other's temperament. "As for whether it is Miss Yang or Miss Zhao, I remember telling you before." Song Qingshu shrugged. "I am a very busy person and have many things to do. How can I remember everything?" The yellow-robed woman's face was originally calm, but his words made her teeth itch. However, she quickly realized something and smiled. "You are still the same. You haven't changed at all." "Pfft, I have changed a lot. I almost died some time ago. When I was at my wit's end, you didn't help me. It seems that you are not a good friend." Song Qingshu curled his lips and said lightly. The yellow-robed woman immediately looked apologetic. "I am sorry. I happened to be in the western region for some business at that time. When I found out about your accident, it was already a long time later. If the scholars of the southern Song dynasty saw this scene, their jaws would probably drop." The holy maiden of the academy, who had always been harsh to everyone, was actually begging a young man in such a soft tone. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and did not comment on this. The yellow-robed woman stomped her feet and chased after him. She said angrily, "I originally came here to denounce you. I didn't expect you to beat me to it." Song Qingshu was stunned. "Denounce me for what?" The yellow-robed woman snorted. "Someone said that he wanted to marry the two princesses of the Great Song to be his concubines." "What a big tone. So you are fighting for your sister." Song Qingshu suddenly smiled. "But before you do that, can you first repay the debt you owe me?" End of chapter 1276. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.